The dead of night is shattered by the sound of frantic footsteps, a prelude to disaster. A young woman is running for her very life. A faint cry for help echoes through the empty space. Please, somebody. Closing in behind her are two men with wicked expressions, their smiles twisting with menace, certain their prey is finally cornered. In a blind panic, she darts into a dead-end alley as if sealed by fate, but she still reaches out, grasping for a final sliver of hope. Just when it seems her time is up, an unexpected voice cuts through the tension, ordering the thugs to get away from the girl. From the darkness, a mysterious figure emerges, leaving the two predators completely stunned. It's a young man with a rebellious air, a lollipop stick hanging from his lips, his icy glare fixed on the two creeps with utter contempt. One of the thugs growls, telling the newcomer to mind his own business and get lost. He spews curses as if the boy is deaf to his threats, but the young man with the sharp haircut shows no fear. Licking his candy, he simply replies, "Scram." He follows up with a chilling warning, "If you don't want to die." This casual dismissal infuriates the two men, who feel utterly disrespected. The other one screams, "Hey, you little punk, are you done talking?" Still not satisfied, he continues to hurl insults, but the boy with the stylish hair remains silent, calmly, peeling a bandage from his neck, preparing to teach these two degenerates a lesson. The rising tension is suddenly shattered. The thug who was just shouting is instantly sliced in two, his torso slumping to the ground with a sickening thud. Blood sprays everywhere. Witnessing his partner's horrific death, the remaining man's eyes widen in absolute shock. His mind freezes, unable to process the gore in front of him. And in that moment, a hideous creature reveals itself. In its true form, its fangs are as sharp as razors. It's already chewing on a human arm as a chilling voice hisses, "You want to get in my way, too." In a shocking twist, the helpless girl from before is this terrifying monster. She has unleashed her true form, slaughtering the one who intended to harm her. The last man finally snaps, turning to flee in pure terror, but no amount of speed can save him from the creature's claws. In a flash, he is attacked, and his life is extinguished. But the surprises aren't over. The young man's entire aura shifts, his eyes becoming dangerously sharp as he glares at the monster, which screeches the name, Black Ant. The scene changes to the following day. The dead-end alley is now a crime scene, cordoned off and buzzing with flies. Soon after, a man in the uniform of the Black Reaper organization appears, meticulously photographing the scene as the investigation team works tirelessly. The site of the massacre is a chaotic, bloody mess. They found the victim's lower half and a right arm. With a veteran's instincts, the Black Reaper captain spots a clue in the markings left on the wall. According to a witness, a young man was seen loitering near the area. The captain's gaze then lands on a lollipop stick on the ground, completely swarmed by black ants. The scene is already horrific, but suddenly, a giant mosquito appears from behind the Black Reaper captain, buzzing aggressively. He, however, remains perfectly calm as he lights a cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he exhales a thick cloud of smoke directly at the charging insect. The smoke, a bizarre green color, is clearly no ordinary tobacco. The mosquito succumbs to the toxins instantly, dropping dead from the air. He grimly surveys the scene, confirming with absolute certainty that this is the trace of an incident from 2005, which marked the arrival of monsters disguised as insects, living among humanity to hunt their prey. The sharp crinkle of a candy wrapper is heard, revealing a sweet Kit Kat. But even the taste of chocolate can't chase away the dark thoughts about the monsters that now plague the young man's mind. He puts the candy in his mouth, the horrifying facts echoing in his head. They don't just commit acts of violence or even devour people. No, the worst part is the truth that they live among humans. And these creatures have a name, insectoids. The scene cuts to a classroom where a student named Min Sung sits with an air of complete indifference. Beside him, his classmate Ji Hae stands, her eyes bright as she reads aloud from a textbook. "Do you still believe it's just a popular urban legend?" "They exist," she continues, holding up a flyer with the Black Reaper logo. "If you suspect someone is an insectoid, please contact us." The teacher pushes up his glasses and smiles, pleased. "Excellent reading, class president." He looks around the classroom before continuing. Ji-hae was just reading information about the recent case. Everyone here knows what happened in the Naemun district yesterday, correct? The entire class is silent, listening intently. The teacher's voice becomes stern. "It seems the police have confirmed insectoid involvement. Do not gather after school, or you could find yourselves in real trouble." Hearing the familiar place name, Bang Jin, a student wearing a mask, turns to his friend Diane with a worried look. "Don't you live in the Naeun district?" Model. Seeing Adi nod nervously, he hesitated. "Hey, want to walk home together today?" Suddenly, a student with a smug grin interrupted, turning to his friend. "Insectoids? You actually believe that?" The other kid eagerly played along. "Of course I do." They both erupted in loud, obnoxious laughter. Then, one of them lowered his voice, casting a venomous glance toward the corner of the room. Because we have a little insect right here in our class. But Min Sung calmly chewed his candy bar, completely ignoring the pointless taunts from his classmates. And just like that, class began. The teacher slammed his ruler on the desk. So, has everyone completed the assignment I gave out last time? The question sent a wave of dread through the room. A chorus of groans began to rise. The teacher's face immediately hardened. What's all this whining? I already warned you. That assignment will be graded and will affect your final score. While the students were still panicking, he had already designated the class president. Collect the homework and bring it to me. As the class representative, Adi had no choice but to bow her head. Yes, sir. Before long, the bell signaling the end of the day rang out. As Adi was collecting the papers, 2 male students blocked her path. One spoke up, his voice dripping with defiance. Hey, class president. She frowned back at him. Me? They stared her down with arrogant smirks, demanding, don't turn in the homework. You think anyone else actually did it? His friend chimed in, adding to the pressure. If we go down, we all go down together. Or would you rather not? Seeing that Adi was about to protest, he lunged forward to threaten her. You don't want that, do you? Don't refuse while I'm still asking nicely. Bang Jin, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in to defend her. Are you guys trying to make things difficult for everyone? The thug immediately spun on him, shouting, Hey, mask face. You didn't do the homework either, so don't take her side just because you're friends. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, a hand suddenly thrust a notebook out in front of Adi. It was Min Sung. He maintained a strangely calm expression as he handed her his work. Adi's surprise melted into a bright smile as she accepted it. Thank you. After handing in the assignment, Min Sung quietly walked back to his desk. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a black ant crawling on the table. The tiny creature seemed to be looking up at him. Min Sung muttered, That's right. But suddenly, a brutal foot slammed down on the desk, crushing the poor ant. The bully leaned over, his voice filled with contempt. Hey, honeybee, are you clueless about what's happening here? When Min Sung ignored him, his anger flared. He growled, Is following the teacher's orders the only thing you know how to do? He clicked his tongue in disgust, and then his gaze fixed on the bandage on Min Sung's neck. You're so annoying. And why are you wearing a band-aid on your neck? Hiding a hickey. At the mention of those sensitive words, the student sitting behind him immediately snickered. A hickey. Do you have a girlfriend? The other bully joined in, his voice taking on a threatening tone. Spit it out, you bastard. A few desks away, the girls began to whisper excitedly. A curious classmate turned to her friend and asked, What's a hickey? Sayin immediately put on the air of a love expert, leaning close to the class president Adi's ear to whisper that it's a mark left behind after sucking hard on the neck. Meanwhile, the 2 bullies weren't about to let Min Sung go. They were pressing their advantage. One of them sneered, That's not a good look. You're a weirdo. Take off the bandage. His accomplice lunged forward, provocatively placing a hand on the victim's neck. Not gonna fight back? I'm taking it off now. Seeing her friend being bullied so relentlessly, Adi shot up from her seat, shouting for them to stop. Hey, you, don't do that. However, the boy ignored her warning, clearly enjoying the act of slowly peeling the bandage from Min Sung's neck. I'm peeling it off now. Min Sung sat perfectly still through the ordeal. When the bandage finally fell away, the short-haired bully squinted in suspicion. Is that it? A hickey. The taller boy standing next to him was just as surprised, stammering. Is it really? He pressed his face close to Min Sung's neck, but he couldn't see any mark of affection. Instead, there was just a large, black mole. Feeling utterly humiliated in front of everyone, his embarrassment quickly turned to furious rage, and he began to scream, You psycho! You bastard! You put on a band-aid just to cover a mole. Let me tell you something. Before he could finish his sentence, he froze, his mouth hanging open in sheer terror. What the? From inside the pitch-black hole he had mistaken for a mole, a small ant slowly crawled out, calmly making its way down to Min Sung's collar. The bizarre sight terrified the thug to his core. He stammered, What the hell was that? He stumbled backward, his face drained of all color, and pointed a trembling finger as he screamed, An ant. An ant just crawled out of his mole. His accomplice saw this and tried to calm him down, but his tone was full of mockery. You're an ant yourself, man. Just relax. Back with the 2 best friends, Sayin had noticed Adi's worried expression earlier. She narrowed her eyes and asked, You like Min Sung, don't you? Caught off guard, Adi tried to act indifferent and deny it flatly. What are you talking about? Not at all. Knowing her friend all too well, Sayin smirked teasingly. There you go again. Hit right where it counted. Adi's face flushed bright red as she reluctantly confessed, Well, it's just. At that moment, her mind was flooded with images of Min Sung shining like a god. She thought to herself that he was great at sports, smart, and ate a lot. How could she not fall for him? Seeing her friend lost in a daydream, Se-in pulled her back to reality. Aren't you going to turn in the homework? Snapped out of her fantasy, Adi rushed to the teacher's office. Standing before the desk, she watched the teacher stare at the pathetically thin stack of papers with a deeply suspicious look on his face. So, are there only 2 assignments? Adi asked hesitantly. Yes, she stammered. The moment the word left her lips, his face darkened menacingly. Terrified, Adi could only ask, Sir. But in the next second, the homeroom teacher's attitude shifted dramatically. He smiled kindly at Adi. You and Minung are free to go. Everyone else who didn't submit their work must pick up trash after school. She bowed her head obediently. Yes, sir. Walking down the hall, Adi worried to herself, knowing that if she revealed the real reason, Bang Jin would just face more cruel taunts from his friends. She wondered if she should help him, but the thought of walking home alone in these unsafe times sent a shiver of fear down her spine. Suddenly, an idea sparked. Wait a second. Minung also lives in the Namon district. Should I ask him to walk with me? Lost in her thoughts, she froze when she saw the boy with a bandage walking just ahead. Minung noticed her presence as well and turned to face her. Adi quickly broke the awkward silence. Did you hear? The teacher said everyone who didn't do the homework has to stay and clean, but you and I get to go home now. Minung didn't seem surprised at all, offering only a short nod in response. Adi hesitated, looking at the boy before her, struggling to form the words. She gathered all her courage for this moment, even preparing a perfect excuse for them to walk together. Do you want to walk home together? You live in the Namon district too, right? Despite her shy proposal, Minung's expression remained ice cold. He rejected her without a single moment of hesitation. Sorry, I have something to do. His blunt refusal crushed her. Her face fell in utter disappointment, and her voice became heavy. Oh, okay. The scene shifts to the school's incinerator, where the students who failed their assignment are serving detention. One of the bullies from earlier yelled out, Hey, why the hell are we stuck cleaning this dump? Hearing his boss complain, a lackey chimed in with a defiant sneer. The teacher told us to, but who gives a damn about that guy? Tired of their empty boasting, Sign cut in to urge them on. Hey, let's just get this over with and go home. Another student, a slave to his grades, wondered aloud if cleaning up would earn them homework points. From a dark corner, the class president, Adi, replied with a drained voice. No. Her answer was met with a chorus of frustrated curses. Damn it. Sign immediately sensed something was wrong with her friend. Adi was huddled in a corner, lifelessly sweeping trash like a ghost. Sign walked over and asked, What are you doing? Yeah, why didn't you go home? Why are you here cleaning? With tears welling in her eyes, Adi looked up at Sign and slowly answered, I was waiting for you. The excuse was so unbelievable, Sign immediately shut it down. You've got to be kidding me. But Adi insisted. I'm not joking. Sign leaned in close, whispering into her best friend's ear. Are you crying? Then, as realization dawned, she gasped. What? Did he reject you? Panicked, Adi quickly motioned for her to be quiet. Hey, lower your voice. At the same time, Minung sat alone in the deserted classroom, intently watching an ant crawl across his desk. Back at the incinerator, the conversation continued. Sane was furious on her friend's behalf. Seriously, that's just cold. Isn't he being way too cruel? Adi rushed to defend him, while back in the classroom, Minung unconsciously touched the bandage on his neck. What do you know? He's a really good person. Sign's voice boomed as she let out a sarcastic, oh, and then added mockingly. So you were just going to ditch your best friend to go home with some good guy. Adi mumbled an excuse for her boy-crazy decision. You have to seize the opportunity when it comes. In another corner, the two bullies were whispering mysteriously. The long-haired one slung a broom over his shoulder. I'll get started. By the way, what was that nonsense you were spouting earlier? The other guy answered quickly. I'm still shaken up. I'm telling you the truth. An ant crawled out of his neck. His friend burst out laughing, unable to believe his ears. An ant? What the hell? That's bullshit. The other guy didn't waste a second, his voice turning threatening. Don't mess with me. I'm getting him back tomorrow, so you better watch carefully. The long-haired boy kept joking. You're the one who wasn't looking carefully. Just then, his eyes glanced past his friend's shoulder, and he gasped in utter shock. From the shadows, a monster began to materialize, its 4 eyes glowing brightly like car headlights. It whispered, I told you so. The bully with the cigarette didn't even have time to react, before fresh blood splattered across his face. Nearby, a female student sweeping with headphones on saw the head of the boy with the broom come rolling to a stop right at her feet. Witnessing the nightmare firsthand, her eyes bulged in pure terror. Her throat constricted, unable to make a sound. And then, a blood-curdling scream pierced the sky, shattering the tired atmosphere among the students. Ah! Everyone looked around, completely bewildered. What was that? Who screamed? The girl from before burst out of the dark corner, screaming a desperate warning as she ran for her life. What the hell is that thing? Run, it's a bug human. Right after her warning, a grotesque, monstrous foot stepped into view. As the students watched, frozen in horror, the creature, with a massive head and a twisted, misshapen body, lumbered forward with heavy steps, its mouth endlessly repeating the last words of its unfortunate victim. I told you so. I told you so. The moment the insectoid appeared, the students were gripped by pure terror as a girl was dragged away by her friend. She stumbled and cried out in horror, "Oh my God." But the monster just repeated its chilling chant, "I told you so." It unleashed a terrifying onslaught, painting the school grounds crimson. Students scattered, consumed by absolute panic. Con and Jay were frozen in shock, unable to process the bloody carnage before them. The creature chased the students as if it were a game, letting out a horrifying laugh. "You can't catch me." A student's scream of absolute despair cut through the chaos. But it was far too late. The monster had already closed the distance. It sent one student flying with a single punch. Then, quick as a flash, it crushed another's head between its hands like swatting a fly. Witnessing the gruesome scene, the remaining survivors ran for their lives, fueled by primal fear. Jay and Co, and paralyzed with terror, were swept up in the frantic, stampeding crowd. Suddenly, a male student, his face a mask of blood, crashed toward them. In his desperation, he cruelly grabbed Sion's shoulder, using her as a springboard to escape. He left her to fall backward, a direct offering to the monster. Sion's head slammed hard against a rock, and she lay completely still. Sion, Adi screamed in horror. She scrambled back to her best friend, cradling her and shaking her body amidst desperate sobs. "Wake up, Sion. We have to run, now." But her frantic cries only attracted the insectoid's attention. It lumbered toward them, its four glowing red eyes staring down the two girls, as it whispered its haunting mantra. "I told you so." Its colossal frame blocked out the sun, casting a deathly shadow over Adi. Petrified with fear, she could only stammer, Don't come any closer, go away." The monster growled, drool dripping from its jaws in anticipation. It opened its maw of razor-sharp teeth, about to lunge for its prey, when it suddenly froze. In that moment, the familiar image of a student reflected in its eyes caused the beast to speak in a gruff, distorted voice. "Class president, I told you to go home after school." Adi was completely floored, tears streaming down her face as the horrifying truth crashed down on her. Teacher. Her beloved homeroom teacher was this hideous monster. Upon being recognized, his rage exploded with terrifying force. He clasped his hands together and roared, "Please, just listen to what I'm saying." He raised his massive fist, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Adi and Sion. But in that instant, a swarm of black ants rushed forward like a razor-sharp vortex, cleanly severing both of his monstrous arms in a flash. Blood erupted from the wounds, spraying everywhere. Adi, still shielding her friend, was stunned into absolute silence. Through tear-filled eyes, she looked up into the air, now a swirling cloud of black ants. Sensing help had arrived, Adi glanced behind her and saw a figure emerge from the chaos. A single thought flashed through her mind. It was a warrior, clad in jet-black armor, his determined gaze fixed upon her. Adi realized who it was. The Black Ant. He had appeared like a savior on the very brink of death. Overcome with fear and exhaustion, Adi began to collapse. But Black Ant moved like lightning, catching her just before she blacked out. Staring at his severed arms lying on the ground, the teacher's voice dripped with hatred. A black ant, hunting his own kind. He glared at his opponent, spitting out each word, "I know who you are." The black-clad warrior remained silent, coldly observing the monster's agony. The teacher ground his teeth and demanded, "Why are you killing your own people? Are you fighting to protect these humans?" Unable to contain his fury, he screamed directly into Black Ant's face, spittle flying. "We, who are at the bottom of the food chain, have evolved to rule." Before he could finish, Black Ant slammed a devastating punch into his gut, sending him crashing into a wall. Ignoring the crumpled insectoid, he calmly carried Sion and Adi to a safe location before turning back to the fight. His voice was level, yet carried immense power. "This isn't a fight, this is a hunt, and I'm here to eat you." The teacher, though gravely injured, struggled to his feet, screaming in disbelief, "What the hell are you talking about? You don't just kill our kind. You eat them." Two, he roared with insane fury, gathering all of his remaining strength. "Then forget about eating me. On behalf of my fallen comrades, I am going to chew you up alive." With that, his body curled into a ball, transforming into a giant stone sphere that rolled toward him at terrifying speed. Black Ant blocked the attack with his bare hands, his feet digging into the earth. But the sheer force was overwhelming, pushing him back and shattering an iron fence behind him. He only stopped when he slammed into a massive tree, a cloud of dust obscuring the battlefield. The insectoid laughed with glee. "Killing an ant like you is just a waste of my energy." An ant is always just an ant. He launched himself into the air once more, morphing into a jagged boulder and plummeting downward with absolute killing intent. He screamed from above, "Die, you miserable black ant." Only then did Black Ant look up, finally acknowledging the destructive attack aimed right for him. The insectoid crashed to the ground with the weight of a mountain, completely confident that he had crushed the little hero beneath him. After the impact, he immediately leaped back into the air, quickly preparing to repeat the same attack. He transformed his body into a massive boulder once more, rocketing straight down toward his opponent's last known position. With such terrifying power, Black Ant looked pathetic, like a tiny creature being mercilessly crushed by a giant. The monster gloated, reveling in his advantage as he sneered, "I'll grant you a graceful death, flattened into paste." Black Ant struggled to his feet, his icy gaze locking onto his descending foe as he prepared for a counterattack. The colossal boulder crashed down again, gouging a massive crater in the ground. Dust and blood flew everywhere, making it look as if Black Ant had perished. The insectoid roared with laughter, growling, "Now do you know what it feels like to be stomped flat?" But his smile vanished in an instant. A sharp, searing pain suddenly shot through him, and to his horror, he realized a razor-sharp spear had pierced his body. The teacher, now a monster, shrieked in agony. "What is this? You hit a weapon?" Faced with this accusation, the boy remained silent, simply giving a cold command to his swarm of ants. The black armor encasing his legs began to dissolve, revealing a normal pair of school shoes. Thousands of tiny ants swarmed up his arm, coalescing into a deadly blade. He lifted the giant monster into the air, causing it to scream in panic. "Let me go." Black Ant replied in a voice as cold as ice. "If you insist." As he spoke, he released the monster, then unleashed a devastating punch to its gut. The immense force sent the insectoid flying. Quick as lightning, Black Ant shot after it, grabbed its ball-like body, roared, and slammed it into the ground, creating another fractured crater. Unable to fight back, the insectoid could only whisper in despair, "What is this damn power?" Before he could recover, he was hoisted into the air once more. Sensing the killing intent from Black Ant, he was terrified. He stammered, "What could it be?" Black Ant let out an earth-shaking roar, his hand tightening around his enemy's body. The monster struggled frantically, screaming, "I didn't evolve just to repeat this pathetic life." Without a shred of mercy, he crushed his opponent's body. In his final moments, the teacher seemed haunted by his human life. He stammered his last words, "But I already turned in my homework." The moment he spoke, Black Ant tore him into 100 pieces, sending him straight to the underworld. Fresh blood and shattered glasses rained down. After eliminating his target, Black Ant coldly turned away, muttering a command to his swarm, "Eat, then we leave." As if they understood human speech, the ants immediately dispersed, releasing him from his black armor. Min Dung walked away without a single glance back, reverting to the appearance of an ordinary schoolboy. He was completely unaware that from behind a nearby tree, a silkworm-like insectoid had witnessed everything. The image of shattered glasses lying in a pool of blood signaled that a new battle was about to begin. After the deadly fight, the North Reaper organization's cleanup crew finally arrived. They struggled to push back the curious crowd, forbidding any photos to secure the scene. Onlookers buzzed with speculation. Aren't they first-year students? This is insane. Their homeroom teacher was an insectoid. Surveying the chaotic scene, Vic clicked his tongue in regret. Too late again. The combat team captain beside him sighed in agreement, and we came here so well prepared. Jin crouched down to examine the traces, lamenting. This is a straight-up battlefield. The only explanation is that it was a fight between their own kind. After sharing his theory, he looked to Vic. But why would they fight each other? Vic took a drag from his cigarette, musing, fighting to protect something, perhaps. Just then, a North Reaper member ran up to report, "Captain, the student who faced the bug is awake now. He says someone dressed in black saved them." Elsewhere, the surviving student, Seo Dong, was being interviewed by the press. A reporter fired off a question. "Your homeroom teacher was an insectoid. Weren't you terrified?" The student answered clearly, "I was, but I couldn't run away and leave my friends behind. I reported it directly to North Reaper." Then, Seo Dong excitedly pulled out his phone. "I managed to snap a picture. You guys want to see?" The reporters eagerly agreed. Of course. He searched through his gallery, smiling, "Hold on a sec." But the photo that appeared was just a pitch-black screen. Seeing nothing, Seo Dong was baffled. "Huh? That's weird." Watching this, a North Reaper agent said to Vic, "If he'd actually gotten a shot, would we be in this mess? CCTV and black boxes are all useless. The press is going to have a field day with this anyway." Vic replied calmly, "Don't worry. This is about to stop being an urban legend and become a public debate." Jin narrowed his eyes, concerned. "Vic, you think they'll actually believe it? People won't be easily convinced that insectoids exist unless they see one with their own eyes." In a corner of the school, Dai was calming down after her shocking encounter. She held her phone, her voice trembling as she reassured her family. Grandpa, they said they're taking me. I can go myself. I'll see Mom later. Hanging up, Dai looked up and saw a man smoking in front of her. She frowned, covering her nose with her hand, and gently reminded him, Excuse me, but smoking on school grounds is. Before she could finish, Jin quickly cut in to explain, Sorry, this old guy has a serious addiction, but that's not tobacco. It's an insect repellent stick. Hearing this, Vic just clicked his tongue, quickly snuffing out the stick and grumbling. Well, how was I supposed to know? As the sun began to set, Hua added that he would cut back on smoking if the girl disliked the smell. Then, Adi began to recount the entire horrifying ordeal of how their homeroom teacher, or more accurately, the monster, tried to slaughter their entire group. She emphasized one critical detail. A mysterious figure cloaked in black had appeared. Hua mulled this over, repeating her words aloud. A person. Standing beside him, Jin asked curiously, What makes you say it was a person? Adi pictured the black ant again. The memory was a blur, but the feeling it left was crystal clear. She explained while trying to remember it just. It looked human. I passed out right after. So, it's hazy. But that thing was different from the monster. Now sitting in the organization's rescue vehicle, Adi kept insisting that the figure had saved all of their lives. At these words, something clicked for Hua. He asked, When you were cleaning the incinerator, was any student missing? Adi's reply was instant. Yes, one person. Vic narrowed his eyes, pressing for more information. Do you know who that student was? Night had completely fallen, with the moon casting its glow over the empty streets. At Min Sung's home, he stepped through the door and politely called out, I'm home. Grandma, okay, who was sitting in a chair, instantly shot to her feet, her face breaking into a radiant smile. My dear grandson, come on in, dinner is ready. She lovingly guided him into the kitchen, her voice full of pride as she showed off her cooking. I made all of your favorite dishes. The table was covered with steaming, fragrant food. But as Min Sung stared at the feast, his heart felt heavy as a stone. He turned hesitantly to his dear grandmother and said, Grandma, I'm not hungry today. The words hit Grandma, okay, like a bolt of lightning. She stared in shock, exclaiming, What? Looking closer at her grandson, she finally noticed the fresh scratches on his body. Panic gripped her as her voice trembled. Oh dear heavens, did it happen again? Are you hurt anywhere? Min Sung simply hung his head, unable to say anything other than an apology. I'm sorry. You prepared all this food. Seeing his guilt, she quickly waved her hand to dismiss his worries. She soothed him. Oh, you silly boy, don't you dare mention it. Goodness, as long as you're not hurt, that's all that matters. I'm fine. Now, go get some rest. Min Sung quietly walked to his room, but paused before closing the door. Don't clear the table. I'll eat it in the morning. Grandma, okay, just nodded. She forced a smile and replied, Of course. But the moment the door clicked shut, her smile crumbled as tears streamed down her face. She hastily wiped them away, silently cursing their cruel fate. The heavens are heartless. What sin did my grandson ever commit? Outside the old apartment complex, a swarm of black ants was rushing up the walls. They moved in a long, unnervingly perfect line, crawling from the ground straight to Min Sung's window. One by one, they slipped through the crack, drawn inside as if by some invisible, mesmerizing force. Inside his room, the television was broadcasting an emergency report, the announcer's voice grave. Breaking news. This afternoon, at a high school in the Guro district, a horrific event occurred, leaving multiple students dead after an attack by an insectoid. The broadcast continued with chilling details. The insectoid is described as a monstrous insect creature, previously known only through urban legends. The monster's identity was discovered to be a Mr. Im, a homeroom teacher, leaving students and colleagues in a profound state of shock. Min Sung lay wide awake on his bed, listening quietly to the news as the swarm of ants crawled over his body. They were beginning their meal. He thought with bitter irony, killing your own students just because they didn't do their homework. Who could even believe that? They live in our communities and kill people so casually. This is terrifying. The news anchor's voice droned on. It would be better if they were all just wiped out. Between the dull ache in his body and the hum of the TV, Min Sung slowly drifted into sleep. In another part of the city, police forces were surrounding a decrepit, abandoned building, believed to be the center of a mass child disappearance case. A voice crackled over the radio. Second floor is clear. We're moving to the third. The captain held his rifle ready, cautiously scanning the area before signaling to the rest of his team. They all looked up the dark, ominous stairwell leading to the next floor. After confirming the area was secure, the officers advanced cautiously, on high alert. Suddenly, the captain gave a sharp signal, motioning for his team to take defensive positions against the wall. He carefully peeked his head out to scout the room, and his eyes immediately widened in horror at the grotesque sight inside. Giant, pulsating cocoons were hanging in midair, turning the room into some kind of... Outside the building, a white van was parked quietly. Inside, two members of the North Reaper organization waited impatiently. Tay leaned against the steering wheel, groaning, "I seriously hate waiting around like this. Can't we just storm the place and rescue them already?" But his partner, Sam, disagreed. He replied with a hint of amusement in his voice. "We're still pending authorization from the national agency. The police have priority to investigate until an insectoid is confirmed on site." As they were talking, the radio suddenly crackled to life with an urgent message. "North Reaper, the police investigation team is requesting immediate support from North Reaper." A slow smirk spread across Tay's face. He laughed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Anything left to say? The radio buzzed relentlessly, urging them to get to the scene immediately. Tay placed a hand on Sam's shoulder, teasing his tense friend. "Hey, why are you trembling so much?" Sam, unable to hide his nerves, quickly denied it. "No, it's just on vibrate mode." Tay kept up his playful attitude, retorting, "Don't expect too much from the sound mode." Then, in the back, Captain Vi of the North Reapers listened to the rookie's chatter, a headache brewing. But the moment the order came through, Vi became deadly serious, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and commanding, "Knock it off." The other two immediately fell in line. "Yes, sir." At the scene, the sharp sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed. Thick strands of silk suspending giant cocoons were being severed. The police force was working at full capacity, cleaning up the aftermath of the insectoid attack. A masked special agent, gun raised, scanned the area before turning to his superior. "Captain, shouldn't we wait for the North Reapers to arrive?" The captain replied with firm resolve. "Our targets are insectoids. A single second of delay could mean our deaths." Another officer was inspecting a cocoon. Finding no movement, he reported, "Captain, this child isn't responding." Without a moment's hesitation, the captain ordered, "Cut the cocoon open. Let them breathe." The officer immediately complied. He used his knife to slice the top of the cocoon, offering reassurance. "It's okay. We're here to rescue you." Inside, a child was barely breathing. Feeling the rush of fresh air, the kid struggled to take in every gasp. Seeing that it worked, the officer quickly tore open the rest of the shell covering the victim. The child looked up at the officer, who asked gently, "Are you all right?" Suddenly, a furious voice roared from the shadows, "What are you doing?" Just as the captain turned to check on the child's condition, tragedy struck. Before he could finish his question, the officer in black was killed on the spot. A razor-sharp wing had torn through both the man and the cocoon beside him. The captain, still holding another victim, stared in shock at the monster that had just appeared. It bellowed, spitting out each word with rage. "What are you doing to my child?" Before them loomed a venomous mosquito humanoid, its face crimson with fury. It shrieked again. I asked, "What are you doing?" The police officers panicked at the sight of the insectoid, opening fire as one screamed for the captain. But their resistance was futile. The toxic mosquito moved like lightning. In a single blur of motion, another officer fell, his life extinguished in an instant. The captain's eyes widened in horror as his comrade fell. "Is it faster than a bullet?" he thought, completely stunned. His eyes were bloodshot as he watched helplessly, the mosquito humanoid charging straight for him. In the final moment before death, only one word filled his mind: insectoid. But by a stroke of luck, a bullet suddenly tore through the air, shattering the stinger on the monster's face and snapping it in two. The captain was frozen, speechless, his eyes still wide with utter disbelief. Outside the window, perched atop a high-voltage tower, a sniper was in position. It was none other than Sam. He expertly reloaded, preparing for the next shot. After that last blast, Sam grimaced, sweat pouring down his face from the intense pressure. "I missed. It's too fast." The mosquito humanoid shrieked, enraged that its proudest weapon was destroyed. It turned and screamed at the captain. "What are you doing? You shot at me. What are you doing with my eggs?" Ignoring its broken proboscis, the monster lunged with its sharp claws, growling, "Now, you've made me angry." This captain's luck was truly incredible. Once again, he was saved from the brink of death. The mosquito's lethal attack was blocked by a solid steel staff. T had arrived just in time, standing boldly before the insectoid, which gasped in surprise. "What?" T glared at the creature with contempt. "Is that any way to talk to a kid?" He slammed his staff into the beast, declaring his identity with absolute authority. "I already told you, I am a North Reaper." Struck by the unexpected blow, the mosquito was sent flying into a wall. Vi walked in slowly, signaling the police to retreat and leave the stage for the North Reaper squad. He told the captain, "Get the children out of here." The man hurriedly grabbed the two kids in the cocoons and ran, replying with a short, "Right." The toxic mosquito recovered from the impact, flying forward furiously while screaming, "Where are you taking my eggs?" Vi paid the monster no mind, calmly exhaling a strange, green-colored smoke. Under the smoke's effect, the mosquito suddenly lost all its strength, staggering like a drunkard. My body. What's happening? Vi looked down on it with the air of a superior, explaining, "This smoke will intoxicate you, and you will obediently tell us where you sold the children you captured." The mosquito ripped the broken stinger from its body, muttering a curse. Damn it. The black ant doesn't show, and instead I get swarmed by flies. Hearing the monster call him a fly, Tay retorted angrily, "You're the fly here." But Vi's attention was caught by another detail in that sentence. He pressed, "What black thing?" But the monster wasn't interested in answering questions. It only wanted to attack. The poison mosquito unleashed a volley of toxic darts from its body, screaming, "All of you, shut up. I don't need—" Seeing his chance, Vic didn't hesitate. He took one last, long drag from his cigarette, then exhaled a dense cloud of smoke directly at the creature's position. On the other side of the room, Jin's staff was a blur of motion, skillfully batting away every single poison dart that came flying toward them. Taking advantage of the chaos, the poison mosquito used its last shred of sanity to escape from these two dangerous humans. Jin saw the creature's cowardly retreat and yelled into his radio, "Sam, it's heading outside." Both of them looked toward the escape route, right where Sam was waiting in ambush. But as they looked through their scopes, a horrifying sight met their eyes. Sam had already fallen, struck down by the mosquito's lightning-fast attack. Static crackled from the radio. "What's going on?" Sam collapsed on the floor, his breath weak as he answered, "I'm hit." The voice on the other end replied urgently, "Just hold on, we're coming right now." He whispered 3 final words, "I am sorry." Watching the poison mosquito's silhouette disappear, Jin was frozen with rage. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it all, how am I supposed to face the captain now?" Vi, however, seemed all too familiar with these situations. He gave a cold command, "Let's go." After the incident, the headmaster was exposed as the insectoid. An order was issued to shut down the school for 1 week. An atmosphere of grief blanketed the school. Back in their old classroom, a memorial service was underway for the unfortunate children who had died. At that very moment, photos of Seo Dong receiving an award were spreading like wildfire across social media. The first person who reported the creature to the North Reaper team received the Brave Citizen Award. A man looking at the news on his phone spoke up, disgusted. He didn't even do anything. At the hospital, Shin was curled up on the bed, recovering from a severe concussion. After her surgery, she refused every request for a visit. In another part of the city, Addie was stuck babysitting in the park. She stared at her phone and quietly cursed her luck. Suddenly, a little boy in a fly mask leaped out, scaring her half to death. Once she regained her composure, she looked straight at the kid and gave him a hard bonk on the head, scolding him, "Hey, hey. I told you not to do that." The little rascal just ran off, laughing after his successful prank. He called back cheekily, "I'm gonna tell Mom." Addie wasn't about to lose. She yelled back at him, "She's my mom too, you know. I'll just tell on you first." She pouted and grumbled to herself, "Because there's no school. I'm stuck taking care of this little demon. I really hate this." As she was sulking, a voice suddenly called out from behind her, making Addie jump with a start. She turned her head, assuming it was her troublemaker brother again, and snapped at him, "You again? I already told you to stop. Don't you listen?" But it wasn't her brother. It was Min Sung, holding a watermelon ice pop, his face completely expressionless in the face of her yelling. And so, they ended up sitting together, eating ice cream. Addie shyly enjoyed her treat, stealing glances at her crush. Her mind drifted back to the question the North Reaper team asked while they were cleaning the incinerator. Were any students absent? Remembering that day, the moment Vic and Jin's father had asked, Addie had answered that there was one person. One of the team members continued the investigation. "Do you know who it was?" Addie looked over at Min Sung eating his ice cream, deep in thought. "Why do I keep dwelling on this? Am I being too nosy?" After hesitating, she decided to ask Min Sung directly. Addie looked at him and spoke the question weighing on her mind. "That day, did something happen to you?" "I think some chain-smoking old guy came looking for you." Min Sung calmly ripped the wrapper off another ice pop and gave a one-word answer. "No." Hearing this, Addie could only try to play it off. "Oh, is that right?" Inwardly, however, she felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness. After finishing, Min Sung gave the leftover sticks to Addie's little brother, Leo, to build with. Suddenly, a ball rolled over to Leo. The little boy immediately abandoned his ice stick castle and ran after another kid. "Sis, I'm going to play ball." Addie quickly nodded and called out a reminder. "Just don't run out of the playground." All of a sudden, Min Sung, who had been eating peacefully, bit down hard, snapping his ice cream stick in half. The dry cracking sound echoed, making Addie jump and look at him with confusion. But Min Sung didn't seem to notice her stare. His eyes were locked on something in the distance with intense vigilance. Adi couldn't help but wonder about his bizarre reaction. A thought flashed through her mind. What's gotten into him? The air between them grew strangely silent until her brother's voice called out. Adi called back with concern. Leo, where did you go? Leo quickly explained. The ball flew away. With that, he squeezed into a dense thicket of bushes just outside the park. The strange kid beside him urged him to go on. Seeing this, Adi tried to stop them. Let me find it for you. Just wait. Seeing that her brother wasn't listening, she called after him, stunned. Hey, I told you to wait. Why won't you listen? At that, Min Sung stood up and offered, I'll go. You stay here. Adi thought to herself that this was a perfect opportunity, and she couldn't let him go alone. She called after him, Hey, I'm going with you. But in a flash, Min Sung was already out of the park. He walked into the dense trees, his eyes scanning the area until he finally identified his target. Min Sung stared at the boy wearing the insectoid mask, who was holding the ball. The figure with the ball asked coldly, What are you doing? The boy didn't answer. Just then, Yo's innocent voice called out from behind Min Sung. The little girl had returned to Jae's side, much to her surprise. Did you send Yo back? Did you find the ball? Yo replied, Not yet. Then she repeated Min Sung's words. He told me to come to you. It turns out, he'd secretly pulled Yo from the bushes to keep her safe. Back with Min Sung, the masked kid began to speak, his voice a terrifying, deep growl. This is my territory. A smirk crept across Min Sung's face as he realized the truth. Looks like we're the same kind. The same hunting style. The creature snarled, its voice dripping with rage. I almost had my prey, but you ruined everything. Not only that, the northern creepers stole all my kills yesterday, but my mood is still fine. It was the poison mosquito-human hybrid, the one that had escaped before. It eyed the bandage on Min Sung's neck as he peeled it away. You haven't been awakened for long, so I'll let this slide. But if you step into my territory again, you'll see my true wrath. As soon as the bandage came off, a swarm of ants erupted from his body as if on command. They swirled around him, forming a living armor. The poison mosquito stared in absolute disbelief. Min Sung repeated the word coldly, territory. Witnessing the transformation as the ants swarmed over him, the monster sneered in contempt. What did you just say? The hand holding the ball began to tremble violently, as if facing its natural predator. Its voice stuttered. What? What is this? With a furious roar, the poison mosquito crushed the ball in its grip, hatred blazing in its eyes as it recognized its ancient enemy. Black ant, the kind that hunts its own species. The ball exploded in its palm. It pointed a trembling finger at Min Sung, who had completed his transformation. It declared, I've been waiting for you. I've heard the rumors spreading lately. Is it true? You really devour your own kind. It roared, radiating pure killing intent. I'm your next meal. You arrogant fool, I'll grind you into dust. The poison mosquito-human hybrid took its stance, its aura flaring. You dare break the law of the heavenly insects and cannibalize our species? All I need to do is take your head. It lunged forward in a frenzy, convinced that if it could defeat this enemy, its larvae would finally hatch and rule the world, and it too would become a heavenly insect. Min Sung stood perfectly still, like a statue. His razor-sharp eyes tracked the red blur that moved at blinding speed. The monster circled him mockingly, playing a deadly game of cat and mouse. What do you think? Pretty fast, huh? It licked its lips, imagining the thrill of tearing its prey limb from limb. The thought of killing both a rat and a bird is making my mouth water. What's wrong? Can't catch me. Are you just going to stand there and watch, frozen in fear? In response to the noisy provocation, Min Sung simply swung his arm with cold indifference, and in an impossibly precise motion, he caught it. He slammed the monster's head into the ground, growling one phrase, too noisy. With a single, devastating punch, Min Sung obliterated his foe. The murderous aura around him vanished instantly as he walked back toward the park. In its place was the innocent expression of a child. Emerging from the bushes with only a few scratches, he looked as if he'd just taken a minor tumble. Seeing him, Yo cheered, Big brother. The little girl asked excitedly, Did you find the ball? Min Sung smiled back, I found it. Let's go home. Yo clapped her hands, overjoyed. You're the best. That's my big brother. I even cleaned up all the food you were eating. She shot her little sister a look, seeing right through her act. That's just because you wanted more ice cream, wasn't it? Busted. Yo turned to Min Sung with pleading eyes. Big brother, can I eat all of it? Ji was about to scold the girl for her greed, but she froze when she saw the rare smile on Min Sung's face. Sensing her chance, Yo pushed her luck, tugging on his arm playfully. Big brother, can I have 2 sticks, please? Min Sung nodded without a moment's hesitation. He spoiled the little girl completely. You can have all of it. Ji was stunned by this sudden gentleness. She asked hesitantly, I'm sorry, but is it okay for her to eat all that? Min Sung turned to her and stated simply, I'm already full. His reply made Ji's heart skip a beat. She gazed at him with newfound admiration. The evening breeze rustled gently through the trees, hiding the monster's corpse from view. It had already become a feast for the ants in the bushes. The short summer break passed in a blur, and students began flocking back to school. As Min Sung walked with the crowd, he overheard someone complaining behind him. Damn it. A friend walking with him asked, "What's wrong?" The guy replied, completely annoyed. That 1 week of summer break was pure heaven. A girl next to them chimed in, "Hey, watch your language." Ignoring her warning, 2 other male students were loudly bragging about a trip to Busan with their girlfriends. They were so loud that another girl finally turned around and snapped, "Just shut your mouths already." One of the guys only managed to yelp before she cursed at them again. "You jerks." Elsewhere, Ji stood frozen in front of her old classroom, holding a bouquet of flowers. She gasped in shock. "Huh? It's closed." A notice taped to the door stated that Class 13 was temporarily suspended. Ji murmured in disbelief. Class 5. The loud, bustling hallway was a stark contrast to Ji's gloomy mood. She was no longer the class president, and she'd been forced to transfer to a new class. Slumped over her new desk in Class 1-5, she pulled out her phone. She sent a text to her best friend, who was still in the hospital. "Saren, I'll come visit you often. Please take care of yourself. How are you feeling? They still aren't allowing visitors. I'm so worried about you." She kept typing, her messages filled with concern. "Saren, is your condition getting any better? Today was the first day of school, but our old study hall is gone now. I got moved to Class 5, so we're classmates. Once you're out of the hospital, I can look after you. Get well soon." After sending the text, Adi scanned the classroom and let out a frustrated sigh. Transferring was one thing. But why did I have to be in the same class as Seo Dong? Not too far away, Seo Dong was laughing his head off, bragging about his latest exploits to his buddies. One of his friends leaned in. "So what really went down that day? Come on, give us the details." Seizing the spotlight, Seo Dong began his epic tale. "Man, I thought I was a goner. If my fist had been off by even an inch, his head would have exploded." His loudmouth bragging reached the ears of a blonde girl sitting nearby. Without a single word, Lin shot up from her seat, strode towards the group, and delivered a devastating kick right between Seo Dong's legs. He crumpled to the floor, clutching himself and howling in agony. "You psycho, what the hell was that for?" Lin glared down at him, her eyes as cold as steel. Her reply was short and sharp. "You're being too loud, you piece of scum." Sensing the explosive tension, one of the friends quickly tried to play peacemaker. "Was he being too loud? Lin, we're sorry." Seo Dong, still reeling in shock, turned to his buddy. "Dude, why are you so scared of her?" The friend leaned in close, whispering to enlighten the clueless idiot. "She's the ruler of this class." Hearing that, all of Seo Dong's bravado vanished in an instant. He stammered in pure terror. "What, the ruler?" Tired of the 2 guys whispering near her, Lin snapped. "Get lost." All around the classroom, murmurs about the mysterious girl erupted. One student whispered, "Why does she always leave right away?" Another shrugged. "No idea. Seems like she just shows up for roll call and bails." Adi witnessed the entire spectacle, completely amazed, thinking she had to tell Min Jun about this later. Just then, a figure appeared in the classroom doorway. It was Min Jun. He and Lin came face to face, but not a single word was exchanged between them. Her eyes narrowed, sizing up the boy who was about to enter. Min Jun was just as cold. He didn't even spare her a glance, simply walking past with that same emotionless expression he always wore. For a second, it felt like a storm was about to break. But they just passed each other like complete strangers. Ignoring the curious eyes of his classmates, he headed straight for his desk. The moment Adi saw him, she waved enthusiastically. "Min Jun, what took you so long? I was worried you couldn't find the right room." As Min Jun got closer, Adi immediately launched into the gossip, her voice buzzing with excitement. "Did you see her? The girl you just passed is the class alpha. I can't believe she sits right next to me. She said Seo Dong was being annoying, so she kicked him. Honestly, it was so satisfying to watch." Min Jun listened, pulling a bag of chips from his pocket and tearing it open. All the while, Adi kept chattering away. "Is that right?" Min Jun replied with cold indifference, but Adi didn't seem to notice his tone at all, continuing her monologue as she tried to look on the bright side of transferring. "I was so bummed about having to switch classes. But who knew it would start off this great?" Her infectious energy was met with a blunt, one-word reply. "Sure." While she talked a mile a minute, he just calmly stuffed chips into his mouth, chewing like a man who hadn't eaten in days. And so, the first period in their new class began. The teacher stood at the front, his voice stern. "Pay attention. This will be on the exam." Min Jun, like the other students, tried to focus on the lesson. But not even 5 minutes later, his stomach let out a ferocious growl. It was so loud that Adi couldn't help but turn and stare with concern. Seeing her crush was starving, she seized the moment. Hungry? She whispered. Let's get lunch together later. An offer of food was something he couldn't refuse. Okay, Min-jun agreed instantly. Up front, the teacher droned on about some random topic, and this part won't be on the test. Suddenly, Min-jun felt it. A piercing gaze from the shadows, sharp and cold, like a predator's eyes, fixed right on him. His pupils constricted. A cold sweat broke out across his skin as he recognized the presence of a dangerous entity, insectoid. A strange, haunting voice echoed in his mind. You're not going anywhere. Just then, the final bell rang, signaling the end of class. Adi immediately turned to him with a smile. Min-jun, ready for lunch? But the seat beside her was already empty. He had vanished with unbelievable speed, completely forgetting about their lunch plans. Adi stared at the empty desk, bewildered. She let out a small sigh. Wow, he must have been starving. Guess he went on ahead. Meanwhile, Min-jun was tearing through the campus like a hurricane. He burst out from behind some bushes, his legs moving at an impossible pace. Elsewhere, a deep voice rang out, laced with confusion. Where the hell did that damn mosquito disappear to? No idea, Tae replied instantly, his eyes scanning the area. If he has any sense, he's hiding somewhere. If not, he trailed off, then asked, What about our target, Chief? Vic's reply was chillingly casual. He's dead. Ignoring his subordinate's shocked expression, the chief remained perfectly calm. Besides, it seems there's another diligent hunter on the field besides us. A moment later, a thought occurred to Vic. By the way, why do you call them mosquitoes? Finding the question almost childish, Tae shot back with a metaphor. Chief, why is a cuckoo called a cuckoo? The words had barely left his mouth when Min-jun blurred past them, accidentally clipping Vic's shoulder. Seeing someone dare touch his boss, Tae spun around, instantly on guard. Chief, are you all right? Hey, you punk. You in a rush to get to your own funeral? But Vic simply waved him off. Don't bother, let's go. Tae scowled, muttering under his breath. Probably just another deadbeat. Vi immediately shot back, and how would you know? Tae replied with a confident smirk. Just a gut feeling. The scene cuts to the teacher's lounge. Addie had been summoned by someone called Reaper. Bishop, sitting across from her, got straight to the point. I'm looking for a student who was absent from the incinerator cleanup duty. Addie answered truthfully. The one who smelled like mosquito coils. Did he go home? Hearing that detail, Tae recalled the recent encounter. He thought to himself, could it be that bum from earlier? Ignoring Tae's inner thoughts, Bishop focused solely on the lead about the insectoid. He presented an organization's business card. Could you please give this to your friend? Addie accepted it politely. Of course. With their business concluded, the two men left. As they walked, Bishop asked, Sam Hospital is nearby, correct? Tae immediately confirmed, that's right. Addie's attention was now completely fixed on the card in her hand. She read the text printed on it, her eyes widening in shock. Insectoid Extermination Squad, Team 4, Captain. The scene shifts to a massive bridge as night falls, foreshadowing an imminent event. An insectoid clung tightly to the edge of a wall, its bizarre posture resembling that of a spider. From the deep darkness, steady footsteps echoed. A single, pitch-black foot emerged. It was the Black Ant. Min appeared with an air of cold indifference, closing in on his target step by step. He was already in the monster's sights. The two adversaries stared each other down. The insectoid released its limbs, dropping to the ground. It tilted its head provocatively at Min, its body spasming with twisted excitement. Unfazed by the taunt, Min lunged forward to attack. However, his strike was blocked with ease. Seeing his opponent fall into the trap, the creature slammed a kick into his chest, sending Min staggering back from the painful blow. The insectoid smirked, its victory assured. A wicked grin spread across its face. Refusing to be overpowered, Min shot forward and smashed his fist into the creature's face, sending it flying into a wall. As it struggled, Min noticed its strange movements, and a single black ant crawling on its head. As if having a sudden revelation, he gathered a swarm of ants in his hand, forming a dense black sphere before hurling it decisively at his enemy. The sphere burst upon impact, the swarm engulfing the target and paralyzing it. At that moment, thin white threads connecting its body to the bridge's ceiling became visible. Its secret exposed, the puppet master severed the strings. The lifeless husk of a body collapsed to the ground. Min approached, picking up a thread to examine it. He muttered his conclusion. Suddenly, the corpse began to tremble violently, letting out a grotesque, cackling laugh. Its mouth opened to reveal a glowing device, rapidly charging with energy. Before Min could react, a massive explosion erupted, blasting him into a dark corner. From the shadows, two other insectoids emerged, observing the scene with smug satisfaction. Min's ant armor had been shattered, revealing his ice-cold glare, but they continued to mock him relentlessly. Black Ant, the one who hunts his own kind. Lady Silkworm sneered down at him with contempt, her voice dripping with sarcasm. First time being cornered. Huh? A pest like you thought you could actually kill me? Her hunched, frail-looking companion began to grumble about how this was bad for business. If pests like him disappear, it'll make things difficult for us. I've got a mountain of clients who need fresh, young meat. We are not in the business of trafficking children, he rambled on. A cold voice cut through the air, passing judgment. Your hunt has caused significant damage. Now you will pay the price. So just die. Lady Silkworm moved to land a finishing blow on the body, but realized it was just an empty shell. It's just the husk? Her partner looked up and screamed in terror. Look out! From high above, Min descended like a meteor, clasping his hands together and bringing them down like a thunderclap on Lady Silkworm's head. Upon landing, he instantly shifted his focus to the hunchback creature, unleashing a furious barrage of punches that made it cough up blood. Refusing to be put on the defensive, the insectoid activated its energy, creating an explosion from its own body to counterattack. Min shielded himself with his arm and prepared to strike again, but his fist stopped dead in midair, ensnared by silky threads. Lady Silkworm was back on her feet. She spat out more silk, yanking him backward as she snarled. Use your head. You're far too arrogant. She ground her teeth and cursed. What the hell can you do in your human form? With that, she leaped into the air, spinning to deliver a devastating kick right to Min's face. Though he blocked it, the force sent him skidding across the ground. His energy depleted, his body finally collapsed. The remaining insectoid seized the opportunity, aiming a hand charged with explosive energy at Min's head, ready for a swift execution. Min glanced at the brilliantly glowing orb of energy beside him. Death felt terrifyingly close. He let out a desperate scream, commanding the ants forming his armor to immediately disperse. Obeying their master, the swarm moved in an instant, blanketing Min's body to absorb the blow. At the same time, the energy charge was complete. The insectoid offered a final goodbye, signaling the end of the hunt. A terrifying explosion roared, tearing through the night and obliterating a huge section of the bridge. Through the dense smoke and dust, a familiar, playful voice suddenly spoke up. You know, setting off fireworks in the park will get you a fine. Tay had arrived just in time, wielding a glowing green baton to deflect the sphere of energy. He deflected the blast's trajectory. He then let out a sarcastic taunt. What do bugs use for cash anyway? Leaves? With that, Tay lunged forward, swinging his bat. But the creature dodged with unnatural speed, leaping backward. He and his silkworm butterfly partner stared warily at the member of the North Creeper squad who had just appeared. And that wasn't all. From the heart of the raging inferno, another figure emerged. It was Vic, an arrogant smirk on his face, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he walked through the flames like they were nothing. He frowned with disapproval. Why do you guys always have to take things too far? Vic bent down, casually lighting his cigarette on a burning tree branch. The signature green smoke began to curl into the air. He eyed the two monsters, his voice dripping with condescension. Is it because we've been too soft on you? Is that it? Just then, the swarm of black ants returned, covering Min Jun's body in a protective shield. Tay readied his bat, prepared to jump into the fight at any moment. Even knowing they were cornered by professional monster hunters, trapped with no way out, the two insectoids desperately searched for an escape route. Vic watched them calmly, sighing with utter boredom. These pathetic insects. Let's just exterminate them all in one go. His eyes turned razor sharp, filled with cold, killing intent. The insectoid clicked its tongue, gathering its power into another energy bomb, preparing for a final, desperate stand. Tay's eyes widened at the blinding orb. Bomb. Even Vic was stunned, dropping his cigarette as he yelled in unison with Tay. Bomb. Seizing the moment of surprise, the silkworm and its partner grouped together, slamming the bomb into the ground to create a smokescreen. A massive explosion instantly rocked the earth. In the chaos, the silkworm grabbed its companion and soared high into the sky, making a clean getaway. Watching their prey escape, Tay cursed in frustration. They flew off. Man, I really hate the ones with wings. Vic glanced up at the night sky, lighting a new cigarette. He thoughtfully suggested, should we call for helicopter support? You think that'll work? Suddenly, Tay's gaze shifted. He pointed toward an empty space nearby. It's a shame, but didn't we capture the black one? Vic's memory jolted. That's right. I almost forgot. They rushed back to where Min Jun had fallen, but he was gone. Vic stared blankly. Where'd he go? Seeing this, Tay boldly snapped at his slow-reacting boss. If the captain finds out what we let slip through our fingers this time, he's gonna blow a gasket. Meanwhile, on a desolate and empty street, fresh drops of blood splattered onto the pavement, filling the air with a thick, metallic stench. Min Jun dragged his heavy body forward, every inch of him covered in wounds, trying to push through the overwhelming pain. He left a sickening trail of blood wherever he went. Finally, reaching his apartment, Minjun stumbled inside, a horrifying, bloody mess. He completely ignored his injuries, frantically devouring the food on the table like a man who had been starved for weeks. Grandma Oke watched her grandson, her heart breaking. Tears streamed down her face as she asked, Minjun, are you that hungry? You haven't even washed up. Oh dear, look at you. Did you not get anything to eat today? Minjun just kept chewing and swallowing, mumbling unconsciously. Didn't eat a single bite. I have to fill this emptiness. He desperately stuffed spoonful after spoonful into his mouth to soothe the gnawing hunger. After his meal, he silently retreated to his dark room, locking the door without a single word. Perhaps Minjun didn't want anyone to see him in this state. He leaned his back against the door, his body on the verge of collapse. Even after eating so much, he still felt empty. Veins bulged on his neck as his face twisted in absolute agony. In his mind, the final words of that insectoid teacher echoed relentlessly. Why kill your own kind? Are you fighting to protect humans? The words protect humans repeated over and over, like a twisted curse. He painfully tore off his shirt, revealing a chest covered in horrifying red and black marks. It was the sign of the parasitic ants. A defiant voice screamed from deep within his soul. That's not it. The memory of the poisonous mosquito's words came flooding back. You dare break the laws of the celestial bugs and devour your own kind. Minjun ripped his shirt completely off, revealing his body, which was beginning to transform grotesquely. He gritted his teeth, muttering with pure hatred. To hell with it all. I'll eat. I'll keep eating. I will devour every last one of them. Deep inside Minjun's body, the ant colony had begun to tear apart their host's flesh from within. He screamed in agony, but through that torment, a fierce will to survive ignited. I will not let them consume me. In the dead of night, at an old abandoned house, a blonde girl in a full hazmat suit was dragging strange objects. On the ground were 3 massive cocoons, with people trapped inside. The girl possessed inhuman strength, pulling the giant cocoons as easily as if they were nothing more than 3 bags of trash. She reached a cold cellar, forcing the heavy door open. Without a flicker of emotion, she tossed each human cocoon inside. It was a cold storage room, filled with rows upon rows of cocoons just like them. She continued her grim work, her face an emotionless mask. Suddenly, a faint cry for help echoed from within the cocoon, shattering the silence. Help me. The man trapped inside whispered in utter desperation. Please. But no matter how much he begged, his fate was already sealed. He was thrown into the freezing darkness as his life slipped away, but the blonde woman simply ignored it all. His final, desperate plea for help echoed faintly. Save me, please. But she just sealed the steel doors shut with cold indifference, locking away his last glimmer of hope in the eternal dark. Jiang Yan slammed his fist on the table, furious that his plan had completely failed. Even though he was the coward who fled the scene, he was still seething that he couldn't capture Black Ant and score points with Qiancheng. He grimaced, cursing under his breath, never expecting the Northern Reapers to show up, if it wasn't for them. Then, Jiang Yan turned to Dian, who was taking off her mask, and barked an order not to increase the human stock. She replied with an icy tone. Increase what? Dian explained with clear disgust. Don't get the wrong idea. You think I actually enjoy doing this? Hearing this, Jiang Yan shot her a deadly glare, his voice sharp. What? He suddenly stood up, revealing a prosthetic leg as he stalked towards her, changing the subject entirely. Wait a second. Now that I think about it. He reached out, his hand touching her school uniform. Dian flinched at his probing gaze and shoved his hand away. What do you think you're doing? Get your hands off me. Jiang Yan's mind flashed back to the image of Black Ant, connecting it to the uniform right in front of him. He spoke slowly, his voice dripping with suspicion. Your school uniform. It's the same as his. Realizing he'd stumbled upon a major clue, he pressed her. Could it be? You know Black Ant's real identity. Dian looked utterly exhausted by the conversation, trying to deflect. What are you even talking about? This is so annoying. How would I possibly know who that guy is? Seeing her defiant attitude, Jiang Yan finally pulled his hand back, clasping it behind him. He made a cold declaration. I don't care. If you're classmates, even better. If you don't know him, find him. And once you find him, kill him. Dian scoffed at his command, her reply full of contempt. What? You think I'd actually do your dirty work and kill some random guy? I came here for my own reasons. But before she could finish, Jiang Yan snapped, lunging forward and wrapping his hand tightly around her neck. He glared down at her, asserting his dominance with a vicious threat. You'll do exactly what I tell you to do. Dirty work, you say? A useless thing with no resolve. Dares to dream of even touching Qiancheng. Suddenly, the frantic barking of a dog shattered the tense atmosphere, forcing the two of them to freeze. Both of them shot a deadly glare in the direction of the sound. The relentless, urgent barking signaled that an intruder was on the premises. Outside, a completely naked man with a shaved head, wearing only a pair of shorts, was running for his life. A barcode was etched onto his chest, and a vicious dog was hot on his heels. The commotion caught Jiang Yeon's attention. Releasing Daeun's throat, he walked to the window to look outside before turning to the security monitors. The camera feed from the cold storage unit was crystal clear. The door had been thrown wide open. Jiang Yeon's face twisted with annoyance as he turned to question the girl. "Did you forget to lock the storage door?" Daeun, rubbing her bruised neck, answered slowly. "No way." He spun back to face her directly. "Good. Because if you made a mistake, I won't let it slide. After all, humans are prone to stupidity." Then, Jiang Yeon raised his arm, and one of his hands began to transform into something monstrous. He lowered his voice, feigning a twisted sort of understanding. "Let's continue our chat. So, what was it you wanted to say?" Daeun struggled to catch her breath, then stated her wish with quiet resolve. "I want to stop here. Let's end our partnership." Jiang Yeon made a gesture, signaling he would never let his prey escape. With a decisive snap of his fingers, it was done. The instant the sound echoed, the man running outside screamed in agony. A brilliant light erupted from his left breast, right over his heart, glowing like a time bomb. He panicked, completely terrified. "What is this?" "Get it out." "My body. It's burning up." Before he could even understand what was happening, he exploded into 1,000 pieces, all while Daeun and the insect human watched on without a shred of emotion. After personally sending the escapee to his grave, Jiang Yeon's expression didn't change as he issued a chilling warning. "I know exactly how to deal with things that get in my way." He repeated the same gesture from before, and that same deadly light now appeared on Daeun's body. Jiang Yeon's voice remained calm, but it was laced with venom. His eyes narrowed dangerously. "Go kill Black Ant." Meanwhile, at the school cafeteria, a place filled with the world's hungriest teenagers, the noise level was deafening. One student was pleading desperately. "Ma'am, please, can I have some sausage?" The cafeteria lady flatly refused. "No, first years aren't allowed to have that. Just one piece. Please, I'm begging you." The boy with the glasses was none other than Seo Dong. While waiting in line, he suddenly noticed a particular table that was drawing a lot of attention. Everyone was whispering about a male student who was eating like he'd been starved for a week. All the food on the table was vanishing into his stomach at a terrifying speed. Everyone was stunned by his incredible appetite. "What's with that guy? Is he filming a mukbang?" Dee, sitting next to Min Sung, watched with concern. She tried to lighten the mood with a joke. "You got a toilet under that chair? You're eating way more than usual today." Min Sung just kept shoveling food into his mouth, completely ignoring her words. Suddenly, he spat his spoon out, and it clattered loudly on the floor. Despite the massive amount of food he consumed, his face looked gaunt and hollow. Deep inside his body, a swarm of starving ants had begun to devour his organs. Ethan doubled over, his mind fracturing from the agony. The pain was unbearable. Adi rushed to his side, frantic. "Ethan, are you okay? Is it indigestion?" But Seo Dong, ever the opportunist, saw his chance and stepped forward, his voice booming with fake concern. "Hey, what's all this drama about?" A wicked smirk spread across his face as he continued his taunts. "Some people can barely afford an extra sausage, yet someone else is scarfing down food like there's no tomorrow." Seo Dong leaned in, his eyes locking onto Ethan's pained expression, twisting the knife. "What? Is your daddy the principal here?" Hearing that, Adi shot him a furious glare, his voice sharp with warning. "Hey, Seo Dong, shut your mouth if you don't know anything." He already paid for 10 meals. But Seo Dong wasn't about to back down. 10 meals? Wow, impressive. But that's way more than any normal human could possibly eat. Ethan's face was a mask of agony, sweat pouring down his temples. Suddenly, Seo Dong's mocking grin vanished. He stared directly into Ethan's eyes and delivered a devastating blow. "Does that mean you're an insectoid?" The air in the cafeteria instantly turned to ice. Every student enjoying their lunch froze, their chopsticks hovering mid-air at the word insectoid. Adi, unable to contain his fury, leaped to his feet and screamed at Seo Dong. "Hey, have you run out of things to say? What kind of garbage are you spouting now?" But Seo Dong was completely unfazed, a cruel smirk playing on his lips as he pushed even harder. "Just like that freak who fell into the incinerator the other day, right?" Lin, sitting nearby, overheard the exchange and subtly shifted his gaze to watch. Whispers erupted throughout the crowd as students eagerly jumped on this scandalous topic. He was only eliminated because of the assignment, right? But is it true? That guy in the white suit came looking for him before. Fueled by the attention, Seo Dong grew even bolder. He jabbed a finger toward Ethan and yelled, "Just look at him. I barely said a word and he's gone pale as a ghost. He's shaking like a leaf, see." But Ethan wasn't shaking out of fear. He was trembling because the ants inside him were tearing his organs to shreds. Their ravenous hunger was causing him searing, unbearable agony. He ignored the taunts from the outside world. The damned ants inside just screamed for food. And when they couldn't get the flesh of other insectoids, they began to devour their own host. His eyes shot wide, enduring the horrific, internal torment. Seeing his victim unresponsive, Seodong leaned in even closer. He screamed right in Ethan's face. "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue." Before Seodong could even finish his sentence, Ethan's patience snapped. His hand shot out, clamping shut Seodong's blabbering mouth. Then, with terrifying ease, he lifted the bully clean off the ground. Muffled, desperate noises were all that escaped Seodong's throat. "Still can't see anything?" Realizing Ethan's unnatural strength, raw panic flooded Seodong's eyes. He desperately looked down at the floor far below him. As the class president, Adi knew he had to step in before things escalated. "Ethan, stop it. Put him down." Hearing Adi's voice, Ethan hurled Seodong aside like a piece of garbage. He knew he was about to lose control. He bolted from the cafeteria. Adi frantically called after him. "Ethan, where are you going?" Dayan, however, seemed to sense something was wrong. Her sharp gaze followed Ethan until he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Seodong was left crumpled on the floor, utterly humiliated in front of the entire school. Ethan sprinted up the nearest staircase, his vision blurring. A single thought pounded in his skull: hunger. He realized with sickening certainty that no amount of normal food would ever work. This hunger could only be satisfied by the flesh of his own kind. The ants were breaking free of his control. They began crawling out from under the bandage on his neck. As the bandage fell away, so did the last of Ethan's sanity. Consumed by a gnawing emptiness, he threw his head back and let out a blood-curdling scream. His agonized cry mingled with the horrifying skittering of the ants as they swarmed to form a living mask over his face. Suddenly, a clear, yet mocking voice echoed from above. "Are you trying to advertise to the whole world that you're the black ant insectoid?" Ethan looked up to see Dayan, suspended in midair by delicate, shimmering threads. As she spoke, her form began to shift, revealing her true identity, the silkworm insectoid. She landed gracefully, a small smile on her lips. "Honestly, I have nothing against you personally." On the windswept rooftop, two monsters faced off, ready for a fight to the death. The swarm covering Ethan scented fresh prey, and they began to buzz with a hungry excitement. He lunged forward with a crazed roar. "Give it to me!" Dayan simply clasped her hands together, unleashing her own ultimate technique with cold resolve. Microscopic threads, sharp as razors, shot from between her fingers. In a flash, they collided with overwhelming killing intent. Dayan instantly wove her threads into a shield, blocking the black ant's assault. As they clashed, a single, brutal thought crossed both their minds: die. Ethan snapped awake, finding himself paralyzed in a dark, empty space. He could feel a swarm of black ants crawling all over his body. His limbs were bound, completely immobilized. Two massive ants were tearing the flesh from his arms, while countless others gnawed at his legs. He screamed in agony and despair. "Please, just leave me alone. How much more of my blood do you want?" A massive ant detached itself from the swarm. A swarm of ants closed in, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Their razor-sharp mandibles hovered inches from Ming's throat. A horrifying voice echoed from the shadows. "It's still not enough." Just as death seemed certain, a red ant burst onto the scene, charging the vicious black ant. Ming stared in disbelief at his unexpected savior. The red ant then went on a rampage, utterly decimating the entire swarm of black ants. Green ichor splattered across the ground. Ming collapsed to his knees, staring blankly at the red creature that had just saved his life. But it was all just a nightmare. Ming jolted awake in the dead of night, his shirt completely drenched in a cold sweat. He gasped, struggling to catch his breath. Ming sat up, noticing a strange sensation coursing through his body. He reached for his neck. The ants had stopped their frantic crawling, and the searing pain had significantly subsided. Leaving his room, he desperately searched his memory, but drew a complete blank on everything after the rooftop encounter. He touched the dark mark on his neck. With the ants this quiet, he wondered, did I finally manage to take care of her? Ming walked into the living room, where Grandma Ok-jum was watching television. Seeing him awake after such a long slumber, she quickly turned to him with concern. "My goodness, you slept the entire day away. Are you ready for dinner?" Ming just grabbed a carton of milk from the fridge and politely replied, "No, I'm fine." Grandma Ok-jum gave him a puzzled look. "You're not hungry? Did you catch that bug yesterday?" Ming answered while sipping his milk. "It wasn't like that." Sensing his evasiveness, Grandma Ok-jum decided to tell him what happened while he was out. He asked about what had happened. "How did I even get home yesterday? You don't remember. A young girl with short hair carried you home on her back." Hearing the description of short, blonde hair, Ming froze, the milk carton still at his lips. A hazy memory surfaced. Dayan, covered in blood, struggling to carry him home. Grandma Okjum continued her story. She had to help you. You were covered in blood, weren't you? She remembered her absolute shock at seeing the state he was in. Good heavens. What happened to you? Back then, even though Dayan looked exhausted and was stained with blood, she still managed a polite bow. Good evening, ma'am. Grandma Okjum replied courteously, though she was deeply worried. Dear, have you had anything to eat yet? His grandmother's voice echoed in his mind. He recalled the girl's striking appearance, but Grandma Okjum was still confused. Was she just walking you home since you live on the same street? Ming quickly explained to put her mind at ease. We're just classmates, he thought to himself. She can't be a bad person, right? He's still alive. So why did the ants? Suddenly, a sharp pain, like a flash of red light, shot through Ming's mind. It felt like a telepathic signal. An image of Kang Yoon appeared in his thoughts, waiting for him, his voice calling out with a sense of urgency. Ming received the message, but turned to Grandma Okjum just in case. Did you hear something just now? On the other end of the connection, the insectoid stared at Ming with ice-cold eyes, saying nothing more through the mental link. Ming's mind raced, instantly understanding the situation. This was a challenge. That evening, in a field beneath the high-speed railway, a man and a woman stood waiting in the darkness. Kang Yoon, looking incredibly annoyed, turned to confront his partner. You've made everything 100 times more complicated. Hearing his harsh blame, Dayan turned away, but still gave a half-hearted reply. I did the best I could. Seeing her defiant stance, he shot back, his voice dripping with challenge. Your best? Your best would have been killing him before you came here. She whipped around, staring him dead in the eyes as she retorted. What did you say? Dayan dropped all pretense and let the curses fly. Damn it, look at the state I'm in. How can you say that to me? If you wanted him dead that badly, you should have done it yourself, old man. Dayan growled through clenched teeth, trying to make him understand the danger. That kid is an absolute monster. Kang Yoon shot her a sideways glance before looking away. Their target had just arrived. He gave the signal. He's here. It was Ming. Dayan looked at him and scowled, her expression filled with annoyance. The area under the tracks was pitch black, but as a bullet train sped by, its lights swept across the field, revealing the imposing figure of the black ant. He advanced step by step toward the two untransformed insectoids, ready for a fight. Knowing a battle was inevitable, they began their own transformations. Kang Yoon gave a sharp reminder. Don't disappoint me this time, she answered with a biting tone. Instead of wasting your breath, finish transforming and back me up properly. Just then, the black ant shot forward like an arrow, launching his signature attack. The silkworm insectoid unleashed a powerful kick from above. Ming stood firm in his jet black ant armor, his cape billowing behind him. He calmly raised an armored arm to block the blow. At the same time, he commanded his swarm. The ants instantly swarmed his hand, forming a wickedly sharp, spiked gauntlet. Ming drove his fist straight into the silkworm insectoid's gut. Under the crushing force of the blow, Dayan couldn't hold her ground. She was sent flying, the armor on her abdomen shattering into pieces. Despite the excruciating pain, the silkworm insectoid gritted her teeth and pushed herself up. She was ready to attack again, but she could already tell. Her opponent was on a whole other level now. The black ant seemed to have no interest in finishing her off. He simply walked past, his attention already focused elsewhere and towards the bomb maker. Feeling ignored, Jae-in screamed out a challenge. Where do you think you're going? We're not finished yet. But Black Ant paid no attention to her cries. He coldly uttered 4 simple words. Get out of the way. Jiang Yaon, watching the fight, just sneered. Utterly useless. Suddenly, Jae-in lunged from the ground, grabbing Black Ant's leg with all her might, refusing to be defeated. Wait. Min Sung looked down, confused. What are you doing right now? Thinking he was pitying her, Ji-in exploded with rage. Are you showing me mercy just because I helped you once? Don't you dare look down on me. She glared up, her eyes burning with hatred, and snarled about her true plan. If I can't capture him, then my ultimate goal, my revenge against the heavenly worm, can never be achieved. Min Sung finally understood her desperation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yaon smirked, realizing she still had some use left, though his lips still dripped with venom. Just like insects. So pathetic. Sensing the terrifying energy he was gathering, Jae-in panicked. Wait, hey, Jiang Yaon, what are you doing? Stop. Don't do it. From a distance, his cold, emotionless voice echoed. You really don't get it, do you? Did you honestly think I would help you get revenge? Hearing those cruel words, Jae-in froze. What? He looked down on her with the kind of disgust reserved for an ant. The look meant for vermin. In this world, what kind of insect human dares to defy the heavenly worm? My final plan was always to offer you to them. Realizing she'd been brutally deceived, all she could do was scream in despair. Jiang Yaon, you bastard. Beside her, Black Ant just watched in silence. Ji In lamented bitterly. I endured everything, and did all the dirty work you ordered. For what? And now you're telling me it was all for nothing. She screamed at him with every last ounce of her strength. You monster. Jiang Yaon coldly confirmed it, spitting out each cruel word. That's right. This is the end for useless things like you. But you won't be going alone, so hold on to that leg tightly. Defeated at Min Sung's feet, Ji In could only curse in utter helplessness. Damn it. Grasping the immediate danger, Min Sung leaned forward and commanded his ants to move. In a flash, he vanished from Jae In's side, just an instant before the attack struck home. Witnessing Black Ant's sudden disappearance, Jiang Yaon was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He frantically searched, roaring. Where did he go? Such a clumsy move. A moment later, a massive explosion rocked the spot where Min Sung had been, as violent flames lit up the sky. Thinking his opponent was vaporized, Jiang Yaon laughed like a maniac. Anything to say now? But his smile died on his lips as a dark figure shot out from the smoke and fire, completely unharmed. Jiang Yaon gritted his teeth. You got lucky this time, but ahead of you is a minefield. Every step you take will detonate. He screamed with absolute confidence, certain of his victory. But at that moment, Min Sung pushed his speed to a whole new level. He analyzed the situation. He had to aim for the man's hands, but he needed to be even faster. Min Sung forced himself beyond his limits. His body began to burn, turning a deep crimson, a sign of his power exploding forth. He shot forward like an arrow, blazing through the minefield so fast the explosions ballooned only in his wake. Seeing his trap was useless, Jiang Yaon panicked and attacked. What is happening? He fired an explosive orb straight at Min Sung's position, but he dodged it by a hair's breadth. Min Sung locked onto his target, his speed accelerating so wildly that even he was losing control. In a split second, his crimson form closed the distance. Min Sung grabbed Jiang Yaon by the head and kept moving. The man had no time to react, trying to brace for impact. Then, Min Sung stopped. He stood there, his massive, crimson body like that of a demon god. Dangling in his hand was the severed head of the insect human. Chaotic thoughts raced through his mind. What is this power? The aftermath of their battle was a wasteland of countless, burning craters. Witnessing the horrifying spectacle, Ji In was left speechless. Min Sung, his body as red as blood, slowly walked out from the sea of flames, without a single scratch on him. He was the absolute victor. Min Sung stared intently at his own hand, not saying a word. The ants forming his armor began to disperse, falling to the ground. He glanced towards Jiang Yaon's headless corpse. It lay motionless in a spreading pool of blood. The armor vanished completely, revealing his ordinary sneakers. Min Sung's face returned to its cold, emotionless mask. He gave his ants a command. Eat, then return. Seeing the fresh meal, the swarm rushed past their master to devour the enemy's body. Jae In watched, petrified, not daring to make a sound. In moments, the corpse was picked clean. Min Sung walked towards Jae, in his expression unchanged. Suddenly, he shot her a warning glare. Terrified, Jae In squeezed her eyes shut, sure she was about to be executed. But Min Sung simply walked past her as if she didn't exist. Feeling utterly ignored, Jae In's pride flared up. She screamed at his retreating back, Stop, don't leave. Hurry, just tell me. She screamed until her throat was raw, but Min Sung completely ignored her, forcing her to get straight to the point. Why did you save me? You have some kind of plan, don't you? You must have a reason to fight the heavenly swarm, right? Please. If that's the case, then you're just as annoying as I thought. Min Sung stopped dead in his tracks, cutting her off with a strange question. Yesterday, when the ants attacked. Tell me exactly what happened. Jae In froze, staring at him in utter disbelief. You really don't remember anything from yesterday? The horrifying memory from the rooftop came rushing back to her. Ji In recalled the sight of Min Sung losing all control, half his body consumed by a writhing mass of black ants as he screamed in ravenous hunger. In that moment, pure terror gripped Jae In. She never heard of an insectoid like this. When Min Sung lunged to attack, she thought she was dead, until a familiar voice echoed from within him. Stop. The attack froze, inches from Jae In's face. She opened her eyes to see Min Sung's face contorted in agony, desperately using his other hand to stop his own monstrous, rebelling arm. He snarled at the ants. Don't you dare act on your own. At his command, the monstrous arm calmed, but instead of attacking Jae In, it turned on its own host. Min Sung took the full force of the blow and was knocked unconscious. Refusing to accept such a pathetic ending, Jae In leaped forward, using her silk to bind the out-of-control arm and save him. After it was done, she panted, cursing herself under her breath. Damn it, I did that instinctively. Why would I do something that doesn't benefit me at all? Jae-in stared at Min Sung, feeling like the entire world had gone mad. Does this monster have a mind of its own? Suddenly, from within the monstrous arm, a glowing, crimson ant emerged. It bit down hard, causing even the unconscious Min Sung to jolt up, screaming in pain. A small explosion echoed, and the resulting shockwave disintegrated the swarm of black ants. Only then did Min Sung truly return to normal. Having witnessed the entire spectacle, Jae-in was completely bewildered. She stared at him and muttered, "You goddamn monster." Ji-in sat lost in thought, a fierce internal battle raging within her. Should she kill Min Sung or use him? She thought to herself, I've been thinking about this for a long time. Should I kill you now or sell you out? Then, an idea sparked. Jae-in's eyes became firm, all hesitation gone. She stared intently at Min Sung, a plan forming in her mind. A thought just occurred to me. With you, maybe, just maybe. An image of Min Sung, wielding his terrifying power, appeared in her mind. He was shrouded by countless insects, with the crimson words heavenly swarm looming behind him. Jae-in decided to bet everything on this one, single wild card. Back in the present, she looked at Min Sung, her voice chillingly calm. That is the reason I helped you back then. Jae-in began her persuasion. Think about it, Ga Min Sung. You're now a target of the heavenly swarm too. Since Kang Yan is dead, their supply of human food has plummeted. If they dig a little deeper, it's only a matter of time before they find you. Seeing Min Sung remain silent, she pressed on, striking at his psyche by highlighting the danger to everyone around him. If that happens, you'll obviously be their primary target, right? Your family, your friends, anyone you've ever even passed on the street. They will hunt down everyone you know, and everyone who knows you. She calmly made her offer. I will help you, and in return, you will fight with me. It'll be too difficult for either of us to act alone, but if we join forces, we can do this. Min Sung shot her a contemptuous look, his counter-question leaving Jae-in stunned. You'll help me? Despite Jae-in's sharp and convincing words, Min Sung was unmoved. He replied coldly, No. You just have nothing, so you're looking for something to cling to. I don't know who they are, and I couldn't care less. He held his ant-covered hand up in front of her face as the dark swarm began to multiply. Min Sung declared in a low growl, No matter what they are, I'll just eat them all. With that, he lunged forward and grabbed Ji-in's jaw. The ants from his hand swarmed into her mouth, causing Ji-in to struggle in utter desperation. His power was simply overwhelming. In the encroaching darkness, the last rays of sunlight faded away. Ji-in's screams echoed out, only to be drowned by the whistle of a passing train. The scene shifts to a Year 1 classroom, where Min Sung and Adio are students. The teacher walked in with a bright smile. Good morning, everyone. Let's start with attendance. The first name on the list was called out, Ga Min Sung. Min Sung, who had been absent-mindedly drawing a single red ant among a horde of black ones, answered curtly, Here. The roll call continued in a monotonous drone. Kim Min, here. Seo Dong, here. Min Sung paid them no mind, lost in his own world. Suddenly, a familiar name was called. Lin. There was no answer. The teacher repeated, Is Lin still not here yet? The teacher clicked his tongue and made a sarcastic remark. Where could that kid be? He looks like a delinquent, but has never missed a single day. Anyone who's close with Lin, give him a call. A few male students snickered from their seats. No one, sir. He doesn't have any friends. No friends? Who would ever hang out with him? Seo Dong laughed, adding fuel to the fire. I heard there was an accident at Nemi yesterday. The student next to him chimed in. Or was it Jae-in? I saw her go there a few times. If it was her, then we'll all become the swarms. This classroom. A voice dripping with contempt echoed from the doorway, cutting the boys' laughter short. Acting like you're the ones in charge, are we? It was Jae-in. She strode into the room, casually glancing at the two who had been mocking her, before adding a chilling warning. You two will stay behind after class. The boys' faces went pale as they recognized her in sheer terror. Jae-in paid them no mind, walking to her seat and raising her hand. Li Jae-in is present. Min Sung stared at her as yesterday's events flashed in his mind, and he muttered two words, Skybug. It seemed he was starting to take an interest in these new enemies. Meanwhile, at the scene of the previous day's battle, the entire area had been sealed off. 3 members of the North Reaper organization were on site conducting an investigation. One of them, a man in glasses, found a fragment of a prosthetic leg. He wondered aloud, A prosthetic? The man smoking next to him replied, Senior, Tay mentioned one of the insectoids had a prosthetic leg. Let's take it back for now. The third member chimed in, Isn't this from the one that was shooting bullets? Did it push past its power limit? As they were casually chatting about taking the evidence, a strange object suddenly tumbled out of the prosthetic. The man in glasses curiously picked it up to examine it. "What is this?" Suddenly, a cold, hard voice broke the silence. "You're not allowed in here." Sensing grave danger, the smoker turned and asked, "What's going on?" A North Reaper agent guarding the entrance replied, "This person is trying to force their way inside." The man holding the object paused to watch the commotion. The smoker placed a hand on the stranger's shoulder, issuing a warning. "Hey buddy, this is a restricted area." In a single, blinding flash, the arm that had just touched the stranger was severed, sent flying into the air. The smoker coughed up blood. He collapsed to the ground, a blood-curdling scream tearing through the air as he shrieked in absolute agony. "It's an insectoid." The curly-haired member reacted in an instant, drawing his sword and shouting, "You damn bug. You think you're brave coming here all alone." The stranger simply stared down at the North Reaper agents with an expression of utter contempt. Realizing how dire the situation was, the members scrambled to call headquarters. "We have an incident at the Nemion site. An insectoid has appeared. It's currently in its untransformed state. But this insectoid was an unstoppable war machine, its hands already stained with fresh blood. It had finished off the smoker in the blink of an eye." Seeing his comrade fall, the man in glasses drew his weapon and charged forward in a desperate assault. But the insectoid just opened its grotesque mouth. It crushed the man's head, sending him to his grave. Just then, a phone rang. On the other end, a girl's voice. "Hello?" The insectoid answered curtly. "Yeah, it's me." He picked up the strange pill that had fallen earlier, reporting, "Sample secured." The girl on the other end of the line asked, "Were there any complications?" He glanced at the corpses of the North Reaper agents scattered around him. "No," he replied flatly. His tone was emotionless, but his eyes were fixated on the pill and the small pupa suspended within it. A look of deep fascination crossed his face. "Let's play." Back in the classroom, all the students were focused on the lecture. Out of nowhere, Jay crumpled a piece of paper and flicked it toward Min Sung. The note whizzed past another girl's face, making her jump in surprise. Min Sung snatched the paper out of the air with lightning speed, his expression never changing. He coolly unfolded the note. Inside, a line of neat handwriting read, "Meet me at the back gate after school." Min Sung's silence was his consent. After class, in a hidden corner by the school's back gate, Ji-in was already waiting. Min Sung approached with his usual calm and collected air. She spoke first, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "First time we've talked like this at school." "Huh? It's so normal. It's almost awkward." Min Sung replied in a cold, unfriendly tone. "What are your terms?" "Jay." Inside, her voice laced with annoyance. "You already know, so why are you asking? What the hell are you pretending not to know?" The air grew heavy with silence as Jae-in's mind flashed back to the horrors of the previous day. She shivered, remembering how she thought her life was over. The memory showed her in her silkworm butterfly form, being torn apart, her face twisted in agony. Countless ants had swarmed into her mouth. She remembered screaming in madness as the insects began to devour her from the inside out. Returning to the present, Jane's face was still pale with shock. When I opened my eyes, I realized I was somehow still alive. The moment the words left her mouth, she doubled over, vomiting violently onto the grass, as if trying to expel the last traces of that terror from her body, staring at the chaotic mess of fluid and insect remains on the ground. Jae-in spoke, her voice thick with hidden meaning. "The time bomb in my plan has already been activated." The scene flashed back to the school, where she had approached Min Sung with an eager look on her face. "You saved me, so you can't just walk away." Leaning in close, Ji-in made her proposition with intense enthusiasm. "Let's team up. You agree?" Min Sung shot back, a mocking smirk on his face. "I agree." His eyes were as sharp as daggers. "But don't get it twisted," he warned her. "You're nothing more than emergency rations to me. And one day, I will eat you." Ji-in flinched and took a few steps back, a shiver of fear mixed with indignation running down her spine. "I have goosebumps. Why are you so awful?" But in the next instant, her expression turned dead serious, her voice rising with anger as she shouted, "Think about it. Have you already forgotten what I told you? Sooner or later, you'll become a target of the sky bugs, too." The name echoed in the air, conjuring the image of countless insects swarming their prey. She explained that the sky bugs have only one goal, to eliminate all of humanity and climb to the very top of the food chain. A brutal food chain. The insectors are completely ruthless. To achieve their goals, they evolve their bodies and mercilessly crush anyone who stands in their way. Jean pleaded with him, her voice filled with worry. "So if you keep trying to do this all alone," but before she could finish, Minwoo coldly shoved her hand away. His rejection was absolute. "I don't care." As Jean and Minwoo argued in the courtyard below, the girl let out a frustrated sigh. "That actually hurts, you know." From a floor high above, Dai quietly watched them both. She rested her chin on her hand, her expression a mix of envy and deep thought. Seeing them so close, she couldn't help but whisper, "I'm actually so jealous." Dai spun around, leaning back against the door, her face a mask of frustration. Since when did those two get so chummy? She wondered. They have nothing in common. Just then, a loud group of boys down the hall caught her attention. One of the guys held up his phone, showing it off. "Yo, check this out. Is that some kind of Iron Man?" The screen showed a warrior clad in sleek, dark blue battle armor. Another guy chimed in excitedly. "It's an anti-insector combat suit. So sick." Meanwhile, at the North Reaper organization's lab, Tay was testing that very same anti-insector combat suit. Behind reinforced glass, a team of scientists watched his every move. A voice crackled over the intercom. "Tay, what's the status?" He answered calmly. "It's not bad. But do I really have to wear this?" Nearby, V spun a pen, deep in thought. "The last incident cost us 4 squad members," V stated. "We can't afford to let that happen again." Sam listened intently, then nodded in agreement. "If they're evolving to survive, then so must we." In the engineering bay, Dr. Park calmly analyzed the data on his monitor. "Let's observe, and we shall see." Suddenly, a clear command echoed through the lab. "Begin the test." Internal systems whirred to life, and a cold, robotic voice began its instructions. Tay sounded annoyed. "Hold on, you're not even giving me a weapon." The automated voice replied robotically, "This is a functionality test of the armor. Personal weaponry is not permitted. Instead, activate the right gauntlet." Tay complied. A brilliant blue energy blade extended from the armor. He grumbled, completely unimpressed. "I'm a high-ranking combatant. What am I supposed to do with this tiny little blade?" The cold voice cut him off. Preparation complete. Releasing the insector. A massive, bound creature was dragged into the chamber. Tay was shocked. "Hey, I wasn't finished talking." But the system issued a command to its test subject. "Transform." It was a beetle-type insector. It roared in defiance. "Shut your mouth. Don't order me. You want me to kill this human?" The system replied without a hint of emotion. "Killing him is an acceptable outcome. Proceed with maximum effort." Tay screamed in disbelief. "What?" The beetle insector began to contort, a manic grin spreading across its face. "It's been too long since I've gotten to kill." With a final, guttural roar, its transformation was complete. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from Tay's sight. The monster reappeared instantly, directly behind him. Tay was still processing what happened. "It's gone." The insector's face twisted with pure bloodlust as it screamed, "Die." It lunged forward to strike, but Tay was already in a defensive stance. His initial shock vanished, replaced by a wide, excited grin. He could feel the power surging from the armor. A look of pure exhilaration washed over him. "Heh, I think I'm starting to like this thing," Tay said. The automated voice explained, naturally. "It amplifies the user's physical strength 80-fold. The system then added a warning. "Do not get complacent, Tay. This beetle insector can move at 300 kilometers per hour." The beetle lunged again in a frenzy as the system blared. "Focus." Tay barely blocked a punch that felt like a wrecking ball, his voice laced with impatience. "You think I can't see that?" He countered with a vicious slash, drawing monster blood, then followed up with a powerful kick that sent it flying. Though wounded, the beetle insector just laughed maniacally, retreating under Tay's now lethal gaze. "How interesting," it cackled. "Is the gauntlet damaged from being struck in the same spot?" "My hand." The system's voice cut in, analyzing the data. "It appears to have a 2-strike limit. Let's see what the armor's absolute tolerance is." Tay screamed in fury, "Are you kidding me? You get in here and test it yourself." In that instant, the beetle shot forward, grabbing Tay by the throat and slamming him backward before he could even react. Tay gritted his teeth, his voice a low growl. "You bastard." Suddenly, the collar around the insector's neck erupted with a powerful electric charge. The creature convulsed violently, racked with agony. The automated voice calmly explained, "Do not worry. If you are struck, the insector receives an electric shock. A current of 100,000 volts is being administered." Tay stared in disbelief, then yelled, "You couldn't have told me that sooner." Mechanical restraints seized the insector and began dragging it away. Test complete. It all happened so fast, leaving Tay completely bewildered. Dr. Park gave the order. "A live specimen is invaluable. Bring it inside." He completely ignored Tay's furious shouting. "Hey, old man. I'm my mother's precious son, you know." Outside the chamber, Sam tried to placate him. "Tay, just calm down." Chained by the neck and dragged away like an animal, the beetle just laughed. It glanced back at Tay with a wicked grin. "Let's play again sometime." Tay bit his lip in frustration, muttering, "Damn it." Back in the library, V was chewing on his pen, lost in thought. The last incident. We lost 3 members, all of them unawakened. If a fighter like him awakens, this armor could change everything. A swap. As he walked the aisles, a single question echoed in his mind. How could something like this happen out of the blue? He had to investigate. The blue sign for the library came into view. The space was filled with the scent of old paper and rows of tightly packed shelves. Bitch stood there, calmly flipping through documents for any clue. His jacket was tossed aside amidst a chaotic pile of books. He buried himself in research, while the clock on the wall ticked by, second by agonizing second. Bitch took off his glasses and stretched, groaning in frustration. It's useless. I can't find anything. This is a waste of time. Just as he was about to give up, his gaze fell upon a tattered old book on the shelf. A flicker of curiosity sparked within Bitch. He reached out, pulled it down, and blew off the dust. What's this? He muttered. In the silent library, Bitch read the title of the worn-out book aloud. Operation Ant Hill. The further he read, the more his eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe the photograph of the man inside. Bitch stammered out the name. Kijima. It was a name that was clearly familiar and haunting. At that exact moment, in another place, the atmosphere was stretched to its breaking point. Jane was losing her patience, shouting, "You need to take this seriously." Mindung listened with curiosity as she spoke. The heavenly worm is the heavenly worm, but my true target is the only one who needs to be killed. Mindung gritted his teeth, his voice a low growl like a wild beast's. He slammed Jane against the wall, demanding furiously, "Say that again." Jane, enraged, repeated each word with venom. The leader of the heavenly worm. Kijima. The moment that name left her lips, Mindung froze solid. A horrifying memory crashed over him. He saw himself standing in a sea of fire, watching his mother desperately trying to reach for him. She was pinned under the foot of a monstrous Kijima. The woman struggled to touch her son, her dying words a muffled whisper. Before she went limp, his desperate screams for his mother echoing in the flames. Snapping out of the flashback, Mindung popped a candy in his mouth. He nonchalantly stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked out of the school gates. A voice called out from behind him. "Hey, Aunt." Mindung turned to see Di-in, running towards him with a friendly grin. She threw an arm over his shoulder. "Hey, what are you up to today? Want to hang out?" Mindung coldly shrugged her off, but Di-in wasn't giving up. She pressed him again. "Where are you going?" His reply was just as blunt. "None of your business." Undeterred, Di-in kept guessing. "What are you doing? Going for a hunt?" "I'm in the mood for a hunt, too." Mindung's patience snapped. "Don't mess with me. Get your hands off." She put on a pouty face. "That's too bad. I was going to treat you to some meat to celebrate our new alliance." At the word meat, Mindung's eyes lit up. He crushed the hard candy between his teeth. "The kind of meat that eats people?" Dayan waved her hands in panic. What? What kind of crazy talk is that?" "I don't eat people. I'll buy you some super delicious meat. Let's go. You can trust me on this." Before she finished her sentence, she saw Mindung happily skipping ahead of her, urging, "Hurry up." At the bright and clean King of BBQ buffet restaurant, their table was overflowing with plates of fresh, delicious meat. Dian quickly stopped Mindung as he went to flip a piece. "Why are you flipping it already?" Mindung asked eagerly. "It's probably ready to eat, right?" Inside his head, he was screaming impatiently, wondering when the meat would finally cook. Dian had to calm him down. "It's still raw. Just wait a little longer." A waiter eyed the two of them and then glanced at the owner, whispering, "Sir, I think those two are taking way too much meat." The old owner looked on indifferently and lectured his employee. "Don't ever say that in front of a customer. Listen here, kid, this is how buffets work. First, they pile on the meat like they haven't eaten in years, but they can never actually finish it all. We'll just charge them a fine for the leftovers. So what's the big deal? How can we run a business if we worry about things like that? That's just how kids are these days." Before he could finish, the waiter stared at the two customers, stammering, Sir." Just then, Mindung and Dayan cheered in excitement. "It's all cooked." The young waiter could only stare in utter disbelief. The owner looked up, his face a mask of confusion, as he saw Mindung stuffing 2 huge pieces of meat into his mouth at once. Seeing this, Dayan immediately criticized him. "Hey, eating 2 pieces like that is all wrong. Do you really not know how to eat properly? You have to eat it with lettuce." She calmly shoved a massive wrap of meat and greens into her own mouth and began chewing ferociously. The owner's jaw dropped as he cursed under his breath. What the hell is going on? While eating, Dae-in tried to pry for information. "So, are you just going to eat and not say a word? How do you know Kijima?" The image of his dying mother, pinned beneath Kijima in a sea of flames, flashed in his mind again. But Mindung dodged the question. "I don't really know." Dae-in shot back, "What do you mean? He must have done something to your family. My story isn't anything special either. He murdered both of my parents." She got lost in the memory. her voice turning ice cold even as her hands trembled. To this day, I can't forget the words he said when he let me live. He told me coldly, "I don't kill my own kind, but I have no need for inferior things." Then he roared to the heavens, "My brethren, awaken." While Min Dong continued to stuff his face, ignoring the world around him, Dane spoke up, annoyed. "Hey, I'm trying to have a serious conversation here." Seeing the plates were completely empty, she let go of her frustration and yelled towards the two stone-faced employees at the counter. "Two more servings over here. We've cleared everything. And can we get another grill? Please. You need to bring more meat out. Just bring out the whole box if you have to." The owner's face darkened as he quietly called over his employee. "Hey, kid." The terrified waiter flinched. "Yes?" Finally snapping, the owner exploded in anger. "You two little punks." In the end, Jae-in and Min Dong were thrown out of the restaurant, but the waiter tried to remain professional. "Have a nice day." Standing outside, Min Dong muttered regretfully, "It'd be great if we could just eat forever." Jae-in sighed in frustration. What a buzzkill. Should we eat again or get drinks? They decided to stop by a nearby cafe. Jae-in ordered like a pro. 1 strawberry smoothie, 1 vanilla shake, and 1 choco frappuccino. She turned to Min Dong, "What you having?" He shot back instantly. 1 ice cream soda, 1 matcha cocoa with cream, and 1 matcha latte with extra whipped cream. Jae-in glanced back at the owner. "Did you get all that?" While they waited, Min Dong didn't seem to be paying attention to the conversation at all. His gaze was fixed straight ahead, his senses suddenly on high alert. The bustling sounds of the street filled the air. He could hear a group of men joking around. "Where should we go? How about karaoke? I'm a great singer. Let's go, let's go. Let's watch this and drink some more soju. This is so much fun. Ever listen to ballads? Going to karaoke on a first meeting is a bit much. Which cafe do you want to go to? Somewhere pretty, though my place is nice too. I make amazing coffee, you know." Inside the cafe, the girl with the strange man was completely oblivious to the danger. Noticing his smirk, she asked innocently, "You look so devious. If we go, what are you going to do to me?" The man's predatory grin never faded as he tossed the question back. "What am I going to do?" Min Dong, sitting at the next table, glanced over, hearing the man's chillingly casual reply, "Obviously, I'm going to eat you all up." The girl just giggled, thinking it was a bold pickup line. "That's so funny. He said he's going to eat me." Meanwhile, Jae-in was still enjoying her drink. She took a sip, impressed. "Wow, they make these way faster than the food came out. This is so good. Drink up, drink up." Then she noticed Min Dong staring intently at the other couple, his expression tense. She teased him. "What's wrong? Why are you shaking?" "Huh? Are you getting worked up just watching them? That desperate for a date?" Min Dong's reply was cold and sharp. "It's an insectoid." Jae-in was so shocked she dropped her straw, shouting in panic. "What?" But before she could ask another question, Min Dong shot up from his seat and bolted. "I'm leaving first." Jae-in scrambled after him, yelling, "Hey, wait for me." The bus pulled to a stop at a deserted station, completely empty of people. A girl in yellow sneakers stepped off. Ri stared blankly at the gray sky that seemed to suffocate the hospital before her. A heavy, gloomy feeling pressed down on her heart. Standing outside the hospital room, Ri took a deep breath, forced a bright tone into her voice, and walked in. "Co-in, I'm here. Are you not even going to look at me?" Co-in, huddled in her hospital gown, didn't answer. Ri seemed to have gotten used to this silence. She gently placed a gift on the table. "Well, I'll just leave this here for you. Make sure you open it, okay? I'm going now." Just as Ri turned to leave, Co-in, her eyes filled with tears, finally whispered a reply. "Go." Ri stepped out, and the sight of the letter and the ring with the blue gem she just left behind brought back a flood of painful memories. Ri remembered Co-in sobbing her heart out when she learned she'd have to shave her head for surgery. She was about to debut. "Why did you have to cut her hair? What are we going to do?" The doctor had explained that without it, the patient's life would be in danger. Then, another memory surfaced of an excited Co-in sharing amazing news with her. "Ri, I auditioned, and I passed." Back then, Ri had grabbed her friend's hands, overjoyed. "Really?" She thought with a heavy heart. She's waited so long for this debut. Lost in her sorrow, she suddenly froze when a beautiful nurse walked past. She couldn't help but think, wow, she's gorgeous. Inside the dark hospital room, Co-in was drowning in despair when the door creaked open again. Thinking Ri had come back, she screamed in frustration, "Why won't you just listen to me? Please, just go away." But when she saw who entered, she fell silent, completely stunned. A strange woman, sharp and coldly beautiful, called Co-in's name. Seeing the girl flinch, she approached with a mocking tone. "Why so angry?" Ga Yun Han smugly moved closer to the bed, pressing her. Huh, are you mad at the whole world? Seo-in was speechless, overwhelmed by the woman's intimidating aura. Then suddenly, Ga Yun-han opened her mouth and spat out a yellow, slimy larva egg covered in saliva. The woman's eyes gleamed with excitement as she tempted her. Don't you want to kill everyone who gets in your way? I can help you do that. With those words, she grabbed Seo-in's chin and forced the larva down her throat. Seo-in didn't fight back, or maybe she didn't have time to. Instantly, an excruciating pain ripped through her, making her eyes bulge. Her body convulsed violently. Ga Yun-han let out a wicked laugh, watching Seo-in writhe and transform. Go on, have your fun. Seo-in let out a roar like a wounded animal. Her agonizing screams tore through the silent night. Ga Yun-han just burst into a fit of insane, delighted laughter. This is so exciting. Meanwhile, at a luxurious mansion on a hill, the innocent girl had no idea of the tragic fate that awaited her. She was completely awestruck by the lavish home, gasping in amazement. Wow, this place even has an indoor swimming pool. Park Min-jun let out a wicked smile, pretending to be shy. Why the big surprise? You're making me blush. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, then violently kicked the girl into the pool, letting out a yell. Go ahead, have some fun. But a terrified scream suddenly ripped through the air. The girl thrashed wildly in the water, gasping and choking. Appa, I think it's too deep. She couldn't feel the bottom, and panic set in. I'm drowning. But when she looked to the shore, the man had vanished. A terrible suspicion dawned on her. What? Where did he go? Far below, Backmanon had already sunk to the bottom of the pool. He was an ambushed predator, waiting for his prey. The girl, still naive, complained, he just left me here alone. I'm getting tired. I think I'll get out. The words barely escaped her lips when a hand shot out from the depths, clamping onto her. It lifted her entire body into the air as if she weighed nothing. The girl's eyes widened in sheer horror. In the next instant, the hand ruthlessly dragged her back under the surface. The water churned violently, waves crashing everywhere. She had no time to react, as the killer's immense power pulled her straight to the bottom. In his insectoid form, Backmanon dove to the pool floor, and with sadistic glee, slammed his prey against the concrete wall. Her head struck the hard surface, and she instantly blacked out. Her body floated slowly to the surface like a broken doll. Backmanon folded his arms behind his back, looking at the floating corpse with a disappointed scowl. How boring. It's such a hassle having to hunt for myself, after I pay for food and shelter every day. Whatever. First, I need to fill my stomach. He opened his massive jaw, full of razor-sharp teeth, ready to enjoy his dinner. But he suddenly froze. A tiny black ant had just landed on his face. Backmanon stared in confusion, when a murderous glare pierced through the water, locking right onto him. The massive window shattered into 1,000 pieces, and moving like a hurricane, Ming-dong, in his black ant form, stormed in. Before Backmanon could even react, a devastating kick slammed into his chest. He coughed up blood as he was sent flying into the wall, blasting a huge hole through it. Stunned by the surprise attack, Backmanon roared with fury. What the? Damn it, where did this crazy bastard come from? He lunged forward, swinging a powerful fist at Ming-dong's face. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? The force of the punch sent Ming-dong staggering back into the pool. But in that exact moment, Day-in appeared in her silkworm insectoid form. She unleashed a barrage of hardened silk threads, binding Backmanon while his guard was down. Her command was ice cold, bind him. The threads instantly constricted around him like a cocoon. 4 more strands shot down from the ceiling, pinning him in place, perfectly set up for the final blow. After restraining the enemy, the silkworm's threads gently lifted the unconscious victim from the water. Day-in placed the girl down in a safe spot, checking for a pulse before letting out a sigh of relief. At least she's still breathing. We can't save everyone. Across the room, Backmanon struggled within the silk prison, his face twisted with frustration. He bellowed, "What do you think you're doing? How dare you interrupt someone's meal?" Day-in and Ming-dong didn't answer. The two of them simply regrouped, their guards raised high. Backmanon felt utterly humiliated, grinding his teeth in rage. "Damn you! How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you have any idea what the consequences will be? Are you prepared for that?" Ming-dong ignored his threats completely, his reply chillingly calm. "I don't care. I'm just here to fight." He prepared to rush in and finish the insectoid, but Day-in quickly stopped him. "Wait, it's not time yet. If we can get some information out of him, we might learn something useful." Seeing his opponents hesitate, Backmanon began to taunt them. "Is that so? So you're the one they whisper about. The hunter of our kind. I'd only heard rumors, but you're even more pathetic than I imagined." His expression morphed into a mocking sneer. "And you really think that the two of you can hunt me?" Day-in sensed his unstable energy surging. It doesn't matter. You can't escape this web. Now, answer our questions. But Baek Minun's transformation had already begun. An explosion of power ripped through Dae-in's silk cocoon, tearing it to shreds. His voice was dangerously calm. Do you even know who I am, you little pests? The silkworm's web finally gave way, unable to contain the overwhelming pressure as it burst apart. Seeing this, Mingdong yelled, "Get back!" Dae-in was still in shock. What's happening? His power erupted, firing beams of raw energy into the pool and triggering a massive explosion. Red sparks flew across the entire room. Dae-in took a blast to the shoulder, staggering backward. Mingdong struggled to deflect a similar attack. He realized this man was no ordinary foe. The section of the pool that was hit had completely melted, sending up clouds of steam. Baek Minun, Black Ant, and Silkworm stood in a tense triangle, ready for war. Looking at the two blocking his path, Baek Minun roared with rage. You hunt a few insignificant grunts, and you think you can touch a member of the heavenly insects. With a final groan, his transformation completed, revealing a water spider insectoid. His name was Rikna. He declared his identity with absolute arrogance. Rikna, of the heavenly insects. He challenged them with a smirk. Come on, try and hunt me now. With that, he summoned sharp blades forged from the water itself. Mingdong and Dae-in didn't waste a second. They immediately launched their attack. They vanished from their positions with blinding speed, converging on Baek Minun from both sides. One attacked with silk, the other with his bare fists. However, Baek Minun blocked their combined assault with ease. He muttered the name of his technique, Rikna's water blade. The sword in his hand sliced across the water's surface at a terrifying speed, creating a violent slash that sent both of his opponents flying. A brutal slash tore across Min Sung's chest. A deep gash gushed with sickly green blood. Jane was hurt too, blood trickling from her lips. Minun landed gracefully on the water's surface, a smug grin on his face, victory already in his grasp. He watched as Min Sung staggered and finally collapsed. His consciousness faded from the massive blood loss. Having felled his foe in a single moment, Minun stood casually on the water and let out a triumphant cry. The vicious foe swung his blade for the finishing blow. But just in time, Jane swooped in to save him. She caught him, landing hard on the ground. Clutching his bleeding shoulder, she watched in horror as countless black ants began swarming from Min Sung's body. What was that attack? Can he actually control water? Min Sung quickly analyzed the battlefield. Getting close is pointless. The water around him is a kill zone. To step into his domain is to accept death. Jane felt the tide turning against them. A harsh reality dawned on her. The members of the heavenly insect were on a completely different level. To think an insectoid could be this powerful. Suddenly, a black blur shot past, startling her. She cried out, trying to stop him. It was Min Sung. Ignoring his grievous wounds, the black ant humanoid charged head-on toward Minun. He roared out a command. Shoot your webs across the water. Everything was happening too fast for Jane to process. What? She cursed in frustration. That idiot. He'll be killed if he gets any closer. What is he thinking? But Min Sung was already launching himself off the water's surface. He shot toward the enemy like an arrow. A plan was forming in his mind, recalling the mysterious red power he discovered in his last fight. I just have to draw out that power one more time. Min Sung closed the distance in an instant. The enemy seemed completely unguarded. Minun's blade flashed, slicing off one of Min Sung's antennae. Unfazed, Min Sung shot back a fist, thinking, first, I need to get rid of those damn swords. A furious exchange of blows erupted on the water. Min Sung landed a devastating punch to Minun's face, followed by a crushing blow to his gut. He pressed the attack, relentless and unforgiving. At last, Min Sung saw his opening and got his hands on his opponent's weapon. With every ounce of his strength, he ripped the sword from Minun's grasp. Though he was thrown back by the force, he scrambled to his feet and charged again. He pushed himself forward, refusing to give up. But suddenly, Minun's arm blurred, slashing away half of Min Sung's ant mask. The villain taunted him, his voice dripping with scorn. You see these two little black pouches on my back? He retrieved his blade, a wicked grin spreading across his face. 4 swords. This is my true form. Minun summoned his entire arsenal of black blades. Then, he shot forward, unleashing a fatal strike. He struck Min Sung with his signature technique, 4 fiends. The attack hit its mark, and a spray of fresh blood erupted into the air. Minun now held the upper hand, his voice laced with contempt. So, how does that taste? Delicious, isn't it? But before he could finish his gloating, Jane's silk threads shot out from behind, wrapping tightly around the water strider's neck. Caught completely off guard, Minun's head was yanked into the water. The sneak attack shattered a piece of his mask. Blindsided, the villain let out a furious roar. He manipulated the water, sending sharp blades piercing through Jane's abdomen. The silkworm master gritted her teeth against the pain, quickly pulling her webs back into a defensive posture. Fortunately, Park Minun's 4 water swords had already been disarmed. Seizing the opportunity, Min Sung grabbed one of the enemy's own blades and charged forward with a battle cry. "Damn you!" With no hesitation, he plunged the blade straight through the water strider's heart using the villain's own weapon against him. Enraged, Park Minun grabbed one last remaining sword and slashed back wildly, screaming with pure fury, "You bastard!" Min Sung had no choice but to block it with his bare hand. The sharp blade bit deep into his flesh. He summoned every last bit of his strength, his face twisting in agony, but he still managed to command his ant swarm, devour him. At his command, a swarm of black ants poured from the sword lodged in Minun's chest, burrowing deep inside his body. He writhed on the ground, screaming in utter despair as thousands of ants devoured him from the inside out. It seemed like the battle was finally won, but suddenly, a new figure stepped into view, radiating a killing intent even more terrifying than Minun's. The newcomer spoke, his voice laced with impatience. "What's all this ruckus?" Min Zung eyed him cautiously, but before he could even react, his eyes widened in shock. The man was moving at an impossible speed. Daejun slammed a devastating punch into Min Sung's face to rescue his comrade. The surprise attack sent Min Sung reeling backwards. He crashed hard against a wall before sliding to the ground. Blood poured from his wounds, soaking his clothes. Even Jane was stunned by the shockwave of the punch. She collapsed, unconscious on her own web. Daejun threw the barely breathing Park Minun over his shoulder, then looked down at the 2 defeated warriors and smirked. "Well now, these 2 are interesting." He tossed a business card toward Min Egg Sung's unconscious body, his voice filled with a tempting offer. "We always have a place for the strong." The card bore the address of a nightclub, likely the secret headquarters for the Heavenly Insect Organization. Daejun's lips curled into a smirk. He left them with one last cryptic invitation before vanishing. "Come and play sometime." Meanwhile, in a bustling part of the city, people filled the streets, but hidden away in a dark, dimly lit alley, a portly man was glued to a game on his phone, completely unaware that he had just become someone's prey. Satan, dressed to blend in, approached. She moved silently through the deserted alley. The man jumped when he noticed her shadow, stammering an awkward greeting. "Oh, hello." Noticing her petite frame, he asked with a strange shyness, "Are you a high schooler or something? I'm not suspicious of you or anything, since you're not, because of the uniform." Saiyan cut him off with a cold, simple yes. Hearing that, a vile excitement twisted the man's face. He glanced around, suggesting, "Let's not talk here. We should go somewhere else." Saiyan feigned hesitation, then refused. "No." Her answer left the man stunned. "Huh." But then, Saiyan moved in closer, her voice dropping to a seductive whisper. Right there, she slowly pulled down her mask, revealing a beautiful yet haunting face. Feigning shyness, she whispered, "Let's do it here." A perverted grin spread across his face, his breath coming in ragged gasps of arousal. "Okay," he agreed without another word. Saiyan rose onto her toes and pressed a kiss to his lips. The man thought to himself, "A kiss already? Things are moving fast." But that sweet kiss quickly turned deadly. His eyes rolled back in their sockets, his face a mask of pure terror as he felt his life force being drained away. Saiyan's shy act vanished, replaced by an ice-cold, emotionless stare. The man's portly body rapidly shriveled, withering into a dried husk before collapsing to the ground. He died instantly. CM retracted her long, grotesque tongue, the weapon she used to steal life. After she finished her first meal, Hana emerged from the shadows with a smile. "Was it delicious?" she asked. Her voice was dripping with smug satisfaction. She embraced Saiyan, her affection like that of a twisted mother. "Our little Saiyan, how did your first taste of humanity feel?" Saiyan paused for a moment, then a savage, cold smile spread across her face. "It was delicious." Meanwhile, on a subway train rocketing through a tunnel, a man at the end of the car was shaking uncontrollably. He was another host for the larva, and a primal hunger was driving him mad. He mumbled, "Me too, but I'm so hungry." His voice grew louder, drawing the attention of the other passengers. "I'm so hungry." With a gaunt face, he pleaded in desperation. "There's no other way. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but hungry. I'm starving." His eyes glazed over as he stared at the innocent passengers and whispered, "I'm going to enjoy this meal." The monster's mouth gaped open, and a long, whip-like tongue shot out, piercing the bodies of those standing nearby. Fresh blood splattered across the train car. The horrific scene was identical to Cian's method of hunting, proving they were both transformed by the same drug. Desperate screams filled the air as chaos erupted on the train. The monster used its sharp tongue to tear through the cars. It left a trail of bodies lying in pools of blood. The next morning, Ari headed to school with her friends. She was in a pretty good mood, her face bright and free of its usual gloom. On her way, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure up ahead. Oh, it was Minjun. She cheerfully walked up and tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, Minjun. Minjun turned around, and Ari gasped. His face was swollen and bruised. He answered coldly, Oh, hey, Ari. Staring at her friend's battered face, Ari asked with concern, What happened to you? Minjun just shrugged, avoiding her gaze. I got into a fight, he mumbled. Ari was shocked. A fight. Did you lose? Minjun sighed, his voice low and cryptic. I won, but I also lost. His contradictory answer just confused Ari. What does that even mean? She scolded him, a little annoyed. You're not a kid anymore. Why are you still getting into fights? Stop it. Minjun replied helplessly. I didn't have a choice. Ari grumbled. What do you mean, no choice? Is this some rebellious phase? As she entered the classroom, Ari saw a figure staring blankly out the window. She realized it was Seiyan. A jolt of energy shot through Ari, her spirits lifting instantly. She yelled out, Seiyan. Seiyan turned, hesitantly calling her best friend's name. Ari rushed forward and pulled Seiyan into a tight hug, her eyes welling up. How are you? Are you okay? I'm so sorry I couldn't visit. I was so worried, you idiot. When asked about her condition, Seiyan's eyes darted away. She awkwardly explained the wig she was wearing. Because of my hair. I thought you'd be embarrassed. But Ari was just thrilled to see her friend's new look, gushing with excitement. Hey, that hairstyle looks amazing on you, and you're wearing the bracelet. It's so pretty. Seiyan touched her short hair, a little flustered, and shyly replied, Thanks. Moving on from the hair, Ari eagerly turned to introduce her new friend. Oh, right, this is Minjun. He's in our class. Seiyan glanced over at her friend's crush, noticing his bruised and swollen face. She whispered curiously, What on earth happened to his face? Ari quickly defended Minjun. What? He said he got into a fight. Tired of standing, Ari pulled Seiyan toward his seat. Don't just stand there, sit down. Seiyan pointed to the empty desk next to Ari, wanting to sit by her friend. But Ari stopped her with a worried expression. Is this seat empty? That's Jaehyun's seat. She's a special case in our class. Hearing the name, Seiyan grew suspicious. Jaehyun? Ari explained. She's the type who shows up for attendance, then immediately ditches class. The scene shifts to an old house, baked in the harsh afternoon sun. Inside, Jaehyun was lying in bed, recovering from a brutal fight. At that exact moment, back at school, Ari was saying her name. This caused Jaehyun to sneeze. She rubbed her ear and grumbled, Damn it, my ear's itching. Is someone talking trash about me? Suddenly, her phone lit up with a new message. Jaehyun glanced at the screen, marveling at Minjun's resilience. That crazy bastard. Her recovery is insane. She's actually alive. Looks like she won't be marked absent after all. In her hand was a crimson business card. Gilded letters advertised a mysterious nightclub, rumored to be the very nest of the heavenly insect. Back at school, the peace was shattered by a familiar, mocking voice. And who could that be? Seo Dong sauntered into the classroom, putting on an exaggerated show of shock when he saw Seiyan. He feigned concern, sneering, Wow, with that short hair, I almost didn't recognize you. Our former idol trainee is back so soon. How's that little head injury? Di ignored him, protectively shielding her friend. Seiyan, just go take your seat. But Seo Dong wasn't finished. His voice dripped with venom. Just look at that scar. What a mess. It gives me the creeps. Must have hurt like hell. His taunts made Seiyan's expression darken. He just kept twisting the knife. Still, you're lucky. All you did was crack open the back of your skull. The others fought tooth and nail to escape. And they all ended up dead. He then burst out laughing, clearly enjoying himself. See? The survivors survive. Guess that means I don't have to feel so bad about making it out alive, huh? Hearing his shameless words, Seiyan reached her breaking point. She bit down hard, her eyes flashing with pure fury. A deadly red light flared in the depths of her eyes. Nearby, Minong shuddered, recognizing that familiar aura. It was his master's presence. But before Seiyan could unleash her rage, Adi suddenly swung a devastating punch right into Seo Dong's face. The surprise attack sent his glasses flying. He collapsed to the floor, completely stunned. Seiyan watched, completely frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Adi roared through her tears, unleashing all the fury she felt on her friend's behalf. You psycho. Can't you just give a proper apology? Don't have to feel so bad. Her voice was filled with anguish. How can you say that, when you're the one who used a friend as bait just to save your own skin? Apologize to Seiyan, properly. Stunned by the blow, Seo Dong's face went blank with fear. He scrambled to pick up his glasses, mumbling, Fine. I'm sorry. For ditching you and running. Adi paid him no mind, turning anxiously to her friend. Seiyan, are you all right? Behind them, Xiao Dong muttered curses under his breath. Freaking psychos, always taking it out on me. Elsewhere, Minam was deep in thought, pondering the strange energy he had just sensed. He glanced over at Seiyin, his suspicion growing. To his eyes, she was radiating a dark and incredibly dangerous aura. Her gaze was filled with a murderous intent, a silent promise of revenge. That was all he needed. Minong came to a chilling conclusion, a human insect. Meanwhile, in a blood-soaked subway tunnel, the last train to hell had ground to a halt. A colossal larva stood amidst a pile of corpses. It seemed to have had its fill. The train door slid open, revealing two large men in the uniforms of the North Reaper organization. One of them grumbled, "What a total mess." They were the Lu Ka brothers, members of the North Reaper combat squad. The younger one, Lo Ko, saw the larva and cursed under his breath. "Damn. What the hell is that?" His older brother, Lu Ka, stepped in. Sizing up the towering monster, he asked, "So, what's the story with this thing?" Lo Ko stepped forward, weapon ready. "It's a larva." Lu Ko calmly analyzed the situation, his long blade at the ready. "So we're dealing with human insects now, not just the mature ones?" A confused Lo Ko turned to his brother. "I'm not seeing much difference between this and the others. Do I kill it, or do we keep it alive?" Lu Ka's voice was cold as steel. "Are you kidding me? We capture it and bring it to headquarters. Dr. North wants another specimen for his research." Suddenly, the larva opened its blood-soaked maw and lunged at them. Lo Ko reacted instantly, firing a spear from his gun. He roared, "You think you can attack my brother?" The spear pierced the larva's neck, pinning it to the floor. The beast was completely immobilized. Lu Kai coldly reminded his brother, "Don't go overboard. We need it with minimal damage. You know the drill." But before he could finish, the larva's tail whipped around violently, slamming Lu Xie against the window. He collapsed, groaning in pain. Lo Ko panicked, crying out for his brother. "Brother!" The larva finally broke free, launching a frenzied assault on them both. Lo Ko shouted a warning. "A little power like that isn't enough to take me down." He charged, grappling with the monster. He roared, "I'm not weak like my brother." But Lu Xie was already back on his feet, leaping in to support him. With a single, decisive slash of his blade, he cleaved the larva in two. Lo Ko could only stare, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Xie asked irritably, "Weak, brother?" Lo Ko flinched, quickly backtracking. No, I'm sorry." Lu Xie grumbled in frustration. "Damn it, I was trying to capture it in one piece, and I ended up slicing it in half." Knowing he'd been caught, Lo Ko mumbled defensively. "What? I was just thinking out loud." Lu Ka's voice was stern. "Just pack it up. Now." Lo Ko immediately complied. "Yes, sir." While they were securing the scene, Lu Ka noticed something squirming out from inside the massive larva's corpse. A small, yellow larva emerged. Lu Ka stared at it, wondering. What in the world is this? The tiny larva glared at the killer of its kind, its eyes burning with pure hatred. In a flash, it coiled and shot straight for Lu Ka's head, seeking vengeance. Noticing his brother suddenly shudder, Lo Ko joked, "What's up? Damn, why are you shaking like that? Gotta take a leak?" A strange expression flashed across Lu Xie's face, but he quickly regained his composure. "It's nothing. Let's head back to base." But no one saw it. The tiny, yellow larva had already burrowed into his body. At the massive headquarters of the North Reaper organization, Sector B's main hall was bustling with activity. Hunters were returning from the front lines, while staff hurried to clean up the aftermath. The two brothers, Lu Kai and Lo Ko, hauled the larva's corpse inside. Lo Ko boomed with pride, "Dr. Park, look what the Lo Ko brothers dragged in. You're going to be shocked to death when you see this." A mocking voice echoed from a distance. "That old man's about to die for real anyway." Lo Ko's face hardened as he spun around. "What did you say?" he growled. Tay just leaned casually against the wall, a smirk on his face. "Oh, I heard." Tay continued his taunt. "The idiot brothers actually caught a larva, huh?" Sam, standing next to him, gave a polite bow. "Greetings, seniors." T's voice dripped with condescension. "Such a shame. What are you going to do? We already caught one first." Lo Ko shot back with a sneer. "We would have been faster if we hadn't hit a rest stop." But Tay wouldn't let it go. "What kind of moron takes a break during a mission?" he retorted. Disrespecting Kim Chi-yuan, T's eyes landed on the bisected corpse, and his attacks continued. "And what happened to your target? Was it too heavy? Had to cut it in half to carry it." He proudly gestured to his own team's prize. "We captured our specimen fully intact," he gloated, "even if it is a little charred." Lu Xie didn't waste a word, coldly dragging the bag past them. He deliberately slammed his shoulder into Tay. "I tried to go easy on it," he said, his voice like ice. The impact was so forceful, it knocked the sword from T's hand. He glared furiously at Lu Kaz retreating back. That's the difference in class between us and those morons, he muttered. But even as he said it, a question lingered in his mind. What the hell? What's with that bastard? Beside him, Sam guessed. Maybe Loco was being rude to his brother again. Meanwhile, in the dissection lab, Dr. Park and his assistant examined the new specimen. He stared intently at the corpse, murmuring, "So the Loco brothers caught one of these too? Another one. I wonder who's behind all this." Dr. Park's expression was grim. This is deeply unsettling. He submerged the larva in a preservation solution for further study. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class. Students began packing their bags. Aji cheerfully ran up to Sayen's desk. "Hey, Sayen, heading home already?" See, and gave her a cool, indifferent glance. Undeterred, Aji offered enthusiastically, "Want to go get hot pot?" Aji's persistence paid off. At the restaurant, a hot pot bubbled away, filling the air with the delicious smell of meat and vegetables. C stared thoughtfully at the pot, then suddenly spoke to Aji, but her sharp gaze was fixed on the third person at their table. "But why is he here? You two are on a date." Minzong didn't deny it, just staring silently at Sayen. Her anger flared. "What did you say?" The two glared at each other, sparks flying. The tension was so thick, it left Aji bewildered. What's going on? Why is the mood so heavy? She quickly tried to change the subject. "Let's talk about something else. Just eat." Aji playfully grabbed some meat, trying to break the tension. She excitedly recounted a story from earlier. And then Seo Dong got punched right in the gut. The image made both Aji and Si-in burst out laughing. Suddenly, Si-in's phone buzzed with a notification. As she read the message, her expression darkened. Putting on a regretful face, Si-in said, "Aji, I have to go to my cram school now." "I'm sorry." Aji smiled. "Don't be. It was great hanging out. I had a lot of fun." Si-in offered a gentle smile. "Goodbye." Aji waved back. "Okay, see you at school tomorrow." As she turned to leave, the scar on the back of her neck from that day's accident was visible for a moment. Minzong silently watched her disappear. Walking home under the setting sun, Aji said to Min Hegzong, "I'm so glad Se-in seems brighter than I expected." Min Hegzong's reply was short, "I guess." Aji was already planning excitedly. "We have to hang out again tomorrow." Then she stopped, suddenly remembering something. "Oh, that's right. I forgot to give her the history notes. They're due tomorrow," she panicked. "I'll run them over to her now." "I'm sorry, you can go on ahead." But as she turned to go, Minzong grabbed her wrist firmly, as if he couldn't let her out of his sight. Aji stared, surprised by his sudden action. Minzong spoke slowly, his voice filled with concern. "Don't go." It was as if he could sense a looming danger connected to Se-in. Elsewhere, Se-in was on the phone. A voice on the other end asked, "Where are you?" "I'm almost there," she replied. The voice on the phone instructed, "Look for the white sedan." A middle-aged man in a luxury car waved her over. He gave her a knowing smirk. "Get in." Se-in's eyes filled with a predatory hunger as she looked at her plump prey. Back with Aji, Min-sung's grip on her wrist remained firm. He murmured, "She just got out of the hospital. The teachers will understand." Aji blushed at his unexpected, gentle concern. Softly, he added, "Let's go home." Adi couldn't bring herself to refuse him, murmuring a soft, "Okay." But as Seo Dong secretly snapped a photo, a mysterious voice suddenly called out his name. The student next to Seo Dong squinted toward the luxury car, wondering, "Hey, isn't that her?" "You know, the former idol trainee." His friend's eyes widened in surprise before he turned to taunt Seo Dong. "She's the reason you got your butt kicked today, and by a girl, no less." That bat of hers packed a serious punch. Seo Dong seethed with anger. "Would you just shut your mouth?" he snapped. But the other guy wouldn't let it go, sighing with envy. "Man, her dad's car is insane. I'm so jealous." A cruel smirk twisted Seo Dong's lips. He asked a question dripping with venom. "You really think that's her father?" His friend looked completely lost. "Well, yeah. Who else would it be?" Seo Dong's gaze turned ice cold as he delivered a brutal blow. "She doesn't have a father, you idiot." He then glanced proudly at the photo on his phone, thinking to himself, "Now, you're finished." The scene shifts to a bustling entertainment district at night, a neon jungle where lights of every color flash endlessly. Jane glided through the streets on high heels. Her slender legs and sophisticated aura turned the heads of every passerby. However, her confident exterior was just a facade. Jane let out a frustrated sigh, worrying to herself, "Did I dress up a little too much for a club? Please don't let them check my ID." She stopped, looking up at the imposing building before her, its sign Crimson Supernova glowing with a powerful, luxurious red. Jane was frozen to the spot, a single thought screaming in her mind, "I am so screwed." Before her was a massive, snaking line of people. They were all waiting to get inside. She gasped in disbelief. This entire building is a nightclub? And what is with this insane line? Are they all just waiting? Jane started to panic, feeling completely lost in this alien world. She frantically messaged Min Sung for help. Hey, where are you? The reply she got was so blunt it made her furious. Put on something appropriate and get to Crimson Supernova. Now. Jane gritted her teeth, cursing under her breath. This useless freeloader is no help at all. As she was racking her brain on how to bypass the crowd, a deep, smooth male voice spoke up from right behind her. This way. Jane jumped and spun around, stunned to see who owned that voice. The man was looking at her with feigned concern. First time here? He asked. A violent shockwave ran through Jane as she recognized him. That familiar voice. It belonged to Park Minan, the water strider insect person, Rick Na, whom she had encountered before. This is bad, she thought, her mind reeling. Seeing her standing there frozen, Minan asked warmly, Hey, you okay? Don't worry about it. It's no problem at all. Come on. Jane tried to protest, but the thought barely formed. He hadn't even given her a chance to react. Minan was already leading her past the security checkpoint. A powerful spotlight shone down, forcing Jane to squint as her eyes adjusted. Below, in the main hall, the scene was breathtaking and overwhelming. Stylishly dressed women were laughing and dancing wildly. Jane stood completely captivated, her eyes wide as she took in the extravagant sight. The ceiling lights cast a mesmerizing glow over everything. This is so glamorous, she thought. Standing beside her, Minan smirked slyly and whispered, So, what do you think? Shall we go in? As a silkworm type, she was naturally sensitive to light. What is that? She asked, pointing excitedly. But reason instantly flooded back. She realized she was acting far too naive for the situation and quickly composed her expression. Wow, she said with forced casualness. The vibe in here is amazing. The man began to flirt. Oh, this is nothing special. But with visuals like yours here, the temperature in this club is about to skyrocket. Jane asked shyly. Oh, is that so? Her mind began to race. On the surface, it was just a nightclub. But if she wanted information about the Skyworm organization, she made her decision. All right, if it's come to this, I'll just use it. Jane pulled a bright red card from her pocket, muttering, I was invited here. Minan was visibly stunned for a moment. His gaze grew even more intrigued. This one was different. He spoke with a knowing tone. So, you're a guest of that side, are you? In that case, let's have some fun together. When he started leading her in a different direction, Jane grew suspicious. Where are we going? She asked. Minan replied cryptically, We're almost there. Just in here, and then we go down. Standing before a massive elevator door, Jane was astonished. What in the world? Why is this elevator so huge? He explained nonchalantly. Well, of course. A space reserved for our VIPs has to be special, doesn't it? Jane whispered the word VIP, her mind reeling. This elevator was bigger than her entire bedroom. Minan swiped a keycard, then shot her a probing look. You know, not just anyone receives one of those invitations. I guess you have a pretty special connection with the boss, huh? Jane played innocent, giving him a playful wink. Let's just say I have a knack for catching people's attention. But Minan remained wary. He suddenly shot her a question. So, after you awakened, what type are you? A praying mantis. Jane shot back instantly, her tone laced with sarcasm. Dog crap. He didn't get angry, but laughed along. You mean cow crap, right? Seeing he was intrigued, Jane seized the chance to question him back. So what about you? He answered without a hint of secrecy. A giant American water strider. Jane rolled her eyes playfully. What a show-off. The elevator stopped at the 6th basement level. We're here, Minan announced. He sounded incredibly excited to show her around. I think you're going to like this. Inside, Jane was screaming with nervous anticipation. What could it be? The anticipation is killing me. A gathering of insectoids. I bet the champagne is already flowing. The elevator doors slid open. But the scene inside sent a chill down her spine, a far cry from anything she'd imagined. Minan spread his arms wide, a manic grin on his face. Welcome. Before her was a blood-soaked arena. The crowd in the stands roared, cheering for the massacre below. Down on the arena floor, a group of humans was desperately trying to take down an insectoid and failing miserably. The bettors in the stands screamed in a frenzy. Damn it, stop hesitating and fight back. I put my money on the humans. Don't make me lose my money. Jian's voice trembled with disbelief. This is the X-Club's VIP room. On the floor, a one-eyed man ruthlessly slit the throat of the wounded insectoid. The crowd roared with excitement. That's it. The remaining humans swarmed the monster, hacking away at it. The audience screamed wildly, Go on, kill it. This was a place where insectoids and humans slaughtered each other without rules. A true lawless land. Jae-in was frozen solid, paralyzed by the sheer brutality. Suddenly, a colossal foot slammed down from above, crushing everyone engaged in the fight. It was Jae-jun, the giant beetle insectoid, also known as Jae. Jae-jun opened his maw and let out a terrifying roar, a display of his overwhelming power. He stomped his foot, shaking the entire arena. The people beneath his foot were instantly turned to paste, a mess of blood and bone. The entire stadium chanted his name in a frenzy, Jae. 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 The crowd seemed to be getting high off the bloody spectacle. Ji-in was in deep shock, unable to form words. What? How can humans? Min-un chuckled, clearly enjoying her horrified reaction. He asked calmly, "Not to your taste?" A cold sweat broke out on Jae-in's skin as she thought in terror. Betting on life or death battles between humans and insectoids. This scene was beyond imagination. The insane screams of the crowd echoed through the enclosed space. "We believe in you," they chanted. Jae-in cursed silently, a wave of nausea twisting her stomach. Min-un continued his introduction like a dedicated tour guide. "Please enjoy the show. That monster is Jae, the reigning champion, the top star of the lawless land. In terms of power and species, Jae is unrivaled. Though, of course, there are always exceptions. But before he could finish, something unexpected happened on the floor below. Jae's body was suddenly pierced straight through. Another insectoid named Zep had shattered the stalemate, flying right through Jae's abdomen. The giant's body went limp from the fatal blow and crashed heavily to the ground. Min-un watched helplessly as the match was ruined, cursing under his breath, "Zep, that son of a bitch." The stadium erupted into chaos as the losers screamed in frustration. "I told you to take it easy. What about my money? It's definitely over now. Kill him." Jae enforced a smile, asking with unconcealed disgust, "Does this cruelty, this violence, have any meaning?" Min-un replied calmly, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Of course, it has meaning. It brings excitement and fun for the humans. And for the insectoids, it brings honor." Jae, and repeated in surprise, "Honor?" He eagerly explained the rules of this underworld, the envy of all other insectoids, and the chance to become a heavenly insect. Min-un then grumbled with dissatisfaction. But when will they ever seize that chance? Being strong isn't enough. More than anything, you need the right mindset. Jae-in judged him silently. Does that mean? He went through this disgusting process to climb to his position. He was still lost in his own arrogance, stroking his face. I wonder if they judge based on looks, too. Suddenly, he leaned in with a secretive look. There is another way to become a heavenly insect. Min-un paused, his voice dangerously seductive. Are you interested? He placed a squirming larva into Jae-in's hand. Her mind raced with confusion. What is this? Min-un began to explain how to use it, but before he could finish, someone called out to him. Another insectoid approached and announced distantly, "The boss is looking for you." Min-un snapped in annoyance and with a swift motion, sliced the subordinate's head clean off for interrupting. "This guy startled my guest. All right, I'm going." He turned back to Jae-in, casually instructing her, "Wait here for me for a moment." Seeing a golden opportunity, Jae-in immediately bolted for the elevator, swiping the red card he had given her earlier. Min-un stood outside the elevator, looking in with surprise. He asked urgently, "Hey, where are you going?" Jae-in forced an awkward smile. "My stomach suddenly hurts. I'm just going to the restroom for a second." Min-un quickly added, "There's a restroom right here." But before he could finish, the elevator doors closed, separating them. Jae-in sagged against the elevator wall, sighing in exhaustion. "This is insane," she whispered a silent prayer. "God, Min-un, you have to be safe tomorrow." Min-un clicked his tongue with regret. Damn it, what a waste. Another subordinate reminded him, "Sir, the boss." He swung his hand, decapitating him as well, a show of authority and frustration. "I said I'm coming, damn it." The next day, at a high school where students were starting another stressful day, Jae-in wearily pushed open the classroom door and stepped inside. She screamed furiously at Ga Min-un, who was sitting at his desk. Ga Min-un. She lunged at him, kicking out violently while cursing. "You son of a bitch." Jane lashed out wildly while venting her frustrations. "Do you have any idea how hard yesterday was for me? I can't even stomach food anymore." Met with Min Sung's apathetic gaze, she stopped, her voice dropping with exhaustion. "Anyway, I found out something huge. Just wait." Suddenly, the classroom air grew heavy. Not far away, two girls were whispering intensely. "Hey, did you hear the news about that?" The other students were confused. "What's going on? Why does it feel so tense?" Meanwhile, Addie was deep in conversation with Celine. That's why my sister saw them walk into the classroom yesterday. But she trailed off, her attention caught by the relentless whispers. Venomous words were being aimed directly at Seoin. Look, she's here. That psycho is so disgusting. Sensing the toxic atmosphere, Adi spun around, demanding answers. What's going on? What is all this first thing in the morning? Did something happen? The entire class stared at Seoin with pure disgust. Still messing with that old man? That's terrifying. Their contempt was palpable. She's an idle trainee, but her connections are something else. Hearing this, Adi immediately checked Seoin's reaction. She saw her friend's face had gone dark, her silence deafening. Adi's voice boomed across the room. Hey, what the hell are you all saying? What's all the noise about? From the corner, Jane asked Min Sung with curiosity. Seriously, who's that beautiful girl over there? Min Sung answered simply. Adi's friend. He could feel the malice blanketing the room. He muttered, but something's really off. So this school isn't as quiet as I thought. Min Sung angrily snapped the snack stick in his hand, clearly feeling the injustice of the situation. Adi grabbed Seoin's hand tightly, her voice firm. Seoin, let's get out of here. But just then, Seo Dong's voice cut them off. Where are you two going? His tone was dripping with provocation. You've heard the rumors about yourself, haven't you? Seo Dong began his story as if he were the star witness. Oh, right. I heard that yesterday, Bang Seoin was seen getting out of a high-end car. Everyone was asking if it was your dad. Totally jealous. So, I was just trying to explain to them that it couldn't have been. He delivered the final blow with a sneer, twisting the knife. After all, Bang Seoin doesn't have a father, does she? His friend beside him chimed in with a cruel laugh. You idiot. Of course, she can't ride in her dad's car if she doesn't have one. Seo Dong continued his performance, feigning deep concern. I was just so worried for you. That man's face. He looks so sinister. And who am I? I'm Seo Dong, the guy who received the Brave Citizen Award. He puffed out his chest proudly. So, I hailed a cab and followed you both. As he spoke, he raised his phone, casually displaying a photo he'd secretly taken, just as I thought. Why are my gut feelings never wrong? Seo Dong's voice dropped, laying out his accusation. A fallen trainee, doing disgusting things for her dream of being an idol. It's actually pathetic. He looks so proud of himself, as if he just performed a great deed. He pointed a finger right in Bang Seoin's face. You're the evil one here, so don't you dare blame me. Seo Dong kept pushing, backing her into a corner. Because from the very beginning, your mindset proved you were never worthy. Seoin stared back at Seo Dong, her face blank. She said nothing, but her eyes began to transform. Watching from the sidelines, Jane muttered in disgust. That son of a bitch is ruining the mood again. Guess I'll have to teach him another lesson. Min Sung immediately agreed. Yeah, maybe you should. But then he froze. A terrible premonition washed over him, a powerful wave of unease. He realized the situation before them was becoming incredibly dangerous. Addie was so furious, she gritted her teeth. Hey, Seo Dong, have you lost your mind? Unable to hold back any longer, she clenched her fist and lunged forward to teach him a lesson. Seo Dong's face went pale with fear as the punch flew towards him. But suddenly, Seoin darted forward. She blocked Addie, shoving her friend hard against the wall, but she remained silent. Seoin moved past her best friend, her eyes flickering as if she wanted to say something, but couldn't. She began forcing Addie backward toward the door, leaning in to whisper a single, urgent warning. Get out of here. Addie stared, completely stunned, not understanding what was happening. Seoin met her gaze, her eyes now firm with resolve. Let me handle this. A brilliant, yet sorrowful smile touched her lips. And with that sad, beautiful smile, Seoin slammed the door shut. The closing door hid her face from view, leaving Addie standing dumbfounded in the hallway, completely blindsided by her friend's bizarre actions. Inside the classroom, Seo Dong's friend let out a relieved, mocking laugh. Man, that was close. You almost got decked, didn't you? Seo Dong scoffed arrogantly. Damn it. If she had actually hit me, I would have reported her to the school for assault. His friend laughed along. You wouldn't actually report her, dude. But suddenly, a laugh echoed through the room, from a completely unexpected source. Seoin tilted her head back and let out a loud laugh. It was a wild, unhinged sound that defied the situation entirely. She mumbled, filled with a strange sense of regret. I wanted to stay here, just a little longer. But seeing the look on her face, Min Sung's expression changed to one of pure horror. No, this can't be. The two bullies, however, were completely oblivious. What's with this crazy bitch? Seo Dong's friend stepped forward, his voice dripping with challenge. Hey, psycho. Let me apologize for him, okay? There. I'm sorry. Happy now? He was about to light the fuse on a time bomb with one last insult. But about that, how much are they paying you? I've been spending a bit too much lately and need a huge sum. He moved closer, but flinched in fear when he saw Seiin's face twisting. He stammered, I'll text you. Seiin's form shifted into an incomplete insectoid as she growled back at him. Jae-in, standing nearby, cried out in shock. Ming-sung was just as stunned, staring at Seiin's true, monstrous form. The other student's face went deathly pale, too shocked to speak. Seiin swung her arm, landing a devastating punch right across his face. He crumpled to the ground with a blood-curdling scream. An insectoid. The classroom erupted into pure chaos as everyone screamed, stampeding for the door. Seiin stared down the terrified crowd with an ice-cold expression. Her hands stretched out unnaturally, blocking their escape. No one was leaving. Outside, Ah-di stared in disbelief at a chair that had smashed right through the wooden door. She was frantic, unable to speak after what she'd just seen through the broken frame. Ah-di pounded on the door, shouting, Seiin. Inside, the room was a war zone. Everyone scrambled back, trying to put as much distance as possible between themselves and Seiin. A student trembled. The door's blocked. What do we do? Jian looked worriedly toward Min-sung. Hey, shouldn't we be doing something about this? Min-sung answered cautiously, his eyes locked on Seiin. There are too many witnesses. Seiin's chilling voice cut through the noise, calling a name that made Seo Dong's heart stop cold. Seo Dong. Her revenge for all the humiliation was about to begin. Get over here. The terrified students whispered, Someone, report this. Now, the trembling crowd parted before her, leaving Seo Dong standing alone to face the Grim Reaper. Sein's monstrous arms stretched out, her hand clamped around Seo Dong's neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Seo Dong's phone clattered to the floor. Sein roared with pure rage, This is all your fault. My dream was trampled on by trash like you. She opened her mouth, revealing a tongue as sharp as a blade. All of this happened because of you. Seo Dong struggled to fight back. You monster. You filthy bug. Sein brought her tongue closer to his face, hissing. If you had never existed. If only you. Her tongue lunged forward as she lost all reason. If only you. At that moment, Min-sung could no longer just watch. He yelled, Stop. Perhaps his voice reached what little humanity she had left. Her tongue froze just inches from Seo Dong's face. Min-sung stepped forward, trying to reason with her with a grave expression. Stop it. After doing this, how are you going to face your parents? Ah-di's worried, tearful voice echoed from the hallway. Seiin, are you okay? What's going on? Open the door. Seiin. Ah-di pounded on the door, tears streaming down her face. Seizing the distraction, Seo Dong stubbornly cursed her again. You damn bug. Sein's grip tightened, sending a jolt of pure terror through him. He screamed at his friends, Hey, are you useless idiots just going to stand there and watch? Report this already. You want your heads smashed in, too? The crowd was silent, frozen in fear. They were all terrified by the insectoid's power. Seo Dong shrieked in desperation, You damn cowards, don't just stand there. Hey, Min-sung, you idiot. Stop standing around and report this for me. Hurry and call the Northern Reaper to kill this bug. Report it, quick. Sein smirked at his pathetic and cowardly display. A bitter laugh escaped her lips. From outside, Ah-di screamed into the room, Hey, Min-sung. No matter what happens, do not report this. Sein's voice softened, her eyes pleading with Min-sung as if making one final request. You heard her, right? I'm counting on you. After speaking, she flung Seo Dong against the wall. He cried out in pain before collapsing to the ground. Say, and slowly walked toward him. She warned, Listen carefully, Seo Dong. A horrifying memory surfaced, the image of a blood-soaked Seo Dong grabbing her in that tunnel. He had ruthlessly pushed her towards certain death just to save himself. While Seo Dong calmly accepted all the praise and attention after the attack, Sein was left gravely wounded, forced to suffer through the pain all alone in a hospital. She remembered seeing him laughing and bragging with his friends, as if nothing had happened, while her entire world had turned to pitch-black darkness. Sein recalled his complete lack of remorse when they met again. Who's this? See, I told you, if you're meant to live, you'll live. Besides, you're still alive. It was your fault anyway. So I can feel less guilty about it, can I? Sein icily repeated his cruel words, emphasizing every syllable. So even if I kill you today, I can feel less guilty about it, right? The killing intent radiating from her was impossible to ignore. She continued to play with Seo Dong's fear. But just killing you like this still isn't enough. Then, Sein pulled a squirming handful of larvae from her pocket. She declared, I'm going to let you taste true terror, just like the agony I had to endure. Min-sung and Jae-in were completely frozen in shock at her actions. Seo Dong panicked as Si-in squeezed his jaw, forcing his mouth open. Si-in screamed, completely losing control. In your most pathetic moment, while drowning in that agony, that's when I'll let you die. Seo Dong struggled with all his might. He kicked wildly at Si-in, screaming in pure terror. Don't. Get away from me, you damn insect. Get lost. Why me? Why does it have to be me? As Seo Dong stared in absolute horror, the handful of yellow larvae in Si-in's hand began to squirm. One by one, the repulsive creatures dropped, each one more grotesque than the last. Over a dozen slimy larvae fell directly into Seo Dong's mouth, forcing him to swallow every last one. Si-in just smirked, watching him gag in terror. She ordered him, swallow. His eyes rolled into the back of his head as a strange blue mist escaped his lips, his face instantly becoming gaunt. Seo Dong convulsed in agony on the cold floor as his body began to glow with a bizarre blue energy. His neck stretched unnaturally, his torso swelling and twisting from the effects of the larvae. His features warped and distorted until he was no longer recognizable as human. The students who witnessed the scene were completely stunned, trembling as they whispered, "What in the world is that? What is that abomination?" As Jae-in watched, she remembered what Perrin once told her. "Are you interested?" A chill crept down her spine as she thought, that drug. Seeing Seo Dong's complete transformation into a monster, Jae-in was shaken to her core. So this was its true purpose? Se-in looked down at her wretched enemy with satisfaction, her voice dripping with sarcasm. How does it feel? The larvae were rapidly adapting to their new host, as noxious blue gas continued to pour from Seo Dong's body. Si-in taunted him casually, the feeling of becoming the very thing you once found so disgusting. She sneered at the monster before her. To me, you've always been an insect, so this isn't much of a change, is it? Outside in the hallway, the teacher furiously pounded on the door. "Open up," he screamed, his patience gone. "Are you brats going to open this door or not? What are they doing in there?" A Dai, standing near the door, replied with a worried, innocent tone. I really don't know." Inside, Si-in calmly spoke her final words. "Should I say goodbye to A Dai? No. It's better if we never meet again. Right now, I've grown to hate humans." With that, Se-in leaned out the window, giving everyone a final wave. Goodbye. Min-dong was too late to stop her, watching helplessly as she left. He stood frozen while the classroom erupted in chaos. She jumped. The teacher outside, now completely enraged, kicked the door clean open. "You won't open the door? Huh." The chair barricading the entrance flew inwards, slamming into the boy Se-in had knocked unconscious. The impact jolted him awake. Dazed, he muttered, "Damn it, what was that noise?" The teacher stormed in, panting as he yelled, "All of you, settle down." Just then, the Seo Dong monster turned to the teacher with a dry cough, as if trying to speak. The teacher froze, his eyes wide with shock as he uttered, "An inhuman." Another student confirmed, his voice trembling. "That's right, damn it." The boy who just woke up suddenly remembered everything and screamed. Bang Si-in. It was Bang Si-in. A Dai. What was that? It was Si-in. Yeah. His fear quickly turned to excitement as he realized this was his golden opportunity. Damn it, this is my chance. I can be a hero. A Dai rushed to stop him from making a report call. "Don't do it." The boy angrily shoved her aside. "What do you think you're doing? Do you want that thing to eat us?" She tried to wrestle the phone from his grasp. I said, "Don't do it." But the student wouldn't back down. "Are you insane? We have to report this damn monster." He yanked his arm away. "Let go of me." In the struggle, the phone went flying, landing right at the feet of the wheezing Seo Dong monster. A voice crackled from the speakerphone. "This is North Reaper. How can we help you? Are you calling to report an inhuman?" The clear voice made the creature recoil in fear. A report? Seo Dong crept toward the glass window, wondering to himself, who? He wanted to see who was being reported. Reflected in the glass was a hideous, insect-like face. He couldn't believe his own eyes. With a furious roar, Seo Dong smashed through the glass, shrieking, "No way!" His monstrous face, reflected in 1,000 broken shards, drove him deeper into madness. He thrashed wildly at the air. This can't be real. The terrified students scattered, one narrowly dodging a whip of his long tail. A Dai was frozen in terror, oblivious to the tail hurtling toward her. In a flash, Min-dong tackled her to the ground, saving her from the lethal blow. Losing all control, Seo Dong let out an agonized roar. "This isn't me. It's not me. I could never become something like an insect." In a final, desperate scream, Seo Dong leaped through the shattered window and scurried away across the ground. "I have to run. I refuse to die. I will live. I will survive. I have to survive." Seo Dong's voice, thick with terror and a desperate will to live, echoed before fading into silence. Silence fell over the destroyed classroom. No one dared to speak. Mindung glanced gently at the person beside him. He saw Adai sobbing uncontrollably, heartbroken over her best friend's tragic fate. Seo-in? Mindung gave a knowing look. He didn't have to say a word. Jae-in understood immediately. It seemed they already had a plan, and together they hurried out of the room. Mindung asked nonchalantly, "The heavenly insect, Bang Se-in, right?" Jae-in's reply confirmed his suspicions. "That girl seems to be in league with the sky worms." She held out a vial, explaining, "The drug she forced down Seo Dong's throat is the same kind I got from the Red Division. She said it's the key to becoming a sky worm." Mindung considered this for a moment before speaking. With perfect timing, they both shouted in unison, "Let's go after her," Min Sung added. Before Bang Seo-yi jumped, I attached an ant with a thread to her. They paused for a second, surprised by their sudden chemistry, looking like two old friends. Then, just as quickly, they took off, racing to see who could get there faster. Reaching a dark, deserted tunnel, Min Sung stopped and said, "She's close." Dan Ah was panting heavily, out of breath from the sprint. Suddenly, the ant on Min Sung's shoulder began to glow, signaling it had found its target nearby. Min Sung's eyes widened. Found her. Standing beside him, Dan Ah stared blankly in the direction of the light. In perfect sync, they whispered, "We found her." But seeing Seo and standing all alone, they hesitated, looking at each other. "Are you okay?" Dan Ah decided to call out to the crying Seo-in. Bang Seo-in. The two of them casually walked closer. Dan Ah spoke up. "Wait, we have some questions for you. Let's talk for a moment." But both Min Sung and Dan Ah were stunned when Jenna Han appeared. With a gentle voice, she asked Han Seo-in, "Are you crying?" Seo-in quickly wiped her tears, denying it. "No, I'm not." Jenna Han turned to the two intruders, gripping Seo-in's shoulder tightly. "You two," she commanded with an ice-cold tone. "Stay still." Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, her voice dripping with venom. "I am here now, and I hate it when people touch what's mine." "So which one of you was it?" she snarled. "Which one of you worthless insects dared to touch my property?" From a few steps back, Dan Ah saw the terrifying look on Jenna Han's face and quickly explained, We don't know what you're talking about. We just needed to speak with that girl." Seo-in looked up at Jenna Han, but her expression remained cold and emotionless. Then, in a flash, Jenna Han vanished without a trace. Min Sung and Dan Ah were completely shocked, shouting in alarm, "She's gone." Suddenly, they heard the heavy impact of footsteps on the ground below. The rapid sounds were closing in on them fast. Min Sung seemed to realize something, whipping his head around to warn Dan Ah. But before he could react, Jenna Han flew in from out of nowhere, delivering a thunderous kick straight into Min Sung's chest as Dan Ah watched in horror. Jenna Han's face was a mask of pure rage. After the surprise attack, Min Sung was sent flying, skidding across the ground. Seizing the opening, Jenna Han lunged at Dan Ah with a direct punch, her expression so ferocious it looked like she wanted to devour her prey whole. Dan Ah reacted just in time, raising her arm to block the blow. Jenna Han's powerful strike forced her backward, and she silently sized up this formidable opponent. Seeing her attack blocked, Jenna Han smirked and instantly appeared before Dan Ah, lifting her chin with a look of amused surprise. Her movements were so fast they were nearly impossible for the naked eye to follow. She whispered, her voice dangerously calm, "It would be a real shame to kill you." Without warning, Jenna Han leaned in and bit down hard on Dan Ah's ear, sending an icy chill down her spine. Jenna Han clicked her tongue with twisted delight as a sinister, purple magical energy began to swirl around her body. Dan Ah struggled, shoving her away and shouting in pure rage, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Jenna Han raised a hand to wipe a smear of blood from her lips, feigning surprise. "What's this? You're already an insectoid." Dan Ah was furious at her opponent's vile, invasive act. Two silkworm antennae began to sprout from her head, signaling her transformation. She roared, "Licking someone's ear the first time we meet." Dan Ah spun around, completing her transformation into the silkworm insectoid. She swung her claws in a downward arc, screaming, "You've really put me in a bad mood." But Jenna Han easily dodged the attack. She just scoffed, remarking, "A silkworm. Not bad." She glanced over at Min Sung, guessing, "If that's the case, then he must be one too." Before she could finish her sentence, Min Sung shot forward like an arrow, slamming his fist into the ground where she had just been standing. However, she had vanished in an instant, causing his powerful punch to shatter the pavement, creating a massive crater. Jenna Han's ability to teleport left Min Sung stunned. He frantically scanned the area, trying to find her. Jenna Han's taunting voice echoed from behind him. "You can't catch me with such foolish moves. My skill is to vanish right before your eyes." At this point, Jenna Han's insectoid identity remained a mystery. All they knew was her human name, Hannah. Seo stood to the side, watching everything with a cold, emotionless expression. Dan Ah called out to Min Sung in desperation. What do? We can't even touch her. Min Sung replied with determination. Let's try charging in again. Hearing this, Seo was shocked, wondering to herself, Kang Min Sung is an insectoid too. Is he really that much of an idiot? Min Sung didn't give up, rocketing forward to attack once more. But just like before, Jenna Han dodged with ease and sneered. Another reckless charge. Useless. But before she could finish her insult, a clean cut suddenly appeared on her neck, leaking purple blood. She was stunned, with no idea what had just happened. Only then did she realize she was trapped, surrounded by Dan Ah's invisible star-shaped threads. Jenna Han's face darkened, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She growled, how dare he? Without giving Jenna Han a moment to recover, Min Sung seized the opportunity, lunging forward and landing a devastating punch right in her face. The powerful blow sent Jenna Han flying, spitting blood from her mouth. She glared at Min Sung, her rage exploding violently. Veins bulged on Jenna Han's arm as terrifying. Sharp spikes erupted from her skin. She roared, you used this trash to make me bleed, and charged forward. She viciously drove her weapon straight into Min Sung. He had no time to block as the sharp spine pierced his body, spilling fresh blood. But Hannah froze, staring at the red stream with utter shock. What in the world are you? Why is your blood red? Seeing Min Sung injured, Jane rushed forward in a panic, screaming, Min Sung. Hannah shot Jane a look, one hand still gripping Min Sung tightly. Her other arm began to morph, sprouting a razor-sharp weapon. Before Jane could even get close, Hannah stabbed her straight through the shoulder. Jane stared at her own wound in disbelief, whispering, what the? Hannah ripped the spike from Jane's body, causing her immense pain. But Jane tried to act tough, charging forward again. That didn't even hurt. At that moment, Hannah was busy licking the drops of Min Sung's blood from her hand. She had a look of pure ecstasy on her face. So this is what human blood tastes like. Suddenly, the wounds on both Min Sung and Jane began to swell. It felt like something was rapidly expanding beneath their skin, an agonizing pain. Hannah calmly gave the order, explode. Instantly, their wounds detonated, blasting them both across the room as she watched with arrogance. Min Sung and Jane collapsed to the floor, powerless. They could only glare at their enemy. Hannah raised a hand, her tone mocking. Are you exhausted already? No, don't be like that. I haven't even gotten started yet. Just then, Sane leaped out, spreading her arms to shield her two friends. She shouted, wait, Hannah, this is a misunderstanding. As everyone stared in shock, she explained. They came here because they wanted to know about that medicine. I'm the one who told them to find you. Hannah got right in Sign's face, asking suspiciously, is that true? Seeing the firm look in Sign's eyes, Hannah's attitude did a complete 180. She covered her mouth and giggled, her voice sickeningly sweet. Oh my, why didn't you say so sooner? I almost killed them both. She ran to grab a vial of medicine and returned, feigning distress. But what should I do? I only have one pill left right now. Jane looked over at Min Sung, ready to give it to him. Then you can have it next time. But Min Sung cut her off, turning to Hannah with a demand. That's not what we need right now. I want an explanation first. Hannah looked surprised. You still haven't heard the explanation? She turned around, beginning her pitch like a dedicated salesperson. This is a special medicine. Just absorb it, and you can achieve incredible power. On the other hand, if a human eats it, they'll turn into a mutated larva. And if you eat that larva, the effect is 100 times more potent than just taking the pill. Min Sung's brow furrowed in confusion, while Jane's eyes went wide with horror. What? Did you just say, eat a larva? Just then, two young men happened to run by. Hannah smirked. Perfect timing. Seeing it for yourselves will make it easier to understand, right? She called out, hey, you two over there, wait up. The two men turned back, looking puzzled. Without another word, Hannah lunged forward and shoved the pill into one man's mouth. Instantly, the transformation began. Green veins bulged all over his body, and his eyes rolled back into his head. He barely had time to choke out, what is this? Then he mutated into a grotesque larva. His friends screamed in terror at the horrifying sight. Jane was stunned as she witnessed the scene. Damn it, it's that form again. Min Sung remained silent as if he realized something important. Hannah glanced at them and said, this is my apology gift for that little incident earlier. Eat it, and you'll become much stronger. She left them to handle the situation, slinging an arm over Sign's shoulder to leave, but not before looking back with one last message. Well then, enjoy your meal. If you're satisfied, just look for Hannah at the Sioux Club. She then ordered Sign, let's go. Sign just gave a soft, and followed quietly, giving Min Sung and Jane one last silent, meaningful look. Jane asked Min Sung in a panic, this is bad, what do we do now? The other young man watched the monster crawling toward him, screaming in terror. What is that thing? In that moment, Minsung dashed forward, kicking the larva away to protect the innocent man. Without hesitation, he delivered a fatal blow, finishing the monster off. Seeing that Minsung had no intention of stopping, Jane shouted at him, Hey, stop it." She ran over and grabbed his arm, demanding, "You lunatic, stop. What do you think you're doing right now? Are you planning to eat this thing?" While Jane tried desperately to snap him out of it, "Get a grip, this isn't the way." Despite her frantic protests, Minsung just gave a cold, short reply. An experiment. His arm then returned to its normal form. Minsung commanded his swarm of ants, "Eat, then return." By now, Minsung had completely reverted to his human form, but a feral glint still remained in his eyes. Ignoring Jane's desperate pleas, he gave the cold command, "Devour it." Jane's jaw dropped as she stammered, "Are you serious?" From his body, a black swarm of ants poured out, surrounding the larva. It squirmed on the floor. Minsung's eyes were locked onto it, as if he wanted to devour it whole right then and there. The young man who had been with the monster was now pale with fear, looking like he was about to wet his pants. He screamed in terror, "What are all these ants?" Jine frowned, seriously questioning Minsung. "Do you really have to go this far? That thing was a perfectly normal person just a moment ago." Minsung replied bluntly, "Not anymore." She yelled in anger, "You psycho. You might think differently than the other insectoids, but you're just as insane for wanting to." "Power?" Mindung snarled, cutting him off. "How are you any different from those celestial worms? Be silent and watch." Hearing this, the young man's face went pale, his eyes widening in terror as he stared at the two of them. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the air. Everyone's attention snapped towards the larva man. Jae-in froze, horrified by the grotesque scene unfolding. The larva man began to hack and choke, as if trying to violently purge something from its body. He clutched his stomach, his entire frame convulsing. He thrashed on the floor, consumed by absolute agony. Jae-in was terrified, her voice trembling as she asked Min-dung, What is happening?" Min-dung answered calmly, his gaze locked on the monstrous creature. "Ever since the incident with Bang Seo-in, I've been watching. This thing, it always gave me a sense of deep unease." The insectoid human was now spasming violently, letting out a horrific shriek. Dark veins bulged across his skin like a twisted web, and his eyes burned with a deadly, blood-red glow. Ji-in called out, filled with concern, "Hey, are you okay?" But then, from the depths of the man's throat, a bizarre creature began to crawl its way out. It was a disgusting worm, a miniature replica of its host, but encased in a translucent, slimy membrane. The moment it slithered out of the host's mouth, the swarm of black ants descended, tearing it to shreds. The horrifying truth dawned on Jae-in. That's the worm from the drug. This is their true form. Watching the ants furiously devour the larva, Jae-in asked Min-dung with dread, "Is it really okay for the ants to eat that? Won't feeding on that affect you?" Min-dung replied coldly, "I won't know until they return to my body." Just then, the ant swarm, having finished their gruesome feast, began crawling back towards Min-dung. One by one, they entered his body through the wound on his neck. Instantly, Min-dung felt a violent change erupt from within. His eyes shot open as agonized groans escaped his throat. Jae-in, standing beside him, couldn't just watch. She pressed him. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Min-dung turned away in pain, roaring at her, "Get away from me." From his neck, where the ants had entered, dark veins pulsed and bulged with sickening intensity. Min-dung's eyes began to glow with a brilliant, fierce light. Tendrils of pure black energy erupted around him, wrapping his body like chains forged from shadow. Elsewhere, in a noisy nightclub, the beat of the music pulsed as crimson lights bathed the entire building. Inside a luxurious VIP room, the sounds of men and women laughing echoed loudly. Jae-jun sat among a group of beautiful female staff, a wineglass in his hand. His face was a mask of pure indulgence. A subordinate entered and reported, "Boss, they're here." Jae-jun swallowed his wine and gave a casual order, "Let them in." The sound of rushed footsteps approached, followed by an angry voice. Damn it. It was Gahana and Seo-in. She snapped furiously, "Do I really need someone's permission to enter?" Ji-jun just smirked, his reply dripping with arrogance. "Of course you do. This is my place of business. You need the director's approval." His real name, back when he was human, was Gong-jun, a member of the Celestial Worms. Gahana grabbed a wine bottle from the table, glaring at him. "Don't get cocky. There's no hierarchy between us." With that, she tipped the bottle back, chugging it down like water. Then, Gahana offered the bottle to Jae-jun. "Want some?" He just waved a dismissive hand. "No." Ji-jun's eyes had already noticed Gahana's bandaged arm. He asked mockingly, "What happened to your hand?" "Got into another fight," she replied nonchalantly. "Just finished some business. It was a small-time deal. That's why things got a little rough." Seo, huddled behind her, staring at Jejun. He glanced at Ga Hana, offering a backhanded compliment. "You fight pretty well. Shouldn't you be advertising for heaven and earth a little?" She sighed, annoyed. Who would even want that? The hostess beside Jejun sweetly offered him a piece of fruit. As he opened his mouth to eat, he announced, "I heard there's a pretty famous guy making waves lately, and we're currently short on fighters." Ga Hana snapped back, "Who cares? What did you want to see me about?" He chewed slowly before replying, his tone shifting dramatically. "You wicked girl. Always in such a hurry. Yesterday, a large amount of the drug vanished. About 50 pills. She frowned. 50 pills? Are you sure they were stolen? What kind of management are you running here?" Standing by her side, Seo, listened in silence, a knot of dread tightening in her stomach. Jejun didn't answer. He slowly rose to his feet and began walking toward them. Ga Hana grew wary. "If you lose your temper with me, this is going to get awkward." Ga Hana was confused by his actions. He drew closer, his footsteps slow, heavy, and full of pressure. He growled out one single word. "The culprit." In a flash, Jejun lunged, grabbing Seo in by the head and slamming her towards the glass window right in front of Ga Hana. "It was this little brat," he roared. The massive impact shattered the glass into a million pieces. Shards rained down on the floor below, grabbing the attention of every single guest. Jejun's hand tightened, crushing Seon's face. He bellowed with rage. "This little bitch. You dare steal my drugs?" Seo was paralyzed by pain and terror, unable to scream. Jejun shoved his face close to hers, hissing through his teeth, "You really are a fearless little mutt. I'm going to chew you up and spit you out." Just then, he felt a murderous aura from behind. A razor-sharp claw was pressed against his throat. Seeing their boss threatened, the two hostesses lunged forward, holding knives to Ga Hana's neck. The scene descended into utter chaos as Ga Hana leaped to protect Seo. She leaped onto Jejun's shoulders, threatening his life with her razor-sharp claws. But even with two blades at her neck, she remained fearless. "Touch my people, and you die, right?" Jejun just smirked, completely unfazed. "So, who has the drugs?" His grip tightened, forcing a pained groan from Seon. "Talk. Where are they?" Unfazed, Hannah dug her claws deeper into Jejun's neck, drawing blood. Seeing that he still wouldn't release Seon, she roared in fury, "Let her go, you crazy bastard." But Jejun only squeezed Seon's head harder, as if he intended to crush the small girl's skull. Unable to bear it, Seon screamed in desperation. "Seo down. It was me. I did it for revenge. The drugs are all gone." Hearing this, Jejun let out a savage laugh. Too bad. He ignored the sharp claws still embedded in his neck, glaring at Seon. "I already know everything. I know where you took it. And what you did." Seon froze, her eyes widening in pure shock. Jejun released her, letting her collapse to the ground. The massive print of his hand was clearly visible on her face. Hannah quickly jumped down to help Seon up. "Are you okay?" Jejun just laughed with delight. "How did you ever come up with such a crazy plan? You're even more twisted than your master." Seon looked at him, confused. "You already knew?" Hannah shot her accomplice a questioning glance. "You knew and still pulled this stunt, you scheming snake." Jejun returned to his seat, flanked by two women. He announced arrogantly, "Last night, when I found out your little pet was the culprit, I followed her. They should be arriving any minute now." Jejun licked his lips, his eyes burning with greed. 50 of them took the drug. I'm going to devour them all. Meanwhile, the Northern Reaper's C-Team was relentlessly pursuing an insectoid undergoing metamorphosis. The team members quickly surrounded their target, cornering it. The panicked larva tried to flee, letting out terrified whimpers. As they closed in, the member howled hesitantly through sharp daggers, pinning the monster's head and body. They yelled in excitement. At that moment, the larva writhed in agony, screaming helplessly. "Damn it, why am I the only one here?" Just then, Vic appeared, ending the monster's life with a single, decisive sword strike. He coolly sheathed his blade, complaining about the noise. Vic turned to leave, ordering his subordinates with annoyance, "Take it back." The members answered in unison, "Yes, sir." However, before they could move, the ground began to tremble violently, grabbing everyone's attention. Vic spun around, startled. Two figures had suddenly appeared, blocking their path. The Northern Reaper soldiers shouted. It burrowed underground. Vic stepped forward, demanding, "What are you two doing?" Park Minjun spoke up, his tone dripping with provocation. "Just grabbing our stuff and leaving first. He's too strong." Jian Guyu, standing beside him, shot back. "Then let's attack together." What's this about leaving first? The air grew thick with tension. The appearance of the two insectoids was a direct declaration of war against Vic. Jiangyu urged, let's end this quickly. The situation was critical, as the ground began to swallow the surrounding soldiers like quicksand. Vic calmly sheathed his sword, as if he wanted to avoid a major conflict. The blade was clearly marked with the Northern Reaper logo, an insectoid head on one side, a human body on the other. Vic's action left Jo and Gu utterly confused, while Park Minjun exclaimed, what the? That guy. Have those two suddenly given up the fight? Vic casually pulled out his cigarette and lit it, exhaling a plume of white smoke. Seeing his captain's nonchalant attitude, a member named Diu yelled in a panic, Captain, look, our comrades are in danger. They're being buried faster than we thought. This is no time to act so casual. Vic simply replied, an antlion. Why are you so different from the other larvae? Just then, the Northern Reaper logo on Vic's sword began to glow green, signaling that its power had been activated. He took a long drag from his cigarette and said calmly, we'll find out once we open it up. Jo and Gu watched him with a worried expression, muttering, what the hell? That guy. Our people are about to get wiped out. And he's just relaxing? Does he think I'm some kind of pushover? A squad member, about to be completely swallowed by the earth with only his head visible, screamed in despair, Captain. Park Minjun's eyes suddenly shot open in shock. Vic was in a ready stance, his glowing sword held firm. Jo and Guyu asked in astonishment, what? What's he planning to do from that distance? Park Minjun shouted a warning, he's got something coming. Be careful. But before he could finish his sentence, a brilliant bolt of blue lightning slammed into Jian Guyu. Minjun turned to see his comrade paralyzed by the bolt, completely unconscious. Seeing Guyu taken down in an instant, he went berserk, veins popping on his face as he glared and screamed, you arrogant bastard. Vic swung his sword again, unleashing another bolt of blue lightning that shot toward Park Minjun. The electricity struck him head-on, enveloping him in its blinding blue light. Minjun gritted his teeth, wondering in disbelief, is it useless to even try and fight back? The team member Diu cheered with relief, he's being pulled in. Vic leaped into the air, building momentum for a downward strike. He commanded his squad, there must be a reason these guys are interfering. We must retrieve that larva. All the members responded in unison. Understood. The clash between Vi and Park Minjun was brutal, with both fighters relentlessly parrying each other's blows. Vi's eyes blazed with fury as he said, you're the one carrying the dangerous item. Minjun coldly shot back, no, that would be you. Annoyed by his opponent's calm demeanor, he sneered at Vi's arrogant display. He lunged forward, summoning a second sword made of water as he roared, you really are an arrogant fool. Caught off guard by the second blade, Vi couldn't block in time and was thrown back. Minjun pressed his advantage, closing in. What's wrong? Are two swords too much for you to handle? With that, he unleashed a continuous assault with his dual blades, forcing Vi into a desperate defense. In that moment, Minjun swung a fatal blow aimed straight for Vi's head. He managed to block it just in time, but the strain was etched all over his face. Suddenly, Vi exhaled a thick cloud of smoke directly at his opponent. The dense plume billowed out, completely enveloping Park Minjun. His vision obscured, he wondered in frustration, what is this damn smoke now? Minjun slashed wildly into the air, shouting, this is so annoying. The smoke not only blinded him but also choked his lungs, sending him into a violent coughing fit. When the smoke finally cleared, Vi was gone. Where did he go? Just then, Minjun felt a powerful surge of electricity right behind him. Vi descended from above with a devastating lightning strike, but Minjun dodged it by a hair's breadth. He glared back in fury, snarling, you insolent human. Vi declared coldly, I'm capturing you, along with those larvae. But then he noticed a strange movement in the ground beneath his feet. The moment Vi leaped away, a razor-sharp spike erupted from the earth, nearly impaling him where he stood. But it wasn't over. Two more colossal fangs burst from the ground, continuing the assault. Two team members were desperately trying to protect Vi when one of them was suddenly pierced straight through by a fang, sending blood spraying everywhere. It was Yule, who had bravely taken the blow for his captain. He struggled to warn him, be careful, the ant's fangs. As he collapsed from the severe wound, Yule barely had time to look back at Vi, whispering, Captain. In the next instant, he was dragged violently underground by the fangs. Yule screamed in despair, no. He vanished into the earth before his horrified teammates' eyes, leaving only his echoing screams behind. The remaining members stared at the swirling, bottomless abyss on the ground, trembling as they uttered, the death pit. Not again. Park Minjun watched this with a sneer and asked, done playing dead yet? From the sandy pit, Jeongil emerged, his wounds already completely healed. He asked again, what is he? What is that guy with the glasses? Really? By now, John Gill had fully transformed into antlion larva number 1. He spoke up, reminding his accomplice, "We don't have time for this. Weren't we supposed to collect the item first?" Minjun grumbled, "I told you we should have gotten it earlier." June Gill asked blankly, "So this is my fault now?" Using the antlion's power, the Seodong monster was dragged down into the earth. The two insectoids stood in the middle of the death pit. Minjun signaled to his partner, "Let's head back to the club." Vi caught the important keyword, repeating it under his breath. "Club." A team member shouted, "They're trying to escape. We have to stop them." Another member of the Black Reapers spoke up hesitantly. "But the death pit is right in front of us." Just then, Vi raised his sword again, preparing to act, but was shocked to see the Black Reaper logo on its hilt turn red. He muttered, "The battery's dead." Instantly, the ground and the surrounding buildings began to shake violently. The team members screamed, "The buildings are cracking. The death pit is spinning." A terrifying voice echoed from the depths, "Be buried." Amidst the chaos, a team member yelled to Vi, "Captain, we have to fall back." He replied decisively, "All right, retreat." His team shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." But then Vi suddenly turned and sprinted straight towards the death pit, ignoring his team's desperate cries. "Captain, Captain, no." Park Min-jun watched Vi's reckless charge and remarked, "That guy has some serious guts." Covered in wounds, Vi reached the spot where Yule was curled up in pain. He bent down and scooped Yule into his arms, roaring an order to the others, "Take him and go." As June-gil sank back into the earth, he left them with one final warning, "Next time we meet, I won't be holding back." The 3 antennae on his head glowed brightly, emphasizing his threat. Vi could only scowl, watching helplessly as they vanished along with the death pit. The ground grew still, and the building stopped shaking. The other members quickly took the severely injured Yule from their captain's arms. Vi ordered his subordinate, "Investigate every club in this area. Now, it's our turn to hunt." In a dark, silent alley in the dead of night, a lone insectoid was running for its life. Suddenly, a shadowy black ant insectoid appeared before it, engaged in some sinister activity. It froze, terrified to move, and screamed in realization. A kindred hunter, backed into a corner in pure terror, it stammered, "Stay back." The insectoid's eyes widened in horror as another dark figure emerged. 2 black ant insectoids now stood side by side, staring it down with ferocious intent, striking fear into its heart. Park Min-jun stood there, his eyes filled with killing intent, but he said nothing. He merely observed in silence. The cornered creature cried out in hopeless confusion, "What is this? Is anyone there?" Kindred hunters. In an instant, it was swiftly taken down by the 2 black ant insectoids. Leaving the corpse behind, the pair turned and walked away. The next morning, students returned to school as usual, but a heavy silence hung in the air, much thicker than before. On Seodong's desk, a classmate had scrawled graffiti, "Seodong, R.I.P." alongside the words, "You monster," accompanied by a white chrysanthemum. They snickered. A monster getting flowers? How ridiculous. Another guy stood in front of a mirror, baring his teeth in frustration. "Damn it," he muttered. "Looks like all my delivery money is going straight to the dentist." Meanwhile, Jay and Jane sat in grim silence inside the classroom, while the other girls continued their noisy chatter. "I heard he's a trainee at an entertainment company, right? It was so satisfying to see Seodong get beat up. I was honestly shocked." A vicious girl added, "Well, he's a monster, after all." Suddenly, Dai's voice cut through, quiet but firm, "Hey, guys." They all turned to look at her. Dai stared them down. "He's not a monster. He's my friend, so watch what you say." Hearing this, they just mumbled a half-hearted apology to end the conversation. Dai's act of defending her friend had caught In's attention. She looked at Dai, surprised. Dai turned away, thinking to herself what a bunch of backstabbers. In looked at the dejected Dai and asked, "Are you okay?" She merely nodded, then lowered her head and forced out a quiet, "Yeah, just to get by." Dai asked Jane, "Hey Jane, you were in the classroom then too, right? Is Seodong really a monster?" Jane replied, "Besides Seodong, he hasn't hurt anyone. He's not a monster." Dai's face crumpled. "Is that true?" she whimpered. "To be honest, I was terrified." She recounted that day's events. "I was standing outside. I could hear the screaming. I could see what was happening through the window, but I didn't have the courage to look." Tears streamed down her face. "I was so scared I'd see Seodong turn into an insectoid." She choked on her sobs, breaking down completely in front of Jane. She wiped her tears away, choking out that she just couldn't bear to see it. Jane looked at Dee with an empathetic gaze, thinking, "Don't worry, because there is a way." At an abandoned, half-finished building, a black ant insectoid was savagely devouring its prey, tearing at flesh and bone like it hadn't eaten in days. Min Dong stood to the side and observed, his expression calm as if this gruesome sight was perfectly normal. The swarm of black ants buzzed around his body. He thought to himself, after absorbing the larva, the number of ants has definitely increased. He watched the creature he had created, which was now eating so violently that its internal fluids were spilling out. It had nearly devoured its entire meal. Min Dong mused. And so, after several consecutive failures, they finally created a new body. I gave that body the task of hunting for me. The insectoid stood up and advanced toward Min Dong. He looked at it and thought, it's finished eating, but the ants are still agitated. It looked like it wanted to devour its own master. Min Dong commanded, stop eating. Staring at his creation, he thought, if they're not full, they'll attack. He drove his fist straight through its throat and out the back of its head. The monster instantly disintegrated. All that remained in Min Dong's hand was a single stone, surrounded by the swarm of black ants. The entire swarm then flew into the stone he was holding. Just then, Min Dong detected the sound of approaching footsteps, and it seemed to be more than one person. His instincts screamed at him, telling him other insectoids were near. An image of a tunnel with 3 insectoids flashed in his mind. He thought, 3 of them. This is the perfect opportunity to test my strength. Min Dong leaped down, instantly transforming into a black ant insectoid. Without a moment's delay, he rushed off to find his new prey. A tearing sound ripped through the air, the unmistakable sign of someone using a teleportation ability. Min Dong froze as a bolt of red lightning flashed before him. He scanned the area but saw no one. In the blink of an eye, the presence of one of the insectoids completely vanished. Realizing the situation had turned dangerous, he quickly ducked behind a wall, waiting. Suddenly, a voice boomed through the building. That son of a bitch! It was a rhinoceros beetle insectoid. He glared down at the corpse on the floor and roared in fury. You called me all the way out here for this? He was shouting at a ladybug insectoid named Rhett. You want me to snap these bastards' necks? Rhett continued, lately, Yu Zhongjin's been keeping me on a tight leash, so I couldn't deal with you properly. Today, you're going to be my personal punching bag. With that declaration, Rhett immediately took a stance, preparing to attack the rhinoceros beetle. Hearing Rhett's words, Bela flew into a rage and charged, roaring. A lowly ladybug like you thinks you can crawl all over me. Back in the limitless martial heaven, I only toyed with you once and we never saw each other again, right? Isn't that right? This was the rhinoceros beetle insectoid, Bela. Seeing Rhett in his fighting stance, Bela rushed toward him, screaming, now, you die. He charged straight for Rhett, who dodged the attack with ease. Watching Bela's reckless advance, Rhett just let out a smirk. This idiot is a lost cause. Seeing the deep crack Bela left in the wall, Rhett scoffed. You really think you can beat me just by ramming that huge body of yours around? He raised his fist as if passing judgment. Such ignorant insects. Bela couldn't react to Rhett's counterattack. His eyes just widened in shock. Rhett launched a punch straight into Bela's stomach, sending him flying. The sheer force of the blow made Bela cough up blood. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach and gasping for air. Bela had been taken down with just a single hit from Rhett. Blood dripped from his arm, slowly pooling on the floor. Suddenly, Rhett glanced to the side, his eyes glowing. Hey, he called out. You've been watching long enough. I suggest you get in on this too. How about a round? Turns out, Rhett knew Minx had been watching the entire time. Minx glanced around, realizing the challenge was meant for him. Minx calculated his odds, then stepped toward them. He walked forward with confidence and calmly agreed, fine by me. Beneath the bridge, cracks began to spider web across the concrete. Chunks of debris started raining down onto the tunnel road below. Rhett and Minx faced off, bracing for a life-or-death struggle. Rhett arrogantly taunted him. The bloodthirsty king, huh? What's your name? You deaf? Shouldn't you at least leave your name before you die? Without giving Minx a chance to react, he threw a heavy punch straight at his head. Seeing Minx completely unfazed, Rhett hesitated in disbelief. Minx's black ant-like head simply shattered, revealing another one underneath. Rhett watched this spectacle with sudden caution. It seemed he was finally realizing who he was up against. Rhett's eyes widened as he stared, his mind racing. An ant? He muttered, before shouting, the black ant. Minx replied with cold contempt. That's the last name you'll ever hear. Rhett just scoffed. So it really is you. He charged forward, roaring. You're the psycho who turned Rena into a useless wreck. I've been wanting a piece of you. Rhett swung his fist at Minx's swarm of ants, demanding, show me what you've really got. What should have been a devastating blow was useless. It was as if Minx had a spare head, dodging Rhett's attack in a split second. He launched a furious barrage of attacks, but Minx evaded every single one. A thrill shot through Rhett. I've been wanting to test my skills, too, he declared. He rushed forward, screaming in Minx's face, fight me for real. By now, dodging the attacks was effortless for Minx. Rhett was stunned to see him evade so many consecutive blows. Suddenly, Minx lunged forward, launching a counterattack. But Rhett dodged it instantly, taunting him, "What was that clumsy fist? I could dodge that with my eyes closed." The moment the words left his mouth, Minx landed a clean punch to his head before he could even react. The powerful blow sent him flying. A cloud of dust and debris billowed up, proving the sheer destructive force behind Minx's strike. Inside the tunnel, Rhett collapsed to his knees, clutching his head. "What was that just now?" he thought to himself. "I definitely saw the punch coming." He tried to analyze the situation, but that speed, that power, it shattered all his expectations. That bastard. He glared at Minx, who was staring him down, and muttered, "That power of his." Suddenly, Minx's voice cut through the silence. Rhett froze. "What?" With a challenging tone, Minx repeated Rhett's earlier words, "Shouldn't you leave your name before you die?" Hearing his own words thrown back at him, Rhett shot to his feet in a pure rage, letting out a primal scream. Rhett slammed his fists together, gearing up for a counter. But Minx gave him no time, lunging forward and unleashing a straight punch aimed right for Rhett's chest. But just then, to his shock, Rhett's body began to glow. Rhett screamed, "Damn it, I didn't want to take it this far." Instantly, a crimson sigil materialized, blocking Minx's fist. The sigil, a Zor, detonated immediately. The explosion forced Minx to leap back to safety as he watched the crimson power erupt from his opponent. A bus driving on the bridge above was caught in the blast. A massive fissure ripped through the road from the Zor explosion. The hole in the asphalt grew wider, glowing with a sinister red light. The driver had to swerve violently to avoid it, sending the passengers into a panic. Both Minx and Rhett burst from the tunnel, continuing their fight on the bridge. The bus teetered precariously as the tunnel below looked ready to explode. The two of them continued their battle without a moment's hesitation. The bus was about to plunge off the bridge. The situation was critical. The scene finally caught Minx's attention. He abruptly broke off the fight, flying straight toward the bus. Thinking he was running away, Rhett screamed, "Hey, you coward." Just then, the bridge gave way, and the bus began its terrifying fall. Panic erupted inside as passengers screamed, the vehicle completely out of control. In that critical moment, Minx appeared, ready to save them. He caught the plummeting bus, straining to halt its descent, but his strength alone wasn't enough. The bus showed no sign of stopping as his arms began to buckle under the immense weight. As the crisis deepened, Rhett just sneered, calling him Mr. Arrogant. He walked over, holding a clone head that Minx had created. "Did you really think you could stop me with this pathetic little trick?" With that, he powerfully hurled the clone's head aside. Then, he moved next to Minx and helped him support the bus. Minx was completely stunned by Rhett's actions. With their combined strength, the bus slowly began to rise. Finally, they managed to lift it safely back onto solid ground. The passengers who scrambled out saw Rhett and started to flee in terror, but not before one hesitated, asking, "Shh." The glare Rhett gave the fleeing passengers was enough to send a cold sweat down anyone's spine. Minx's side wasn't much better. His murderous aura was so intense that no one dared to get close. Just then, Rhett started yelling at Minx again. "Mr. Arrogant, did you just ditch me to go play hero?" Rhett charged towards Minx, roaring, "Round 2 starts now." Minx just looked at him and let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. In an instant, he caught Rhett's punch with just a single arm. Minx casually backhanded him across the face, sending him flying. "Persistent, aren't you?" he mocked. The slap was so powerful it shattered Rhett's insectoid shell. The armor on its head shattered, revealing the human face within. Min Sung gripped Rhett's throat with a single hand, hoisting him into the air. He was completely exhausted, unable to fight back. Min Sung intended to let his second black ant head chew Rhett to pieces, but after a long moment of thought, he remained silent. Min Sung decided to spare Rhett this time, throwing him to the ground. Rhett slammed onto the dirt, wounded but still glaring with defiance. Watching Min Sung's back as he walked away, he could only mutter bitterly, "Damn you, black ant. I swear I'll crush you." The battle was over. Rhett lay defeated, though his spirit remained unyielding. Min Sung left without another word. In a quiet neighborhood with tightly packed buildings, as dusk settled in, Ji answered a call from her mother. She answered quietly, "Yes, Mom." From the other end, her mother asked where she was. Ji replied, "I just went out for a little exercise." Her mother immediately shouted, "Exercise? I already heard everything from In." She demanded, "You go looking for Say every single day after school, don't you?" Her younger brother, In, stood nearby and heard this. Fearing his sister's wrath, he yelled, "Mom, why would you say that?" Ji raised her voice at her mother. "I really want to find Say, but that's not what I'm doing now. I'm really just out exercising." Hearing this, her mother yelled back, "What do you mean it's not? If you keep wandering around like that, you'll end up just like her." Annoyed by her mother's nagging, Ji held the phone away from her ear and sighed, "I know. I'm coming home now. She hung up in frustration, muttering to herself, that woman is going to be the death of me. Ji decided, that's enough for today. But just as she turned to leave, a voice called out, hey. Startled, she spun around to see who it was. It was Jion. He was sipping a milk carton as he asked, are you talking about the say I know? Jonggu, the heaven insect, human name Che Jonggu. He lowered his drink and pressed, are you two friends? By now, night had truly fallen over a forest far from the city. Jonggu was calmly leading her deeper into the woods. Ji asked him again, do you really know where Sei is? Jonggu glanced at her and nodded in response. Yeah, I do. Ji asked suspiciously, what's your relationship with her? He walked casually ahead and asked back, me? Jonggu hesitated before saying, I'm her senior. Ji asked, confused, senior? She innocently wondered aloud, a senior, and an insect person. Hearing this, he stopped in surprise and asked, what? How did you know? Ji replied with a blank look. Oh, I just took a wild guess. Her concern returned to her friend as she asked, is Sei doing okay? Gu answered calmly, is she living well? Menjin Han is stuck to her like glue, so you could say it's a kind of sickness. Ji thought to herself, Men Han is stuck to her. Does that mean she's alive and well? She scratched her head and said awkwardly, well, that's enough for today. I should get going. Since you said she's okay, I don't want to be a burden. Jeonggu looked at Ji skeptically. What? It's fine? She replied with a friendly smile. She's probably made some other good friends by now. Before she could finish, Jeonggu spat out his drink with a laugh and asked, friends? Ji stared at him, confused. Jeonggu just smirked mockingly. You're talking about friends now? How romantic. It's pathetic. She didn't understand what he meant and could only ask, what? In this deserted place, he continued. It's because I'm hungry. Seriously, I brought you here to eat you. Hearing this, Jai's face fell. Just then, Jeonggu's horrifying bugs emerged from the shadows. They growled, as if they had been waiting a long time. He spoke again. If your little friend Sei knew I ate you. She trembled, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Jeonggu gave a sinister smile, surrounded by terrifying insects. I wonder how she would feel. She stumbled backward in fear, her voice shaking. What are you talking about right now? Jeonggu gritted his teeth in bitter anger. Me? I never liked that girl from the very beginning. He began his tale. I ran and hid just to survive, constantly hunted by humans who wanted to devour me. He continued, I finally found my true form as an antlion. And now, I've reached this position. Jeonggu emphasized angrily. But that girl? Min Sung keeps her by his side, letting her live a comfortable life in this world. He then looked at her, his eyes wide as he demanded, what is it? Why do you look so surprised? Then again, how could a human possibly understand? Ji screamed in terror and then turned to run for her life. Jeonggu sneered, what's this? Running away. He slowly began transforming into his insect form, warning her. It's far too late to run now. Suddenly, Ji screamed as if she'd encountered something else. It was the same deadly sinkhole that the Northern Creeper team had faced. She was being sucked into it, crying out in despair. Jeonggu turned and shouted to his bugs, what are you waiting for? It's time to eat. Seeing the bugs' gaping mouths about to devour her, Ji was frozen with terror, unable to speak. In the moment she lost all hope and screamed, a bug was suddenly sliced in two right in front of her. Ji, caught in the sinkhole's pull, stared in utter shock. Above her, Jaina transformed into her silkworm moth form and was flying straight toward her. Jeonggu saw her and roared in disbelief. What? In a flash, Jain flipped down towards Jeonggu and delivered a powerful kick straight to his head. He collapsed to the ground in pain, completely stunned. Jain's rescue had saved Ji from being pulled into the deadly abyss. Jeonggu glared upwards. What the hell is going on? What are you? Ji touched down gracefully, her threads shimmering around her. A certain old man, one who resembled an ant, she answered calmly, is the one who called me this. She then uttered her name. Jae-in. A quick glance confirmed it. D was safe, pulled to safety by her threads. Jae-in retracted, the threads binding Dai. But a cocoon of silk still hovered beneath her feet, keeping her from touching the corrupted ground. She spoke to the terrified girl. Get out of here. Dai just stared, frozen in shock. Now, Jae-in insisted, her voice sharp. Trembling, Dai scrambled backward, not forgetting to thank her rescuer. Thank you. And then, she ran for her life. That left Jae-in to face the ferocious swarm alone. As they lunged, she unleashed a storm of threads from her hands, instantly ensnaring every last one. They writhed and fought, but escape was impossible. With a single, sharp tug, she shredded them all into bloody pieces. Their blood rained down, painting the earth crimson. Jeonggu exploded with furious laughter. What is this? You just show up out of nowhere and ruin my meal. He sneered with absolute arrogance. Or maybe, I should just bury you alive right here. Ji, and actually let out a small laugh. How cute. Her eyes drifted over the mangled remains of the larvae littering the ground. Her voice dripped with contempt. What a pathetic joke. You're just like them. And the others. She stared him down, her suspicion growing. Are you a celestial larva, too? Jong-gu's eyes widened in shock. She knew what he was. That's right, he confirmed, his arrogance returning. Now I remember. You're that girl, aren't you? The one who killed Rick Na all alone. Still standing, are we? Jay, and clutched the pill that created human insects, her mind racing. He's right, she thought grimly. Fighting a celestial larva directly. Alone. She stared at the pill, gritting her teeth. It seems I have no choice but to use that power. Seeing the pill in her hand, Jeong-gu demanded. Where did you get that? Ignoring his question, Ji-in's resolve hardened. They can't consume this, but I can. As she brought the pill to her lips, Jeong-gu screamed, What do you think you're doing? Put that down. She popped it into her mouth. This was the only way. He lunged toward her, roaring in fury. You damned pest. But it was too late. Jae-in swallowed the capsule. A shockwave of energy erupted from her, blasting Jeong-gu away. Smoke and debris choked the air, hiding her form completely. As the dust slowly settled, an unnerving silence fell over the battlefield. Jeong-gu sneered from a distance. All that drama for a single pill. One dose like that won't even give you a significant mana boost. Suddenly, something sliced clean through his leg. It was one of Jae-in's razor-sharp threads. Her form had completely transformed after consuming the pill. Without a word, she unleashed a barrage of threads, severing his limbs one by one. Jeong-gu screamed in a mix of pain and rage. What is this? You didn't consume a larva. You ate a pill. Jae-in's voice cut through the chaos, cold and clear. A cheap imitation like you could never possibly understand. She was declaring the birth of her new strength. This is true power. She had fully transformed into a divine silkworm state. In a flash, she closed the distance between them. Her gaze was predatory, as if she wanted to devour him whole. After she effortlessly sliced off the horns on his shoulders, he asked with a hint of fear, Is this true power? Jie-in shot back, her voice laced with ice. You are the fake. And with that, she drove a fist straight into his neck. He had no time to react. The blow forced him to cough up blood, a pained scream tearing from his throat. You bastard. While he was still reeling in the air, Jae-in severed both his arms. She then landed lightly, not a single movement wasted. Covered in his own blood, he charged her again, muttering like a madman. No, not me. I'm not the fake. He acknowledged me. With no arms or horns left, Jeong-gu's monstrously long tongue shot out from his mouth. It coiled around Jae-in's neck in a direct assault. As he squeezed, he shrieked, I am the one and only larva. Feeling his tongue make contact, he roared in triumph. I got you. But Ji-in just asked softly, her tone dripping with mockery. What's this, little fake? She declared with absolute confidence, My outer shell is woven from threads of pure steel. What could a pathetic attack like yours possibly do to me? With her bare hands, she effortlessly tore his tongue from her neck and squeezed. Jeong-gu's eyes bulged in agony. As her grip tightened on his tongue, she released a new swarm of razor-sharp threads. I'm going to dice you into 1,000,000 pieces, she whispered. As he watched her toy with his tongue, a single thought screamed in his mind. This monster. She's too strong. Is this what true power feels like? He couldn't accept this reality. No. It's impossible. Stop your nonsense. Jeong-gu bellowed in denial. I don't acknowledge you. And just as he said it, his tongue vanished. Jae-in had ripped it clean out. He immediately began to burrow into the earth to flee. She held his severed tongue aloft, a look of pure provocation on her face as he desperately clawed his way underground. His muffled screams echoed from the hole, You damned silkworm. You're dead. I'm not running away. I'll get stronger and I'll have my revenge. His eyes burned with pure hatred, because I can still evolve. But just then, an intricate web of threads materialized from the ground. It fell over Jeong-gu's terrified face. His entire body was shredded by her razor-sharp silk. It was over. Jeong-gu hung helpless in the air, completely at her mercy. Triumphant, Jane gazed at her arm overflowing with incredible power. Amazing, she breathed. Clenching her fist, she declared, A heavenly insect. I finally caught one. Jane lowered her head, her expression deadly serious. Now, the real fight begins. But a cold voice suddenly echoed from behind her. Then let's get serious. Jane's eyes shot open in alarm as a razor-sharp claw appeared right before her face. She spun around to see him, gasping in surprise. The second one was Minjin. He stalked toward her, ready for battle. Jane scrambled to escape, panic rising within her. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Why now, when the black ants aren't here? But she quickly regained her composure. With this power, I can do this alone. She calmly faced Park Minjun as he closed the distance. He sneered at Jane. A familiar face. Where's that black ant of yours? Did he leave you all alone? Minjun casually scratched himself with his bladed weapon, complaining. Those ants he put inside me. They're still crawling around in there, you know. If I don't kill him, this will never end. Jane shot back with utter contempt. I know all about that. That disgusting feeling. That pain. She leaped into the air, slinging her threads toward him and declaring, I'll take care of you in his place. Minjun looked up at her, a smug, challenging smirk on his face. All right then, let's see you try. With a few simple swings of his blade, he effortlessly deflected her threads. Their battle was ferocious. Every strand of her thread sent sparks flying from Minjun's sword. Suddenly, a crack appeared on his blade. Minjun's eyes widened as he thought, this drug, its power is no joke. If I let my guard down, I'm finished. He brandished the sword, now shredded by Jane's threads. Jane hovered above him, watching. Minjun sneered at her, but with just that much. He lunged forward, roaring, How much do you have left? Every one of Minjun's strikes were parried. She began a countdown in her head. He winced in pain but endured it in silence. She counted on. 4, 3. Jane kicked Minjun away with incredible force. She rocketed toward him as she reached the final number. 2. Jane launched a final kick toward Minjun. But suddenly, her body wouldn't move. She gasped for air, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Stunned, she crumpled to the ground. The threads on her head began to fade away before snapping off her body entirely. She stared at her own hands. Her appearance had reverted to her normal insect form. Did I change back? She wondered. Just then, Minjun stalked toward her, mocking her. The drug's effects don't last very long, do they? He pressed his blade against her neck. Jane stared up at Minjun, completely powerless. He spoke with absolute arrogance. Now, you're coming with me quietly. That evening, the lights were still on in Min Sung's apartment. He was sitting on the couch, watching TV with his grandmother. An interview was playing on the screen. We have with us Chi Dong, the youngest martial artist in the Indochina Boxing League. Hello. Greetings. His grandmother murmured with pride, honored by the whole country. The interviewer continued. In your last title defense, you didn't give your opponent a single chance to score a point. Min Sung's face showed his surprise. It's Chi Dong. He was then asked about an injury. That wound on your right cheek. Where did it come from? Chi Dong just smiled lightly and replied, I was bitten by an insect. The interviewer was taken aback. What? As the grandmother and grandson snacked and watched, the interviewer joked, I can't believe a world-class athlete like Chi Dong can be attacked by an insect. It wasn't an insectoid, was it? He replied. If it were, how could I be sitting here right now? Laughter filled the studio as everyone's attention returned to the swelling on Chi Dong's face. And now, for the 9 o'clock news. The broadcast began. On Friday morning at Nemia Mountain, a large number of insectoid bodies were discovered. Just then, Min Sung's phone buzzed with a message from Idai. Min Sung, are you skipping school again tomorrow? He thought to himself, I still can't control the swarm. It's too soon to go back. He opened a flood of messages from her. Why aren't you coming to school? Min Sung, are you skipping tomorrow too? Jane skipped today as well. The homeroom teacher is furious. Hearing that Jane was absent made Min Sung wonder. Why would she? Another contact, nicknamed Emergency Rations, texted him. Why aren't you at school? When you come, buy some ice cream. We're having pork today. Meanwhile, in a massive arena, a crowd roared with excitement. Below, insectoids were engaged in a brutal, bloody brawl. Among the spectators were several other insectoids. And in the ring, Jane was being mercilessly beaten by the others. She was continuously brutalized by a series of painful-looking slaps. On the other side of a screen, Minjun watched her every move. He muttered to himself, What is this? I was wondering where that drug came from. So it was that little girl all along? He sat back in a luxurious leather chair, a projector displaying the brutal scene. Minjun frowned. How defiant. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his bag. Minjun turned to look, opening the bag and grabbing the device. He scowled at the screen for a moment, before a wicked, twisted smile spread across his face, as if he'd been waiting for this. It was a blunt text from Min Sung. What are you doing? Minjun saw it and cursed under his breath. That bastard. Back at the apartment, Min Sung stood up. His grandmother asked, Are you going to bed? Yeah, Grandma. I'm not going to school tomorrow. His grandmother just smiled back at Min Sung. Do whatever you want, dear. What's one more day after skipping a whole week? Just as Min Sung was about to head to his room, his phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Park Min-jun. He opened it, and his face instantly darkened. Min Sung's eyes burned with fury as he stared at the picture. The photo showed Daeun's mask lying on the ground in a pool of blood, and placed on top of it was the gleaming red business card for Club X. That night, crimson lights bathed the entire Club X building in an ominous glow. In a dark, empty prison cell, the heavy footsteps of Park Min-jun echoed as he entered. His eyes narrowed, fixed on the cell, where Daeun sat slumped over, completely drained of life. He called out with a mocking tone, "Hey, are you dead already? Why so lifeless? You're going to disappoint the clients who paid good money for you." Covered in blood, Daeun used what little strength she had left to curse him. "Get lost." Min-jun brought up the drug. "Looks like the pill you skipped out on was your last one, wasn't it? What a shame. That medicine is all gone now. Some little larva stole it all." He peered into the cell, intrigued. "I think you and I have a pretty deep connection. What exactly is your deal, anyway? What's your goal?" Daeun just whispered back in a hoarse voice. "Exterminating harmful insects." His face twisted in annoyance. "Damn it, what are you, the Northern Reaper? You're just an insect, too." Min-jun leaned in close, his voice a low warning. "Don't think I'm letting you live for no reason. It's only because there's a certain bond between our kind that you're still breathing." Then he urged her. "The next match is about to start. Get ready." Daeun shot him a look of pure disgust, saying nothing more. As Min-jun walked away, his voice echoed back, "Because this is a special match, just for you." In the arena, the atmosphere was as wild as ever. The stick-bug hybrid stepped out as the master of ceremonies, hyping up the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, you've come at the perfect time. Up next is our main event, the hellish death race where only one contestant will be left standing." The announcer crouched down, roaring to ignite the crowd's excitement. "Let the games begin." At that moment, Daeun emerged from the gate. The announcer introduced her. "Our first contestant is the star of our infernal race, the hot new rookie, Daeun." She stepped into the light, glancing around with a sullen, completely uninterested expression. The announcer then explained the rules to the audience. The Hell's Gauntlet follows Royal Zumbo rules, where new opponents are added every single minute. If you don't kill your enemy within 60 seconds, the number of foes just keeps growing. Just then, a new bug human appeared. The announcer screamed, "And here comes contestant number 2. It flew directly toward Daeun. She simply stared back at it, her face an icy mask. On another floor, surrounded by sealed training rooms, Ji-dong was busy honing his skills, slamming his fists into a punching bag. He relentlessly threw powerful punches, building his strength. That's when Park Min-jun appeared, leaning against the wall. "Not getting ready? You're the opening act." Ji-dong stared at his own fist, replying, "You want me to take part in that ridiculous game? I'd rather be the main character. If that were the case, I might have cooperated." Min-jun's face soured. "Who do you think you're messing with? Killing all the contestants and ruining my business." Ji-dong instantly swung his fist, stopping just inches from Min-jun's face. The man's expression went dark. Ji-dong glared. "Or maybe. I'll kill you." Min-jun stared back in silence. Ji-dong then said with deadly seriousness, "And Gong Jae run." At that, Min-jun let out a sneer, veins popping on his forehead as his eyes bulged. "How dare you speak the boss's name so disrespectfully?" Min-jun bowed his head slightly, a veiled threat in his voice. "Because you're a contestant, I've let it slide. But perhaps I need to teach you a lesson about the chain of command." Ji-dong, completely unafraid, challenged him. "Do it. Right now." Just then, Min-jun's phone began to ring, breaking the tension. Min-jun answered. "What is it?" The voice on the other end was frantic. "Sir, we have a huge problem." He snapped back, his voice dripping with irritation. "What happened? Spit it out." The subordinate stammered. "It's the VIP elevator. There's a deep hole carved into the floor. And it's completely vanished." "What?" Min-jun screamed into the phone. He hung up and turned to Ji-dong. "Hey, champion, get ready." Min-jun shot him a final glance. "Because your opponent has already arrived." Meanwhile, the stick-bug announcer was in a panic. "What is going on?" Down in the arena, Daeun was fighting for her life, using her threads to shred her opponent to pieces. The announcer narrated the chaos. "She's defeated the 4th opponent with ease. Is she ignoring her wounds to fight even harder?" Suddenly, a massive sound echoed from behind her. The announcer yelled, "But contestant number 5, QC, is already right behind her." Daeun sensed the enemy behind her, and her eyes widened in fear. QC was a towering behemoth who let out a deafening roar. Using his immense size, QC effortlessly launched her into the air. Daeun crashed hard onto the ground, coughing up blood from the impact. It was clear her strength was fading. Before she could even react, QC viciously swatted her away again. Against QC's massive frame, and after fighting 4 others, she was easily sent tumbling across the arena floor. Daeun collapsed in a cloud of dust, with no strength left to fight back. Just then, new footsteps approached. Another challenger had entered the ring, and she was already covered in wounds. He's collapsed on the ground, unable to rise. The announcer's voice booms. Now, contestants 6, 7, and 8 are entering the arena. Don't call it cowardly. Have you all forgotten the harsh truth of this lawless world? They begin to swarm around Dean. The announcer roars, yes, let's reach the grand finale of death. The clock is ticking down, now showing the number 1. Then, it hits 0, marking the end of 60 seconds of hell. Just as Dean runs out of strength, a powerful gust of wind rips through the room. It kicks up a blinding cloud of dust, forcing the stick-bug announcer to look up. He screams, "Who dares to interrupt a moment like this?" From the contestant's entrance, a figure emerges, the sound of their footsteps growing closer. The head of a contestant comes into view. Who could this be? But then, the head falls to the floor, revealing it was only a mask. Behind contestant number 9, Min Sung steps out in his black ant insectoid form and crushes the fallen mask under his foot without a second thought. The stick-bug announcer stammers in a panic. Wah! Who are you? The insectoid shell on Min Sung's head begins to peel away. It reveals Min Sung's human face, though the rest of his body is still the black ants. The announcer continues to question him. Who are you? High above, Lord Minnan, who has been observing the entire time, glares down at him. He curses under his breath. Damn it. So he really came. Down below, Dean struggles to lift his head to see what is happening. He raises his blood-soaked face and whispers a single name. Min Sung. The announcer shrieks again. You're an unregistered contestant. He lunges toward Min Sung, intending to throw him out with one punch. Min Sung just frowns, his eyes filled with cold contempt for the interruption. So noisy. In a flash, he effortlessly blocks the announcer's punch. A swarm of black ants suddenly appears, crawling up the announcer's arm. Min Sung's secondary form turns, its massive jaws opening to release a blinding light. He's ready to silence the arrogant announcer. Min Sung spins him around several times before flinging him across the arena. The announcer looks down at his body in horror, screaming, I'm melting, before collapsing at Min Sung's feet. Min Sung gets straight to the point, his voice like ice. I won't repeat myself. His dark expression and razor-sharp eyes are absolutely terrifying. He asks coldly, Where's Lily? I'm here. Under the immense pressure of his aura, the countdown monitor begins to crack and short out. A voice echoes from somewhere above. Bring him to me. The energy Min Sung has summoned radiates with a blinding light. He focuses his power, unleashing the attack straight ahead. The other insectoid masters are frozen in place, unable to dodge. In an instant, their bodies begin to corrode, and they let out agonizing screams. Seeing this, Dean gasps, then grunts, thinking, You idiot. Watching the insectoids dissolve, he can't help but feel terrified. When did he learn such a horrifying technique? A second later, Dean yells in frustration, Hey, you blockhead. I'm getting caught in the attack, too. His voice finally gets Min Sung's attention. He desperately calls out, Over here. At that exact moment, a sword appears out of nowhere, aimed directly at Min Sung's back. Dean's expression changes as he spots the new threat. Lord Minnan had already snuck up behind him. He speaks. Long time no see, little ant. Min Sung is momentarily surprised by his appearance, but he immediately raises his arm, ready for battle. You water strider. Minnan isn't afraid in the slightest, taunting him. What? Are you going to shoot? Hearing that, Min Sung's eyes narrow. The villain raises a hand and commands his insectoids. Get to work. Kill him. They charge forward with deadly intent. Min Sung stands his ground, raising his hand to gather power for a counterattack. But in that instant, a sharp pain courses through him. It makes him cough. A powerful blast of energy erupts from his hand, sending one of the attackers flying backward. He stands there, seemingly unharmed, his arm now aimed directly at Jejun with clear intent. He coughs again, then launches another powerful blast straight ahead. But Jejun suddenly grabs the head of another larva and hurls the creature forward as a living shield to counter the attack. It takes the full force of Min Sung's blast. From behind the smoke, Jejun seizes the opportunity, lunging forward to strike. Min Sung can't react in time to the surprise assault and watches as Jejun's hands close in with terrifying force and traps him inside. The powerful collision kicks up a massive cloud of dust. Believing he's won, Lord Minnan begins to mock him. Oh, Jejun, you actually used your head for once. Don't worry, are you afraid of dying? He then gives an order, Jejun, bring him to me. But Jejun doesn't move. All that can be heard is a trembling sound. Seeing Jejun lying there silently, Lord Minnan gets annoyed. What are you doing? Hey, you idiot, get up. Now. But Lord Minnan still hasn't realized that Jejun's body is dissolving. A moment later, Jejun's body explodes into countless pieces. The villain is stunned into silence by the gruesome scene. Min Sung steps out from Jejun's remains without a single scratch. A chilling tone enters Lord Minun's voice. Impressive, kid. You're much stronger than before, aren't you? It seems you can even absorb mere larvae. But Dean shouts in support. Black Ant. Nice one. The VIP clients watching are. Everyone watching had the same question. Who is this intruder? He then gave a cold command. Bring that brat to me. Jae-in was completely floored. Hey, you just called my name a second ago. Min Sung replied, You're my emergency food supply. Min Jun couldn't hide his irritation and snapped. Are you playing games? The VIP clients were murmuring amongst themselves. A young man shouted in fury, Are you the manager here? They're all dead. So what about our money? The others chimed in immediately. I bet 2 million won on Jae Jun. I put down 100 million. Is this how you do business? Faced with their questions, Min Jun gritted his teeth, disgusted by this talk about mere humans. He glanced back and spoke. On behalf of the management, I apologize. Your money will be refunded. But in the next instant, Min Jun's rage exploded. Shut your mouths. And place your bets again. Damn you rotten VIPs. He cursed under his breath. The clients were stunned. What? Are those two going to fight each other? Overflowing with killing intent, Min Jun growled. I'll kill you right here, you bastard. But the man just laughed mockingly, unafraid. Don't get too arrogant. Min Jun's next words left him confused. Your opponent is behind you. An announcement echoed through the arena. Player 10 has entered the field. Chi-dong stepped into the ring, ready for battle. Min Jun turned his head at the sound of the voice. I found you, Black Ant. Chi-dong appeared with an overwhelming aura that terrified everyone. Seeing him there, Min Sung asked, Are you here for revenge? Chi-dong calmly confirmed it. That's right. He could no longer hold back and charged forward. Let's begin. Min Sung was just as fast, leaping forward to fight. But instead of attacking Min Sung, Chi-dong shot past him. His fist, crackling with immense power, aimed straight for Min Jun's face. To the utter shock of Min Jun and Ji-in, he sent the man flying. The surprise attack sent Min Jun reeling. His face was heavily damaged from the blow, and the sheer force of the impact made him struggle just to stay on his feet. Wiping blood from his nose, Min Jun snarled, Jae Jun. You little punk. What's going on? Ji-in and Min Sung were completely lost. Then Chi-dong spoke. I saw everything from up there, and I even shed a tear at the sight. His gaze fell on Min Sung. Go now, he urged. I was quite impressed by your friendship. Leave the revenge to me and get out of here. Stunned by his words, Min Sung could only mutter, Comrade. Meanwhile, Jae-in and Min Sung's other self burst out laughing at the mention of friendship. A moment later, Min Sung threw her over his shoulder. She let out a startled cry. Stay still, he ordered coldly. In a flash, he launched himself from the ground, making his escape. The awkward position made Ji-in yell in embarrassment. You can't carry me out like this. Hearing her, Min Jun muttered, How noisy. Meanwhile, the other one revealed his true form and sneered. So, you're just trying to make a scene. I suppose that's right. I've grown tired of cleaning up your messes anyway. But Chi-dong just laughed in his face. He did a good job, so I saved him. If he wasn't useful, I would have just killed him. The man laughed at his aggressive stance. In the end, you're just an arrogant little brat. So be it. Just then, Min Jun pressed a sword against Chi-dong's neck. Let's end this today. Elsewhere, Jae-in was anxiously asking, How do we get down from here? Do you have a key card? No, Min Sung replied. His answer only made her more anxious. Then what are we going to do? We break it, he said calmly. Jae-in couldn't believe her ears. What? Staring at the massive object before them, she gasped, You're insane. Jae-in sighed. We're going to die for sure. Just hurry up and get us out. Not wasting a second. Min Sung ran forward. Suddenly, he froze as dirt and rocks began to fall on him. The debris came down faster, in all shapes and sizes. Min Sung gritted his teeth as a horrifying realization dawned on him. Jae Jun clenched his fists and lunged forward with incredible speed. He threw a powerful punch towards Min Sung, the sheer force of the blow sending Jae-in flying as well. Jae Jun snarled through clenched teeth. How are you going to take responsibility for this? The impact of his fist made Min Sung cough up blood. You vandal, you're interfering with business, Jae Jun roared. As Jae-in watched in horror, his killing intent exploded. The only way to answer for this is with your death. Isn't that right? Not long before. The lights flickered on, illuminating an entire room. Jae Jun was chugging a bottle of liquor. He slammed it down, filled with excitement. Excellent. Looking at the countless larvae before him, Jae Jun was immensely satisfied. That's right, 50 egg larvae. Where should I take the first bite? Suddenly, one of his underlings called out from the side. Boss. She asked with a greedy look in her eyes. Does He know about this? Jae-jun asked dismissively. And what if he does? You scared he'll take your cut? She bit her finger nervously. But we should still report it to him first. Before she could finish, he cut her off. Wipe the drool off your face before you speak. Then, Jae-jun picked up one of the larva's corpses, calling it Kijima. He held it up and declared, that person already stands at the pinnacle of the insectoids. He has no need for something like this. Excitement filled Jae-jun's voice as he laughed. Just imagine how epic this is going to be. What is this? This power. It intrigues me. So I'll just have to taste it for myself. I have to know what it's like to stand at the absolute peak. Just then, the lights in the room began to flicker and die. This caught Jae-jun off guard, who turned to see one of Min-jun's underlings scrambling into the room with an urgent report. Sir, we have an intruder. But the man remained completely unfazed, asking calmly, is this intruder strong? The subordinate stammered in reply, well, because of the intruder, the VIP elevator. It vanished. And now he's heading for the lawless paradise. Hearing this, Jae-jun released the larva he was holding. He asked with a newfound curiosity, not broken or destroyed, but vanished. He then pointed a finger directly at the subordinate's face. So, you came here begging me to handle this pest for you. The man stuttered in fear. Well, we first need to track his movements. It seems he's headed for the lawless paradise. Jae-jun kept his finger pointed, his voice dripping with scorn. So you're saying you're not strong enough to stop him yourself? The words hit their mark, leaving the subordinate speechless. Sir, it's just that. In the next instant, Jae-jun's finger jabbed forward, drawing blood. As the man collapsed, Jae-jun sneered at the sight. Useless. After considering the situation, a thrill of excitement ran through him. Perhaps I should get a little warm-up in before my meal. Back in the present, Jae-jun's hand was tightening around Min-sung's throat, forcing him to choke and sputter. Jae-in stared at the scene, completely stunned. What is this? A terrifying, murderous aura radiated from Jae-jun, making him look absolutely monstrous. As Jae-jun lifted Min-sung's body into the air, Yi-in felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Min-sung gasped for breath, a single thought racing through his mind. Not since Jima have I felt such terrifying, oppressive power. Across from him, Jae-jun was just laughing mockingly. Don't be scared. I don't want your money. Instead, let's just have some fun. With that, Jae-jun violently threw Min-sung across the room, completely defenseless. Min-sung was sent flying, much to Jae-in's shock. Jae-jun then shot forward, moving like a blur of wind right past her. But he didn't stop there. Jae-jun lunged again, planting a brutal kick into Min-sung's chest. He attacked with manic excitement, roaring in delight. Look at you. Get stronger, will you? While Min-sung was still coughing from the impact, Jae-jun continued his taunts. Is this all you have? Provoked by the lack of resistance, he slapped Min-sung hard across the face, screaming, No, I told you, no, don't collapse on me. It's not enough. Not enough. His rage exploded with every word. Show me your true power. In that instant, Min-sung's second self broke free from its restraints, appearing behind Jae-jun to launch a counterattack. Caught off guard, Jae-jun took a punch square in the face. But just as quickly, he spun around and grabbed Min-sung, letting out a sharp grunt. He looked down at Min-sung's arm and remarked, Now this is a little more interesting. Suddenly, threads shot out from the side, catching Jae-jun's attention. It was Ji-in, pouring all her strength into an attack aimed right at him. As she pushed her power to its limit, she came to a terrifying realization. How can he be this powerful in his human state? Even with every thread she could muster, she knew it wouldn't be enough to hold him. Despite the assault, Jae-jun remained completely unafraid. He chuckled. Look at them, a bunch of pests just begging to be squashed. In a flash, a horrifying grin spread across his face as he roared, Yes, this is it. Ji-in unleashed everything she had in a desperate attack. Min-sung roared as well. Attack with her. Be more brutal. But in the end, their combined strength was no match for him. They were thrown back, screaming in agony. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, another fierce battle was raging. Chi-dong's fists remained steady even after the long fight. The battle was over, and he stood completely unscathed, looking down at the defeated Park Min-jun. Chi-dong sneered. You're no match for me, are you? Hearing this, Park Min-jun gripped his sword tighter and yelled, RNA. Then, with eyes blazing, he roared, Shut your mouth. This isn't over. Chi-dong simply walked toward him, judging him. Don't get so arrogant. You insolent bastard, Park Min-jun screamed. But suddenly, a noise from behind startled Chi-dong, who turned to see Jae-jun's power erupting. Jae-jun sent Jae-in flying. She and Min-sung skidded across the floor, stopping right at Chi-dong's feet. Both of them were gasping for air, glaring forward. At the same time, Jae-jun's voice echoed through the room. So you're here too? RNA. He seemed to recognize his opponent, but the word died on his lips. A moment later, a stunned Min Jun finally spoke. Sir. Seeing him, Zhou Jun's face twisted in disgust. What is this pathetic state you're in? Utterly disgraceful. Cornered, Min Jun tried to explain, I have brought shame upon you, no matter the circumstances. I'm not finished speaking, Jijun bellowed. Don't you dare speak such weak words. You are a subordinate of Gong Jijun. Receiving his orders, Min Jun straightened up. Yes, sir. Qidong, however, was stunned, blurting out the name Gong Jae-jun. The VIP guests were also shocked, murmuring amongst themselves. What? The madman, Gong Jae-jun. He's so tall. It's my first time seeing him in person. Just then, Jae-jun raised a hand in greeting. Oh, hello to all our VIPs. I'm the director here. Seeing this, the chatter only grew louder. Didn't he just take down that aggressive fighter with his bare hands? No way. He looks like a complete maniac. Then, Jae-jun suddenly asked a strange question. All that exercise has made me a bit hungry. Have you all eaten yet? Min-sung, Ji-in, and Qidong were left utterly speechless. Jae-jun then continued coldly, I was in the middle of a meal when I had to come out here. Since all our guests are here, I should probably entertain them, right? He then called out loudly for Rick. Min-jun quickly answered, yes, and Jae-jun just uttered a single, chilling phrase. To him, let's go eat. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He demanded, what are you talking about? We'll discuss it later. Before Minnan could even finish, he was cut off. He felt completely lost by Jae-jun's bizarre actions. Minnan finally understood the signal and launched himself from the ground. At that exact moment, the ceiling above began to slide open. With a deafening roar, the ceiling panels retracted, grabbing the attention of Min-sung and Jane. In unison, they gasped, the ceiling is opening. What are they planning? Just like that, the entire ceiling opened before their eyes. She was so stunned, she couldn't even speak. His reaction was no different than Jane's. A girl was lowered from above, shocking them all. A human. Then something else crashed to the ground in a cloud of dust. Jae-jun stepped forward and announced, Now, there's no need to be shy. The larvae scattered on the ground were trembling and coughing violently. He stared at them with a ravenous hunger. They're even more delicious than I expected. Witnessing this grotesque scene, Qidong cursed, that absolute bastard. A moment later, a horrifying rain of countless larvae and humans began pouring from above. They were every size imaginable, from tiny to monstrous. Jae-jun casually grabbed a larva and took a bite. His eyes locked on Min-sung, who was already braced for battle. Fight the swarm. He roared with excitement, savoring the taste and shouting, let the feast begin. A collective roar erupted from the horde of larvae. The sheer force of their aura was enough to make anyone's blood run cold. While Minung remained silent, a stunned Jane could only whisper, what in the world is that? Qidong agreed. This is absolutely insane. But unexpectedly, Min-sung commented, perfect. Jane shot back, confused. What's so perfect about this? Min-sung replied, this opportunity. You've managed to stall his absorption of the larvae. Leave the rest to me. His words only confused Jane more. Of course we have to stop him. But for how long? Qidong was in disbelief. Us? But then, understanding dawned on his face, and he nodded firmly. Let's just trust him. Suddenly, Jane grew curious. By the way, who are you guys? Qidong introduced himself. I'm Qidong. Jane responded, and I'm Jane. Seeing them talking, Jae-jun grew impatient. Hey, what are you doing with a meal right in front of you? Devouring another larva, he urged them on. Eat. Stop all this hunting. You'll upset the ones who prepared this for us. You can't find a delicacy like this even if you wanted to. Just then, a tiny larva appeared, and Jae-jun's eyes lit up. There it is. He snatched it up and exclaimed with reverence, the Ant King. Qidong's eyes narrowed, sensing his chance, and in a flash, he shot forward like an arrow, straight for Jae-jun. He lunged just as the man was about to toss the Ant King into his mouth and absorb its immense power. Seeing Qidong's reckless charge, Jane screamed, what is that idiot doing? He's completely lost his mind. Suddenly, Minam called out to Jane. She whipped her head around, thinking, damn it all. Min-sung's voice cut through, run. Jane didn't understand. What? Min-sung said with piercing clarity. I told you I came here to save you. I'll handle things here, you need to go. She couldn't believe his words. Staring at him, a realization dawned on her, and she scoffed. What are you saying? You've never been the type to be ruled by your emotions. Then she reminded him. Stop talking nonsense. We just have to wait until you can absorb the larvae, right? Hearing this, Min-sung finally relented. Jane thought to herself, okay, I can't hold out much longer either. At that moment, he began to summon his own swarm of ants, his gaze locked forward. Min-sung roared, a swarm of ants. On his command, a black tide surged forward. Devour everything. The ants opened their gaping jaws, ready to feast upon the larvae. Not stopping there, Min-sung also commanded his layers of armor. You all eat as well, and then return to me. They obeyed instantly, swarming and tearing at the larvae, until only a thin protective layer remained on Min-sung's arm. He muttered, "Is this all that's left?" A piercing scream suddenly ripped through the space. On the other side was Jejun. Chidong had landed a powerful blow, catching him completely by surprise. But no one expected Jejun to bite down hard on his arm. In agonizing pain, Chidong raised his other arm and yelled, "You savage animal." Jejun effortlessly blocked the incoming punch, saying, "Don't you know you should never interrupt someone while they're eating?" In the next second, he hurled Chidong away with a mighty roar. The VIP guests stared in shock as the man flew towards them. Suddenly, a net of silken threads appeared and caught Chidong. The feeling was surprisingly familiar. He thought, "I know this sensation." He could only see Jane yelling, "Run, now. I'll create an opening for you." Instantly, Chidong charged back towards Jejun, ready to attack. Okay. Seeing this, Jejun grew annoyed. Can a guy just finish his meal in peace? Chidong's fist, glowing with intense heat, smashed into his opponent. The devastating punch landed squarely on Jejun's face. Then he unleashed a relentless barrage of powerful blows on his body. Even as he fought, Chidong couldn't help but grin. This power is incredible. I've found myself a new partner. He channeled all his strength into one arm, letting out a ferocious roar. His fist slammed into Jejun, sending the unguarded man flying. He barely managed to break with his feet. Despite the brutal beating, Jejun just burst out laughing. Chidong couldn't understand and demanded, "What's so funny?" But Jaein seemed to realize something horrifying. She watched in disbelief as the man ate a larva, grinding his teeth and declaring it was delicious. Now, Jejun roared with excitement. Yes, this is it. This is the flavor. He shot forward like a cannonball, unleashing a ferocious attack. Seeing this, Chidong was utterly baffled. A punch from that distance? Instantly, Chidong threw up a powerful shield to protect himself. But Jaein and the others couldn't withstand the shockwave and were blown away. She stared down at the aftermath, screaming in pure horror. People cried out for help, but Jaein was still reeling. Impossible. Most of that was just wind pressure, but the force of that punch. She watched him wipe the blood from his lips with a cold sneer, and her fear intensified. He was this strong without any kind of stimulant. Suddenly, someone asked, "So, you want a taste?" Jae-jun immediately turned to leave, replying, "I have to eat them all." But his action enraged the other man. "You damn bastard, where are you going? I'm not finished with you." Chidong swung his fist from behind in a sneak attack. Jaein saw the danger, screaming, "Don't do it." Her mind was in pure chaos. And just as she feared, Ji-jun countered with overwhelming force. A wave of agony crashed over Chidong, forcing a scream from his lips. A second later, Jae-jun's foot slammed into the center of his face. The powerful kick sent Chidong flying into the wall behind him. He took the full impact and slumped to the ground, unconscious. It took a moment for Jaein to steady herself as she collapsed to the floor. She stared forward blankly, whispering a single, horrified breath. Witnessing Ji-jun frantically devouring the pile of larvae, a chilling thought crossed her mind. I was wrong. We can't beat this guy. This monster. In the end, she had to make a bitter conclusion. He was truly and utterly a monster. Just then, Ji-jun spotted the corpse of a larva in the corner. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out to claim it. With absolute craving in his voice, Jae-jun muttered, "This is the last one. My body's heating up. I should probably stop here." The moment he finished speaking, Jae-jun let out a surprised cry. The larva's strange appearance confused him. What is this? Why does its face look like that? Suddenly, the larva's corpse opened its mouth, revealing a tiny, baby larva hiding inside. At that exact moment, Min-sung stood calmly and gave a command, "Return." The small larva obeyed instantly, shooting back toward him. To Jae-jun's utter astonishment, Min-sung caught it, absorbing it into his body and said, "The last one." His next words sent Jae-jun into a blind rage. "I'll be the one eating it." Min-sung clenched his fist, declaring loud and clear, "To be precise, that makes 10. Just like that, he popped the larva into his mouth, chewed it thoroughly, and swallowed with a look of pure satisfaction. Jae-jun couldn't believe his eyes, demanding, "You ate them all?" The next second, his eyes blazed with fury as he screamed, "You son of a bitch." On the other side, everyone was scrambling to escape. Jae-jun was now radiating pure killing intent, roaring, "I don't know what kind of nonsense you're spouting, but before they digest, I'm going to chew you up and swallow you whole." Hearing the threat, Min-sung remained calm, calling out softly, "Black ants." Countless black ants swarmed toward him as he commanded, Come to me. Immediately, ants from all around were drawn to him. The process was incredibly fast, creating a bizarre and stunning spectacle. The swarm converging on Min Sung's arm began to transform. Following the direction of his hand, countless black ants surged forward from behind him. Min Sung gave a blunt order: devour that bastard. The newly formed ant soldiers lined up in two perfect rows behind him. Seeing this, Jae-in gasped in disbelief. Kang Min Sung, but Jae-jun just scoffed. So you called a few more friends? This should be interesting. About 11 of them? Huh. In my current state, I guess I have no choice. As he spoke, an ant soldier radiating killing intent charged forward. Not just one, but the entire army surged ahead with their master's command. Go. And consume him. The man was still brimming with confidence, laughing mockingly. Fine, bring it on. I'll tear every single one of you to pieces. The ant soldiers charged aggressively toward Jae-jun, only to see him swing a fist, effortlessly obliterating one of them in an instant. Very quickly, two more ant soldiers swarmed him, trying to pin him down. But far from being scared, Jae-jun just taunted them. Put some muscle into it. Just clinging to me like this is no fun at all. Then, Jae-jun's foot came down, crushing an ant soldier into the ground. The remaining soldiers refused to give up, continuing their relentless assault. Then, the individual ant particles began to merge into a single mass. They transformed into a giant ant soldier with rippling muscles. In one smooth motion, it swung its arm, delivering a thunderous blow to Jae-jun's head. Caught by the surprise attack, the man retreated backward in a rage. Jae-jun gathered his power to counterattack, bellowing. Now that's more like it. Try to struggle a little more. The next second, he unleashed a powerful blow toward the giant ant soldier. But Jae-jun was stunned when he saw it suddenly disperse into a swarm around him. His eyes widened in shock as two more incredibly ferocious ant soldiers charged at him from the sides, preparing a vicious pincer attack. From the rear, Min Sung gave the chilling order to detonate. Instantly, the ant hybrids unleashed a blast of pure energy. The creature glanced down at a clone clinging to its leg, looking quite surprised for a moment as it muttered, "Ha." But Jae-jun's surprise quickly turned into raw excitement, and he let out a laugh as the attack slammed into his body. It still wasn't over. The ant hybrids unleashed high-powered explosive rounds, the overwhelming pressure forcing Jae-jun to grit his teeth. The rain of explosions created an earth-shattering shockwave that rocked the heavens, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that obscured all vision. Daein couldn't believe what she was seeing, thinking to herself, is it finally over? After the battle, Min Sung stood silently behind the two remaining ant hybrids. He said nothing, his eyes fixed on the clouds of smoke. Unbelievably, as the smoke cleared, Jae-jun stood there completely unharmed, a twisted, demonic smile on his face. The sight left Min Sung utterly stunned, his eyes wide with shock. The monster then stepped forward and declared, "Excellent." As Jae-jun began to transform, everyone cried out in horror. A massive layer of armor enveloped his body, completely overwhelming them. Jae-jun had returned to his original heavenly insect form, shedding the hard shell they knew as Yogi. They knew for sure it was him. Min Sung was frozen, rendered completely speechless. Jae-jun's voice now dripped with arrogance. "To force me back to my original form, you're pretty good." A savage grin stretched across his face as he said, "I'm starting to like you. You absolutely must die by my hands." Showing no fear, Min Sung took a fighting stance and roared, "Bring it on." He then commanded the ant hybrids to charge Jae-jun. Just like that, they unleashed a deadly storm of bullets. The creature didn't even try to dodge, instead charging straight into the barrage to counterattack. Then, Jae-jun swung his arm, instantly deflecting the storm of bullets back. The volley of attacks reversed course, flying straight for Min Sung. Seeing this, Min Sung quickly raised his hand and gave a sharp command, "Assemble." Realizing the situation was dire, Min Sung screamed, "Hurry!" But the monster had already appeared before him at light speed, sneering, "Too late." A second later, Jae-jun landed a devastating blow directly on his chest. The impact sent Min Sung flying violently into a pile of rubble. Daein screamed in terror at the sight, but Jae-jun wasn't finished. He rushed forward, slamming Min Sung hard against the wall behind him. A wave of excruciating pain washed over Min Sung, and he couldn't stop himself from letting out a terrible scream. But Jae-jun was ecstatic. He laughed wildly and said, "This is the price for taking 10 of my larvae." He then violently dragged Min Sung's body to the ground. Jae-jun used his immense force to pin Min Sung down amidst the debris. Now, unable to bear the agony, Min Sung could only let out a weak murmur as the monster grabbed his head. Jae-jun thought to himself, "Is it over already? This form is so inconvenient." Jae-jun's voice dripped with scorn. "Whoever heard of someone dying without collapsing first? Oh well, I guess this can't be helped. I'll just take the remaining 10. At that moment, Min Sung struggled to speak. "You, eat." His words left the creature completely confused. What was that? He watched as Min Sung weakly whispered a command to his swarm. You eat, to me. Assemble. At Min Sung's words, the black ant particles began to converge. They swarmed together, flying directly towards their target. In an instant, the swarm tore Min Sung from Jae-jun's grasp. Then, they began to mercilessly devour their master's body. The sight left the monster completely baffled. What is this? Are you trying to kill yourself? Across from him, an ant hybrid opened its massive, terrifying jaws. And just like that, it lunged forward and swallowed its master's head whole. The ant hybrid fused with Min Sung, creating a single, colossal being. The two titans stood facing each other. The pressure radiating from them was immense. Min Sung then let out a furious roar, glaring at his opponent with pure rage. Jae-jun let out a confused laugh. What in the world is that form supposed to be? Min Sung just let out another roar, his aura becoming suffocating. Seeing this, the creature ground its teeth and said, Excellent. I was waiting for you to appear. Jae-jun fully transformed into his combat mode. Meanwhile, high above, two figures watched everything unfold as a subordinate reported on the situation. The boss has escaped the arena. Park Min-in was deep in thought, muttering. He's provoking the boss's awakening. Just how much stronger can you possibly get? You black ant humanoid. He thought with grim seriousness. This isn't the right time. This situation has probably been reported to the higher-ups already, hasn't it? In that case, he will definitely come. The heavenly insect, Waapona. With that, Park Min-in gave an order to his subordinate, take the money, and let's get out of here. Today is the day the 6th Siu clan disappears. His underling asked, confused, Sir, where are we going? As he spoke, a new voice suddenly appeared, complaining impatiently. What a pain. Park Min-in was startled by the sudden appearance of the newcomer. Who are you? The mysterious man simply made a request. Take me with you. The distance between me and this lowly place is quite vast, so I can't seem to find the exit. The man glanced over at them and said, Show me the way. Deep within a ruined cavern, heavily damaged by the battle, Jae-jun was relentlessly unleashing a storm of punches on Min Sung. Min Sung launched himself from the ground, flying towards the beast. He had gone completely berserk, hammering Jae-jun with a ceaseless barrage of attacks. The sheer force of their collision cracked the floor beneath them. But for every blow Min Dung landed, Jae-jun answered with a devastating counter. In the end, Jae-jun gained the upper hand, smashing his fist into Min Dung's face. In that instant, his body shattered into 1,000 pieces. Seeing this, a satisfied smirk spread across Jae-jun's face. Now that's more like it. But his triumph was cut short as he stared in utter disbelief. The scattered fragments of Min Dung's body began to writhe and reconnect, morphing into a massive, grotesque weapon. A colossal cannon barrel materialized, fused directly to his arm. Then an overwhelming blast of energy shot straight for Jae-jun. He desperately threw up a guard to block the incoming attack. Looking at his opponent's new form, Jae-jun judged its structure to be simple. With a burst of confidence, he launched himself from the ground. However, my response is even simpler. In the next moment, Jae-jun struck Min Dung's critical weak point. The energy blast disintegrated, causing a shower of shattered rock to rain down. The shockwave slammed into everyone, forcing them to cry out in pain. Then, a world-shaking explosion rocked the very heavens. Jae-in cried out, stunned. Gammon is still fighting. She turned to Chi-dong, trying to snap him out of his daze. Hey, get a grip. This isn't the time for that. He coughed up blood, weakly answering, I'm okay. The brutal fight between Min Dung and Jae-jun continued to escalate. Min Dung's bladed arm sliced across Jae-jun's shoulder. Jae-jun growled. It doesn't matter who it is. Pouring power into his fist, he roared, No one can stop me. Absolutely no one. His powerful attack rocketed towards Min Dung with a scream. But he was met with a swift counter, as Min Dung bit deep into his arm. A hand with razor-sharp claws lunged forward at the same time. As he struggled to defend himself, Jae-jun snarled through gritted teeth, every last one of your pathetic efforts. And this desperate, final struggle. I will grind them all into dust. Pure fury dripped from his every word. But Min Dung reacted with lightning speed, dodging Jae-jun's attack. Jae-jun's punch met only air as Min Dung vaulted behind him to counter. His opponent's incredible reflexes left Jae-jun genuinely stunned. He whipped his head around, letting out a grunt. Huh? From behind him, Min Dung's voice was laced with disgust. You revolting creature. Jae-jun simply clenched his fist, a grim smile on his face. That's right. Keep throwing your life away and coming at me. He lunged forward again. No matter how many times you try, I will destroy you completely. Suddenly, his arm was severed at the shoulder. For a moment, Jae-jun couldn't believe what he was seeing. Staring at the empty space, he let out a blood-curdling scream. His severed arm thudded to the ground as blood gushed from the ghastly wound, creating a horrific scene. Jaejun couldn't believe his own eyes, stammering in shock. Why? Why? This. This isn't possible. What kind of trick is this? You insect, how dare you? A second later, Jaejun's shock exploded into absolute rage. How dare something like you do this to me? He lost all control, charging forward in a blind fury. Die. Die. Get out of my sight. But Jaejun's attacks lacked their expected devastating power. This made him pause. Something was terribly wrong. I'm putting all my strength into crushing him. Throwing another punch, Jaejun asked himself, so how can this be? He could feel it in his core. The harder he tried to destroy his enemy. Jaejun began to realize something was fundamentally off. A terrifying thought crept into his mind. It felt as if he was the one being eaten alive. He refused to believe this was reality. He screamed, "A worm like you dares to eat me? How ridiculous! I am the apex predator here. I am the one who does the hunting." In the next instant, both of Jaejun's legs were sliced clean off. Now completely broken, he could only roar in agony. "You bastard!" Jaejun simply could not accept this reality. "You filthy insect! How dare a lowlife like you do this to me?" Looking at Mindung's massive form, radiating pure killing intent, he felt something was deeply wrong. What is this? What is this feeling? Jaejun's expression began to change. A strange, suffocating pressure washed over his mind. As he faced Mindung, he felt an overwhelming, primal terror. Now Jaejun's face was ashen, twisted in a pathetic plea for his life. "Help! Help me!" Mindung's mouth opened wide as he let out a guttural growl. Hungry. So hungry. Then, he brought his hands slashing down. He pinned Jaejun to the ground and began his feast. Just like that, Mindung devoured him with relish. He let out a powerful roar that sent a chill down everyone's spine. At that exact moment, Jae-in stepped into the ruined battlefield. Shin Shidong couldn't believe their eyes. Mindung was victorious, standing motionless over Jaejun's remains. Jae-in's eyes widened in terror as she whispered his name. Gammon. A frightening, murderous aura now poured from his body. A strange red light emanated from Mindung's face. His blood-red eyes turned toward them as he muttered, "So hungry." Like a wild beast, Mindung stared at the two newcomers, his voice a low rasp. "So hungry." He turned his head, his terrifying gaze locking onto them. Jae-in and Chi-dong were frozen in shock at Mindung's monstrous new form. Jae-in wondered aloud, "Is he smiling?" Chi-dong shot back, "Is that really what's important right now? Watch out for what?" He stared blankly at Min-sung and added, his eyes, they're glowing red. Chi-dong muttered to Jane, "He's completely lost his mind." Before they could even react, Min-sung lunged at them in a flash. Chi-dong grimaced, screaming a warning, "Look out." But it was too late. Min-sung's hand clamped around Jane's throat like a vice, lifting her clean off the ground as his tail whipped out, slamming Chi-dong hard against the wall. He scowled at the ants swarming his body, annoyed. "Seriously? This again?" Min-sung held Jane high, a demonic grin twisting his face. Jane struggled with all her might, terror flashing in her eyes, trying to call out to her friend. "Gam Min-sung, you." His gaze was ice-cold as he bared his teeth, snarling with savage glee, time to feast. Suddenly, Chi-dong charged from behind, landing a devastating punch on Min-sung and successfully freeing Jane from his grasp. She screamed, "Hey, Gam Min-sung, snap out of it. Don't you even recognize me?" Chi-dong shouted right after, "Is this how your tear-jerking friendship is supposed to end?" Then he drove his fist straight into Min-sung's face. So disappointing. Black ants, huh? Even after the hit, Min-sung just smirked sinisterly at them. With that, they both charged forward to subdue him. But before they could even touch him, Min-sung uttered a single, chilling word. Corrode. Instantly, his eyes blazed crimson. Swarms of black ants erupted, engulfing their bodies. Jane panicked. Damn it, these wretched ants. Chi-dong wasn't faring any better over here. He wrestled with the swarm. They're eating us alive. A dense, dark aura now poured out from Min-sung. His eyes, stained the color of blood, watched coldly as his own friends were eaten away by the swarm. Those bloodshot eyes held no trace of consciousness. They were utterly terrifying, spinning as if hypnotized. Deep within Min-sung's subconscious, he saw himself surrounded by those very same black ants. He was a prisoner, trapped in his own mind. He spoke, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "That's right. I'm so sick of this now." His eyes filled with sorrow as he stared at the swarm, his hair falling to hide his face. "Go on, eat." Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the void. Another monster was approaching. This clearly wasn't the first time Min-sung had seen this happen. He said nothing at all. From the depths of the darkness, something emerged that made even the ants turn their heads. Min-sung looked up at it, his eyes narrowing. "You again?" A massive, bright red ant leg slammed down. It crushed a black ant underfoot. A red ant was emerging. Before him now stood a colossal fire ant. It smashed through the black ants, blocking its path as it advanced on him. Min Sung stared at the creature standing before him and said, "Fire ant." Min Sung commanded the ant, "Stop. I'm tired of this." Just then, a deep voice echoed from the void. At the same time, a source of light appeared above the fire ant's head. Min Sung's eyes widened in shock, wondering what it could possibly be. The light coalesced, slowly taking the form of a woman. The expression on Min Sung's face changed in an instant. "Mom." The fire ant finally unleashed a powerful sonic wave, driving the swarms of black ants back. The rows of black ants were scattered by the force of the blast. Even the charging ant creatures couldn't avoid being blown away. Min Sung's hands were freed from the ants, and the ant creatures disintegrated. The sonic force was so immense, he had to shield his face, eyes squeezed shut. As he weakly opened his eyes, the voice spoke again. "You must live." With those words, the woman's figure began to fade away. The fire ant retreated as well. Min Sung's mind reeled with questions as he tried to reach for her. Wait, just a moment, could it be? Back in reality, Min Sung's body was screaming in agony, and just like that, the black ants began to vanish. Chidong and Jane were stunned. The ants, they're dispersing. Jane's eyes widened as she called out his name in worry. Gam Min Sung. He was still clutching his head, letting out a tormented scream. Seeing his ant armor disintegrate, Jane cried out, "Hey." She shook him desperately. "Hey, get a hold of yourself. Are you okay?" Suddenly, a single hot tear fell onto Jane's shoulder. Min Sung was crying, leaning weakly against her. His face was soaked with tears, muttering unconsciously. Min Sung called out for his mother in pure anguish. "Mom." All his longing and pain seemed to burst out at once. Jane couldn't begin to comprehend her friend's erratic mental state. She thought to herself, how did he go from berserk to breaking down in tears? Though she had no idea what happened in his mind, she gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Don't worry," she said softly. "It's all over now." Standing nearby, Shidong couldn't help but smile to himself, seeing them so close. He wrinkled his nose and teased, "I see what's going on between you two. It's more than just friendship. Too bad there's no room for me." Flustered and annoyed, Jane immediately shoved Min Sung toward Shidong, leaving him with the honorable duty of carrying their friend to safety. "What? You're just giving him to me?" Seeing the cavern cracking and shaking violently around them, Jane urged them to move. "Enough. We have to get out of here. This whole place is about to collapse." With Shidong carrying Min Sung on his back, the three of them rushed out of the cave. But they hadn't gotten far when a man's calm and chilling voice echoed from behind them. How pathetic. They whipped their heads around in shock, terrified. When did he? Who was this? A man in a sharp suit stood over Gong Jun, assessing the damage. Behind him, three more insectoid bodyguards stood watch. Gyunu's expression hardened. "Was this your handiwork?" he asked. Chi-dong stepped forward protectively, shielding the others. He motioned for Ini to fall back. "These guys are strong," he warned. GNU stared them down, his tone dead serious, like an office worker eager to clock out. "I want to go home, so let's not waste time with pointless resistance. I'm here to deliver a message," GNU stated, his voice heavy with authority. Before he could finish his sentence, the heavily injured Park Min-un roared in fury. "How dare you touch my boss?" Fueled by hatred, he charged GNU, ignoring the massive gap in their power. "I'll kill you." At his command, Park Min-un's three bodyguards lunged forward to attack. GNU just sighed to himself, "I really want to go home." In the blink of an eye, the two female guards were sliced to ribbons. At the same time, GNU seized Park Min-un's head and slammed him face first into the ground. Pinned against the hard stone, Min-un coughed up a pool of fresh blood. GNU stood, calmly adjusted his suit, and then spoke with clear annoyance. "That was for interrupting me," he said. "Now I have to start over." How irritating. Min-un's men tried to slip away in the chaos, but before they got far, GNU's voice stopped them cold. "Listen closely." He stood tall, his posture as pristine as a corporate employee. "I am here to deliver a message." Then GNU looked them dead in the eye and stated clearly, "This is a message from Lord Kijima." This was GNU, one of the 6 pillars of the hexapod. As GNU continued with an icy expression, a voice suddenly cut in. "I'm watching you. We'll meet again soon. Until then, you must survive." The voice echoed in their minds, mentioning a strange title. Number 1, you must survive. Jane couldn't make any sense of these words. Chi-dong was just as baffled. What the hell was that? Seeing their reaction, GNU delivered a sharp warning. "Do not speak his name so casually. The consequences will be far worse than a simple injury." Jane demanded harshly, "Who are you?" "You're one of them." An insectoid, Chi-dong voiced his suspicion. "Here to deliver a message directly from the leader, Kijima." could he be? An image flashed through his mind, the 6 imposing leaders of the insectoids, Kijima's 6 pillars. That's right, GNU confirmed without a hint of hesitation. He kicked Gongjun's severed leg, which lay nearby on the ground, and sighed. You know, Gongjun had the potential to climb to our level. But what a waste. Jane's face was a mask of disbelief. He's even stronger than that monster. Besides Kijima, there are 6 others. GNU crushed Gongjun's arm under his heel. Enough. As expected, you will be punished for defying the ideals of Lord Kijima. Punishment? Qidong questioned. I thought you guys had a rule against fighting each other. His reply was chilling. No one, no matter how powerful, is permitted to defy the will of Lord Kijima. Then, GNU revealed the core of their ideology. The insectoid form is the pinnacle of evolution, a gift reserved only for the chosen elite. Ignorant fools try to attain that greatness through garbage like performance-enhancing drugs. It's pathetic, he spoke with a sense of immense pride. Lord Kijima's grand design is to place the insectoids at the very top of the food chain, with us, the hexapod, leading them. Gongjun was nothing more than a juiced-up bug. GNU's declaration was absolute. The hexapod is waging war against humanity, a war that will end with your extinction. His voice was utterly cold and ruthless. Personally, I want to immediately kill anyone who obstructs that plan. But I'm here to make you an offer. Then GNU dropped a bombshell that stunned them both. Join the hexapod. The 2 of them were completely floored. What? Jane's shock quickly turned to rage. Shut your mouth. Do you know why I'm putting my life on the line every single day? It's to get my revenge on Kijima. GNU started to respond, but Jian's fury escalated. I said, shut up. Barely containing his own anger, GNU replied, I suggest you consider this invitation carefully. Then, one of them spoke, his voice dripping with sarcasm. All right. My answer is, the air grew heavy. Jane let out a small, contemptuous laugh. Qidong's expression remained like stone as he gave a cold snort. Then, in perfect sync, they both flipped him the bird. Never in a million years, you bastard. GNU was utterly speechless. What? Qidong slowly stepped forward, his voice filled with arrogant disdain. A war? The end of humanity? You clearly weren't paying attention to the fight we just had. He gestured towards the unconscious Minzeng. The only thing that gets me going is a fight with someone strong. Understand? Are there guys even stronger than Gongjun? Fight to the death, but never give up. Jay now spoke as well, his voice like steel. If you came here to cut a deal, you come to the wrong place. Why would I ever join the monsters who murdered my family? Her face was a mask of defiance. I would rather die, she declared. But her words only made Gyunu burst into laughter, leaving Qidong utterly confused. What's so funny? The man covered his mouth, feigning a cough. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your minds? GNU's maniacal laughter echoed through the crumbling cavern. It's been ages since I'd had a laugh this good. You people and your ridiculous fantasies. He continued, his voice dripping with condescension. I know what you desire, he sneered. Let me finish enjoying this. And then I'll grant your little wish. With that, GNU casually tossed Park Minun's body at their feet. Here, he declared. A gift. Just for you. Park Minun's body slammed onto the stone floor. He lay there, broken, as blood pooled from his mouth. Dean's eyes blazed with fury. What is this? She demanded. Is this how you repay us? Just then, a colossal insect descended from the shadows, landing beside Gnu. It was like a loyal steed. Gnu's eyes glinted with malice. I heard this from Kijima himself. He was about to reveal a world-shattering secret. One of you must devour another insectoid to survive. Having dropped the bombshell, he turned and mounted the monstrous creature. He left them with one final, cold remark. As for that piece of trash, do with him as you please. Eat him. Kill him. It matters not to me, until we meet again. And with that, GNU and his mount vanished into the darkness, leaving a horrifying silence in the cavern. No one dared to speak. Qidong finally let out a shaky breath, whispering the names to himself, the hexagonal, celestial, and Kijima. We need to get out of here, now. Together, they hoisted the unconscious Minzeng and shot out of the collapsing cave. After escaping the underground labyrinth and landing safely, Di-In surveyed the surroundings. It's too quiet, she murmured. Did they evacuate everyone? Suddenly, Qidong called out, Hey! Di-In turned, and saw him dragging Park Minun's body behind them. She exploded in anger. Why did you bring him? Qidong shrugged, his reply a mix of jest and seriousness. Felt bad, leaving him behind to get crushed, he said. Besides, that place was about to collapse. I figured he could make a decent punching bag. Suddenly, the thunder of approaching footsteps echoed around them. Urgent shouts cut through the air. Bee Reaper has us surrounded. They've found us. Qidong spun around, shocked, as a soldier's voice crackled. Insectoid detected in the hall leading to the underground. Outside the X-headquarters, a B Reaper sniper spoke into his comms. This is 3. We are entering the XU building. Over. After confirming the blast location, the remaining agents swarmed in, weapons raised. Their orders: capture the targets alive. Day gritted her teeth. Damn it, B Reaper. She shot a look at Qidong, signaling him as she instantly wove her threads into a makeshift mask. It concealed their faces in an instant. Qidong stared, bewildered. What's that? What are you doing? Dian urged him impatiently. What are you waiting for? You idiot, run. Just as the B Reaper commander yelled, fire. Qidong rapidly deployed his hard carapace. He formed a massive shield, deflecting the volley of attacks. Raising his fist, he roared, get out of my way. With that, Qidong slammed his fist into the ground. The massive shockwave he created was meant to halt their pursuers. Sam heard the report through his earpiece. The insectoids are escaping the building. He replied in disbelief. What? Looking up, Sam saw them Dian and Qidong leaping from the building and taking flight. They escaped at an unbelievable speed. Their silhouettes shrank against the sky, quickly moving out of range. No matter how he tried, the rifle in Sam's hands was useless. Sam could only stare in awe at the distant specks in the sky, unable to believe they were the insectoids. A voice crackled over the comms from the ground team. We've captured one insectoid. We believe it's the last of them. The sole survivor left at the scene was Park Minan. Meanwhile, Xiao Dong, the one meant to be Gong Jun's meal, had vanished without a trace. He disappeared amidst the chaos. The B Reaper commander's voice came through. I'll do one final sweep and then report back. The call went to Vi, the one overseeing the operation. Monitoring the situation remotely, he simply replied, understood. Good work. But to himself, he thought, we were one step too slow. Again. Vi calmly entered the grand conference room. He glanced at his phone before speaking. My apologies for the delay. Every eye in the room immediately fell upon him. This was B Reaper's central headquarters, and a high-level meeting was in session. A meeting of the highest-ranking leaders. All the core members were present. Six, head of B Reaper's Branch D, was the first to speak. To suddenly summon all the branch leaders like this. I must admit, I'm curious what's happening. Owen, head of Branch A, added with a slight smirk. His voice was laced with insinuation. I certainly didn't think Jin or Vi called this meeting. This order must have come from much higher up the chain. Roy, the head of Branch C, spoke with a stern, measured tone. In any organization, hierarchy is essential. The branch heads were clearly frustrated with the current state of affairs. Min, the head of Branch E, looked annoyed as he chewed on a lollipop. He winked. Listen to him, getting all preachy. Besides, it's not like Jin and Vi are even on the same level. Back when we were still field agents, he got demoted. He's not a branch chief anymore. Nan, the head of F branch, spoke with his eyes closed, his voice perfectly calm. To think he was once a director, getting so heated. How about we listen to what the others have to say? This isn't just about rank. I've heard that the sector you two manage has been plagued with incidents, and that you've lost quite a few members. Thanks to that, Reaper's reputation is in the gutter. Jin, now the center of criticism, finally joins the conversation. We know what you all think of us. That's why we're here. To forge a strategy to prevent any more sacrifices. Owen scoffed. A strategy to stop useless sacrifices? What would that be? Tell us. Even a disciple who has left the nest must be called back, right? He grew more agitated, pointing a finger right in Jin's face with a loud laugh. I'm right, aren't I? The subordinate under you took the insect factor and ascended to a special class combat captain. Nan quietly tried to warn him, saying, bringing up that friend in front of Jin is a bit. But Owen shot back, his voice dripping with provocation. What? Did I say something wrong? He signed up for a life-or-death experiment just to protect his master. And now he's dominating the battlefield as a special class agent. And yet, someone coldly turned his back on him. Jin's voice was a low growl. Are you mocking me? But Owen wouldn't let it go. What's so wrong with taking the insect factor? In fact, aren't you just jealous? Jin's eyes turned sharp as ice. You've been antagonizing me this entire time. His words drew the attention of everyone in the room. Jin's voice dropped, radiating pure killing intent. This is a gathering of Reaper's insect hunters. So why is there an insect buzzing in here? Jin narrowed his eyes, a fire seeming to ignite within them as he thought to himself. Should I just kill it? Feeling provoked, Owen slammed the table in a rage and roared, What did you say? Insect? You son of a bitch. The conversation was spiraling out of control, much to Din's annoyance. He complained, Can you all just shut up for a second? Just then, V finally spoke, cutting through the childish argument. Enough. Let's get this over with quickly. The two of them finally stopped. Let's get to the main point. Roy, the branch C chief, nodded in agreement. Right, V continued, his serious tones silencing the meeting room. As you all know, we are consistently losing to the insects. But we aren't here today to point fingers. We are here to prepare for the insects' next major offensive, and to brace for a potential all-out war. Roy crossed his arms, asking with a hint of confusion. Brace for an all-out war? Does this mean the Insect Legion has made a new move? An image of the human-insect hybrids flashed in V's mind. He answered, That's right. The insects' movements have been unusual lately. At a glance, they seem to be acting alone. But in reality, he continued, analyzing the situation for the group, they have gathered around strong, intelligent individuals, forming a new group they call the Celestial Swarm. It seems they've created a systematic organization. Nan wondered about the name Celestial Swarm. To pierce the heavens, are they trying to climb to the top of the food chain? Min asked, startled. Don't the insects already fly in the sky? Exich spoke with absolute certainty. I have fought the Celestial Swarm myself. I can assure you, they are on a completely different level from normal insectoids. Owen chimed in with his usual sarcasm. So those idiots actually have brains now. Beck coldly shut down Owen's arrogance. That's why. In order to fight these insectoids, we need their natural enemy. He dramatically pulled an old book from his coat and placed it on the table. V then produced a file labeled Project Anister. The other branch chiefs passed the file around, looking at the photos inside, wondering who these people were. The person in the middle. Jin held the project file in his hands, reading the information within. Suddenly, he stopped on a page with information about Kijima. Jin looked up at V and asked, What is this book? A new voice, aged but full of authority, echoed from the doorway. I will explain. V was slightly startled to see the newcomer. It was Dr. Park, the head of Breeper's Science and Technology Division. He walked in slowly and said, I don't know where you found that book, but I suggest you stop reading it. Dr. Park seemed completely sincere, his voice dropping low. I have a very painful personal history with it. V asked in surprise, This book, it's yours, Doctor. The doctor answered bluntly, No. Then, Dr. Park revealed a shocking truth. It belonged to my student. V pressed further, trying to extract more information regarding this project. How much do you know, Doctor? Were you directly involved? The doctor didn't deny it, calmly replying, Of course. I was by his side, watching over everything. Dr. Park began his explanation. Project Anister was a secret project, founded back when Breeper was just a small research group, long before we became the fighting force we are today. It was a research project aimed at creating the insectoid's natural predators. An image of 3 young people appeared in the doctor's memory. He continued, The research was a resounding success, and we created 3 perfect specimens to counter the insectoids. Dr. Park's voice grew heavy. The project was shut down. But one day, an unexpected explosion changed everything. The blast consumed it all, leaving only a single specimen recovered from the ashes. Vic couldn't hide his shock at Dr. Park's words. His eyes widened in disbelief. Driven by curiosity, Vic had to ask, Where is that specimen now? And why was none of this ever made public? The doctor just shook his head, feigning helplessness. That's all I know. The rest was handled by the higher-ups, on a need-to-know basis. Vic turned away, a hint of disappointment on his face, the last remaining specimen. Dr. Park cut him off, proposing an ambitious theory. But if we need power to rival the insectoids, there might not be any other way. A moment later, a sinister smile spread across Dr. Park's face. Other than injecting the insect factor, everyone in the room was stunned by the doctor's revelation. A complex storm of thoughts brewed behind Jin's eyes. He scowled in disgust. Dr. Park's excitement only grew as he rambled on. In stark contrast to the fierce opposition from Jin and his people, the results from those injected with the insect factor have been outstanding. Vic was skeptical. According to you, Doctor. Before he could even finish, the doctor burst into a fit of excited laughter. The proof is already there. Owen's own branch has a specialized team that has already completed the insect factor injections. He glanced at Jin, a taunting look in his eye. Is that all you have to say? I'm talking about that friend of yours, Jin's own disciple, who now serves as a special agent for the organization. Dr. Park couldn't contain the maniacal glee of a scientist on the verge of a breakthrough. He was already incredibly strong, you know. But through that experiment, he grew even more powerful. Now, they say he's the top candidate for the next branch chief. Isn't it wonderful? Back then, the experiment was far more dangerous than it is now. And thanks to him, the injection process has been stabilized. Crack! Jin suddenly slammed his hand on the table, splintering the wood. His expression was thunderous. The crack spread across the table until it split in 2. Everyone present, including the doctor, stared in utter shock. Jin's voice cut through the silence, low and tight with suppressed fury. Dr. Park. As the doctor met his gaze, the tension in the room became suffocating. The doctor's smile vanished, replaced by a weak reply. Yes? Jin's voice was a low growl. That's enough. Dr. Park broke out in a cold sweat. Jin's face was a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. That's enough? We're done here. The meeting ended under a heavy cloud of tension. One by one, the branch chiefs rose to leave. Owen, however, couldn't resist a final jab on his way out. It must be so exhausting, pretending to be a saint. Human dignity? Is that what you call it? How many more have to die because of that stubborn pride? Dr. Park stood lost in thought, a hint of sadness on his face. Owen sidled up to the doctor, offering some hollow comfort. Doctor, don't be discouraged. You know, I fully support your research. Owen's lips twisted into a smirk, his eyes narrowing with cunning. So, when do we proceed with the enhancement experiment for my team? As we discussed, hearing this, the doctor seemed hesitant, but still nodded in agreement. The other branch chiefs departed, along with Dr. Park. Only Vic remained. He walked over to where Jin stood in silence. Vic approached him, speaking his name softly. Jin. Jin kept his head down, his voice heavy with sorrow. I'm sorry. Just. Don't say anything about that kid. Vic sighed. Let's head back then. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the Black Reaper branch, night had fallen. Beneath the sewage pipes, a pained groan echoed from the darkness. Loco was gravely wounded, his blood splattered across the floor. He cried out in agony, looking up at his older brother, Lao Ka, who stood before him, shouldering a massive sword. Damn it. Why? Loco realized with horror that his brother had begun transforming into an insectoid. Without a word, Lao Ka coldly plunged his sword into Loco's body, then turned and walked away without a As he walked, he muttered to himself like someone in a trance. Awaken. Lao Ka dragged his feet towards the restricted area of the Black Reaper facility, his lips still moving in a ceaseless whisper. Awaken. Awaken. Standing before a high-security door, Lao Ka pressed his thumb to the scanner. The door hissed open, releasing a sinister aura, a dark omen of what was to come, and behind that door was a true monster. Lao Ka, now completely consumed by his insectoid instincts, had a face twisted in horror. His voice trembled with a sick excitement. I am waiting for you. Master Kijima. A massive shadow emerged from the swirling mist. Kijima appeared, his presence imposing and terrifying, his body splattered with blood. Seeing his idol, Lao Ka's eyes went wide with excitement. He fell to his knees, prostrating himself in worship. Master Kijima, please, help us. He bowed his head to the floor, begging. Help us awaken, no matter the cost. Kijima repeated Lao Ka's words with a mocking tone. Awaken. He reached out a sinewy hand, tipped with razor-sharp claws, and placed it on Lao Ka's bowed head. Lao Xie thought he was about to be granted a blessing, his face alight with joy. But Kijima looked down on him with cold contempt. Awaken? You? Mutated insects? Don't make me laugh. Before Lao Xie could utter another word, Kijima squeezed. Lao Xie's head burst as easily as an orange, spraying fresh blood everywhere. Alarms blared everywhere. Sirens screamed throughout the entire headquarters. Members of B Reaper scrambled to reinforce the secret armory in Area A. The system broadcasted a chilling alert. An unknown species has infiltrated the facility. All units, equip your gas masks. The commander gave the order to deploy the chemical agent. Instantly, a massive cloud of poison gas erupted from the vents around the room. The fully equipped B Reaper soldiers aimed their weapons in unison, their target locked on Kijima. At the scene, the Luojia brothers had already been defeated. Lei was critically wounded in the shoulder, and Luojia had been brutally executed by Kijima. A soldier roared, "Fire!" In an instant, they all pulled their triggers, unleashing a hailstorm of bullets toward Kijima. One of them fired, crying out in shock. How in the world did he get this deep inside? The fortress-like walls of the headquarters were shattered. The entire anti-intruder defense system seemed completely useless against him. The barrage of bullets continued to slam into Kijima's body, but to him, they felt like nothing more than mosquito bites. Kijima scoffed. The inferior beings are descending into madness. He walked calmly through the rain of bullets, asking, Now, where is that thing? The soldier standing nearby asked in surprise. What? Before the man could even process the question, Kijima swung his arm, and the soldier's head flew clean off his neck. The others watched in wide-eyed horror as he swung his arm again, slicing in half anyone who dared to block his path. Kijima gazed upon the burning B Reaper base, then calmly walked away as if a brutal massacre hadn't just taken place. Elsewhere, a white car was flying down the road. Tay and Bix were inside, both of them on edge. Bix spoke into his radio. "This is Captain. We're almost there. Are you holding on?" On the other end of the line, Lizzie was still alive. Barely. He struggled to report the situation, his breath weak and ragged, urging them to hurry. "There's only a single intruder." Bix pressed for an answer. "Who is it?" Lizzie whispered the name. "Kijima." All three people in the car yelled in unison. "What?" Jin spoke up. "Kijima? Isn't he a relic from the old Chimera War? How is this possible?" Bix cut him off with a roar. "Damn it. How the hell am I supposed to know?" Tae frantically slammed his foot on the accelerator. He yelled encouragement into the radio. "Lazy, we're almost there. Just hang on a little longer." The car raced closer and closer to the headquarters. From a distance, they could already see a section of the building engulfed in a sea of fire. Bix narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the chaos ahead. Suddenly, from the heart of the inferno, two giant pillars of blue light erupted into the sky, followed by a deafening explosion. This time, the entire Bee Reaper headquarters was swallowed by the blast. Its power was so immense that the shockwave pushed their car backward. The three of them watched in horror at the devastating scene. Jin screamed, "How is this possible?" Tae slammed his hand on the steering wheel, his face a mask of helplessness. "Damn it." Bix sat frozen in his seat, his pupils shrinking as he saw a single figure walk out from the smoldering ashes. Kijima muttered in disappointment. "It's not here." Seeing Kijima emerge from that sea of flames, Jin could only curse. That bastard. Kijima walked away, the silhouette of the one who caused the explosion as clear as day. Bix quietly stepped out of the car, ignoring the smoke and searing heat. The simple sandals on his feet and the sword in his hand gave Bix a defiant but steady presence. His expression was utterly serious. Bix put a cigarette in his mouth and ordered, "T, return to Central Command." T shouted back, "I'm fighting too." Jin got out of the car and commanded, "Your non-combat personnel, get out of here now." With two colossal blades strapped to his back, Jin's blood was already boiling. He gritted his teeth. "That bastard, I'm going to kill him." On the other side, Bix quietly lit his cigarette and said calmly, "I'm not going to stop you, because I have to kill that bastard too." Their killing intent flared to life, and the two captains took their fighting stances. Bix gave a signal, "Then let's go." Kijima saw this and looked at them with utter contempt. How trivial. The two sides rushed into battle. Jin unleashed a powerful downward slash with his blade. At the same time, Bix lunged forward with his own sword. Far from the blood-soaked atmosphere of the battlefield, in another place, a luxurious mansion appeared, its interior filled with expensive furniture. The space was clean and refreshing. Jin stood dumbfounded, completely speechless. She looked around the house and let out a sigh. "This house is amazing. Why does every other chimera except me get to live so well?" Jane complained, "This is so irritating." Suddenly, a sparkling light caught her attention. Jane walked closer and was amazed by what she saw. "What are all these things?" On the shelves were countless awards, large and small, with gold and silver trophies stacked high. She read the text engraved on a championship belt, "Invincible WBC Eastern Champion." Jane exclaimed, "A champion? No way, that's incredible." Suddenly, from out of nowhere, Chi-Dong approached, wrapped in a towel, and said, "If I participated in a bigger league, avoiding the blood tests would be impossible." So, this was satisfying enough. He seemed to have just finished a shower, revealing his firm, flawless muscles. The red ladybug insectoid, Chi-Dong, turned to Jane. "You should go shower too. You're starting to smell." Jane, who was busy admiring her rewards, pouted at him. "Hey, you little punk. Weren't you the one who lived in an attic and drank nectar? So, you get to crush humans and make a killing. Must be nice, huh?" Chi-Dong sneered, but Jin shot back, "I make my money crushing insectoids. Thank you very much." He added, "Besides, do you have any idea how hard it is to hold back just enough not to kill a person?" Jin fired back without missing a beat. "I know better than anyone." Chi-Dong looked puzzled. "What? You've fought humans before?" Jin gave a quiet confirmation over the comms, then walked in and set a first aid kit on the table. Sprawled on the sofa was the battered form of Min Sung, completely unconscious, with dark bruises under his eyes and a smear of blood on his lips. Seeing Min Sung out for so long, Chi-Dong started to worry. That little punk. But Jae calmly reassured him. He seems to be okay. He's always been a fast healer. Suddenly, her face twisted and she yelled, "No, not that." Chi-Dong leaped into the air like a professional ballet dancer, pointing at the floor. Bringing him here was useless. Damn it, what are all these things? Swarming on the floor was a sea of tiny black ants. Annoyed, Jae smacked him. "Those are sesame seeds, you idiot. Call Seo-Dong." "It's too noisy." She carefully disinfected Min Sung's wounds, telling Chi-Dong, "Try to have some sympathy, you rich champion. He lives with his grandmother. If she saw him like this again, she'd have a heart attack." Chi-Dong sighed, perched on the sofa to avoid the ants. He asked, "Then why didn't you just take him to your place?" Jin's reply was blunt. "I haven't cleaned up." Dong pouted. "You look pathetic, climbing on the sofa like that." Then, as if struck by a thought, his tone grew serious. "Black ants. They're different from us, right? Look over there. His blood is still red." Jie glanced over and replied, "I suppose so." He theorized that the message Kijima left behind was the same. A message meant for this guy. "Number one," Jin asked. "Number one? What's the connection between them?" But she didn't have the answer either. Dong continued, "I'm pretty curious myself." Jae-in concluded grimly, "But in the end, none of that matters. I saw it." She remembered the mask of pure hatred on Min-sung's face, the raging inferno in his eyes whenever he spoke of Kijima. Min-sung is the one who wants to kill Kijima more than anyone else. Countless black ants crawled over Min-sung's body as tears of blood streamed from his eyes. The specter of Kijima haunted his dreams, a constant reminder of the monster who brought ruin to him and everyone he cared about. Meanwhile, on a chaotic battlefield, a massive blade tore through a black mass as a sword crackled with electricity, striking the empty air. Both Dean and Vi were pouring all their power into a frontal assault. Black smoke choked the air. Vi screamed, "The blade." They both desperately attacked Kijima, but their strikes didn't even leave a scratch. Unable to be touched, Kijima began his counterattack. He raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of crimson light. The moment he launched his skill, Jin's razor-sharp senses flared, detecting the attack instantly. As the red light hurtled towards them, Jin and Vi threw themselves into a defensive stance, blocking Kijima's devastating blow. Instantly, they retaliated with a swift counter, but Kijima dodged with ease, launching yet another attack of his own. It flew straight for Jin and Vi, shattering the ground beneath them, but they narrowly managed to escape the blast. Suddenly, Vi froze, staring at black specks in the sky. He gasped, "Are those ants?" An overwhelming swarm of black ants blotted out the sky. Looking at the horrifying scene, Vi uttered, "A literal castle of ants." Dean, however, just swung his blade with a cold assessment. "These tiny insects are beyond anything we could have imagined." With that, he hurled his blade forward, creating a whirlwind of steel. At the same time, Vi unleashed a torrent of blue lightning, engulfing Dean's blade. Jin then shot forward like a tempest. The empowered blade spun faster and faster, aimed directly at Kijima. Arcs of lightning sizzled, lashing violently against his body. This time, the sword successfully plunged deep into Kijima's chest. Seizing the opportunity, Jin immediately launched himself off the ground. He channeled every last bit of his strength into his remaining sword, swinging it high into the air and bringing it down on the blade already in Kijima's chest, driving it deeper. Jin roared, pouring more power into his arms, and successfully tore through the monster's flesh. Purple blood sprayed from Kijima's wound. The scar on his face only made him look more menacing. Dean screamed, "Look at you. What in the world are you? An insectoid? Or some kind of archdemon?" But the grievous wound didn't seem to slow him down at all. Kijima answered calmly, "Did you really think a scratch like this could ever defeat me?" Jin shot back with equal venom. "What a disgusting color. Let me dye your entire body in it." He prepared to unleash his next attack. One powerful blow aimed straight for Kijima's head. Dean poured his strength into his blade, striking again just to be sure. Then another slash, and another, each one stronger than the last. He attacked with a frenzy, desperate to annihilate his enemy on the spot. 1,000 slashes rained down on Kijima, and his blood poured out like a waterfall. Yet for him, these wounds were nothing. Kijima coldly declared, "This body is the king of insects." Jin stared in shock as Kijima stood completely unharmed. The monster continued, "I stand at the pinnacle of all species." With those final words, Kijima simply brushed past Jin. "I am Kijima." The counter was impossibly fast. Before Jin could even register the attack, his left arm and leg were severed in a flash. Seeing her comrade grievously wounded, Vi let out a piercing scream. Jin, as the reality of his situation set in, a blinding rage consumed him. He spat a curse. "You bastard." Ignoring the life-threatening injuries, he charged Kijima with his one remaining arm and leg. A single, brutal slash came down, severing one of Kijima's arms. Jin immediately seized the monster's severed limb, but the creature remained unfazed, as if losing an arm meant nothing. Kijima offered a mocking compliment. "Impressive. You're not just some common fodder." His gaze fell upon Jin's mangled body, sparking even more derision in his voice. "But is that all you have? So this is the limit of humanity." Jin's strength was fading fast, the blood loss becoming too much to bear. He fought to stay conscious, urging his friend on. "Vi, get out of here. Run." But it was already too late. Kijima was standing right before her. Blood gushed from Jin's wounds. Vi stood frozen, staring up at the being known as the king of the insectoids. Kijima didn't strike immediately. Instead, he asked a question. Do you know about the K? C. H. Panic flared in Vi's mind. What in the world was the K? C. H. Vi desperately scanned her surroundings, trying to buy time to find even a sliver of a clue. She countered with a question of her own. If you have to ask, it must be top secret. Why are you so desperate to find it? Kijima's patience wore thin. Do not try to play games with me. He elaborated, the secret I seek is the box that holds unimaginable power. With the boy, my kind will become immortal. Vi was stunned, but the creature's words still made no sense. Just as he finished speaking, a car slammed into Kijima at full speed. Tae was behind the wheel, gunning the engine like a madman. Get away from them, you freak. The tires screamed against the pavement, kicking up clouds of white smoke. But Kijima didn't budge an inch. Completely unfazed by the force of the vehicle, he raised a hand toward the car, his voice chillingly calm. Your resistance is futile. In the blink of an eye, the entire car was ripped in two. It erupted in a massive explosion, utterly obliterated, engulfing Kijima in a roaring inferno. To have miraculously bailed out just in time. Vi called his name, her voice trembling. Tae yelled back urgently. Captain, I'll stall him. You need to get out of here, now. Vi screamed back in despair. For how long? You can't stop him. Tae didn't understand her desperation until he stared into the inferno. The creature had already transformed. Missing an arm and engulfed in flames, Kijima stood completely unscathed. A terrifying aura of power radiated from his body, a pressure so immense it could crush their spirits. Suddenly, a missile streaked down from the sky. The rocket locked onto its target below. Kijima. For just a split second, his figure seemed to blur. The missile hit its mark, exploding with massive force, once again swallowing Kijima in a violent inferno. Then, a voice called down from above. Captain, are you two all right? Vi turned to see Sam leaning out of a helicopter, shouting down while aiming a massive cannon. Sorry for the delay, he urged them on. Get to the chopper, now. I'll cover you. Down on the ground, Jin handed Kijima's severed arm to Vi. Keep this safe, no matter what, he ordered. The helicopter quickly ascended, leaving the chaotic scene behind. A heavy anxiety hung over the team. Even after all that, was it truly over? We've hit him with everything we've got. Let's pull back. But from the heart of the inferno, Kijima was not defeated. He stood there, an immovable silhouette. Watching the helicopter disappear into the distance, he muttered the same words over and over. The boy is not dead. A new day dawned. Bright sunlight washed over a sky filled with dragonflies. At a local high school, the warm rays crept through the hallways. In a nearly empty classroom, Minong and Jane sat alone in the back. Jane finally broke the silence with a sigh and a curse. Damn it. Minong, however, remained silent. His eyes glued to his phone screen. A message from his teacher, Miss Dai, lit up the screen. She was asking if he planned on joining the field study. Hey, are you actually thinking about grad school? You know our field trip is tomorrow, right? The text also mentioned the schedule had been moved up. For some unknown reason, she had sent him a wall of text. But Minong offered no reply. Beside him, Jane's brow furrowed in frustration. This is ridiculous. I told them I wanted to go on the fall trip too. Why would they move it up when we're not around? I forgot my phone, so I can't even check the new schedule. A look of determination crossed her face. Well, if that's how it is, we're going too. Minong slung his backpack on, looking confused. How are we supposed to get to Pohang? Do you even have a plan? Jane clutched her head, but then, a sly, wicked grin spread across her face. She chuckled with confidence. Don't you worry, leave it all to me. And so, the two who were left behind stood waiting at the school gate. Jane's voice was firm with resolve. Looks like we're getting to Pohang, no matter what. Minong tried to reassure her. Don't worry. We'll be faster than anyone else. In the distance, an engine roared to life. Both Jane and Minong turned toward the sound. You hear that? Jane asked. That engine. Then, a red car came screaming around the corner. It screeched to a halt directly in front of them. It seemed Minsong was there to pick them up. A sleek, red Mercedes pulled up beside them. The door swung open, and a single foot emerged in silence. Leaning against the car was Shi Dong, radiating a powerful rich kid aura. He slid his sunglasses down his nose, flashing a wicked grin. Let's go eat. Our ride is right here. Ji eagerly grabbed her bag, leaving a bewildered Minsong standing to the side. The three of them piled into the car, where Jae-in and Shi Dong immediately started chatting and laughing. This is so cool, Jae-in exclaimed. You can really tell he's successful. Chidong puffed up with pride. Just call me boss, he said. She happily played along. Let's go, boss. But Min-sung remained cold and silent since getting in the car. He stared intently at his phone, texting his grandmother. Grandma, is it far from here to Pohang? I'm planning a field study. Just turn on your GPS and get on the highway, he thought to himself. Yes, I understand. A faint smile touched Min-sung's lips, a rare sight on his usually cold face. The others cheered in unison. Let's go. Field study. At that very moment, the car began to move. The three of them were completely unaware of the dragonfly in the sky, following their every move. It rode the currents of the wind. But there was something sinister about it. It silently stalked the red Mercedes, its eyes abnormally large for its tiny head. Elsewhere, under a clear blue sky, a swarm of dragonflies danced in the air. They began to descend lower and lower, as if signaling an approaching storm. One dragonfly landed on a lush blade of green grass, admiring the view. But suddenly, a rough hand snatched it by the wings. A man gripped it tightly, ignoring its frantic struggles, and showed it off to the other soldiers. Got one. See that? He boasted. My hunting skills are truly top tier. Another soldier spoke up. Seaman Kim Gajin, don't you ever get tired of catching dragonflies every single day? Gajin snapped back in irritation. Hey, damn it. It's dragonfly season. If I don't catch them now, when the hell am I supposed to? With that, he held the dragonfly high, declaring it a seasonal delicacy. The tiny creature continued to struggle desperately for its life. Gajin licked his lips. They're delicious, you know, he said, walking toward the group. You just can't pass up a treat like this. He shoved the dragonfly in another soldier's face, demanding, right, Sei. The soldier's face went pale. It was Private and Sei. Another lackey chimed in. That's just how he is. With a vile, insidious grin, Gajin pressed on. Isn't it just the best? Panicked, Sei was forced to shout his agreement. It's the best, he yelled, then added, magnificent. But Gajin grabbed Sei's chin, scolding him in annoyance. You're too damn loud. You bastard. There's more. Full of nutrients, right? Sei struggled to respond. Full of nutrients? Having gotten the answer he wanted, Gajin smirked. That's more like it. Excellent source of protein, wouldn't you say? Suddenly, Gajin's expression turned ice cold. His eyes flashed with malice as he ordered Sehe. So, open your mouth, you miserable seaman. And Sehe's face drained of all color, his absolute terror impossible to hide. Without another word, Kim Gajin brutally pried open his mouth and shoved the living dragonfly inside. Sehe collapsed to the ground, gagging and trying to vomit it out. But Gajin's voice was cold as ice. Swallow it. If you spit it out, I'll just shove it right back in. The other two soldiers didn't even try to help. Instead, they looked on with disgust. Then all three of them simply turned their backs, leaving him writhing on the ground without a shred of mercy. One of them snickered. Seaman Kim Gajin sure loves his little jokes. Huh. They laughed cheerfully, reveling in another's suffering. So, how many dragonflies have you eaten today? One asked. 5 of them, Gajin replied. The other soldier gasped. That's insane. I'm stuffed. Gajin just shrugged, justifying his cruelty. Hey, if I didn't eat them, I'd be kicked out of the corps, he said. They showed absolutely no remorse for their actions. Gajin puffed out his chest. You guys have any idea how lucky you are to have me around? His lackeys eagerly agreed. Thank you, sir. Going for a smoke? Meanwhile, An Se-hee clenched his jaw, tears of humiliation streaming down his face. The disgusting taste of the dragonfly he was forced to swallow still lingered in his mouth. Later, at the sports field, the soldiers were playing a game of soccer. Se-hee stood as goalkeeper, a solitary, isolated figure in front of the net. An unbearable restlessness washed over him, and sweat poured down his face. What's happening to my body? Se-hee wondered in a panic. He couldn't breathe. The opposing players were charging down the field, ball in tow. Hey! Gajin screamed. He desperately tried to block the other team while yelling at Se-hee. The ball's coming your way. Block it. Just then, an opposing soldier unleashed a powerful volley kick straight at the goal. But Se-hee remained frozen in place, completely motionless. He gritted his teeth, fighting the bizarre restlessness taking over his body. As a result, the ball sailed right past him and into the net. Gajin let out a curse. Damn it. He charged forward and punched Se-hee square in the face, shouting, You miserable seaman. Se-hee collapsed, his glasses flying off and shattering on impact, but Gajin landed another brutal kick. Gajin vented his fury uncontrollably. Do you have any idea what this place is? It's a military supply depot. Huh, what the hell kind of performance was that? You're useless. The other soldiers just looked on, then indifferently turned away. One of the newer soldiers whispered to another.
Hey, why does that guy always pick on him? Is he really trying to get him kicked out?
The other replied nonchalantly, he just doesn't like the look of him. Having vented his rage, Gajin continued to spew vicious insults. You punk. I'll be seeing you again on the night shift. And with that, he walked away, leaving the pitiful Seihi lying in agony on the ground. A moment later, the entire squad assembled in the yard for roll call. The commander stood on the platform and asked, "It's almost time for duty, so if anyone is sick, raise your hand now." A unified voice answered, "No, sir." But Private and Seihi trembled in the ranks, clearly unwell. Seihi was shaking so violently that the rifle on his shoulder rattled uncontrollably. The sharp-eyed commander noticed his strange behavior and pointed directly at him. "You, over there, the one who's shaking. What's wrong?" Seihi couldn't stop trembling, his face swollen and red from Gajin's punch. Standing next to him, Gajin's expression darkened as he muttered, "That damn Marine." Seihi struggled to speak. "Private first class," and Seihi, "Sir, I'm just a little." "It's nothing, sir." But the commander immediately spotted the injury. He pressed on. "What happened to your face?" Suddenly, Seihi shouted to hide the truth. "I was injured during a soccer game, sir." Another soldier in the line quickly chimed in to back him up. "He's just a soldier who got hurt playing soccer. Why bother with it?" Gaijin seemed satisfied with Seihi's compliant answer. Hearing this, the commander simply gave a warning. "All right, it's autumn, so get your jackets to avoid catching a cold. And if you have any problems during your shift, report it to the duty officer." Everyone yelled, "Attention." But Seihi just gritted his teeth, enduring the pain racking his body. The men saluted their commander to start their shift. "Sir, all for victory." Night fell quickly, shrouding the soldiers' guard post in darkness. A superior officer began assigning duties. With a cigarette hanging from his mouth, Gajin was assigned to the night watch with Seihi. In a rare moment, Gajin spoke with a hint of kindness. "Hey, Marine, you okay? I'm sorry about what happened earlier, so you can relax now." Gajin said with a fake, friendly tone, "I won't make you eat a dragonfly tomorrow." His words were met with a terrifying silence. Gajin snapped, "Hey, are you even listening?" The dragonfly he'd forced Seihi to eat earlier was slowly taking effect, causing a horrific change inside him. Gajin leaned in to get a better look. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" "I said I was sorry." When Seihi remained silent, Gajin's short fuse began to burn once again. Inside Seihi, the dragonfly began to dissolve, releasing a grotesque, violet liquid. Losing his patience, Gajin raised his hand to strike. "There's that temper again. A Marine can't be slacking off. I have to beat you to make you listen, don't I?" Gajin swung his arm down, but this time, Seihi easily dodged the blow. The dragonfly had now completely dissolved, and a purple aura began to envelop him. Missing his target, Gajin cursed. "You son of a bitch, you dodged me." Gajin roared in fury. "I treat you like a human for 1 second and you act like a bastard. You're dead today." Just then, Seihi spoke in a broken voice, startling him. "Private." First, he was still stammering. "Anne." A strange energy was radiating from Seihi's body. Gajin called out, slightly panicked. "Hey, you." Seihi's body began to transform, his eyes glowing a bloodshot red. His glasses fell to the ground and shattered, and Seihi had completely transformed into an insectoid, taking on the form of a dragonfly monster. Marine Kim Gajin's jaw dropped in sheer terror. He swore, "Damn it." As soon as he spoke, the sound of gunfire erupted from all directions, shattering the quiet of the night. The next morning, it was a beautiful day in a residential area. A large bus was cruising along a hilly road heading toward Pohang. Inside, the TV was showing a news report about a massive fire at the B branch of Bripper. The passengers buzzed with chatter. Someone offered, "Hey, who wants some fruit?" "Me. I'll have some." The news then switched to a more serious incident. And now, for some sad news. At the Naval Corps base in Pohang, a firearm accident has occurred. As of now, there are no detailed reports on the number of casualties. The report continued, stating that a soldier had deserted his post with his issued rifle and ammunition. The station issued an urgent warning, asking Pohang residents to stay indoors as much as possible. Hearing the news, a teacher on board became extremely anxious, muttering, "It's the end of the world. Is this the apocalypse? Wait, did they say Pohang?" Behind him, the students were laughing and joking, completely absorbed in their snacks. The teacher turned to the driver. "Sir, how much longer until we reach the inn?" The driver replied, "About another 10 minutes or so." The teacher urged him anxiously, "Please, try to get there faster." In the back seat, a male student held out a lollipop to the girl beside him, trying to flirt. "Want some of this?" The girl looked at him with disgust and coldly replied, "No thanks, don't talk to me." Ari, who had been sitting quietly by the window, suddenly spotted something outside. A blurry, dark shadow, like a dragonfly, flashed past. She thought to herself, a dragonfly. After being brutally rejected, the boy forced a smile. Okay, he muttered. Ever since that day, everyone looks at me like I'm a total jerk. Damn it. Then, as if finding a new target, he turned his attention elsewhere. He held out the same lollipop towards Ari. Pretending to be generous, he asked, "Are you traveling alone, too? Want some of this?" He continued to brag. "If you eat this, you're officially my partner for this field trip." A fist suddenly shot out. Ari held her fist right in front of his face, startling him so much he dropped the lollipop. She warned him coldly, "Don't mess with me, before I blow everything away." The student irritably returned to his seat, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, this whole field trip was a complete waste of time." Adi spoke coolly, "Aren't you going to pick that up?" But then, she bent down herself, reaching for the candy under the seat. In that precise instant, the dragonfly she'd seen moments before reappeared, hovering right outside her window. It was an Exy, transformed into his insectoid form. In his hands were two guns, aimed directly at the bus. The very second Adi bent down for the candy, a hail of bullets erupted, shattering the glass and tearing right into the other students. Every student hit the floor in a spray of crimson. Adi froze on the spot, paralyzed, her eyes wide with absolute horror. Adi's voice trembled. "What is this?" She scanned the carnage, her classmates unmoving, shattered glass and blood painting the bus red. Shaking, she whispered, "What's happening?" Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed from the roof of the bus. Adi looked up. Smoke still drifted from the barrels of his guns. The dragonfly insectoid stood triumphantly atop the vehicle. Meanwhile, on another deserted road, a red car cruised along. Chi-dong was at the wheel, looking relaxed. In the back sat Jane and Min-sung. Jane rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Min-sung appeared calm, but a complex storm was brewing in his eyes. Chi-dong glanced at Min-sung in the rearview mirror. Then, he broke the silence. "So, when did it happen for you too?" Jane's eyes went wide as she played dumb. "What? When did what happen?" Chi-dong turned his head slightly to clarify. "When did you awaken?" The three of them stared off in different directions, avoiding the question. Min-sung remained silent, a mask of indifference on his face. Jane, however, deflected. "What are you talking about? Why bring that up out of nowhere?" But inside, her thoughts were racing. This guy pretended to be so innocent, but now he's getting awfully nosy. Seeing how tense she was, Chi-dong let out a laugh. "Hey, relax. I just figured it was about time someone broke the ice. How about I go first, then?" Speechless, Jane just clicked her tongue. "Fine, whatever." And so, Chi-dong began his story. "Back in my freshman year of high school, while other kids were into other things, I was all about sports. I got into boxing and quickly made a name for myself. They called me the new king, and I didn't back down from anyone." He continued. "One day, some well-known punk from Incheon started trouble with me on the street, so I taught him a lesson he wouldn't forget." His tone was casual, as if it were nothing. But the next day, that brat came back with his entire crew, and they beat me to a pulp. Chi-dong recalled the memory. His face was so swollen he was unrecognizable, but all he could think about was his shattered pride. "Damn it. This is so humiliating. Just a bunch of them ganging up on me. And I end up like this?" His physical strength had a limit, but his pride was infinite. "I can't let it end like this. I have to kill them. I have to kill them all." He couldn't stand the humiliation of being trampled on. And in that moment, when I lost all control of my rage, I awakened. Chi-dong paused before continuing. "At first, I was shocked to find out I was an insectoid. Then, I started to question why I became a common ladybug." He added, "So when I joined Nest, I asked Jean Hana about it. She's the one who created the larva serum." In his memory, he could hear her voice. "Did you know? Whether they realize it or not, humans come into contact with about 100 different types of insects in their lifetime." He remembered the agony he went through back then, being stung, bitten, and devoured by insects. He recalled more of her words from the laboratory. "Just as the genes of special individuals can't be absorbed by the body all at once." He then paraphrased Hana's explanation. "They slowly and silently seep into our bodies. And so, humanity remains completely unaware that they're infected. They gradually become more like insects, their very form and blood changing from human. They just blend into the crowd, living out their days, as if nothing is wrong. But if that trigger is ever pulled," Chi-dong continued, "the insect genes activate, becoming part of their very flesh and blood. They become a full-fledged insectoid. In other words, they've awakened." He paused, a thoughtful look on his face. "That's when I finally understood. Ah, so I must have eaten or touched a lot of insects." Then his thoughts shifted. "By the way, Whatever happened to Hannah? She disappeared right after joining Nest. She was incredibly beautiful. Jane shot him a look, her brow furrowed. You sure do talk a lot. The warmth vanished from Chi-dong's face. Now it's your turn, he said coldly. Jane considered for a moment before speaking. Well, if that's the case, I guess I must have eaten or touched some kind of insect, too. My father's a farmer, and I used to go help him out. She continued her story. On the drive home, I stuck my head out the window and was yelling. My dad joked, a bug's going to fly right in your mouth. You'd better close that window. Jean shivered at the memory. And while I was just enjoying the breeze, a strange insect flew straight at me. Fate has a twisted sense of humor because that bug flew right into my mouth. Jane's father, worried, asked, What's wrong, sweetie? Clutching her throat, she choked out, A bug. It flew inside. Her father erupted in fury. Where did that scream come from? Jane's face flushed red, tears welling in her eyes as she pointed to her throat. It's in here. Her father yelled, frantic, Spit it out, sweetie. The car tore down the road at a terrifying speed, while Jae-in was paralyzed with fear. Her father screamed in desperation, You swallowed it? Why would you eat that? Back in the present, Jae-in gazed at the sky, her voice low. A few months after that, on the day my parents were murdered by Kojima, that's when I awakened. I only survived because you endured the pain, he said. She gave a bitter laugh. That thing doesn't kill its own kind. Min-dong seemed completely uninterested, her eyes fixed on the window. Meanwhile, Chi-dong snuck a glance in the rearview mirror, studying the girl's expression. He spoke up. So that's what happened? I'm sorry to hear that. He looked at Min-dong's reflection in the mirror, calling out softly, Hey, Black Ant. Chi-dong's curiosity got the better of him. Your turn. When did you awaken? Hearing the question, Min-dong froze, suddenly looking flustered and uncertain. When I was little. I don't remember the details. Ji-in thought to herself, What's so strange about that? If it happened when she was a kid, it makes sense she wouldn't remember. But Chi-dong was eager for gossip, pushing her to try and recall just a little. Annoyed, she finally snapped, Just focus on driving. Their car continued down the highway. A road sign ahead indicated they were approaching Pohang. Jae-in felt a surge of excitement. Even though Chi-dong's jaw was swollen like he was hiding an egg in his cheek, he managed a pained smile. All right, kids, we're here. But as they looked ahead, their excitement vanished. Something was wrong. Ji-in gasped. What is that? The road before them was shrouded in mist, and the air felt heavy with dread. They stared in confusion. What the hell is going on? Are those cars all turning back? It was a scene of utter chaos. People were frantically turning their cars around, and soldiers swarmed the road, setting up a blockade. A soldier approached their vehicle and saluted. Chi-dong rolled down the window, saluting back first. Loyalty. The soldier's voice was grim. Please turn your vehicle around. Chi-dong was bewildered. What? What's happening? Still, he tried to act tough in front of the soldier. These students need to join the field survey team. But Min-dong, with her sharp instincts, sensed that something terrible was about to happen. The soldier urged them back. Is that so? It's dangerous up ahead. We're suppressing deserters. You need to turn back now. A loud noise erupted from the direction of the blockade. The soldier's voice grew urgent. It's starting. Get out of here, now. Chi-dong and Jae-in exchanged worried glances. Was that a gunshot? What's going on? I don't know. What about our classmates who went ahead of us? Min-dong didn't hesitate for a second. Let's go. Jae-in was confused. Go where? Are you saying we should go back to Seoul? Min-dong's eyes were sharp with certainty. No. There are insectoids up ahead, she stated, her voice firm. Hurry. Chi-dong feigned terror, breaking into a cold sweat as he faced the soldier. Ah, yes, sir. Loyalty. Thank you for your hard work. We'll just turn around up ahead. The soldier reflexively replied, Loyalty. As the soldiers directed traffic, Chi-dong suddenly slammed on the accelerator, hurtling the car straight forward. The engine roared to life, and the exhaust spewed a cloud of smoke, engulfing the area. The soldier could only watch, helpless and stunned. Chi-dong floored the gas, his face tense. Damn it. I had no idea this would happen. The surrounding soldiers tried to stop them, but it was useless. Hey, you. Stop the car. On the other side of the blockade, a serious battle had broken out, forcing the military to use lethal force. To protect the surrounding civilians, a commander gave the order to his comrades. Open fire. Just then, An Si-hai appeared, flanked by dragonfly-like insectoids soaring through the air. The soldiers were powerless, screaming in rage. Damn you! Weapon in hand, An Si-hai shot forward like a missile. The battle erupted in an instant. The soldiers could only call for backup in desperation. Requesting support, requesting support. In moments, nearly all the soldiers had been wiped out. One survivor clutched his radio. his voice trembling and weak. First platoon is annihilated. The target is now collecting weapons from the fallen. He watched in horror as Si-Hai moved among the bodies. He's an expert with firearms. Soon, a massive arsenal was in Si-Hai's hands. He looked like victory was already his. The surviving soldier, terrified he was next, pleaded into the radio, "Please, we need a rescue team. Please, save us." But in that moment of distraction, a projectile slammed into his forehead. As expected, everything exploded in a flash. But then, an energy shield materialized out of nowhere, enveloping the soldier and protecting him. The exploding rounds burst into flames, but not a single one could pierce the shield. The stunned soldier wondered, "My God, how am I not dead?" He looked up to see a group of people standing before him. He stammered, "Who? Who are you?" A woman in a full-face mask stepped forward. It was Nan, captain of Reaper's F branch. Her voice was calm and steady. "It's all right now." Nan stepped forward reassuringly. "Leave the insectoids to this Black Reaper." Then, as if remembering something, her eyes narrowed, locking onto the insectoid with pure hatred, and Si-Hai aimed his weapon at her, smirking as he called out, "Hey, old lady." Nan stood her ground, ready to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. "Don't get so cocky." She unleashed a powerful technique, an attack that could not be underestimated. "A Reaper branch captain wants a death match?" Nan didn't waste words, issuing a direct challenge. "You really think you can win?" The insectoid, Si-Hai, aimed his gun in response. Nan stared him down, her voice dripping with scorn. "That's useless." He wielded a rapid-fire weapon. The barrel glowed red-hot, just like Si-Hai's eyes. Nan's gaze turned to ice as she lunged forward. Their weapons collided, creating a blinding flash of light. The Reaper captain's attack moved at incredible speed. Si-Hai felt a flicker of fear at her power, forcing him to recalculate his next move. With a gun in each hand, he unleashed a storm of bullets. The barrage rained down relentlessly. The battle raged with devastating intensity. Her two Reaper subordinates could only brace themselves against the whirlwind of destruction. Then, the two Reaper soldiers drew glowing, blue triangular daggers. They unleashed bolts of energy at Si-Hai's wings. The attack threw him off balance. He staggered, then crashed to the ground. In the end, both of Si-Hai's wings were severed. His body turned a sickly green as his combat power vanished. Nan looked down on him with utter contempt. "You became an insect just to use human guns?" She raised her arm, preparing a finishing blow with a mocking smirk. "If that's all you have, we're not even in the same league." Nan activated her ultimate power, pushing it to the absolute limit. She unleashed an explosive strike. The blast of energy was too immense for him to resist. The fight had reached its brutal peak. The very ground shattered, debris flying into the air. Seizing the moment, Nan unleashed her final move, the insect-killing Flash Fist. Vicious sparks of electricity bombarded Si-Hai's body. He collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Si-Hai was dazed, his vision blurry. He gasped for air, knowing more pain was coming. Nan closed in, her powerful punch drawing blood. She pressed a searing bolt of lightning against him, draining what little energy he had left. Nan delivered another hammer-like blow with devastating force. The impact felt like it would shatter the bones in his face. Seeing that fist of death raised again, he begged desperately, "And Si-Hai." But she just gritted her teeth in fury and roared, "You damn insect." In his delirium, Si-Hai suddenly saw a vision of the Marine, Kim Ga-jin, punching him in the face, cursing him endlessly. "You bastard!" Si-Hai's eyes flew open. He suddenly snapped back to reality, screaming, "Stop." Nan ignored his plea, continuing her assault, determined to finish him. Unable to take any more, he decided to surrender. He spoke weakly, "And Si-Hai." "Stop." Si-Hai collapsed, panting raggedly. "Stop. Please. Just stop." Only then did Nan look down on his pathetic state with satisfaction. But suddenly, in a daze, Si-Hai called out the name of his subconscious enemy, Marine Kim Ga-jin. Nan had no idea what was happening. She watched in stunned silence. Seeing Si-Hai's wretched condition, her teammate spoke up, "Hey, it looks like he still has some sanity left. Let's take him alive." The subordinate obeyed, "Yes, ma'am." Suddenly, Si-Hai screamed with pure resentment, "Kim Ga-jin, you bastard." He was reliving the moments of torment from his past. He remembered the senseless beatings, remembered the punches and kicks from that monster for no reason at all. Si-Hai felt like he was being choked, forced to glare at his tormentor, completely helpless. He screamed in his mind, "How dare you?" Then came the disgusting sensation of swallowing a live dragonfly. The suppressed rage finally exploded. All Si-Hai could do was roar in absolute hatred. "How dare you do this to me, you bastard?" Suddenly, massive energy dragonflies erupted from his body, their forms twisted and bizarre. Their heads were armed with two razor-sharp blades. Seeing this, Nan's teammate yelled a warning, "Captain, look out." Sei launched the strange dragonflies, screaming like a madman, "You can eat them too, you bastards." A bloody battle erupted. The surroundings were torn to shreds by the destructive insects. Nan's face was covered in dirt and grime. She was shocked and completely bewildered. Nan froze, her expression darkening in horror. As she watched both of her teammates get decapitated and fall, the small dragonflies buzzed around them, a mocking sound. But Sei hovered majestically, roaring, "Damn you, old hag." Things had gone too far. Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. She screamed at Sei, "Are you insane? You damn insect bastard." His injured wings struggled to move again. Sei rose into the sky, hovering above them. He looked down, gathering his power. He was preparing a surprise attack. The grotesque dragonflies shot forward like missiles. Nan found him unpredictable and braced for impact. She thought, he's commanding them to do something. Nan unleashed green lightning from her hands, striking at the insects. Filled with rage, Nan made a decision. No more holding back against this insectoid. "I'm going to kill you." Staring at Sei's monstrous form, she spoke with cold clarity. "I declare it now. I will not let you escape." She gathered her energy, preparing an explosive attack to finally defeat Sei. Blinding flashes of lightning shot straight towards him. Sei's power was severely drained, and he lost the upper hand. But somehow, Sei recovered in an instant. His wings were completely healed, good as new. Nan stared in disbelief at his miraculous recovery. "That bastard. He's trying to escape." She declared, "I will hunt you down." The scene shifts to the aftermath of the incident, where two abandoned buses sit ominously, cordoned off by police tape. A few curious onlookers tried to get closer, but a guard blocked their path, ordering, "Please, stay back." Someone in checkered white shoes knelt down, observing the scene. It was Jin, and he was approaching one of the empty buses. A sign on the side read, "Nemyeon High School, 51st class." Jae stepped onto the bus and silently surveyed the area. The interior was a complete wreck and utterly empty. Not a single soul was in sight. She wondered in shock, where did everyone go? Outside, Chi-dong was getting some unbelievable news from an officer. "What?" The policeman could only explain, "I don't know either. When we arrived, the bus was already completely empty like this." A thought crossed Chi-dong's mind. Could Teacher Ha be behind this? The officer then added that the face of a suspect seemed familiar. Unable to find any clues, Ji-in peered out the window. She made an X with her arms, signaling to Chi-dong that she'd found nothing. Chi-dong turned back to the officer. "You're saying there are no records of them being taken to a hospital?" Something was terribly wrong. Meanwhile, deep in a deserted forest, Min-sung was running for his life. He sprinted while on the phone, as a voice on the other end demanded, "What is it, Min-sung? Have you found him yet?" Min-sung answered, his voice strained, "Not yet. He's moving too fast." He then asked, "What about you guys?" Ji-in's voice was filled with dread. It's bad. The others are gone. They're all gone." She came to a horrifying conclusion. For so many people to vanish in an instant, he must have hidden them to use as rations. Hearing this, Min-sung pushed himself even harder, moving like a blur. Jae-in urged, "We have to find them before it's too late." "I know," he replied with determination. Jae-in's voice came through the phone again. "We need to regroup as soon as possible." With that, he ripped the bandage from his neck. Instantly, a swarm of black ants erupted from the wound, crawling across his face and engulfing his entire body. A dark aura billowed around him as he began to transform. Wasting no time, Min-sung fully morphed into the black ant insectoid. He unleashed his maximum power to finish this mission quickly. Cutting back to the bus, right after the bullet storm, Dee slowly looked up. Her eyes were wide with absolute terror. The sheer horror and confusion were etched onto her face as she took in the scene before her. Dee called out tentatively, "Everyone?" The bus was a bloodbath. Her friends were lying motionless. A dark, mournful silence hung heavy in the air. A desperate question escaped her lips. "Is anyone there?" The silence was suffocating, squeezing the life from her heart. But then, her eyes shot open. She heard something. A deep, ragged breath. A dragonfly insectoid appeared, its head slowly scanning the bus, as if searching for something. Its rasping breaths grew louder and closer to where Dee was hiding. With every guttural sound the insectoid made, the color drained completely from her face. Huddled behind a row of seats, she thought in terror, an insectoid. The air was thick with the stench of death, surrounded by bloody corpses. But the creature sensed something different this time. It could feel the faint spark of a living human somewhere on this bus. Dee carefully peeked out, trying to see where the terrifying monster had gone. She tried to calm herself, whispering, "Is it gone?" Seeing no sign of the creature, a sliver of hope appeared in her mind. It left, she thought, relief washing over her. Though still terrified, she knew she had to get help. She pulled out her phone, thinking, that thing is too dangerous. I have to report this. I have to report this now. But just as she had that thought, something wet dripped from above, landing right on her phone screen. Her blood ran cold. A new, more immediate dread seized her. Reflexively, she looked up to see what had just fallen, and came face to face with a horrifying sight. The dragonfly insectoid was staring right down at her. Its eyes glowed like searchlights as it stared at its delicious prey. It couldn't stop the drool from dripping from its maw. Saliva dripped down like a starving beast that had finally found its meal. A twisted voice echoed from the creature, "Bon appetit." The words were a death sentence, and with that, it opened its mouth wide, revealing a cavernous, bottomless pit. Rows of razor-sharp teeth lunged for her, driven by a desperation that screamed if it didn't eat now, it would die. A blurry image swam into Dee's vision. A blood-soaked face with dull, gray eyes slowly came into focus. Dee's eyes flew open. She was awake. Staring down at her was one of her classmates, his face a mangled, bloody mess. The sight made her flinch back in shock. She realized she wasn't dead. She hadn't been devoured by that monster. She was in a large warehouse, but it looked more like an abandoned morgue. Blood and bodies were strewn everywhere around her. To her horror, she recognized them as her friends. And among the familiar faces were the corpses of soldiers in uniform, lying dead all around. To be trapped here was enough to shatter a sane mind, or make you believe you were already a ghost, torn from your body. Audie jolted awake, raw panic still etched on her face. She thought to herself, what is this? Her face was a mask of exhaustion and terror from what she'd just seen. Her eyes darted toward a sliver of light as she whispered, where am I? A gaping hole in the wall allowed light to pierce the grim darkness, revealing a room heavy with a stench of blood. It was a fragile sliver of hope, but it was tangled with overwhelming dread. Then came a strange noise, a sound from the direction of that shattered wall. The sound made Audie whip her head around in terror. A long, sharp, green creature was framed perfectly in the opening. It stood atop the pile of rubble. The insectoid soldier appeared, surveying the fruits of its destruction like a guard watching over its territory. Its body was gaunt, a grotesque dragonfly green. Long wings sprouted from its back, and its hands clutched military-grade weapons. Realizing the terrifying creature was near, Audie quickly dropped back down, turning her back to it and pretending to be one of the dead. Though her face was pale with fear, the creature's eyes glowed with the cold, predatory sharpness of an insect. His voice was chillingly soft, yet it echoed with menace. Victory is certain. Private Anhai will now proceed inside. His two wings buzzed loudly as he stepped into the room, muttering, reporting, reporting. With every step, Anhai's eyes were filled with pure bloodlust. He grabbed the head and neck of a fallen soldier like a starving beast. He groaned, so hungry. Lying nearby, Audie's eyes were wide open, desperately trying to hold her breath as he tore into his meal, wishing himself a hearty appetite. His words were followed by the gruesome sound of the monster tearing through flesh, a sound that echoed in the dead silence. Audie squeezed her eyes shut, praying she wouldn't be next. Anhai's pointed, blood-soaked mouth tore savagely at each piece of flesh, a look of pure ecstasy on his face. He was completely lost in the feast he had created. It was a gruesome, bloody banquet that Annie himself had prepared. His entire body seemed to vibrate with sheer satisfaction. Then, his appearance began to shift in horrifying ways. The more he chewed, the more blissful he became, his eyes widening with sickening pleasure. This was his reward for all the days he'd been looked down on. After devouring the flesh, Anhai's body began to contort. His breathing grew heavy, thick with the stench of blood. His head turned a deep crimson, as red and silver streaks appeared along his body. Only his wings remained green, but they had grown larger and much stronger. Their color deepened to a dark, menacing shade. It seemed the meal had amplified his power. His eyes now glowed a piercing green in the oppressive darkness. Every word Anhai uttered was drenched in the smell of gore. I will enjoy this meal. He stood tall, letting out a series of monstrous alien cries. Audie lay perfectly still, hearing everything. The color drained completely from her face. She could only clamp a hand over her mouth to stifle her ragged breaths and hold back the terror that was consuming her mind. A single thought screamed in her head. I have to run. Fear blurred her vision as her thoughts raced. She tried to calm herself, but another thought threatened her. If I don't run now, I'll be eaten. Suddenly, a phone began to ring, shattering the suffocating silence and instantly turning the room into a death trap. The sound sent a jolt of pure shock through her. Audie risked a glance, her face a mask of fear, her mind screaming. A phone. The insect humanoid's attention was immediately drawn to the piercing ring. Audie looked at her phone, cursing internally. Why now of all times? But then, a glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes. The name on the screen was the source of that hope. Addie's hand trembled as she grabbed the phone. The screen displayed the name she wanted to see most, Min Sung. She quickly adjusted the volume. She turned it to the lowest setting, just loud enough for her to hear. She answered, and Min Sung's deep, urgent voice came through. Addie, are you okay? Addie didn't dare make a sound, holding her breath and just listening as his voice came again. All right then. Stay put. Meanwhile, the monster began to stalk toward the source of the sound. Every word Min Sung said was like a balm to her shattered nerves. I'm coming to find you. It was a lifeline in her darkest moment. Addie ended the call, but now she had to face the death that stood right behind her. The blood-soaked creature was towering over her. Once again, Addie froze solid, feeling the monster's presence breathing down her very neck. She slowly turned her head to confirm her worst fears. And there it was, the same creature that had gunned down all her friends, the one that had devoured the innocent dead. It stared down at Addie with its signature, glowing green eyes. A hoarse, guttural sound escaped its throat. Anhai suddenly snatched her by the neck, yanking her up to his eye level. Anhai's sinewy hand tightened around her throat, cutting off her air. The suffocating pressure brought tears to her eyes. They streamed down Addie's face as she struggled desperately. Even facing this monster, Addie showed no sign of giving up. Using her very last breath, she screamed, I said, let go. Her words seemed to trigger something within the creature. A flicker of a forgotten memory. The pain was overwhelming. Memories of his tormentor, Kim Gaejin, flooded back. The image of that cruel Navy man flashed in his mind, holding a dragonfly. The man's hand clamped around Sehi's neck, his voice filled with a twisted excitement. Terror gripped Sehi as he screamed, trying to fight back. He refused to swallow that disgusting bug. I don't want to. Please, let me go. Kim Gaejin's eyes narrowed dangerously. Let you go? The slightest resistance enraged him. Son of a bitch, Gaejin snarled. Are you giving me orders? Twisted by that savage past, the insect human in Sehi echoed those very words to D, his voice dripping with hatred. Are you giving me orders? His grip tightened, harder and harder, as if he was finally getting revenge on the one who once broke him. And D was the one suffering this misplaced rage, caught in his suffocating death grip. Her eyes bulged from the pressure. She could only think now. Her screams were silenced. A single thought echoed in her mind. Please. Her body dangled helplessly from Insei's hand, but her thoughts raced on. Someone, save me. You promised you came here to save me. The monster opened its massive jaw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, preparing to devour her whole. Facing Insei, staring death in the face, she had no time for feelings. Only pure terror as she gazed into that deep, dark abyss. Her mind could only scream one name in utter desperation. Gamin Sung. Then, out of nowhere, a jet-black fist appeared. It slammed directly into the insect's face, landing a devastating blow right in its eye. Dee's mental scream had somehow reached Min Sung. He appeared like a flash of lightning, rescuing her from the creature's deadly clutches. Without a second's hesitation, Min Sung severed Insei's entire arm, following up with a bone-shattering punch to the monster's face. The unexpected attack sent it flying back in agony. Dee, her eyes still clouded with tears from the horrific struggle, turned to look at her savior. Gamin Sung, she whispered. He held her steady, then forcefully pried the severed hand from her throat, and Seihi's dismembered arm fell to the floor with a wet thud. Dee stared in utter shock, her mind finally registering what she was seeing. Her rescuer was an insect human, his body and face encased in jet-black armor. A black-colored person, she murmured to herself, and Seihi beat his wings furiously, purple blood gushing from his wound. He roared in fury, acknowledging the intruder. Min Sung remained silent. He pulled out a small marble with an ant trapped inside. As he tossed it, a black vortex swirled into existence, summoning another being. It introduced itself with a single word, Manta. On Insei's body, every muscle coiled with raw power. He declared war. Let's begin. The stump where his arm used to be began to morph, transforming into a grotesque biocannon. The muzzle was just large enough to fire a small round projectile. He roared, fire. At the same moment, Min Sung gave his own command, Manta, protect her. The battle between the two insectoids erupted, and Seihi's arm cannon fired relentlessly. Living bullets shot forward with terrifying speed, aimed directly at the intruders. Without flinching, Min Sung charged straight into the fray. He weaved effortlessly through the storm of bullets, and Seihi unleashed. Dee cowered behind the safety of Manta's form, but she still screamed in terror. Min Sung moved like a blur, closing the distance to Insei, determined to end this fight quickly. The so-called bullets were actually tiny dragonflies, which spread their wings to attack. He didn't just dodge them. He swung his arms like blades, slicing the dragonfly swarm to ribbons. Each slash was brutally precise, obliterating the grotesque ammunition that Insei had unleashed. Reflected in Ansei's compound eyes was the image of Min Sung charging forward, his fist cocked back and ready. A devastating blow seemed inevitable, but no. Ansei stood his ground and smoothly evaded the punch. And in a flash, he countered. Ansei swung his remaining arm at Min Sung, landing a staggering blow that sent him reeling. It was a brutal uppercut, connecting squarely with his jaw. He then shoved Min Sung back, creating distance between them. Min Sung reacted instantly, his hand shooting out to grab Ansei's wing, but his eyes went wide beneath his ant-like armor as if he was stunned by what he felt. Ansei twisted his body, and his wing slipped free from Min Sung's grasp, denying him the chance to tear it apart. He looked down at his opponent with the eyes of a predator, one who had already predicted his enemy's every move. Ansei aimed his biocannon straight at Min Sung. His posture was perfect, his aim steady, just like a true Marine. Min Sung was caught off guard by his opponent's swift, fluid movements. But the one thing he couldn't react to was the blast from that cannon. Projectiles slammed into Min Sung's body at maximum velocity, giving him absolutely no time to defend himself. Taking heavy damage from the winged bullets, Min Sung lost control and coughed up blood. Ansei beat his wings and ascended into the air. He unleashed a swarm of homing projectiles down on Min Sung. Min Sung could only watch as the needle-sharp bullets rained down on him. He was completely defenseless, frozen in place, forced to stare in horror at the impending onslaught. Ansei gave his winged ammunition an order: surround him. The creatures swarmed Min Sung, obeying like intelligent beings. Then, as one, they attacked. The swarm completely engulfed Min Sung and began to transform. The black silhouette bled into crimson, matching the swarm. The creatures sliced through Min Sung's body as if tearing him in two. Manta wrapped itself completely around Adi, shielding her from the chaos outside. Its master's command was absolute: protect the girl. All it could do was obey, watching helplessly as Sei tortured its master. Safe within Manta's embrace, Adi could only wonder. What was happening? His upper body lay motionless on the ground, just like a corpse. Sei and his bizarre swarm finally lowered their guard. They scattered, their weapons turning away from the fallen hero. But then something pitch black erupted from the ground. Moving like the wind itself, it was Min Sung. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Sei, his gaze filled with killing intent. Sei glanced back, sensing the imminent attack. Sei spun around. Now, the two rivals stood face to face. An aerial battle was about to begin. But before it could, Sei was already plummeting to the ground, a look of pure shock on his face. He crashed hard onto his side, his body carving a long, violent trench in the earth, sending sparks flying. Sei pushed himself up, digging his feet into the ground to halt his momentum. Min Sung ascended, shooting straight into the sky to create a safe distance. From the ground, Sei unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire. Each razor-sharp bullet, bearing Sei's unique signature, tore through the air. Min Sung crossed his arms before him, forming a shield to deflect the hailstorm of bullets. A crimson light flared in Min Sung's eyes. He roared, a declaration of his power as the black ant insectoid. As his cry faded, small black specks began to rise from the ground behind Sei. They were Min Sung's loyal swarm, his right hand in every battle. Seeing the black specks take to the air, Min Sung yelled one word: assemble. The black dots, his ant swarm, began to converge into a single, terrifying mass. Sei couldn't believe what he was seeing. A swarm of black ants now circled him, just as his own dragonflies had once surrounded Min Sung. The entire swarm coalesced, forming grotesque and terrifying faces in the air. They stared down at Sei, their hunger palpable, as if ready to devour him whole. His command given, Min Sung descended, landing softly on the ground. Tiny black particles still hung in the air, remnants of his power. He scanned his surroundings, calm and careful, but his eyes widened in shock at a sight he never could have predicted. Amidst the smoldering remains, he saw only a severed wing buried in the dirt, and a dismembered leg lying beside it. Strange, purple blood oozed from the wounds. Then, a sudden realization hit him. He whipped his head toward the gaping hole in the wall. Sei, despite losing a wing and a leg, had grabbed AD and was already escaping the battlefield. He held her in a one-armed grip as she struggled and screamed, cursing him relentlessly. "You disgusting bug, let me go." Seeing this, Min Sung shot after them without a second thought. Maybe it was to save her, or maybe it was to stop a brutal insectoid from harming anyone else. He moved like a hurricane. As he pursued the fleeing insectoid, he didn't forget to scold his little companion for its mistake. "Manta, you idiot." At his sharp words, Manta whimpered. Its feelings hurt, as if to say it hadn't meant to fail. Min Sung pushed his speed to the limit, ordering Manta to stay close and help him catch their target. The creature obediently clung to his back, like a small puppy desperate to make up for its mistake. Min Sung soared higher, leaving the warehouse far behind as he closed the distance with Say Hi. From this height, the warehouse was just a speck swallowed by the dense forest. A normal person could search for a lifetime and never find this hidden place. The insectoid carried a die as if she were weightless cargo, a mere package tucked under his arm. She then noticed a pitch-black figure giving chase. AD thought to herself, that person, he's coming after us. Seeing how desperately Min Sung fought to save her, Say Hi asked in a wounded tone, "Why is he trying so hard to save you?" The question caught AD completely off guard. He looked at her, his eyes filled with a sorrowful accusation. "Why did no one ever come to save me? Why?" She stared at Say Hi, completely bewildered. Why would he ask something like that? All the resentment, the years of trauma from being bullied as a human. It all came pouring out as Say Hi began to cry. Each tear that fell was a mixture of pure hatred and the profound loneliness he had been forced to endure. He wept, screaming in pure despair, "I hate all of you." Min Sung, still in pursuit, suddenly froze, horrified by what he saw. AD was plummeting, in a free fall through the open sky, but Say Hi's voice still echoed around them. He was consumed by jealousy and hatred. Yet a small part of him just wanted to find someone who understood his pain, so he wouldn't be so alone. Say Hi had simply let her go, his voice dripping with venom. "Just die," he snarled, aiming his weapon straight at her. He intended to end her right then and there. But just in time, Min Sung swooped in, catching Adai in his arms. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, the girl passed out in his arms. Above them, An Se-hee went berserk, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets. Each crimson round screamed downward, promising Dee the same bloody fate that had claimed her friends. But just then, a triumphant voice cut through the chaos. "Got you." It was Nan, sounding as if she'd been hunting Se-hee through this forest for ages. Min Sung whipped his head around, his face instantly illuminated by a blinding azure flash. A torrent of electricity shot from Nan, engulfing Se-hee in a brilliant blue glow. It seemed she had just inadvertently saved both their lives. An Se-hee was frozen mid-air, paralyzed by Nan's shocking, unexpected assault. Wreathed in crackling energy, she stared down at the insectoid holding the small girl. Was that Min Sung? Holding Dee. Nan's voice rang out, sharp and clear, mistaking him for a kidnapper. "Hey, put the kid down while I'm still being nice." Her aura blazed with power, electricity crackling around her clenched fists. It was clear Nan wanted nothing more than to obliterate the insectoid before her. Her voice dripped with rage as she made one thing perfectly clear. "That girl is getting in the way of my hunt." Just as Min Sung lowered Dee to the ground, Nan closed the distance between them. She replayed the scene in her mind, thinking, "I saw everything." The image of Min Sung catching Dee flashed through her thoughts, followed by a wave of suspicion. Just before the lightning could strike, her eyes narrowed, sharply reassessing the entire situation. That black-clad creature, catching the girl. Was he really trying to save her? No, she thought. That's impossible. Never. Blinded by prejudice, her resolve hardened. She would save Dee from Min Sung's grasp, completely unaware he was her true protector. Floating in the air after taking down An Se-hee, Nan was an awe-inspiring sight. She had made her decision. Min Sung was the enemy. Conflicting thoughts warred within her mind. An Se-hee lay unconscious on the forest floor, his body riddled with injuries, a testament to Nan's overwhelming power. Facing Min Sung, the residual electricity from her last attack still crackled fiercely around her. The thought echoed in her mind. There was no reason to show an insectoid mercy. She had to rescue Dee, and she had to do it now. Nan's fists tightened as she confronted Min Sung directly. "Are you trying to take that child hostage?" Still holding Dee, Min Sung was taken aback, completely baffled by her accusation. From the very beginning, he had only tried to protect the girl, not harm her. Nan clenched her fist and charged, roaring, "Don't play dumb with me." He couldn't drop Dee while hovering mid-air, leaving him completely unable to block the incoming fist. Min Sung could only brace himself, taking the full force of Nan's punch and her fury to shield the girl in his arms. The blow was powerful enough to send Min Sung flying backward. The pain must have been immense. For anyone but an insectoid, the strike would have been fatal. As Min Sung crashed to the ground, his grip on Dee finally loosened. Seizing the opportunity, Nan lunged forward and grabbed the girl's collar. Without a word of explanation, Min Sung backed away, creating distance. Nan swiftly pulled the rescued girl into her arms. She unfastened the cloak from her own shoulders. Gently, Nan laid Dee on the soft grass, draping the fabric over her. Revealed beneath the cloak was a slender frame, contrasted by a powerful, cybernetic arm that hummed with stored energy, a weapon built to destroy insectoids. In that moment, Nan was a beautiful sight, radiating an aura of pure determination. She shot back into the air, electricity arcing around her body. Without hesitation, Nan charged directly at Min Sung. On the ground, Dee's brow furrowed in pain, as if waking from a long nightmare. Her eyes fluttered open, and she looked up towards the source of the brilliant blue light. Dee's eyes flew wide open in shock, struggling to comprehend the unbelievable scene unfolding before her. Nan was bearing down on Min Sung, relentlessly attacking him with a barrage of electrified punches. Nan unleashed a flurry of vicious attacks, but unlike his battles with other insectoids, Min Sung offered no counterattack. He simply dodged and weaved, doing his best to minimize the damage he took. Her eyes burned with conviction as she aimed every powerful strike directly at Min Sung. Nan's thoughts raced, refusing to accept what she was seeing. What is this bastard doing? He's only defending, not even trying to fight back. With a look of pure resignation, Min Sung crossed his arms in an X-block to absorb her next punch. The lightning in this battle was completely one-sided, all of it originating from Nan. Bolts of energy crashed into the surrounding forest. Arcs of lightning, both large and small, saturated the air around them. It seemed Min Sung was now caught in the electrical field. Nan's signature blue lightning crackled around his entire body. She posed a single question. What are you? Landing gracefully, Nan pressed her interrogation. What the hell are you? Could it be? You were actually trying to save that kid. Min Sung's reply was firm and unwavering. I was. Then, he asked a question of his own, one that revealed the depths of his own feelings. A naive question? Nan's voice was like steel. 387. The number seemed to hang in the air, heavy with loss. Nan's voice trembled as she fought back a wave of pure rage. That's the number of my comrades, slaughtered by insectoids in a single day. So what now? She snarled. You're going to play protector for the humans? Nan took her stance, her sharp energy blades aimed right at Midung. Do you really think I'll fall for those hollow words? A fist crackling with electricity shot toward Midung's face. And just like before, he didn't even flinch. But another voice cried out, stopping the blow cold. Stop. Nan glanced over, her expression filled with confusion. Addie was awake, her voice pleading. Don't do it. She looked on with uncertainty, her words laced with desperation. Please, don't hurt him. Hearing Addie's plea, even Midung seemed taken aback. Nan stared at Addie, bewildered. Her eyes burned with a single, unspoken question. You're a Bee Reaper, aren't you? Addie said. You defeat insectoids and save people. She continued, her hand gesturing toward Midung. He's just like you. He defeated the insectoids, and he saved me. This isn't the first time, either. Addie stepped forward without a hint of fear or hesitation, causing Nan to doubt what she was hearing. Every step Addie took toward that monster made Nan's blood run cold. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Nan's eyes narrowed, the tension thickening the air. Nan warned her again. It's dangerous. But Addie stepped right in front of Midung, facing Nan head-on. She spread her arms wide to shield him, her eyes begging. Please, just stop. Nan advanced on Addie, gripping her shoulder hard, her voice leaving no room for argument. You listen to me, she hissed. That thing is an insectoid. Addie just stared back, confused. An insectoid. Nan looked Addie straight in the eye, trying to burn the terrible truth of that word into her mind. They exist to harm and kill humans. It doesn't matter if you think it just saved you. Midung listened to it all, his silence unwavering. For all you know, Nan pressed on, it's just hiding its true nature, waiting for the perfect moment to betray you. Nan's words were relentless. What if your family, your friends, were all threatened? Could you stand by and do nothing then? Every word was a dagger twisting into Addie's traumatic memories. The horror of watching her friends turn, seeing the one she cherished most fall. The image burned in her mind. The lifeless bodies of her friends scattered all around her like broken dolls. Nan's brutal words hit their mark, and for a moment, Addie's conviction wavered. Addie bit her lip, unable to speak. Nan pressed on, her voice filled with the ghosts of her fallen comrades. Do you have any idea what my team faced? They were killed by an insectoid. One just like him. Nan's voice dropped, laced with a bitter poison. To be honest, the insectoids are nothing more than children. Her sharp gaze shot toward Midung as she finished her devastating thought. They died to protect humanity, killed by the very monsters made from humans. They were all murdered by the so-called insectoid hunter, Kijima. Hearing that name, something clicked inside Midung's mind. Kijima, he thought. The name connected the pieces of the puzzle. Kijima attacked the Bee Reapers. But why? Were they simply in his way? But that wasn't reason enough for him to act personally. Midung's mind raced. The only reason he'd get his own hands dirty is if he sensed my presence. He detected my existence and attacked the Bee Reapers. Midung's eyes widened in horror. A terrible thought crossed his mind. Could it be? After a long explanation, Nan pushed Addie aside. Do you finally understand what I'm telling you? Now get out of the way. Addie barely managed to say, wait, Just listen to me, but she was cut off. Nan growled, "Move it, unless you want to get hurt." Suddenly, a black, clawed hand rested on Ai's shoulder. The hand pulled her back gently, causing her to stumble, completely bewildered by what was happening. Then Midung spoke. "That's enough." The voice was so familiar, Ai recognized it instantly. "It's Midung," she thought, as he slowly returned to his human form. "I told you," he stated firmly, "that I would save everyone." Piece by piece, the black armor on Midung's body cracked and fell away like a discarded shell. Nan's eyes widened in utter disbelief, watching the creature transform before her. Midung's voice was now filled with cold confidence. "Leave this to me," he spoke again, his eyes cold and sharp, as if already locked onto his true target. "So, Kijima's target is the core, isn't it?" He answered his own question. "I know." Meanwhile, in a dark room, a figure sat bound tightly to a chair, their head hanging low. An ant crawled from beneath their shirt, making its way up to their neck. It was a black ant with glowing eyes and long legs, its three-part body clearly defined. A voice echoed through the shadows, searching for someone. "Where is he now?" The captive's eyes glowed, a terrifying mix of red and black, the red of blood and the black of the ant. A strange light flashed within their gaze, shrouded in an unsolvable mystery. In the dead of night, a Breeper bus cut silently through the deserted streets. Inside, two figures were cloaked in shadows, Nan and Adi, sitting in the back. Adi stared out the window, lost in silent contemplation. Nan raised a radio to her lips, her expression as sharp and cold as ever. "This is Nan from the Jeonnam branch, calling Jeonbuk Medical." Her voice, like steel, sliced through the small, dark cabin. Meanwhile, Gammon Sung was bound tightly to a seat behind them. "We've captured the dragonfly insectoid, a former marine deserter. We lost 2 agents in the process." Gammon Sung's expression darkened, a storm brewing in his eyes as he endured her report. "We also secured the Black Ant, who holds key intel on the case, and are now en route to the nearby medical headquarters." Gammon Sung's eyes shot open, a cold glare slicing through the dark. She continued, unfazed. "Upon arrival, we will begin the public interrogation immediately. Please prepare containment protocol. Over and out." A moment later, the bus approached Breeper's white building, a stark monolith against the night sky. A security scanner flared to life, bathing the vehicle in a blinding light. Nan leaned out the window to declare their arrival. "Nan, Jeonnam branch chief." The guard replied, "Understood. You may proceed inside." Just then, a sleek red sports car roared onto the scene. Inside sat Jaein and Jidong, both radiating an overwhelming presence. Jidong let out a cynical laugh. "I never thought I'd see the day I'd have to visit Breeper's main headquarters." Jaein shot back, her annoyance clear. "What is he planning? I can't even get a read on his intentions." The moment they stepped out, they blurred into motion. But suddenly, Jane's eyes widened as she spotted something amiss. She threw out an arm, blocking Jidong's path with shocking force as she yelled, "Stop." He rubbed his neck where her arm had nearly connected. What the hell? In the distance, a heavily armed squad stood waiting. Jaein wondered, Breeper. A closer look revealed Gammon Sung being restrained by the agents. Jaein smirked. Well. Looks like they've actually captured Gammon Sung. Instantly, veins bulged on their faces as they began to power up. Jidong growled, "What is this situation?" Both he and Jaein transformed in a flash, launching themselves into a battle-ready stance. Jidong started giving orders. "I'll handle the purple-haired woman. You take the rest." Jaein snapped back, her patience worn thin. "Don't you dare give me orders." But in that instant, a surprise attack from behind sent Jidong staggering forward. He whipped around to face Jaein, roaring. "What was that for?" She yelled back in protest. "What? It wasn't me." Just then, a strange, black creature with many legs scurried toward them. They both stared, dumbfounded, at the tiny being as it let out a bizarre, chittering sound. Jidong was baffled. "What is that thing? Is that a chihuahua?" Jaein's eyes narrowed. A manada? The jet-black chihuahua, as he called it, gently wagged its tail, releasing a cloud of dark dust. They watched, stunned, as the particles swirled together, forming words in midair. They read the message aloud. "Don't do anything." Jaein pointed at the fading words. "Is this a message from Gammon Sung?" "Looks like it," he replied. Just then, another message formed from the swirling dust. "Follow me." With the information received, the two coldly turned back to their car. Seriously, what's his game? And here I was, about to rescue him. What a letdown. How boring. Let's get back to the car. The headquarters doors hissed open, and Nan's team entered with Adi, dragging the still-bound Gammon Sung with them. Inside, a group of staff stood waiting, bowing respectfully as they arrived. The woman in charge stepped forward. "Branch Chief, thank you for your hard work. Are you injured anywhere?" Nan gently patted Adi's shoulder. "I'm fine. First, Please take care of this child. She's the lone survivor from the incident. The woman replied crisply, understood. She gently supported Adi, asking softly, are you able to walk? Let me guide you to the treatment room. But Adi hesitated, glancing back over her shoulder with worried eyes. At that same moment, Gamin Sung's gaze met Adi's. A voice called out, hey. Nan shot him, a threatening glare, her voice stern. You are going straight to the interrogation room. Follow me. Gamin Sung feigned obedience. I know. Adi, meanwhile, looked around with wide, curious eyes as she followed the woman down the sterile corridor. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from a nearby room, grabbing her attention. It's so noisy. Adi peeked through a cracked door and saw a man named Vi. Another person inside was screaming, are you seriously trying to implant that thing into my body? The young man snarled with vicious rage. Don't be a damn fool. Vi tried to reassure him calmly. Dynan, please calm down. I understand how you feel. This is just a recommendation from the researchers and the medical team. Adi's eyes were fixed on Vi as her mind raced. That man is. The manager called to her, explaining, everything is chaotic right now because of the recent incident. This way, please. Adi quickly snapped back to reality. Ah, yes. In another room, two researchers were discussing a grotesque arm suspended inside a glass chamber. One staff member said, after injecting the insect gene, the next step is to combine it with an unidentified hybrid species. Dynan was gradually losing his composure. Roy said to him, Vi, you of all people should understand. He recalled that fateful day when his student proclaimed, Master, I'll accept it. What could he have been thinking? His student stood firm, voicing his decision to Jin. If this is what it takes to protect everyone, then it's the only way. I will inject the insect gene into my body. Please, forgive me. The memory of Rin's horrifyingly ravaged body still echoed his own doubts. After my student took the insect gene, he was condemned and cast out. I don't know if it was all my fault. His resolve only hardened as he declared with absolute certainty. But now, we can't rely on the power of those bugs. Besides, my conviction will never change. Vi asked helplessly, his voice cautious. You intend to fight in that state? Jin answered without a second of hesitation. Of course. A faint smirk crossed Vi's face as he offered a few words of praise for Jin. That's just like you. Even with only one arm and one leg, the truth remains the same. You are the strongest Black Reaper. Jin shot back with absolute confidence. Obviously, Vi. Even like this, I'm more useful than you are. You should be grateful. Vi's phone suddenly vibrated. He quickly pulled it out, glanced at the screen, and answered the call with curt efficiency. Yes, I understand. But then, Vi's eyes shot wide open in shock. He managed to utter a single word. What? He immediately turned to leave, much to Jin's confusion. What is it? Where are you going? Vi replied, I'm just stepping out for a smoke. I'll be back. The moment he was out of the room, he broke into a desperate sprint. A short while later, Vi froze in his tracks the second he laid eyes on Min Sung. He stared at the boy with an unshakable intensity. At that same moment, Min Sung's gaze shifted, meeting Vi's head-on. He called out Nan's name. She answered, immediately firing back a question. You're here? Is Jin all right? Vi gave a brief reply, his eyes locked on Min Sung. He's as energetic as ever. But this student, who is he? Nan quickly jumped in. Yes, this is him. Vi replied, thank God. As Min Sung watched with a razor-sharp glare, Nan explained the details. He's the one who says he knows Kijima's true objective, Project Ancestor. The one you mentioned before. Vi's eyes narrowed and his face grew dark as she continued speaking. He's the Black Ant's #1 success. An image of a missing page from a classified file flashed in Vi's mind. A picture of a woman and a young boy. The three of them were situated inside the interrogation room. Vi and Min Sung, face to face. Outside, an entire team of doctors and experts watched through a one-way mirror. Vi observed Min Sung meticulously, his mind racing as he recalled an old photo album, becoming lost in thought. If he's #1, then my mind immediately goes to this woman. He pushed the photo forward, silently comparing her to the boy. But could it possibly be referring to this kid? A moment later, Vi shattered the silence, beginning the interrogation. I have a few questions for you. You know of a man named Kijima, the self-proclaimed king of the insectoids. The final result of the project, correct? Are you the same as him? Min Sung's demeanor was surprisingly cooperative, but his rebuttal was firm. Don't you dare lump me in with him. My childhood memories might be a blur, but I know exactly what kind of monster he is. He continued, dropping critical information. Project #2. A fusion of the strongest insect species and Project Ancestor. He's currently the leader of the Celestial Swarm. Vi pressed on with another question. His objective, this thing called K. What is it? Vi thought to himself, is intel that not even the highest-ranking officials in office right now know about. Could this kid's information be real? Min Sung explained, it is a vessel, created to contain everything. And then, his eyes suddenly blazed, glowing with a terrifying crimson light as he added, my siblings. Both Vi and Nan were floored, asking in unison, siblings. Outside the room, the doctors began to murmur about what the boy just said. Vi made a proposal. You said you know his location, correct? Can you lead us there? Min Sung replied without hesitation. As for the exact location, I've already summoned the person who manages the site to come here. The two of them were completely caught off guard. When Vi suddenly grew tense and worried, wondering who this manager was. Just then, Chairman Kim appeared. Chairman Kim walked towards the room. One of the two guards stationed outside the interrogation room recognized him instantly. The guard's eyes widened before he bowed respectfully. Sir, what business brings you here? Chairman Kim's face was grim as he answered with grave seriousness. I'm here to see Min Sung. The information was immediately reported to Director Kang. He asked in astonishment, what did you say? Instantly, an announcement blared over the intercom, grabbing Vi and Nan's attention and forcing them to pause the interrogation. The two of them looked completely bewildered. Vi wondered, what's going on? Nan added, what is it? Meanwhile, Min Sung remained perfectly calm, his expression unreadable. The entire team outside snapped to their feet, lining up in perfect formation as someone shouted an order, all personnel, stand. As another voice announced, the representative is now entering. Chairman Kim walked in with a measured pace. He carefully scanned the area, then bowed low with deference and respect, announcing, please, step inside. Bowing, he gestured with his hand, representative. The man standing by the door is Vi. The woman spoke, her voice radiating authority. Thank you, Driver Kim. The entire medical team wore looks of extreme tension. Okay, Jum demanded, what is everyone doing? Are you all gathered here for a sightseeing tour? Is there something interesting to see? Then, the old woman stepped inside with an air of absolute authority. Everyone present bowed respectfully and shouted in unison, greetings. Okay, Jum raised a hand, glittering with dazzling diamond rings, to wave back. The crowd continued to chant, Representative. She responded with a warm and cheerful smile. This was the founder of V Reaper, Representative Jin Ok Jum. She then glanced to one side, her voice laced with hidden meaning. My little puppy needs to eat. Without another word, OK Jum broke into a mysterious smile. The surrounding crowd looked on in confusion, whispering amongst themselves. That's the representative. This is the first time I've ever seen her. A man immediately bowed politely, speaking to her with a welcoming tone. Greetings, Representative. We met once before, though it's been quite a while, hasn't it? Have you been well? Okay, Jum replied just as warmly. Well, very well. Secretary Kim has handled everything. No, I mean Chairman Kim is in charge now. Director Kang also came to greet her. Director Kang, are you well too? He pointed toward the room in front of them and asked, Representative, are you here to see the young man named Min Sung? She turned her head toward the room and answered calmly, that's right. I came to see him. Okay, Jum then added with a cheerful smile, he's my grandson. Hearing this, Director Kang was stunned, frozen to the spot. He couldn't believe what he just heard, shouting in utter shock. What? Is what you're saying true, Representative? Where are you going? Nan, feeling confused, looked up toward the commotion outside. What's going on? Suddenly, Representative Vic realized something. Could it be? He whipped his head around to face Min Sung and roared. The person you called. The restraints holding Min Sung suddenly disintegrated, and the metal bars crashed to the floor with a loud clang. Vic's eyes flew wide open in shock, stuttering, unable to form a single word. Min Sung watched them both and said apologetically, sorry about this, but I need to take care of this thing. Nan glared furiously at the broken bars on the floor and demanded, why did you break them? Blue electricity crackled from Nan's hand. She threatened, don't you dare resist. Min Sung quickly denied it. I'm not. His eyes were cold and sorrowful as he hesitated to explain. It's just, if my grandmother saw this, she would probably be very sad. The door to the room swung open, and a figure stood in the doorway. With a radiant and affectionate smile, okay, Jum stepped into the room for her little puppy. Min Sung's gaze immediately shot toward her. He quickly bowed his head and called out, Grandma. Okay, Jum asked with concern, you haven't eaten, have you? I brought braised ribs. Vic was paralyzed by the scene before him, his mind in turmoil. Is he really the representative's grandson? Then does that mean the representative also knows about that project? Just how much does she know? Vic quickly composed himself and offered a polite greeting. Greetings, Representative. It's been a long time. Okay, Jum turned her head and replied cheerfully. It really has been a while. She gave a slight, sheepish laugh, quickly trying to reassure everyone. You must all be quite alarmed, right? I'll explain everything slowly, but for now, let's eat first. The group sat down at the table. Okay, Jum introduced the food with a welcoming smile. I prepared all of this myself, so please enjoy. She turned excitedly to Chairman Kim, who was standing behind her. Chairman Kim, come over here, quickly. Chairman Kim shyly refused. It's all right, I'm fine. Vic also quickly invited him. Chairman, please have a seat here. At that moment, Min Sung was practically inhaling his food, starved for a meal. Vic and Nan also ate happily, with a look of pure satisfaction on her face. Okay, Jum was now excitedly feeding a piece of food to Chairman Kim, a gesture of close familiarity. Once the food on the table was gone, she placed her chopsticks down and spoke up. Her voice rang out, pulling everyone's attention toward her. Now then, shall we begin? She began to speak, her expression serious as she recalled the past. This all happened before V Reaper was even founded. The clock turns back, all the way to the distant past. Specifically, 18 years ago. At a massive skyscraper, insects crawled endlessly up the large trees on the grounds. Inside the building, in a lavish chairman's office, a younger Secretary Kim looked at a report and said, I will now report the sales revenue for the first half of 2005. Okay, Jum quickly cut him off. Secretary Kim, wait a moment. She turned away with a bright smile, holding a phone to her ear as she explained. My apologies, I'm on a call with my son. On her desk sat a nameplate that read, Chairman Jin OK Jum. OK Jum's concerned voice came through the phone. Son, what have you been eating to survive? Her son, Sung Tae, replied cheerfully. What do you mean? What am I eating? I'm surviving on your home cooking, of course. Her voice came through again. Did you try the braised ribs? He teased back. Of course I did. Everyone at the police station went crazy because they were so delicious. Sung Tae continued to play along with her. They said it was even better than eating at OK Jum ribs in person. Hearing this, OK Jum laughed with delight. The braised ribs are just average. Just average? I'll send you more next time. He suddenly changed the subject, announcing excitedly, Oh, Mom, guess what? It looks like I might get a promotion this time. OK Jum's proud voice rang out from the phone. Oh my goodness, what is happening? Happiness bloomed in her voice as she laughed. A mother's wish has finally come true. A promotion. He got the promotion. A cheerful Secretary Kim chimed in immediately. Congratulations, Chairman. She spoke to Sung Tae with deep concern. Son, a promotion is wonderful, but you must take care of yourself. Do you hear me? You understand? He laughed, his voice full of joy. Don't you worry, Mom. You know how strong I am. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance. Hey, Kim Sung Tae. He quickly shouted back in response. Yes. A man rushed over, speaking urgently. We have a murder case. Get the car ready now. Hearing this, Sung Tae instantly obeyed. Right away, he hurried off, speaking into the phone as he ran. Mom, I have to go. I'll call you back later. Okay, Jum called after him, worried. All right, but don't get hurt. Please be careful. She stared regretfully at the now silent phone in her hand. He hung up. Secretary Kim quickly offered a compliment. The chairman must feel so secure, having a son like him. But hearing this, she responded with a flash of anger. Secure? Are you kidding me? I'm terrified he'll get hurt. I'm worried to death. Okay, Jum gazed at the family photo, perfectly placed on her desk, and sighed. I told him to just take over the family business, to live an easy life. But he insisted on becoming a police officer, just like his father. How could I ever stop him? Secretary Kim thought for a moment, then spoke as if to comfort her. Doesn't that just mean he respects his father a great deal? The chairman has grown this company so well, but I think you've done an even better job raising your son. Okay, Jum pressed her hands to her face, composing herself. Okay, that's enough, or you'll make me cry. Let's just go over the report. The man quickly agreed. Of course. Second quarter revenue increased by 23% compared to this same period last year. Secretary Kim's steady, professional voice took over the report. Improved internal company benefits have boosted employee performance. The proportion of foreign exports accounted for 47% of total revenue. China represents 40% and Southeast Asia is 30%. In the China region specifically, customer response has been overwhelmingly positive. In light of this, we plan to expand our product line. Elsewhere, an insect moved slowly along a tree. Suddenly, it twitched, as if sensing something. A flash of white darted past behind it. In a remote basement, a panicked Sung Tae stared at the corpse before him, demanding, What are you? He fired his gun frantically, his voice filled with disbelief and terror. What the hell kind of monster are you? The creature, riddled with bullets, stood perfectly still, glaring at him without flinching. The sight left Sung Tae frozen in shock, his eyes wide with horror. The monster let out a furious growl and lunged toward him. I will kill you. At that moment, a white bug shot past a tree trunk. The beast roared as it charged Sung Tae. Die. He immediately began firing wildly, screaming in sheer terror. In a blur of motion, Sung Tae's voice was cut short as blood splattered across his face. This is a monster. The white bug instantly flapped its wings and flew away. At the same time, OK Jum's heartbroken cries echoed. She collapsed to the ground in agony. For 3 long years, she grieved before Sung Tae's memorial, crying out in despair. How am I supposed to live on, all alone? The memorial photo showed Sung Tae smiling, full of life. OK Jum's tormented voice echoed again. Oh, my foolish boy. A doctor bowed his head, struggling to explain the news to the grieving mother. We have the autopsy results. This is insane. These are not wounds that a human could have caused. OK Jum couldn't believe her ears and asked again, her voice trembling. What? What are you saying? The doctor's voice replied, filled with helplessness. The only possible explanation is an animal attack. She challenged him through a veil of tears, her heart breaking. And you expect me to believe that? Overcome with grief, OK Jum and Secretary Kim wept bitterly over Sung Tae's sudden, tragic death. A moment later, she wiped away her tears. A voice, now cold and resolute, came from the chairman's chair. Without turning around, OK Jum gave her command, her aura filled with killing intent. Secretary Kim. He didn't argue, responding swiftly. Yes, Chairman. She gritted her teeth. I don't care what it takes. Find the thing that killed my son. Secretary Kim hesitated for only a second before obeying. Understood. On a desolate road leading to the corporate headquarters, a figure dressed in white walked silently. Kasi-chan stopped, looking up at the towering building ahead. Gob. A startled cry rang out in the chairman's office. OK Jum asked, confused, what is it now? Secretary Kim hesitantly opened the door, peeking inside. A visitor. A visitor has arrived? She sighed, exhausted, turning her head away as she gave an annoyed command. Honestly, I told you not to let anyone in. But Secretary Kim persisted, his voice firm. Chairman. They said they have something to tell you about your son's death. Those words stunned OK Jum into silence. She whipped around in her chair. In the meeting room, she sat across from Kasi-chan, the air thick with unspoken tension. Suddenly, OK Jum's disbelieving voice shattered the silence. What did you just say? Her eyes flew open in shock as she stammered out the question again. What are you talking about right now? The thing that killed my Sung Tae. OK Jum faltered, as if she couldn't trust her own hearing. Cautiously repeating the word their guest had just uttered. Was a bug? Kasi-chan's expression was deadly serious. Let me be clear. Yes, it's all true. He slid the graphic crime scene photos toward her and continued to explain. We call them insectoids, Madam Chairwoman. OK, Jum scoffed with contempt. The forensics team said it was an animal. Now you're telling me it was some kind of bug. Kasi-chan replied with a grave tone. We are not joking. Her anger flared. Just who do you think you are? He cut her off, his expression turning deadly serious. Forgive me, I haven't introduced myself. I am Dr. Kasi-chan, lead researcher for the Anti-Insectoid Project. He immediately made his proposal. We've come to you, Chairwoman, because we need your help with this project. OK Jum was stunned. What? But Kasi-chan's gaze was unwavering as he made her a solemn promise. The entity that murdered your son. We will find it, and we will eliminate it. He quickly laid out his terms. In return, you will promise to fund the research for our Project Ancestor. OK Jum hesitated, clearly torn. I want nothing more than to find my son's killer and make them pay. She lifted her teacup, her voice firm. But how can I possibly trust you based on nothing more than words? I won't invest without certainty. Kasi-chan answered without missing a beat. Then I will show you. He immediately called toward the door. Come in. The handle turned, the click echoing through the silent room. Startled, OK Jum and Secretary Kim snapped their heads toward the entrance. The door creaked open, and a crimson figure stepped inside. Her eyes widened in horror at the strange creature before her, a monstrous head encased in red, metallic armor. 2 massive fangs suddenly protruded from its face. Both of them were frozen solid, staring at the red, armored beast. Snapping out of her shock, OK Jum grabbed Secretary Kim's sleeve and screamed, monster. Panicked, she ordered, Secretary Kim, sound the alarm. Now. He fumbled, just as startled. Why? Yes, ma'am. Suddenly, Kasi-chan's calm voice cut through the chaos. Please, Chairwoman, stay calm. As he spoke, the monster's body began to dissolve into thin air. Kasi-chan introduced his creation with immense pride. What stands before you now is the hope for all humanity. And it is my greatest masterpiece. The creature's crimson armor vanished completely, revealing an ordinary human body underneath. Specimen number 0 of Project Ancestor, Kijima stood in the middle of the room with an indifferent expression. This, Cassie-chan announced, is Kijima. Okay, Jum was reeling, unable to believe what she'd just seen. What was that? Some kind of magic? How is any of this possible? Seizing the moment, Cassie-chan asked, "So, chairwoman, are you beginning to see the potential in my project?" He rose to his feet and approached her. "As for the finer details, we can show you more at the research facility. I'll be waiting for you." The luxury car sped down the main road before turning onto a desolate, secluded path. Suddenly, the vehicle rolled to a stop in the middle of the road. Secretary Kim quickly opened the door, and OK Jum stepped out. She stood motionless, arms crossed in thought, before turning to her assistant in disbelief. "Secretary Kim, are you positive this is the right place?" He stammered, "Yes." Words failed him as he stared at the dilapidated building before them. This was the research facility Dr. Cassie-chan had mentioned. A figure in a white lab coat emerged, greeting them warmly. "Ah, chairwoman, you've arrived. We've been expecting you." Cassie-chan gestured politely. "Please, both of you, come inside." OK Jum gave the order. "Let's go." Secretary Kim bowed respectfully. "Yes, ma'am." The two of them silently followed the doctor into the building. The images plastered on the walls made them both recoil in horror. OK Jum gasped. "My God, this is disgusting. What are these things?" As she scanned the laboratory, OK Jum suddenly spoke to Cassie-chan. "According to the background check I ran, Dr. Chan is known as the world's leading expert in entomology. Images of thousands of ants seemed to crawl across the walls as she spoke. And your specific specialty is ants. They say you've single-handedly discovered dozens of new insect species." OK Jum's expression shifted as she asked, "By the way, where is the girl who was with you the other day? Is she here by herself?" The doctor quickly explained, "Kijima is preparing for a combat trial. For your viewing, chairwoman." She looked bewildered, repeating his words. "A combat trial?" His gaze shifted back to OK Jum as he continued. "I'm taking you to see her fight an insectoid. This way." The three of them stared intently through a dark observation window. OK Jum was rendered completely speechless by the scene inside. Kijima stood before a massive, reinforced steel door, her expression tense. Dr. Chan's voice echoed over the speaker system. "Kijima, are you ready?" She glared back at him through the glass, signaling she was prepared. Without hesitation, he slammed a button on the control panel beside him. The steel door instantly began to grind open. A thin, grotesque foot stepped out, accompanied by a pained groan. OK Jum couldn't believe her eyes, her face draining of all color. She stammered in disbelief. "But that's a human being in there." From inside, the gaunt man cursed through gritted teeth. "I told you it hurts. That thing." Her panicked voice cut through the air, accusing the doctor. "Didn't you say the insectoids were just bugs?" Cassie-chan's face remained grim, his eyes fixed on the scene. "Just watch, Madam Chairman. You will understand soon enough. Let's begin." Suddenly, red ants swarmed from the implant on Kijima's neck like an army. She stood perfectly still, allowing the insects to envelop her. An iron mask rapidly materialized, sealing over her face. The monster's eyes widened in fury as it roared out a command. "Stop bothering me." The creature's curses echoed endlessly. "You wretched brat." Kijima was now encased in a full suit of iron armor. Project Answer Number 0, Red Ant. The man's transformation was now complete. He bellowed in agony, pain. This was the earwig insectoid. "Ao." Cassie-chan calmly explained the situation. "That is the true form of an insectoid." OK Jum was completely frozen in shock. Losing her composure, her eyes widened in horror. The bitter memory of that fateful day flooded her mind. A disgusting monster like that is what happened to Dong-chi. In a flash, the two figures inside the room vanished. They instantly lunged at each other, closing the distance without a shred of hesitation, and attacked. The observers outside stared, wide-eyed, watching the brutal spectacle unfold. Kijima leaped high into the air, her body moving with fluid grace. She executed a flawless mid-air rotation, like a circus performer. With that maneuver, she perfectly dodged the monster's fatal blow. The move forced a startled Ao to look up. Just as he charged forward again, Kijima delivered another surprise, slamming a powerful kick straight into Ao. A kick meant to send him straight to hell, but something was wrong. After landing that thunderous blow, Kijima dropped to one knee. She clutched her stomach in agony. Breathing heavily, she mumbled to herself, "Just a little more." But Ao wasn't finished yet. The monster charged forward once more, howling in misery. Pain. Kijima braced herself against the oncoming attack. "I just have to endure a little longer." At that exact moment, a slash from Ao tore past her. It carved a deep gash into the wall. Kijima had narrowly escaped death, dodging just in the nick of time. Using her momentum, she unleashed a full power punch. Kijima shot forward like an arrow, closing the distance instantly. Ao took the full force of the blow. He groaned in immediate pain. Her fist had landed squarely on his face. Kijima slammed him back against the wall. The wall behind him instantly shattered. She unleashed a relentless, frenzied barrage against the monster. Okay, Jum finally snapped out of her trance. She stammered. The countermeasure system you mentioned. Her face turned deathly pale with fear. Okay, Jum asked, trembling. Is it? Creating another identical monster. Cassie-chan turned his head, his expression stern as he replied. Kijima is different from them. The three watched the scene in silence. Down below, Kijima was holding half of the monster's body, which she had just torn apart. Cassie-chan's voice continued, steady and even. The result of this project will not harm humans. He went on to explain, when they are engaged in combat, their only enemy is the insectoid. They will hunt and consume them. Okay, Jum repeated his words, baffled, as if asking a question. Cassie-chan calmly continued, of course, absorbing the insectoid is the job. Of the hundreds of millions of ants parasitizing Kijima's body, his thoughts turned to the red ants. That is the mechanism of the Incant Z, a system we created ourselves. Her anger flared. She glared at Cassie-chan, demanding, what in the world have you done? Suddenly, with a loud thud, the monster's body collapsed to the floor. Kijima reverted to her original form and turned to leave. Cassie-chan's voice echoed over the intercom. Eat before you go. You've worked hard. She walked calmly and swiftly toward the exit. Then, a sharp pain shot through her, and she groaned. Kijima suddenly collapsed, clutching her stomach in agony. Okay, Jum cried out in alarm. What's happening? Where is she hurt? Cassie-chan was silent for a moment, his expression thoughtful. Finally, he spoke, his voice chillingly calm. Kijima. She was still on the floor, trembling in pain. Cassie-chan's voice rang out, revealing a shocking truth. She's not alone. Okay, Jum's face darkened, unable to believe what she was hearing. What did you say? She grabbed his collar, yanking him down. Her voice was a furious roar, filled with accusation. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you insane? Okay, Jum screamed, her voice thick with resentment and blame. How could you use your own pregnant daughter as a test subject? Her furious tirade continued unabated. She tried to snap him out of it. No matter how hard it is to catch my son's killer. That's your daughter, and her unborn child. I never would have bothered you if I had known this. Okay, Jum's enraged screams echoed, but his expression never changed. She pressed him. What kind of parent does that? Suddenly, a voice from behind made her freeze. It's because we're parents that we have to do this. Kijima clutched her stomach, slowly approaching them. Please, this was all a misunderstanding. Don't blame my father. With deep sorrow, she bowed her head and began to explain everything. An insectoid killed my husband, too. At the time of the experiment, I didn't even know I was pregnant. My blind desire for revenge drove me to make a rash decision, but I don't regret a single moment of it. As OK Jum stared in shock, Kijima's voice remained unwavering. Because this child's future is more important than my revenge. I refuse to bring my child into a world overrun by those monstrous insectoids. Her voice filled with desperation, Kijima pleaded with all her heart. Please, help us continue this project. She bowed low, her voice a desperate cry. For the future of the world, Chairman, I'm begging you. Kijima's heartfelt plea left OK Jum utterly speechless. A storm of conflict raged within her. Clenching her fists, she finally spoke, her voice thick with emotion. How can I turn my back on a parent, willing to do anything for their child? After a moment of intense internal debate, she gave her hesitant answer. I will support you. But then, her voice erupted with bitter force. She pointed a trembling finger at Kijima, her tone now ironclad with a single condition. Nothing, and I mean nothing, can happen. Her voice thundered with rage. Am I making myself clear? Casey-chan bowed his head in solemn agreement. Yes, thank you, Chairman. With that, they sealed their new partnership with a handshake. As time passed, Kijima grew to deeply admire OK Jum's unwavering support. Meanwhile, at a different location, Secretary Kim watched the training grounds below through a pair of binoculars. A young Owen, his face bruised and swollen from the brutal training, continued to relentlessly punch the bag. In the lab, Casey-chan intensely studied an insectoid specimen. Elsewhere, a curious OK Jum pressed her ear against Kijima's round belly, a smile on her face. Kijima's face glowed with pure happiness. Soon after, in a sterile hospital room, the powerful cry of a newborn baby shattered the silence. OK Jum held the child, tears of joy streaming down her face. You did so well. Oh, you're so tiny. She looked up at Kijima, her eyes bright. Hey, what's his name? From her bed, Kijima answered weakly. His name is Min Sung. Okay, Jum beamed, gently holding the baby's tiny hand. Min Sung. Min Sung. Did you give him your family name? It's a beautiful name. I'm your grandma, little one. Then her gaze shifted to the other side of the room. So, what about the other baby? Kijima followed her gaze to the figure of Casey Chan, who was holding a second infant. That's Min Chan, she said. Min Sung's brother. Casey Chan turned around, a joyful look on his face. In his arms was another baby, identical to Min Sung in every way, except for his shocking, snow-white hair. The child slept peacefully in his arms. Min Chan, okay, Jum whispered, her voice filled with love. The years flew by in the blink of an eye. The two boys, now much older, were playing soccer together on a wide, green lawn. One of the boys kicked the ball with all his might, sending it flying directly into OK Jum's face. The two boys froze on the spot, their faces pale with horror. Oh, for heaven's sake, she groaned. The perfect imprint of the soccer ball was now stamped on her cheek. She picked up the ball, glaring daggers at the two little troublemakers. Clutching the ball, OK Jum started chasing them. You little rascals, get back here. The boys took off in a panic, yelling over their shoulders. You're scary, Grandma. We're sorry. Inside his secret, aging base with surprisingly modern furnishings. A framed photo sat on a table. It showed a happy Kijima with her two smiling boys. Okay, Jum lay exhausted on the floor. You two are 5 now, aren't you? The boys, lying beside her, chirped in unison. Yep, we're 5. She let out a long sigh and closed her eyes, groaning from sheer exhaustion. This is going to be the death of me. Raising kids at my age, it's just not natural. Suddenly, Min Sung popped his head up. Grandma Jum. When she didn't answer, he pressed on. When is Mom coming home? Seeing the pout on Min Sung's face, she hesitated. Your mom? You miss her, huh? She'll be back tomorrow. Don't you worry. Staring at the ceiling, she tried to reassure them. And herself. Your mom will come home safe, but in a closed-door meeting. Okay, Jum's voice echoed in disbelief. What did you say? You found it. Secretary Kim slid a series of photos across the table. Yes. We've been tracking its movements. This is footage from our surveillance team. She hesitated, shaking her head. I don't know what I'm looking at. The grainy photos showed a dark, monstrous creature moving along a riverbank. Secretary Kim continued his grim report. A short time ago on Jeju Island, we confirmed 64 casualties. The wounds on the victims bear a striking resemblance to the ones found on your son. His voice was steady and clinical, each word a hammer blow. Furthermore, the DNA we recovered from each scene is a perfect match. This is the insectoid that killed your son. Okay, Jum was frozen, completely devastated. Just then, Kijima entered the room. What is its current location? Okay, Jum looked up, startled. Kijima? Secretary Kim answered her question. It's still on Jeju Island. Our agents are monitoring its every move. Hearing this, Kijima's eyes hardened. Prepare for immediate deployment. Yes, ma'am, he replied without hesitation. Okay, Jum rushed to Kijima's side, her voice filled with panic. Kijima, you can't. This thing isn't just some ordinary monster. But what about the children? She asked, her voice trembling. It's time. Kijima bowed low, her face beaming with anticipation. It's time to fulfill my promise to you, Madam Chairwoman. Okay, Jum hesitated. But Kijima, picturing her own perfected form, tried to reassure the older woman. Thanks to your support, the technology has advanced so much. I can finally achieve a complete state. She smiled, taking OK Jum's hand to comfort her. I will capture him and return safely. Please, don't you worry. The old woman accepted with a heavy heart. All right. Suddenly, Kijima leaned in, whispering into her ear. And one more thing. There's something I need to tell you. Filled with curiosity, the chairwoman listened. Later, in the quiet solitude of a stairwell, OK Jum stared in disbelief, her voice a wavering question. Is what you just said true? Kijima's reply was calm and steady. Yes, it is. Overcome with worry, the old woman pressed on. Is the boy all right? When did this happen to him? There on the landing, Kijima's voice echoed as she began to tell the story. It wasn't long ago. I was watching TV with the children. Kijima recalled the scene, how Min Chan and Min Zung were glued to the television. The two boys stared, mesmerized, as the cartoon's dialogue filled the room. The villain shrieked, Die, Tigerman. Resistance is futile. On the screen, the hero held his sword, pointing it straight ahead. Tiger Bell. He slashed through the monster with powerful, decisive strokes. Ultimate move, Roaring Tiger. The monster let out a terrified howl. The voice on the TV declared, I will not forgive you. Min Chan leaped to his feet, cheering with excitement. Tigerman is the coolest. He spun around to share his thoughts with Kijima. Mom, I'm gonna be Tigerman when I grow up. Kijima smiled, turning to look at him. Is that so? You have a dream now, don't you? Min Chan. Min Chan looked confused by the word dream. He immediately started whining again. Mom, buy me a tiger bell. He tugged on her chair, practically bouncing with excitement. Kijima quickly promised, how about we go buy one this weekend? But he wouldn't let it go. I want it now. Her voice turned firm. It's too late now. We can't. Min Chan's cheeks puffed out in a pout. I hate you, Mom. Kijima sighed, ruffling his hair to console him. Don't say that. You'll make me sad. I promise I'll buy it for you tomorrow. Suddenly, Min Sheng's voice cut through their conversation. Min Chan. Startled, he turned his head toward the sound. The sight before her made Kijima's blood run cold. Her eyes widened in pure shock. In his hands, Min Zeng was holding a jet-black sword. He offered it to his brother. Here, take it. Min Chan grabbed the sword, his excitement mixing with curiosity. How did you do that? Min Zeng answered seriously. Tiger Bell. Then he warned his younger brother, now, don't make Mom sad anymore. Thrilled, Min Chan began running and jumping around the room, shouting, ultimate move. He raised the black sword high. Roaring tiger. Suddenly, a hesitant voice called out from the doorway. Min Sung. The boy's face filled with confusion as he turned to look behind him. Overwhelmed with grief, Kijima rushed forward, throwing her arms around Min Sheng and crying out, Mommy is so sorry. She was completely shattered, hugging her little boy tightly as tears streamed down her face. Min Sung. Mommy, I am so sorry. Confused, Min Zeng just said, Mom. Kijima bowed her head in anguish, continuing her explanation to OK Jum. That was the day I first learned the truth. Min Sung said he knew about the ants living inside his body for the last 6 months. OK, Jum's mind was reeling as she asked frantically, what about Min Chan? Is he okay? Kijima's reply was hesitant, yes. She remembered the image of Min Chan standing between 2 scanners as she continued. I took him in for testing, but luckily, they didn't find anything. The old woman let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness. Kijima's voice was heavy with sorrow as she spoke to the shaken OK Jum. Until now, only his father and I knew about this. You are the only other one. OK Jum demanded, bewildered. What did Dr. Cho say? Kijima pictured Cho embracing Min Sung as she answered. You know what my husband is like, Madam Chairman. He just gave Min Sung some guidance. OK Jum lowered her head in sorrow. I see. Kijima explained why she kept it a secret. I was afraid that if I wasn't here, you would see, and you'd be frightened. The chairwoman quickly cut her off. Frightened, don't be ridiculous. She forced a bright, positive smile, trying to reassure her. What kind of crazy grandmother would be scared of her own grandchild? Both the boys are adorable. But then, sorrow overwhelmed her, and tears began to fall as she turned away. Okay, Jum pleaded. Kijima, don't you worry about the children. Just please, be careful out there. I'm afraid I'll lose the one I see as my own daughter, too. With those words, she broke down into sobs. Kijima froze, her eyes wide with emotion. Madam Chairman, thank you. That night, okay, Jum tossed and turned on the floor, muttering in her sleep. That's right. Please don't get hurt. Meanwhile, Min Chan and Min Sheng stood silently, watching their grandmother sleep. After a moment, Min Chan turned to his brother. Let's go mess with the failure uncle. His brother agreed immediately. Let's go. A loud noise erupted from the room at the end of the dark hallway. The 2 children stood behind a one-way mirror, intently watching Choi Sung-won screaming inside the cell. Yugen's mechanical voice echoed as the observers watched. Ants at her project's green ant. Casey Chan's expression darkened. He stared with intense focus at the subject undergoing a transformation. Instantly, a layer of silver armor began to encase Choi's body. Sung-won screamed in agony. Yugen's voice echoed coldly, announcing the status. Fusion rate with the ants is at 70%, 73%. Min Sung watched the scene unfold in confusion, whispering nervously, will I turn into that, too? I want to be like Mom. Mian Trang replied with uncertainty, who knows? A piercing scream and a massive surge of power shattered the wall. Min Sung stuttered, turning his head. For real? Min Chan spoke with a calm but strained voice. You don't think so? Over Choi Sung-won's roars, Yugen read the data. 60%, 45%. The fusion rate is dropping rapidly. A researcher, panicked by the sight, shouted urgently, Mr. Choi Sung-won, your imagination is critical. You must visualize your transformed state. Yugen announced again, 30%. Cassie's voice was tinged with disappointment. It's not working, Yugen confirmed. The transformation has been cancelled. Sung-won stood exhausted, surrounded by shifting black smoke. He struggled, then collapsed to the ground, drained and in pain. Sung Owen slammed his fist on the ground, cursing bitterly, "Damn it, I can't picture anything at all." Yugon reviewed the data, his tone thoughtful as he warned him, "Perhaps you haven't mastered commanding the ants yet. If you can't even do this, you'll never become number one. We'll give it a little more time and see." The moment Dr. Yugon finished, Choi Sung Owen lashed out, roaring, "Don't give me that crap." He shot to his feet, his voice filled with furious disbelief. "How much longer do I have to wait? Isn't this your fault? I gave up a promising athletic career, a shot at the UFC, because I thought I could become a hero," he kept screaming. "But all you people do is blame me for everything, right? I've been doing this for a whole year." This was the former UFC champion, Sung Owen. He grabbed his shirt, his face a mask of defeat. Yugon tried to calm him down. "Don't be so hasty. Just getting the ants to live inside your body is a major success. But the final step, the transformation," he continued, "that is your responsibility, Choi Sung Owen. There's nothing more we can do to help you." Sung Owen stormed away in disgust, muttering, "Of course, I'm the one stuck with this damn experiment." He stomped out of the room, cursing under his breath. How many times has it been now? Damn it all. How did Senior Kijima even do this? Suddenly, a child's voice cut through his anger, grabbing his attention. "You couldn't become a hero this time either. Huh." Sung Owen looked over, surprised. "You two go playing kids again." Min Chan and Min Sung rushed over eagerly. "Come on, let's play. Let's play." He shut them down with a cold reply. Not interested. He walked down the hall, fuming. This old man is not in the mood for games. But Min Chan just teased him. "Why not? You failed again, didn't you? You're a failure, old man." Sung Owen's rage flared. "Don't you dare call me that, you little brats." Min Chan's voice rang out, full of pride. "My big brother Min Sung can do it." Sung Owen stopped dead, unable to believe his ears, and turned back. "What?" the boy continued to boast. "My brother can control the ants, too." Min Sung panicked, whispering, "Min Chan. Mom told us to keep it a secret." But Min Chan ignored him and went on. "He even knows how to make the tiger blade." His eyes went wide, pleading with his older brother. "Come on, show me, please." In a deserted alley outside the base, Sung Owen's eyes widened in disbelief, completely stunned. Min Sung. He was frozen to the spot, asking with raw jealousy, "How are you doing that?" Right before his eyes, Min Sung raised a hand to the sky, and a massive, dark sword suddenly appeared. Min Chan grabbed the sword with pure delight, shouting, "Look at this. Isn't it awesome?" He swung the blade all over the place. Then he taunted Sung Owen. Hey, my brother can do cool stuff like this too. Are you jealous yet?" Sung Owen stared blankly at his own hands, which were emitting a weak, black smoke. The ants flew erratically from his palms, completely ignoring his commands. Sung Owen clenched his fists, his voice filled with grim determination. "Fine." He started walking towards the two brothers. "I am jealous." In a flash, he snatched Min Sung up into the air. Sung Owen stared intently at the boy, his brow furrowed in rage, his eyes burning with confusion as he demanded, "How do you do it?" He pressed the boy for an answer. As Min Sung struggled uncomfortably, he continued, "You got this from your mother, didn't you?" Sung Owen's anger boiled over as he screamed in the boy's face. "Huh? Say something. Damn it, I asked you how you did it." Enraged, Min Chan swung the black sword wildly at him. "Why are you doing this to my brother?" Tigers roar. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar. "Zero Kijima has returned." A group of people sprinted past the alley entrance, their voices urgent. "Zero Kijima is back. Hurry up," someone else shouted in panic. "The injuries are severe." The three of them snapped their heads toward the commotion. Min Chan gasped, "Mom." He and Min Sung took off like a shot, running out of the alley. Then a shocked voice cried out, "What are we going to do?" Hearing this, the two boys froze in their tracks. Okum was there, heartbroken, crying out her children's names over and over. Sobbing, she cried out, "It's all my fault." The men quickly supported Kijima, carrying her inside as they shouted in fear, "She's bleeding out. Check her vitals, now." Min Chan and Min Sung could only watch, frozen in utter shock. Their eyes shot open. The two children's horrified screams echoed as they saw her mangled face. "Mom!" a rescuer yelled, struggling to hold Kijima up. Suddenly, she collapsed forward, nearly sending the man sprawling in panic. Okay, Jum rushed to her side, crying out, "Kijima." The children sprinted over from a distance, screaming, "Mom." Kijima tried to crawl on the ground, alarming the rescuer. "Ma'am?" she rasped weakly. Okay, Jum knelt beside her, frantic with worry. "Don't say anything, Kijima." Kijima's face contorted with grim determination. Her voice was faint, but filled with resolve. "We finally caught him." Kijima kept repeating it, over and over. "That bastard. We caught him." On the other side of the lab, two scientists stared at the specimen contained within. Casio-chan gazed at the test subject, while the other scientist announced, "That monster, the one behind every single incident." Yugon added, his voice dripping with hatred, "The absolute worst of them, the ultimate insectoid." Inside the reinforced chamber, an insectoid was bound and restrained. A voice announced its designation, Stag Beetle, Dorothy. The creature seemed to be completely devoid of reason. It glared at everyone with dangerously wild eyes. In Dr. Casio-chan's recovery room, Kijima lay inside a regeneration pod as everyone watched over her. Jum looked at her daughter not by blood, but by heart and felt a wave of sorrow seeing her unconscious in the medical chamber. Meanwhile, Kijima's children, too young to understand, innocently called for their mother. Kijima's eyes remained shut as the red ants crawled over her body, administering treatment. A scientist standing nearby reported, "Her condition is no longer life-threatening." He continued, his tone turning grim. "However, the damage is severe. It's unlikely she'll ever be able to operate as number 0 again." Jum looked at her daughter, her heart aching. She whispered softly, "As long as she's alive, that's all that matters. Please. I'm so sorry, Kijima." Hearing the news, the children couldn't take it. Min-chan burst into tears. "Mom, you can't die." Min-sung wailed alongside him, screaming, "Wake up. Please wake up." Jum watched the two children sobbing beside her, and she too began to cry silently, blaming herself. "What have I done to these poor kids?" Min-sung let out a desperate cry, "Mom." Just then, Dr. Chan slowly entered the lab to check on the situation. Jum glared at him with ice in her eyes, saying nothing as someone else spoke up upon seeing him. "Dr. C.A." A scientist began, rushing over to his boss. "Number 0, Kijima is stable." Upon hearing this, he gave a simple order. "Step outside for a moment." The man complied. "Yes, sir." Casio-chan walked step by step toward the chamber where Kijima was healing. He stared coldly inside, his face a complete blank mask. Then, Casio-chan touched the glass of the regeneration chamber, still not uttering a single word. After a moment, he turned to leave, just as silent as before. Seeing this, Jum finally broke the silence, her voice trembling. "Dr. K. I have nothing to say." She spoke between choked sobs. "I said I wanted revenge. And now your daughter is like this because of me. Let's just stop. I don't want to lose anything else." Without turning back, Casio-chan replied, "It's all thanks to you." Jum stared back, confused. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Casio-chan's face was grim. The enemy was an insectoid of terrifying power, unlike anything we've ever seen before. Facing such a monster, the prototype, Kijima, performed flawlessly. He then turned back and smiled, a smile so cold it was horrifying. He said, "And it was all thanks to your help, chairwoman." Jum's eyes widened in disbelief. She thought to herself, did he just smile? "How can you smile in a situation like this?" She asked him the obvious question. "Aren't you worried about your own daughter?" "I've worried enough," Chan replied coldly. Then he looked toward his grandson, Min-sung, and said, "Let's go, Min-sung." Casio-chan's actions stunned both Min-sung and Min-chan. He reached out his hand, intending to pull Min-sung away. "Come with Grandpa." Min-sung looked at him with curiosity. "Where are we going?" Jum knew Casio-chan was up to no good. She quickly pulled Min-sung back by the shoulder, shielding her grandson. "Why would you take this child anywhere at a time like this?" Chan explained calmly. "Min-sung is a special individual, chosen by the ant colony since birth." He continued with chilling indifference, "I'm going to examine his physical condition and attempt to improve upon the areas where Kijima was lacking." "You've lost your mind." Jum cursed, hugging her grandson tightly to protect him. She wanted nothing more than to confront the madman. "What are you saying? He's just a child." Jum screamed. "He's still so young." His expression unchanging, he stated flatly. "He is no ordinary child." She snapped back angrily. "I know that." Casio-chan affirmed Min-sung's potential. Min-sung is the child who will become the hero that saves all of humanity from the insectoids. Min-chan could only stand by, staring blankly. The doctor then walked toward Min-sung, speaking as he moved. And with that, Casio-chan lifted Min-sung right out of Jum's arms. Min-chan could only watch the entire scene unfold, completely powerless to stop it. "What are you saying?" he declared with absolute unwavering pride. "He is my grandson." And with that, Casio-chan carried Min-sung out of the laboratory. His voice echoed back to Yom, "That other one is tied up in the basement. The chairman can go see for herself if she wishes." Min-sung struggled against him, crying out, "I want to be with my mom." Yom collapsed to her knees, staring out the window in absolute agony. "Oh God, what have I done all this time?" she thought. She wept with self-loathing. That monster killed Sung Tae, and I didn't even care. After a long silence, Min Chan finally spoke. Grandma. I heard Grandpa say something while he was hugging my brother. What was it? The boy's mind drifted to the past. He remembered someone leading him by the hand as he watched his grandfather, Kasi Chan, embrace his brother and call his name. The old man had whispered proudly into Min Sung's ear, "You are number one." Now, Min Chan turned his back on OK Yom, his hair shadowing his eyes as his voice dropped low. He said that. So I want to become number one, too. Hearing this, OK Yom immediately shot back. Min Chan, how could you say such a thing? You can't say that. It's a painful path. But the boy was lost in his memories, speaking as they flooded his mind. But if I become number one, everyone will hug me and protect me. He remembered the exact moment Kasi Cheon had whispered softly to Min Sung and then smiled at the boy. The moment Kijima had held Min Sung, weeping for him. Min Chan finally screamed at OK Yom, his pain erupting. I'm the only one who's worthless. With a final cry, he turned and ran out of the room. I hate all of you. OK Yom watched him go, calling out his name in despair. Min Chan. Suddenly, the laboratory chamber where Kijima lay began to pulse with a strange light. The red ants inside the tank seemed to lose all control. They scrambled around the glass at an impossible speed, a terrifying omen of what was to come. Elsewhere, Min Chan had run outside and was now sitting with Choi Jung-won. The man spoke around a mouthful of food, grilling the boy. So, you came here after turning your back on your family, huh? Is that it? Min Chan answered with an innocent voice. Yes. Then he turned the questions around. Mister, do you also want to be number one so people will hug you? Choi Jung-won scoffed. Hugged by women? That's so childish. I just want fame. Their conversation continued. What's fame? The man answered. It means I want to become a superhero and be famous. As he spoke, Choi Jung-won gritted his teeth, concentrating. From his neck, a swarm of ants began crawling out frantically. He muttered something about imagination, trying desperately to control the insect's movements. If this thing just works. But the ants ignored the direction he pointed, falling uselessly to the ground. Min Chan watched without a hint of hesitation and stated frankly, it's a failure. You're a failure, mister. Choi Jung-won stared at his own pathetic attempt, and then he screamed. Damn it. He slammed his fist into a nearby tree to vent his rage. He was furious with his own powerlessness. Damn it all. A 5-year-old kid can do it, so why can't I? Min Chan just stared at him with wide, innocent eyes. He said softly, Mister. Choi Jung-won turned back to him. What? Min Chan continued. Bees. Min Chan said it again, loud and clear. Hornets. A swarm of agitated hornets was flying straight for them. Choi Jung-won shoved the boy to protect him. Run. He tried to use his ant power to defend himself. Even if I can't transform, I should at least be able to catch a few hornets, right? At Choi Jung-won's command, the ants leaped up, attacking the swarm. He screamed curses at the insects. Damn you. But the hornets were too strong and numerous. They couldn't be taken down so easily. Min Chan's eyes widened as the swarm descended on him. Despite Choi Jung-won's warning, it's dangerous, the boy stumbled and fell, trying to shield himself with his small hands. He cried out, bees. A single hornet flew swiftly toward Min Chan's hand. It landed right in the center of his palm. Instantly, the boy's palm began to glow with a brilliant, blinding light. Choi Jung-won could only watch the scene, his eyes wide with shock and horror. Min Chan was just as stunned. He watched in disbelief as the hornets began crawling into his own body. Jung-won's voice was filled with panic. Min Chan. Kid, are you okay? He shouted, absolutely astonished. The hornets. They just went inside you. Jung-won fell silent, watching the bizarre event unfold before him. Then, just as strangely, the hornets began crawling back out of Min Chan's body, leaving the boy completely bewildered. What is this? He looked at Choi Jung-won, his voice laced with pure shock. They went in and came back out. Min Chan slowly got to his feet, clutching his chest. Mister. The man was still speechless. Huh? Min Chan hesitated, his face beginning to twist into a grotesque shape. His eyes took on an unnatural gleam as he said, I feel strange. I feel really, really strange. An instant later, green veins bulged across Min Chan's face, making him look incredibly strained. Jung-won bent down, his hands on his knees, and asked with concern, Do I need to take you to a hospital? Min Chan replied, No. Though his eyes now looked bizarre, they still held the innocent joy of a child. I want to go show Grandpa. Meanwhile, Min Sung stood in a corner with his own swarm. Ants crawled from his neck, teeming over his skin. Min Sung stared down at his hand, completely covered in insects. A man named Yugon watched a monitor, reading the data aloud. Link rate, 90.1%. In the testing area, Min Sung pointed a finger to the sky, and the ants formed a perfect vertical pillar. Beside him, Yugon continued the readings. 93%, 96%. Min Sung then formed a sharp sword made entirely of ants. The synchronization rate kept climbing. 98.9%. Yugon exclaimed with delight, "It's perfect." Even though it's not combat armor, the highest sync rate for the Fire Ant Zero was 97.8%. This boy has already surpassed that record. Cassie-chan praised him. "Excellent work." Hearing this, Min Sung turned to them, describing a strange feeling. "But after playing with these ants, I'm really hungry. They keep squirming around inside me." Yugon's curiosity was piqued. "Is that so? Then I'll give your ants a little gift." Suddenly, a huge chunk of fresh meat rose from a platform below. The swarm of ants, still formed as a sword, seemed to sense their prey. They could no longer hold their shape, beginning to writhe uncontrollably. Seeing this, Yugon guided Min Sung on how to command the swarm. "Can you order the ants to eat this?" Min Sung obeyed, his voice ringing out with a single command, "Devour." The moment the word was spoken, the ants surged forward like a tidal wave, completely swarming the meat and feeding with a terrifying frenzy. Cassie-chan watched the swarm, analyzing them intently. The black ants, unique individuals that exist naturally within Min Sung's body. He continued his analysis. "They're superior to both the fire ants and the green ants I created. The black ants are superior in every way, from sync rate to command execution speed." Cassie-chan watched as they tore their target apart. He continued his thoughts. "However, they are incredibly aggressive. Like a wild swarm from the jungle. Their numbers are still low, so they haven't harmed Min Sung's body yet." He glanced at the boy, who was stunned by the ants' voracious appetite. After a moment of deep thought, he considered the future. If their numbers grow enough to form a full suit of armor, the insectoids won't be the only thing they devour. The boy himself could be consumed. He imagined the worst-case scenario, but steeled his resolve. "I will never let that happen." Meanwhile, in an elevator connected to Cassie-chan's lab, the display glowed, basement level 3. The elevator doors slid open, and a familiar figure in a purple shirt dashed out. It was Min Chan. He ran into the hall, thinking excitedly, "Me too. I have powers, too." Min Chan was eager to show off his new strength and become a hero. He cheerfully ranked his family. "Mom is number 0, big brother is number 1, and I'm number 2. Min Chan pinched his own cheek, giddy with excitement. "We're a family of superheroes." He then walked up to a random door. He placed his hand on the security scanner. A mechanical voice chirped, "Fingerprint confirmation successful." Min Chan poked his head inside, calling out innocently, "Grandpa, look, I got powers, too." But then he fell completely silent. He didn't say another word as he stared into the dark room. Min Chan spoke into the void. "There's nobody here." He put a hand to his chin, wondering, "Isn't Grandpa in the basement?" Suddenly, the harsh clang of metal echoed through the room. A chain that had been binding something snapped and fell clattering to the floor. Hearing the noise, Min Chan spun around to investigate. Before him stood the strongest monster, the stag beetle, insectoid, Dirty. Immediately, the warning lights flared to life. A piercing alarm blared, bathing the room in spinning red and yellow light. The signal was clear. A dangerous subject had breached containment. 2 researchers in the control room whipped around to face the monitor. An emergency alert rang out. "Emergency. Insectoid Dirty has removed its control device. All personnel, converge at the insectoid containment unit on the 3rd basement level." The stag beetle, insectoid, Dirty, fixed its glowing red eyes on the frozen Min Chan. The boy could only stare back at the monster. His jaw hung open in utter shock. He realized the monster was trying to escape. Min Chan thought to himself, "This is the thing that hurt Mom." Unable to bear its confinement any longer, Dirty let out a furious roar. The reinforced glass separating Min Chan from the monster was shattered to pieces by the stag beetle. Insectoid. From outside the room, someone screamed the monster's name. Dirty. Choi Dong-owen instantly transformed into his insectoid form, rushing in to deliver a powerful blow to the monster. He roared, "How dare you!" Choi Dong-owen continued his assault, cursing through gritted teeth, "You damned insectoid." Min Chan stood there, completely stunned, only able to watch in astonishment, unsure of what to do. Choi Dong-owen, his body partially transformed, took a fighting stance. He turned back to warn the boy. "Min Chan, I can't hold this form for long." Then he charged toward the monster to protect the child, shouting, "Get out of here! Run!" Choi Dong-owen screamed the monster's name again to draw its attention. Dirty. Dirty swung its massive fist. Choi Dong-owen dodged the attack and countered with a punch of his own. He glared at the monster with pure hatred, thinking, "That kid, Min Sung, how did he manage to do this?" The stag beetle monster took the hit, staggering backward from the force. Even though his transformation wasn't complete, Choi Dong-owen attacked with lightning speed. The dirty fought back. Fresh blood sprayed from his face, but Choi Dong-owen used his speed to press the assault on the monster. Even as hot plasma dripped from his body, he was ready to fight to the death. The damned monster threw a punch fueled by pure hatred. It was a blow meant to leave Choi Dong-owen no chance to retaliate. But unfortunately for the beast, the stronger fighter always has the upper hand. But the monster fought back, slamming a fist directly into Choi Sung-owen's face. While his opponent was dazed, DTY rained a barrage of blows upon his body. Min Chan stood there, watching it all unfold. In a horrified daze, he whispered, "Uncle." At that moment, Choi Zung coughed up a torrent of bright red fluid. Min Chan's face contorted, his eyes blazing with a sudden rage, veins of hatred popping. He commanded the monster, "Stop." Then his voice ripped out in a furious scream, "Stop." At the same time, a hidden power deep within him unleashed with that scream. A strange golden light erupted, shining down on the unconscious Choi Zung-owen. The monster seemed mesmerized by the glow, turning its head toward the source of the light. DTY rumbled its name. DTY. It had changed its target. Its next prey was Min Chan. The stag beetle insectoid now loomed menacingly over the small boy. Though brutally beaten, Choi Sung-owen forced himself to get up. He rasped, "Where do you think you're going?" Then he called out to the monster, his voice full of defiance, "We're not finished yet." Min Chan was stunned by Choi Sung-owen's recovery, crying out, "Uncle, you're not in your green ant form anymore." Choi Sung-owen had now transformed into a giant golden wasp. He declared, "Round 2 begins now." The wasp master, Choi Sung-owen, shot forward, delivering a devastating blow to DTY's face. Moving at blinding speed, DTY had no time to react and was hit repeatedly. Then, Choi Sung zipped in front of Min Chan, shielding the boy. Min Chan stared in absolute shock, seeing someone leap to his defense. Choi Sung-owen glanced back, ordering, "Don't move." The boy cried out, "Uncle." Then he launched himself back into the fight. Choi Sung drove the sharp, poisonous stinger on his back deep into the insectoid DTY's gut. He landed a punch that sent DTY flying backwards, its internal fluids splattering everywhere. The stag beetle humanoid roared in agony. DTY took the full force of the attack, a searing pain that shot straight to its core. But he wasn't done. Sensing his advantage, Choi Sung lowered his center of gravity, preparing for the finishing blow. Min Chan cried out in worry, "Uncle." The monster known as DTY staggered to its feet and suddenly charged forward with an equally incredible speed. Choi Sung-owen was caught completely by surprise. Seeing his protector was in trouble, Min Chan leaped in front of him. He commanded, "Stop." With tears streaming down his face, he tried to summon his power to protect Choi Sung-owen. DTY froze. A powerful shockwave erupted from Min Chan's small palm, blasting the insectoid back. It shrieked in pain, "DTY, DTY." The insectoid's colossal body was then pulled into Min Chan's tiny hand. He cried out in agony as his hand continued to absorb DTY. The restraint collar on the creature clattered to the ground, marking the monster's complete disappearance. At that exact moment, an elevator stopped at floor B3. Kajin and Yugon stepped out of the elevator and were completely stunned by the scene before them. In front of them were Choi Sung-owen and Min Chan, their hands touching. Choi Sung-owen was gravely injured, and Min Chan appeared to be healing him with his energy. He winced, his eyes shut tight from the pain across his body. Then suddenly, a cunning smile spread across Choi Sung-owen's lips. The scene shifts to a peaceful day in Brooklyn, New York. But on the streets, people were screaming, running in total panic. Someone shouted, "What the hell is that?" The streets were swarming with insectoids hunting people. One of them even spoke in broken human language. Seeing this, the panic exploded. "Oh my God, this is insane." A car was speeding down the road, swerving wildly as if being chased by a demon. Inside the car, Yugon asked the person in the back, "Are you ready?" The mysterious figure in the back replied curtly, "Of course." Outside, a hulking yellow insectoid roared. So insane. It cornered an old man against a wall, who screamed in despair, "No." Suddenly, a pair of bright eyes appeared from the shadows as a dark figure lunged forward. A green insectoid warrior dashed in. In a flash, he took down the muscular monster, leaving the old man gaping in astonishment. The other insectoid's head was severed, but its mouth, lying on the ground, still screamed, so insane. The green warrior stood there, observing his handiwork. Then, a cry for help rang out from above. "Somebody help me, please." It was a winged insectoid. It had snatched a citizen and was flying high, preparing for a meal, when the green warrior below spotted it. The green warrior unleashed an attack, firing a laser energy beam toward the creature in the sky. The flying insectoid saw a streak of green light rapidly closing in on it. It shrieked in panic, "Damn it." Then with a sharp hiss, a single slash cut clean through its body. The airborne creature and the yellow one on the ground were destroyed at the same time. The winged insectoid's body suddenly exploded, creating a massive shockwave. The green insectoid, Choi Sung-oen, rushed forward to catch the woman the monster had captured. She was still trembling in a state of shock. Just when it seemed everything was over, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the smoke of the explosion. "Oh God, somebody help me." The green insectoid watched the scene unfold in sheer horror. The view then shifts to a building owned by a secret organization. Inside a stark white room with a single window, two men stared at a young, blonde-haired man. A mechanical voice echoed from a device, reporting 36 civilian casualties. Yugon gave his report. "The American media is spinning this as a monster attack. We've also ensured the surviving witnesses will remain silent. It was my own carelessness. I apologize." But Cassie cut him off, his voice colder than ice. "I sent you to New York to eliminate the insectoids. So why did you end up killing humans?" He relentlessly pressed the young man, his glare like a razor's edge. "Are you a hero or an insectoid?" Number 2. It was the Green Ant himself. Cho Sung-oen spoke up to defend his actions. "I believe some sacrifice was unavoidable for the greater good. But that sacrifice was greater than I ever imagined." His mind flashed back 2 months ago, to the moment Minnan transferred some unknown power into him. He tried to explain. "After that incident, I was reborn. My power overflowed, reaching places beyond my control." He spoke, ignoring the cold, irritated scowl on the older man's face. Sung-oen continued to ramble on about how it all happened. His own face twisted, his pupils shrinking as he growled. "It wasn't entirely my fault." Cassie calmly replied, "We don't need a hero we can't control." But he shot back with a smirk. "So what if you don't need me? The world does." At this point, Senior Kijima is unable to take on the role of number 0. Sung-owen's voice dripped with confidence and defiance. You can't just abandon me, can you?" His tone was mocking now. "If you're so confident, then let your precious 5-year-old grandson. Number 1, handle it." The scene changes to a small, cozy kitchen. Kijima was busy cooking for her family. She carried a pot brimming with delicious-looking braised ribs. She called out, "Minung, Min-chan, dinner's ready. Grandma sent us these ribs." The adorable Minung ran over excitedly, cheering, "I want some ribs." But then he paused, his voice filled with curiosity. "But Mom, how come Grandma doesn't visit anymore?" Kijima hesitated, unsure how to answer. Well, it's because." Then she came up with a reasonable excuse. "She won't be coming here for a while." Kijima recalled a recent conversation with OKJ. "What do you mean?" Kijima had asked. OKJ's reply was cold. "I'll continue to provide financial support, so don't worry." Kijima was flustered, stammering, "Ma'am," but the old woman continued with her instructions. "And Kijima, the boy is feeling lonely. Take good care of him." Back in the present, Kijima gently stroked her son's head. The boy pouted, "I want to see Grandma." She tried to soothe him. "Then how about the 3 of us visit her at the office next time?" Hearing this, his face lit up. "Okay, that's awesome." Seeing he was happy again, Kijima suggested, "All right then, let's eat. Go get Min-chan." Minung immediately agreed. "Okay." His innocent voice echoed through the house. "Hey Min-chan. Hey Min-chan, where are you?" Getting no reply, he toddled out into the yard. He shouted again, "Mom says it's time for dinner." Just then, an unbelievable sight caught Minung's eye. Min-chan, his hand glowing, was excitedly showing it off to Cassie-chan. "Look, Grandpa," the boy said proudly. "I can control the insects freely now. With this power, I can make everyone stronger. Thanks to me, the loser uncle became a successful uncle." He looked up at his grandfather with sparkling eyes and asked, "I can be a hero too, right?" Cassie's mind drifted into his memories. Research reports flashed through his mind. A voice echoed in his thoughts. "Your grandson is like an insect net. He can absorb not only bugs but even other insectoids into his body." The voice continued its chilling analysis. "And then he transfers that power to others." The boy innocently uttered the word butterfly. Cassie turned to his associate, Yugon. "What do you mean?" Yugon, standing beside him, confirmed. "Yes, sir." And then came their cold, terrifying conclusion. The boy is an extremely dangerous individual with the potential for mass-producing insectoids. Ending his flashback, he pulled his grandson into a tight hug. The boy, surprised by the sudden embrace, asked with confusion, "Grandpa, what are you doing?" The old man just called his name, Min-chan. The boy answered obediently, "Yes, Grandpa. Are you crying?" Cassie looked deeply emotional, hugging his unfortunate grandson. His voice was low and trembling. The boy thought his grandfather was about to praise him, but instead, a soul-crushing blow was delivered. He whispered into the child's ear, "You are a failure." Little Minong, who had witnessed the entire scene from afar, stood frozen in shock. Kijima called from the kitchen, "Minong, time to eat." Hearing his mother only call for his younger brother, Min-chan suddenly stopped eating. The boy, who had been enjoying his meal, put down his chopsticks and said, "I'm suddenly sleepy." Kijima found it strange, questioning him skeptically. Really? Suddenly, both of her sons were acting strangely. As a mother, Kijima felt a rising tide of anxiety, completely baffled by what was happening to them. Night fell. The atmosphere in the house turned chillingly cold. In the darkened room, the two boys had been sound asleep, but suddenly, Min-chan sat bolt upright. As if sleepwalking, he sat there while Minung slept peacefully beside him. Min-chan turned and stared down at his brother. His actions. But he was acting so strangely. Suddenly, Min-sung's blood-curdling scream echoed from Kijima's room. "What are you doing? Stop it." She shot up in bed, her pupils shrinking at the horrifying sound. "Mommy!" In an instant, Kijima bolted into the children's room. "Kids, what's going on?" Min-sung's screams continued to ring out. "I told you to stop." The sight before her was a complete nightmare. Swarms of ants floated in mid-air, all of them glowing with a bizarre golden light that radiated from Min-chan's hands. Despite Min-sung's agonized and desperate screams, Min-chan relentlessly poured more power into his brother's body. As if he lost his mind, he shrieked, "Me too. Let me have it too. Is it only for the ants?" Kijima lunged toward her children. She roared in a low, threatening voice, "Min-chan." Her hand swung through the air, landing a sharp slap across his cheek. The force of the blow sent Min-chan sprawling to the ground. Meanwhile, Min-sung was completely lost in panic, sobbing uncontrollably. A grotesque black hole had appeared on the little boy's neck. Kijima's face went pale as she snarled at her son, "Min-chan, what in the world are you doing?" Min-chan cradled his face and whimpered, "Mom." She couldn't understand. What could you possibly be jealous of? She continued to scold him through her tears. "Do you have any idea how horrible it feels to have a swarm of ants living inside your body every single day? Why would you ever want a thing like that?" Kijima stared at her son, her eyes filled with crushing disappointment. "Min-chan, I was so relieved when I learned there were no ants inside you. So please, Min-chan, just live a normal life." Min-chan's face fell, his expression darkening into a sad shadow. "I'm not normal. Everyone knows I have powers." He began to walk away, his voice colder than ever before. "But not a single person is happy about my power." As he walked, his voice dripped with resentment. "I am a failure." His mother's eyes widened in absolute shock. While Kijima was still frozen in disbelief, her son had already left the room. She finally snapped out of it, desperately calling out, "Min-chan." Her gaze filled with terror once more at his chillingly calm words, "Grandfather." Kijima immediately gave chase. There before her stood her father, Keijin-chan, flanked by two bodyguards. He was staring intently at Min-chan. With an ice-cold expression, he gave the order, "I'm taking Min-chan with me." It turned out Keijin-chan had witnessed the entire incident through the room's security camera. He condemned the boy for harming Min-sung. The boy's mother quickly shielded her son, trying to explain, "It was just children fighting, that's all." Her father answered with a frigid glare, "You should have done something about this much sooner." Then, Keishin-chan gave the command, "Take him." The henchman standing beside him responded instantly, "Yes, sir." In moments, they had Min-chan completely under their control. To prevent the boy from using his abilities, they locked his hands in a specialized restraint device. The old man turned and said, "Let's go." The men replied, "Yes, sir." Min-chan, now terrified, cried out, "Mom." Kijima could only call her son's name in despair, Min-chan, but her cries were powerless to change the situation. Inside a glass isolation chamber, a mechanical announcement echoed. Min-chan possesses a special power, capable of absorbing and releasing the power of insects. He is classified as a dangerous individual. Min-chan was locked away in a dark room, no different than a prison cell. The announcement droned on. "Will be detained until research is complete and precise countermeasures or—" He muttered to himself in the darkness, "I'm a failure." But no one cared about the deep depression sinking into Min-chan's heart. The robotic voice continued its verdict. He would be placed in total isolation. Outside, Keishin-chan observed, his face still a cold, unfeeling mask. So this is it. But inside Min-chan's mind, something began to shift. He thought to himself, "No, I am not a failure." Suddenly, a terrifying glint sparked in Min-chan's eyes, sharp as a razor. "I am the only success." In that young, wounded mind, a brutal decision was made. Everyone else should just die. 2 weeks later, Kijima entered Keishin-chan's laboratory. She pleaded with her father, "Dad, it's been 2 weeks. Please, I'm begging you to reconsider." Keishin-chan sat there, his eyes glued to his research documents as he replied, I'm still running the experiments. Kijima's face twisted in anger. Experiments? Is that really going to change anything? He replied simply, Daughter, this is my decision. He peered into a microscope and answered calmly, I have considered this and run the calculations dozens of times. That child will one day bring about the destruction of all humanity, Keijin-chan stated, his expression unchanging. Even if he is my own grandson, if I can eliminate that cursed power, he can go back to being a normal child. Kijima saw the unyielding obsession in her father and asked, And what if we can't eliminate it? She screamed at him. What will you do then, Dad? Min-sung stood just outside, listening to everything in silence. Ignoring the swarm crawling inside his own body, he glared at the old man with pure hatred. He thought to himself, that wretched old man. There's no line he won't cross with that kid. Min-sung clutched his chest as a searing pain erupted from deep within him. These damn things are tearing me apart from the inside. He grimaced, thinking to himself, this body is your castle, so stop trying to tear it down. He was reeling in agony when a massive explosion suddenly ripped through the air, forcing Min-sung to ignore his internal torment. The thunderous crash ripped through the lab, catching the attention of Kijima and Keijin. Both she and Owen Choi sensed that something was terribly wrong. The same horrifying thought crossed their minds, the master's reaction. Meanwhile, Min-chan stood there, his eyes burning with hatred, a colossal insectoid looming behind him. Keijin halted his research, his voice laced with annoyance. What is all this chaos? Kijima couldn't wait any longer and started to run, but Keijin stopped her. Stay put, daughter. She shot him a severe look. I'm going to check on him. Across the facility, Owen Choi was already sprinting for his life. As he ran, he analyzed the situation. The disturbance was coming from where that brat was. He then gasped aloud. It can't be. In a blur, Kijima shot past Owen. He could only watch in surprise. Senior Kijima. Back at the scene, two researchers were sent flying by the insectoid's sheer power. The monster Min-chan summoned had shattered his restraints. Security guards unleashed a hail of bullets, desperately trying to protect everyone. But the massive beast used its own body to shield Min-chan from the gunfire. The boy muttered to himself, with this power, I can finally do it. Min-chan glared at everyone around him with pure venom. Just as Kijima's powerful voice echoed through the hall, Cease fire. That's the doctor's grandson. Hearing this, Min-chan recalled the insectoid, only to summon an even stronger one. He screamed its name, DTY. The two guards trembled in fear before the overwhelming power. An invisible force seized them, lifting them into the air as the other scientists watched in horror. At home, Minung suddenly stopped playing with his toys. He sensed a dark premonition, calling out, Mommy! The boy's face was a mask of dread. Back at the lab, Kijima arrived, calling out to her son, Min-chan. Her eyes widened in shock at the scene before her. Two insectoids, radiating bloodlust, stared her down, and standing behind them was none other than Min-chan. Kijima screamed to her son, I'll save you. Just hang on. She glanced down at the ants hidden in her hand, but realized with a pang of despair that her old injuries prevented her from controlling them. Veins bulged on Min-chan's face, his expression terrifyingly twisted. His voice dripped with ice as he spoke, You're wrong, mother, this is me. Her eyes went wide as she listened to her son's alien words. Min-chan. He forced out each word, This is who I am. As he spoke, he ordered the insectoids to attack her. Accept me. The two monsters lunged, slamming Kijima against the wall with incredible force. A massive crack spiderwebbed across the concrete as dust and debris filled the air. For a moment, everything fell silent. Then, a spray of plasma erupted. Kijima had transformed into her own insectoid form to break free. She still spoke gently to her son. Of course I accept you. Min-chan fell silent, stunned that his mother accepted his monstrous form. Then, Kijima roared in fury at his summoned beasts. Whose son do you think you are? She delivered a devastating kick straight into the wasp insectoid. She moved with deadly precision, taking down the monsters one by one. All the while, she kept reassuring her son, I will always believe in you. After a fierce battle, Kijima defeated all of the summoned insectoids. She rushed to embrace her poor son, calling his name softly, Min-chan. She held him tight, comforting him. I was wrong. I'm so sorry I hit you. Kijima pleaded with him endlessly, begging Min-chan, please, just stop. Her words finally reached him, and tears welled up in his eyes. His last whispered words were, I'll be good. But unexpectedly, the DTY insectoid he'd summoned hadn't fully vanished. It had just completed its final objective. The monster plunged its sharp stinger straight into Kijima's chest, to Min-chan's absolute horror. He spun around, his eyes filled with rage. You, what are you doing? The creature only let out a guttural DTY in response. Min-chan roared with anger and threw a punch, ordering it disappear. His command was followed by a cataclysmic blow from Owen Choi's blue ant form. He had delivered a powerful strike on Min Chan's behalf, but the DTY insectoid was still standing. The monster Min Chan had summoned stared down its enemies, then unleashed a volley of poisonous needles in retaliation. Owen Choi used the power of his blue ant armor to defend himself, weathering the storm of toxic darts. Not a single needle could pierce his defenses, but after the creature exhausted its attack, the sheer effort caused Owen to collapse from exhaustion. Seeing that it was finally safe, Min Chan turned back to his mother. He let out a blood-curdling scream. "Mom!" Kijima collapsed to the ground. Min Chan sobbed uncontrollably. "Are you okay? What do I do?" Just then, Keijin's cold, imposing voice cut through the chaos. "Ah, Min Chan." The boy looked up to see his grandfather standing there. "Grandpa." He tried to suppress his tears as he explained what happened to Kijima. "Mom, that thing." He choked on his sobs. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed past Min Chan's face. Keishin stood there, a gun aimed directly at his own grandson, his voice a low growl. "Get away from my daughter." Min Chan froze, stunned by the man's absolute cruelty. His own grandfather, blood trickled from the fresh cut on his cheek, staining his skin. The shock was so profound, his tears instantly dried. Cassie Chan's expression remained like ice, as if the boy before him was a complete stranger. He roared, "How dare you even exist? You are a failure. Erase yourself from my history." With that, he mercilessly pulled the trigger, ready to execute Min Chan, his own grandson. But in a flash, Choi Sung dove forward, shielding the boy with his own body. He took the full force of the bullet. Cassie Chan was visibly startled by his sudden intervention. Choi Sung glared back, his eyes burning with pure hatred. Blind with rage, he cursed, "You damn old man. What the hell do you think you're doing?" Unfazed by the question, the old man gave a cold command. "Step aside." Number 2. His voice was utterly emotionless. "That thing is a dangerous entity. Move. That is an order." But Choi Sung Owen wasn't listening. He shot back, "Shut up. You really think I'd follow an order like that?" Cassie Chan raised his gun again. "If you refuse to move, then I will be forced to dispose of you as well." Choi Sung Owen scoffed, completely unfazed. "Dispose of me?" He gently placed Min Chan on the ground, then squared his shoulders, ready for a fight. He provoked him, his eyes burning with defiance. "Then step up and try it." Min Chan's grandfather aimed the gun directly at them both, without a hint of hesitation. He asked bluntly, "Have you decided to abandon being a hero?" Choi Sung Owen stared back, his eyes filled with utter contempt. "Abandon it? Don't make me laugh." Then his gaze softened as he looked at the trembling boy beside him. "Protecting this kid is the most heroic thing I can do." The old man closed his eyes in disappointment, a cruel decision already made. "I understand. In that case, I will have to eliminate you first." From inside his coat, Cassie Chan pulled out a menacing-looking device. Seeing it, Choi Sung Owen's eyes widened in disbelief and horror. It was a trigger mechanism with 2 buttons, one green and one red. He gasped in shock. A detonator? In an instant, Choi Sung Owen moved with blinding speed, lunging toward the old man. He practically vanished, reappearing with his hand clamped around Cassie Chan's throat. He stopped him just before he could activate the device. Choi Sung demanded, "What were you planning to do with that thing?" The old man clutched the detonator tightly, yelling right in his face, "I've taken more precautions ever since the last incident." The monster within couldn't contain its fury any longer. Choi Sung Owen's eyes burned with absolute rage as he stared down Cassie Chan. "So what, you damn old man?" he snarled. "Are you telling me you planted a bomb inside my body?" The old man's answer sent a shockwave through Min Chan. "Of course I did." Just when it seemed he couldn't be more ruthless, he began to reveal something even more sinister. In the dead silence of the room, a forgotten memory suddenly flooded back. A much younger Min Chan sat on a chair, his voice heavy with sadness. "I'm sorry." Choi Sung didn't understand. Sorry for what? Min Chan's voice was filled with shame. They said, "It's because of me that the clone genes inside you were activated." He still felt the crushing weight of that guilt. "I'm so sorry." But Choi Sung immediately reassured him. "Don't be a fool." He was speaking from the heart. "Thanks to you, the pathetic old me was reborn. I awakened and became a true hero." The little boy looked up, confused. "Pathetic? Awakened?" Choi Sung simply said, "That's right." He placed his hand on the isolation glass, signaling to his nephew. "Never apologize." Choi Sung gave him the brightest smile he could muster. "Because you are my hero." Hearing that he had helped his uncle, Min Chan's gloomy expression vanished. He placed his tiny hand on the glass to meet Choi Sung Owen's and obediently replied, "Okay." The beautiful memory faded, returning them to this brutal reality. Min Chan screamed in desperation, "Uncle!" Suddenly, an unbearable agony ripped through Choi Sung Owen. The pain forced him to hurl Cassie-chan away. The old man slammed hard against the wall, the force of the throw agonizing. Choi Sung's ant-based armor suddenly dissolved, and he cried out in alarm, "My ants!" He roared, "You damn old man. What did you do to them?" The answer came back, cold as steel. "I implanted a new green ant queen inside of you, and I just used that detonator to command her to attack her host." Cassie-chan's voice was grim. "In this space, there's only one target. The half-clone." His voice echoed relentlessly, ignoring Choi Sung-owen's tortured screams. "And that target is you, Choi Sung-owen." Cassie-chan still believed he was doing the right thing, justifying his actions. "At the very least, you can die as a human." Choi Sung-owen's body convulsed in absolute torment. Purple fluid oozed from his skin as he let out a horrifying, inhuman scream. Seeing his uncle in such pain, the small Min Chan could only run to his side, helpless. "Grandfather," he cried out, trying to use his powers to heal him, but it was no use. Amidst the screams, Choi Sung-owen's words echoed in Min Chan's mind like a prayer. "You are my hero." The boy cried out in fear and desperation, "Uncle, you can't die." Min Chan unleashed every last bit of his power, hoping for a miracle. A colossal wave of green energy erupted from his small frame, and from inside Choi Sung-owen's sockets, tears began to stream down his face. An uncontrollable surge of dark, ominous energy flared to life, and in the very next moment, everything turned to dust. Dust. Choi Sung was officially erased from existence, and Cassie-chan, the architect of this tragedy, put on a mask of sorrow for the fallen Choi Sung-owen. But then, he sensed a chilling presence, forcing his gaze upward. What he saw sent a jolt of pure terror through his entire being. It was Min Chan. His eyes blazed with an otherworldly light, staring down the man who murdered Choi Sung-owen, his very own grandfather. Cassie-chan stared in horror at the creature before him. Had the insectoid Min Chan truly become a monster? Min Chan immediately shot down that accusation. "That man is no monster," he answered his grandfather with eyes as sharp as ice. "He has simply awakened to his true power, hasn't he?" At this moment, Choi Sung-owen was no longer human. He was an absolute monster. His physique was massive, a world away from his former self, radiating an aura of pure, deadly malice. Seeing this, Cassie-chan was gripped by fear, a single thought echoing in his mind: "I have to detonate it." He planned to take the monster down with him, a final gambit he had prepared by planting a bomb inside Owen's body. But just as he was about to trigger their shared descent into hell, the children's mother, Kijima, leaped out, taking the full force of an attack meant for him. How could human strength ever compare to that of a monster? She was instantly overwhelmed, sent flying into the distance. Seeing this, he screamed Kijima's name in a panic. As Kijima struggled to her feet, she used her body to block the next attack while shouting, "Wake up!" A monstrous roar erupted from Choi Sung-owen, but it held not a single trace of humanity. When her cries failed to reach him, she turned to her son, Min Chan. The monster raised its fist, preparing to end her life in a single blow. Kijima gritted her teeth and screamed, "Don't be ridiculous." At that exact moment, Min Sung wandered into the research lab, looking for his mother. "Mom, where are you?" He scratched his head, stumbling forward. "My head is spinning. I feel so dizzy." The situation was spiraling out of control. The two berserkers slammed Kijima down onto the unforgiving ground. Cassie-chan collapsed to his knees, watching his own daughter being crushed. He could only scream her name. "Kijima." The green ant insectoid's foot had now mutated, pulsing with an aura of absolute ultimate danger. And Choi Sung-owen, the one they called Awakened, stood over them both, an imposing figure of destruction. Casey no longer cared about Min Chan. His only mission now was to protect Kijima and Min Sung. He desperately hatched a cruel, final plan. He spoke urgently, "Kijima, I have a plan. I'll handle things here. You need to get upstairs and take Min Sung with you." Kijima fiercely refused, unwilling to abandon her other son. Cassie-chan pleaded, "Don't you understand the situation?" He then delivered a truth that shattered Kijima's heart. "Min Chan is gone, we have to protect Min Sung." Suddenly, an innocent child's voice echoed from behind them. "Mommy." Kijima's head snapped around toward the familiar sound. A desperate hope flashed in her eyes, praying she had misheard. But the truth was undeniable. Min Sung stood there, calling out softly. She screamed, "Min Sung, don't come any closer." The boy finally registered the scene before him, his eyes widening as he froze in place. Before him stood a rampaging Min Chan and a completely mindless Choi Sung-owen. Min Sung was utterly baffled. "What is this? Hey Min Chan, what are you doing over there?" Min Chan glared back at him with pure hatred. He no longer saw a brother before him, only an object of his burning resentment. "This is all your fault, big brother." Kijima dragged her broken body across the floor, trying to shield her remaining son. She gasped, telling Min Sung to run. Even though she couldn't walk, she crawled inch by inch toward her child. Min Sung called out naively, "Mom." Min Chan gave his order to the mindless Choi Sung-owen. "Get them out of my sight." Owen obeyed, charging forward, completely ignoring the bullets riddling his body. Cassie Chan fired his gun relentlessly at the insectoid, roaring in defiance. "I cannot let the hope of humanity be extinguished like this." Then, a cold voice, stripped of all innocence, cut through his declaration. "Then I, Min Chan, swear this to you." With a completely emotionless face, he declared, "I will become humanity's despair." The resulting explosion sent a devastating shockwave, leaving the building in smoldering ruins. The scene was swarmed with fire trucks. Behind the firefighters rushing to their duties, two figures emerged. Chairman Kim and Mrs. OK stared at the utter devastation, their mouths agape in shock. "I can't believe it," she breathed. Deep within the wreckage, a firefighter suddenly paused, hearing a small child's voice coming from beneath the rubble. Over there, Min Sung was beside the woman, calling out to her in fear. "Mom, Mommy." Tears streamed down the boy's face as he desperately shook her, pleading, "Wake up." A firefighter checked her pulse, then confirmed to his colleague, "The mother is deceased. The child has no injuries." Another rescuer noted the strange swarm of insects surrounding them. "What's with all these ants? Are they protecting the kid?" Suddenly, a panicked shout came from the distance. "There's something else over here." The cry made Mrs. OK and Chairman Kim whip their heads around. The voice announced, "We've found someone model. He's alive. It's a child." But another rescuer saw the boy's condition, and his face fell. Hearing their exchange, OK Jung was stunned and immediately rushed over. There, barely breathing, was Min Han. Alone amidst the utter devastation, the firefighter who saw him screamed for support. "We have 2 child survivors. Where is the rescue team? Get over here now." In an instant, the ruins erupted with a blare of sirens and the thunder of footsteps. But in the chaos, no one noticed a faint green light, flickering weakly in the rubble before vanishing completely. The last remnant of Choi Sung-owen. The next day, in a secret hospital hidden within the city, Min Sung remained motionless. He was lost in a deep coma, surrounded by sterile white and unnerving silence. OK Jung stood, hands clasped behind her back, staring through the isolation glass. Her voice was raspy when she asked Yugon, "Is Min Sung going to be okay?" "Yes," Yugon replied instantly. He then taped a small photograph to the cover of a file. It was a picture of a beaming Choi Sung-owen. As he worked, Yugon's voice cracked. "There isn't a single scratch on him. The boy is completely unharmed." Finished, he closed the file, bowing his head in solemn grief. She saved him. At the mention of Kijima Minjin's name, OK Jung's composure finally shattered. She covered her face and began to sob. "Kijima." She sorrowfully wiped away her tears, struggling for control. "I will handle the funeral arrangements for all 3 of them." Yugon replied, "Yes, ma'am. I'll notify the chairman as soon as Miss Minjin's autopsy is complete." OK Jung suddenly spoke again, her question startling Yugon. She hesitated, then asked, "Where is Min Han?" He answered slowly, each word heavy with dread. "Right now, Min Han is." Yugon pictured the boy's prison as he spoke, being held under maximum security in a subterranean facility outside the city. Hearing this, OK Jung was in disbelief. "Held? He's just a 5-year-old boy." Before she could continue, Dr. Yugon interrupted, his tone firm yet filled with pain. "Madam Chairman, the fact remains that Min Han is a dangerous individual." OK Jung's fists clenched as she trembled with fury. "This is all because of that old man, Dr. Kasichon. This isn't my fault." She bowed her head, tears of guilt streaming down her face. "I'm pulling out of the Anthill Project, and you need to stop this madness of creating monsters to hunt other monsters." OK Jung spoke with finality, her last command as the project's director. "I'm sorry, Dr. Yugon. You're out of a job. I already have a plan for that facility," Yugon interjected before she could finish. He placed the notebook with Choi Sung's picture on the table. As Dr. Kasichon's assistant, Yugon began. "I observed his research firsthand. I bear some of this responsibility." He lifted his head, his face a mask of pure determination. "I will go to that underground facility, and I will personally supervise Min Han." The next day, a torrential rain fell over the cemetery. It was as if the heavens themselves were weeping for the fate of those lost souls. Below stood 3 headstones for the victims of the explosion: Dr. Kasichon, Kijima Minjin, and Choi Sung-owen. OK Jung held Min Sung's small hand. They stood in somber silence before the graves. Suddenly, the boy spoke. "Grandma?" He turned to her with tear-filled eyes and asked, "Am I all alone now?" Though her own heart was breaking, she forced a comforting smile. "How could our precious boy be all alone? You still have me." Gazing at Kijima's radiant smile on the headstone, she made a silent vow, then told Min Sung, From now on, you're going to live with me. The next day, morning light flooded the headquarters of the Golden Group. Chairman Kim, who was then still just Secretary Kim, bowed his head, saddened by OK Jung's decision. So, you finally sold the company. Her back was turned to him as she answered. The Golden Retail Group is no more. She turned and placed a thick file on the desk. Mr. Kim, I need you to take over this place. He saw a business registration form for a private insect extermination company named Bee Reaper, and Jin OK Jung was listed as the founder. He gasped in astonishment. Madam Chairman. But before his shock could even register, she spoke calmly. From now on, you will be the acting chairman. I am only listed as the founder and legal representative. She smiled gently, her expression light as if a great weight had been lifted. Jin OK Jung has retired. Back in the present, OK Jung finished her story with a calm smile. And that is how Bee Reaper came to be. She noticed the silent, stunned faces before her. Did I talk for too long? She asked. Vic quickly shook his head. No, not at all. I never knew any of this happened. Nan let out a heavy sigh beside him, his shoulders slumping from the tragic tale. The adult Min Sung was also silent, his expression unreadable, as if the words were trapped in his throat. That's when Vic realized. Now I get it. Why Min Sung tore Bee Reaper apart searching for classified files. He abruptly turned back to OK Jung. His voice low, he asked the one question that mattered. Where is Min Han being held now? She lowered her head and gave a calm reply. That is precisely why I came here today. Her icy gaze swept over Vic and Nan. OK Jung spoke with chilling clarity. But what could you possibly do, even if you knew? She challenged them, her eyes narrowed. Are you planning to harm that child? Vic and Nan were instantly flustered. No, that's not it, Vic stammered. But OK Jung cut him off before he could say another word. I've seen enough tragedy in my time, he stated bluntly. Don't plant seeds of false hope. Leaving the boy to his quiet confinement might be the kindest thing we can do. Hearing this, Bai's anxiety became impossible to hide. He explained the dire situation. If they stood by and did nothing, Bee Reaper would ultimately fall to Kijima's relentless rampage. Minsung, he's desperately searching for his younger brother. Okay, Jum fell silent, her eyes filled with deep contemplation. Bai hesitated. There has to be another way. Just when all hope seemed lost, Min Sung's voice cut through the heavy silence. I will put an end to it. Both Madam OK and Chairman Kim behind her were stunned. Min Sung, she looked at her grandson, her voice trembling. Min Sung, dear. Hearing this, Nan's brow furrowed in utter disbelief. Are you saying you'll kill your own brother? Min Sung didn't flinch, his voice cold and steady, but his eyes burned with fierce resolve. No, I'm going to erase his power. His mind flashed back to a past memory. I've been through this once before. Of course, that was just an artificial specimen, one that merely resembled an insectoid. But then a thought struck him. What if the ants can digest the insect genes inside? Min Sung's thoughts turned to his brother, a silent promise echoing in his heart. Min Chan, I will save you. The scene shifts to where Jine and Chi Dong are hiding out. Chi Dong let out a long, weary yawn. How much longer are we gonna be stuck rotting in this place? Jane remained silent beside him, lost in thought. Suddenly, he turned to her. Are you sure he's not being tortured? She shot him a sharp, annoyed look. What the hell are you talking about? Don't you dare jinx us. Resting her chin on her hand, she continued with a steady voice. We have to trust him and wait. That's all we can do. Meanwhile, the Bee Reaper building stood eerily silent, as if nothing was wrong at all. Suddenly, a figure flickered past in the blink of an eye. The sight made Jane's eyes go wide. She was utterly speechless. A mocking voice came from the mysterious man. Working overtime again. Are we? He glanced at a small orb floating before him. Let's try to boost the efficiency a little, he mused. Jane's anger suddenly flared. That bastard, she seethed. Startled, Chi Dong turned to her. What is it? She looked like she was about to lose control, her eyes blazing with fury. It's the guy from before. Jian Yu stood silently in the shadows as shimmering bubbles drifted from his hands into the distance. They floated towards the building's interior. A worker noticed the strange orbs and yelled towards Jian Yu's direction. Hey, you shouldn't be blowing those things around here. But as he pointed and scolded, the machinery beside him began to scream. The worker jumped, his face draining of color. What the? Just as a bubble touched his finger, it exploded. Before the man could even process what happened, a blinding red light engulfed the entire area. What's going on? The facility detonated in a massive explosion. Debris and shattered walls flew in every direction. At that exact moment, Chi Dong launched himself at Jian from behind. But both of them froze, stunned by what they saw. There was a symbol on the man's body, of a six-legged creature, a celestial insect. They both stopped dead in their tracks, keeping a safe distance. Jinyu turned his head towards them, his brow furrowed in annoyance. I really just want to go home, he muttered. His strange comment caught them off guard. Meanwhile, a red flash of lightning, a hexagon, shot through Min Sung's mind. In that instant, he detected a startling reaction from the host. At the very same moment, a section of the control center was completely obliterated. The explosion triggered emergency alarms that blared through the hallways. Bai was frozen in shock, but Nan was the first to cry out, "What's happening?" An announcement echoed from the speakers, sending the entire room into a panic. Insectoid attack. The control station and outer wall have been breached. On the monitors, they could see Jinyu standing calmly amidst the raging flames. The voice on the intercom continued. The insectoid is currently in a pre-transformation state. On top of that, the projection system suddenly flickered to life, and to everyone's astonishment, images of Jane and Chi-dong appeared on screen. 2 additional suspects have been identified. Further assessment is impossible due to damage to the surveillance cameras. In his hospital room, Adi listened to the urgent broadcast with growing concern. All mobile patients, please evacuate to the underground shelter immediately. In another room, Din could only grit his teeth in frustration. All combat teams, report to the sector for immediate backup. The announcement blared. Min Sung finally spoke up, explaining to the others, "Those 2 are my friends, don't worry." Noticing his strange demeanor, OK Jum called out to him softly, "Min Sung." He walked silently toward the door, his gaze unshakable. "Take her to Min Chan first." Min Sung's expression was now ironclad. "I'll be right behind you." Meanwhile, Jean and Chi-dong stood frozen as Jinyu spoke. "Ah, so you're here. Where's the other guy? Why are there only 2 of you?" He glanced down at the symbol on his body, the hexagon celestial insect. Jinyu repeated his question. "Have you reconsidered my offer to become one of my celestial insects?" They immediately shot back. "Never. What are you even doing here?" But he just stared back at them, his expression as cold as ice. "An insectoid needs a reason to attack Bee Reaper?" He sneered, but decided to reveal a fraction of his goal. "Make no mistake, I'm not here to play games." His words sent a shockwave through Jane and Chi-dong. Jinyu then stated his purpose with chilling clarity. "I've come to retrieve Lord Kijima's left arm, and to confirm the existence of the vessel." Hearing this, Chi-dong grew wary. "The vessel? What in the world is that?" But Jane was just as clueless. "I have no idea." The intruder then added a chilling threat. "Besides me, the entire hexagon is poised to strike. They will tear apart every single Bee Reaper base to find that vessel." Jane glared, her expression hardening into a terrifying mask. "What? You're attacking Bee Reaper? Every single base?" Chi-dong couldn't hide the scorn in his voice. "Are you saying you want to declare war on all of humanity?" Now this is getting interesting. But Jinyu remained unbothered, calmly checking his watch. "I'm in a bit of a rush. I hate being late for work." Just then, a group of agents swarmed in, shouting, "There he is." He shot them a death glare, sighing dramatically. "It's truly a pity that I have to dispose of such low-class trash." With a casual wave of his hand, countless bubbles materialized from thin air, floating ominously in the space between them. His voice was cold as ice, "So stay out of my way and do not interfere." So instantly leaped into action, expertly dodging the assault. "Whatever you say. You're not getting past us." Meanwhile, Z charged straight for him, a cocky smirk on his face. Too slow. Using his incredible agility, he masterfully weaved through the floating barrage. "Did you really think I'd just stand here and take it?" Even while moving at blinding speed, Z's sharp eyes caught a deadly detail. "There are bombs inside those bubbles." He instantly screamed a warning to his partner. "So, the bubbles are rigged with bombs," but she was a little too confident. It didn't matter. Touching them would trigger the explosion anyway. The bubbles burst in a massive chain reaction, shaking the entire area with concussive force. The explosions were devastating, but Sue had already vaulted to safety, completely unharmed. She clicked her tongue in annoyance. What a pain. The surrounding agents were too weak to retaliate, frozen in place by the sheer power display. Jinyu, however, looked far from satisfied. "So, you still insist on interfering?" From above, So dove down, aiming a powerful axe kick right at his head. At the same time, Z prepared to strike from his rear right flank. But something stopped them both dead in their tracks. Their attacks were deflected by an invisible barrier of bubbles. Z was bewildered. How did those bubbles even get there? Sensing imminent danger, they both leaped back instantly. Z screamed, "They're going to explode." Jinyu's voice dripped with arrogance. "You two are really starting to get on my nerves." He then gloated about his unique weapon. "These are defensive bubbles. They stop all incoming attacks. They are completely impenetrable." But Z refused to yield, shouting an order to So. "I'll handle things here. You go on ahead." So was taken aback. Huh? But Jinyu wasn't foolish enough to let them coordinate. He had already made his move. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right between them, leaving the pair completely stunned. He faced Z, his declaration chilling and absolute, even making an outrageously arrogant suggestion. "This is getting tedious. Why don't you both attack me at once?" Genu's supreme confidence sent Z into a rage. "You bastard. Are you even going to tell us your name?" He threw a punch with all his might, but it met nothing but empty air. Z roared in frustration. "Don't mess with me." Genu was already behind him, whispering into his ear. "Are you surprised I don't introduce myself, like the other insectoids?" Z was completely floored. What? When did he get there? Before he could even process the shock, a powerful kick sent him flying. His body soared dozens of meters through the air. The sight struck terror into So's heart. She screamed his name in panic. Z. Genu relentlessly pummeled Z. The more a creature loses control, the more frenzied it becomes, repeating the same attack pattern over and over. They exchanged blows at a dizzying speed, a blur of offense and defense. Z couldn't stop himself from cursing. "You son of a bitch." But his opponent seemed to revel in it. "The way you say it, it almost sounds like my species' official title." Z decided to pour all his strength into one counterattack, aiming a punch straight at Genu's face. But the result only made him curse in disbelief. Damn it. A bubble had formed perfectly around his fist, stopping it cold, while Genu delivered a chilling warning. "Do not get in my way." Z immediately doubled over in agony as a vicious kick slammed into his stomach. Genu, on the other hand, looked completely relaxed. The searing pain finally registered in Z's brain. His slender legs slowly approached the fallen agent. Genu's voice dripped with mockery. "That is precisely why I don't have a title. You two don't really have them either, do you? After all, you're just Z, the ladybug. And she's simply So the silkworm," he mused thoughtfully. "So perhaps I should choose a simple name like yours. What would it be?" An image of a shimmering bubble flashed in his mind, and Genu let out a soft exclamation. "At last, I've chosen a truly magnificent name. How does Bappo sound?" And so, he officially became the hexagon's heavenly insectoid, the spittlebug, Bappo. He then hinted at something far more sinister. "In this form, I have another skill besides blowing bubbles." Z's mind raced, putting the pieces together, and he screamed a warning. "That's not a good name. So, get out of there." Bappo was already in hot pursuit. "I will show you both true despair." So ran for her life, as the newly named monster closed the distance in an instant. Model, that was just Boro's useless contempt. Her face was now a mask of utter shock. He smugly introduced his power. "How did I make that jump? This prized leaping skill of mine can get me to the top of the tallest skyscrapers." The words barely left his mouth before Boro launched an attack that tore through the air. A kick-carrying, devastating power shot straight for Z's body. He sneered, "Think you can dodge this?" The impact of his kick created a powerful shockwave. Z was sent flying, crashing hard into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Z raged, slamming a fist into the earth. Damn it. In that moment, he flashed back to his more difficult past. "I chose this path to push my own limits," he muttered to himself. "And I got my butt kicked time and time again." The memory stung his pride, fueling his fury. Invincible and undefeated. What a load of crap. Suddenly, his hands moved to the armor on his chest. This thing was just holding him back. Without a second thought, he ripped it clean off. This heavy, restrictive shell. "This isn't my style." Shards of armor were flung high into the air. Z declared, "I am a fighter, a heavyweight brawler." Boro ignored him for a moment, landing somewhere else. There, Dine lay motionless on the ground. Boro coldly raised a sinewy foot over him, his voice dripping with scorn. "I'll end this now." By activating his reverse leap skill, Boro intended to finish Dine for good. As his foot came down, it glowed with immense power, shattering the ground and sending debris flying in all directions. But Boro was stunned to find nothing but empty space beneath his foot. To make it worse, two mechanical mantises swooped in and struck him squarely in the head. He fought to contain his rage, letting out a sharp breath. Now what is it? His gaze locked onto Z's back, just a short distance away. Z gently laid Dine down, his voice as cold as ice. "I guess I'll be working overtime today." Something about Z's new stance caught Boro by surprise, and an amused grin spread across his face as he realized Z's new plan. "Oh," Z was now crossing his arms, taking a new stance. "I'll finish this with one knockout blow." He had finally shifted into his heavyweight brawler, Ladybug RT form. He growled, "No extra rounds." At that moment, someone called out softly, "Hey, Hannah." This annoyed her slightly. "You're still here? Can't you see I'm busy with my research?" It turned out Qidong still had a question. "Does eating that disgusting thing really make you stronger?" Kun Hana replied coolly, "Of course. Consider who created it." She then picked up a glistening golden larva. "All those other worthless reprobates eat them." Then she held it out towards him invitingly. You should try one. The taste is awful, but I can guarantee its power. Chi Dong immediately recoiled in horror, yelling, "Ugh, get that thing away from me. You think I'd actually eat that?" He clenched his fist with resolve, declaring, "I'll get stronger on my own terms." But Kun Hana's response was cryptic. "Sooner or later, you'll find yourself trapped by your own limits." Her words left Chi Dong speechless. "What?" Kun Hana simply dropped the larva back into its jar, she explained. "This larva is just a tonic that lets you borrow strength temporarily." She elaborated further. "When your desire for power peaks once more, you will shatter your own limitations." She held up 2 fingers decisively. "That is the second awakening." And just as Kun Hana spoke, back on the battlefield, Z had shattered his heavy armor, revealing a powerful physique and fists blazing with fiery energy. He raised a fist, murmuring, "This is limiter removal." The sight gave Boro pause. How strange. Then, with an annoyed grunt, he shot forward toward Z. What a pain. Meanwhile, Z was surging with power. His body felt so much lighter, as if he could fly. He charged in, ready for a bare-knuckle brawl. Boro launched a powerful kick, but Z blocked it with ease. The easy block filled Z with newfound confidence. He thought to himself, "I can take his hits now. No more dodging." He threw a straight punch, but his opponent tilted his head to evade it. Even so, Boro walked right into a devastating blow from Z's other fist, square in the face. The force of the impact sent Boro's entire body flying, hurtling violently toward the ground, but he snapped out of it just in time, letting out a sharp, furious breath. With a slight twist, Boro landed safely on his feet. He growled, "That's enough." Leaping back to his original spot, he grumbled, "This is getting so annoying." Suddenly, 2 streaks of brilliant light erupted from Z's back. With newly formed wings of pure energy, he appeared behind Boro in the blink of an eye. "Going somewhere?" Z asked. For the first time, a look of genuine shock appeared on Boro's face. Before Boro could even react, Z grabbed his head and slammed it straight into the concrete. From the thick cloud of dust caused by the impact, Boro shot out, seemingly unharmed. He taunted, "You've only removed your limiter once. Don't get complacent." He faced Z head-on and declared, "I've removed mine countless times." Boro unleashed a blinding flurry of attacks, a true display of his overwhelming power. A mechanical mantis instantly activated a protective barrier. Thanks to it, Z could stand calmly without fear of being hit. The first ladybug drone took a direct hit, and the second one suffered a similar fate. They were blown back, and for a moment, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. Boro unleashed his power. Bubbles frothed from his mouth, glowing with a sinister red light. But Z was unfazed, unleashing his ultimate technique, Pink Storm, to finish him off. The mantises spun through the air, forming a deadly vortex. He finally made contact with his target. The bubbles shattered on impact, but Z's arm was now trapped inside his enemy's writhing body. Boro let out an agonized roar, coughing up a torrent of fresh blood. His eyes burned with hatred as Z began to mock him. "Ah, I didn't get a chance to say this earlier." Z continued his taunt, "Your title. It sounds absolutely pathetic." Those words were the final straw, sending Boro into a frenzy. A massive explosion erupted right where they stood. He had vanished, leaving only Z standing defiant amidst the billowing black smoke. He held his victory pose for a moment before slowly reverting to his normal form. The outcome left Jean absolutely speechless. He defeated a hexagon-level heaven insect. Just then, footsteps approached from behind, causing her to spin around and gasp in surprise. "Ming Chong, what are you doing here?" Jane began to brag excitedly about their victory. "The fight's over." Z took down a hexagon level. Can you believe it? Total domination. But he coldly cut her off, his voice like ice as he gave a single, powerful command. "Get up." Her eyes widened in shock, likely because the look on Ming Chong's face was dead serious. "Hurry," he urged. A new horror gripped Jane as she detected something. She immediately whipped her head around, drawn by the sound of frantic, beating wings. Countless winged silhouettes appeared, blotting out the entire sky. The 2 of them froze in place. The insectoid legion had arrived. Nearby, Chi Dong seemed completely oblivious to the threat looming behind him. Seeing the 2, he called out with a hint of annoyance. "Ming Chong, where have you been?" He smirked, ready to gloat. "The fight's over. Guess I get to rub this victory in your face, Ming Chong." But his moment of triumph was cut short. Chi Dong suddenly stiffened, his face contorting in agony. Ugh. It turned out Kun Hana had attacked him from behind. She had delivered a fatal blow. Kun Hana said coldly, "I'm sorry. This is for my research to be acknowledged by him." She was the one leading the insectoid legion. This was the only way. The number of insectoids swarming the sky was truly endless. Jane and Ming Chong were still frozen, unsure how to react. A terrified cry escaped her lips. What in the world are those insectoids? Are they all heaven insects? Only Ming Chong remained calm, as if he expected this. They aren't insectoids. They feel more like the larvae from the hexagon. Gazing at the writhing creatures in the distance, she vaguely recognized them. So they're those larvae. Looking at their new, bizarre winged forms, Jane could only confirm. They transformed. Just then, a missile came screaming out of nowhere at breakneck speed. Its target was the Insectoid Legion, which had just taken 2 preemptive strikes. This daring move left both Jane and Ming Chong completely stunned. A soldier stood nearby, holding a heavy weapon. A report came crackling over the radio. Total combat personnel present at headquarters is 65. That's everyone we have. Okay, Jung calmly stood behind the lines observing the swarm and asked, "What about reinforcements?" Thinking of the devastating chaos elsewhere, the soldier hesitated to report, "We've requested aid from every sector, but the situation outside and our remaining forces are also—" This only led the soldier to a grim conclusion. It seems everyone is fighting the same battle. Okay, Jung's expression darkened. She muttered, "Damn it. With these numbers, this is an impossible fight." Suddenly, a voice shouted from behind them, "Why is your grandmother in there?" The scene shifts to 2 figures rushing up a staircase. Adi was right behind them. Another voice cut in, full of surprise. For real, it turned out to be a conversation between Jane and Ming Chong. Ming Chong surveyed the area and stated, "So, we have to fight them too." "Yes, please," Jane begged. But before she could finish, the insectoid swarm lunged, attacking all at once. Her eyes went wide as she screamed a warning. "Here they come." Instantly, Jane summoned a net from her hands, diamond thread. It expanded rapidly, flying forward to block the insectoids. One of them lost its momentum and crashed into the net with so much force that sparks flew. Despite their bodies being torn apart, they refused to retreat, which shocked her completely. "They're breaking through." A single insectoid slipped past the net, landing gracefully on the ground. It opened its massive maw, revealing rows of gruesome, jagged teeth. Jane could only stand frozen. Her hands, still locked in the stance, needed to maintain the barrier. But just then, a savior arrived. Mant moved with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, it transformed, sprouting a powerful, hardened beak. It powerfully snapped its jaws shut, devouring the insectoid whole. Jane stared at Ming Chong's new form, completely stunned, and yelled, "Holy crap!" Ming Chong had now transformed into a black ant. With a single gesture, he summoned the swarming Lai-Ti creatures, as 3 more mantas appeared to annihilate the insectoids. Even those caught outside the net couldn't escape their fate, torn apart by the ravenous ants and mantas. Below, the agents fought desperately to eliminate them one by one, providing cover for Mi-sung. Inside the base, the empty corridors were eerily silent and cold. Dai's eyes widened in shock as a voice urged her, "Let's go, quickly." A male agent was transporting Kijima's arm in the preservation room. Hearing a noise, he called out, "What's going on?" Before he could finish his sentence, a strange gas knocked him unconscious. A cold female voice rang out, "You cannot proceed without authorization." The one responsible was none other than the trusted nurse. Dai witnessed the entire scene, too shocked to even speak. The nurse was reporting to someone through a device on her wrist. "Yes, I've secured it." It was at this moment she began to reveal her true form. Dark blue wings, hidden beneath human skin, slowly emerged. She spoke into her comms, "A vehicle will be leaving the back gate soon. Follow it." Dai couldn't hide the terror in her eyes. Her pupils dilated when she heard that familiar voice say, "I'll be taking this." At the same time, a car started moving in the basement. Vi's team had escaped safely. He was urgently calling someone to report the situation, but their entire escape had been watched from above by Kun Hana. "Perfect," she thought to herself. "If I follow their trail, I'll find its location." Without hesitation, she unfurled her wings, whispering, "Well done. Now it's mine. My research." She praised herself. "You did this because it is who you are." "Excellent." Then, she clasped her hands together, her ambitious words laced with a dark promise. "With this, we can be together forever." Back in the control room, the dark blue wings finally spread to their full, terrifying glory. Tears streamed down Dai's face as she stammered, "It can't be," because the person standing before her was none other than her best friend, Seijin. Yet, Dee remained strangely calm as Seijin suddenly flew up, her voice filled with surprise. "I didn't know you were here." She gently lifted Dai's tear-streaked face, studying it closely. Then, in a soft, persuasive tone, she said, "Dai, come with me." Dee stared, wide-eyed, at the massive blue wings, then hesitantly pointed at the container holding the specimen. Seijin asked proudly, as if showing off a prize, "What do you think? Aren't they beautiful?" She then landed and began to explain. "I know you won't understand if I tell you, but I am an incredibly rare specimen," she declared, recalling her past. "One of the few larvae who retain consciousness among countless others. That's why I'm stronger. Seijin gripped Dai's shoulders, trying to reassure and convince her. You no longer have to tremble in fear of the insectoids. You don't have to rely on those useless humans anymore. The jewel on her bracelet swayed as she made her offer. So please, come with me. Sensing her friend's hesitation, Seijin's voice grew more determined. I will protect you. But a shadow of sorrow crossed Dai's face. She whispered, Seijin. It was because Seijin's expression was so horribly unnatural. Are you okay? Dai asked. The question seemed to stun Seijin for a moment. Just then, someone hurled a coat rack straight at them. Its sharp end was aimed directly at Seijin's face. She instinctively shot upwards to dodge, and the rack flew past her, smashing into the glass tank holding Kijima's arm. For some reason, the force threw Dai violently against the wall. The green preservation fluid began to leak from the shattered container. Someone's bare feet scraped against the floor, launching them forward. Jin unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking Seijin and making her scream in agony. Her eyes went wide, staring at the man holding a massive blade. Who is he? How can he fight with only one arm and one leg? Luckily, Dai rushed forward just in time, wrapping her arms around Jin to stop the finishing blow. The man was stunned by her actions. What are you doing, kid? But Dee refused to let go, sobbing. I'm so sorry. Seeing this, Seijin was shaken to her core. Dai's whole body trembled, but she still urged her friend on. Go. Hurry up and go. Noticing the blood on her friend's face, Seijin was horrified. You're hurt because of me. Kijima's arm was gone from the preservation tank. Seijin had snatched it while Jin was being held back and was already flying away. But a nagging feeling made her hesitate and glance back one last time. Dai, now completely exhausted, had lost her grip. Jin realized something was wrong, but Seijin clutched her prize and flew resolutely into the sky. Elsewhere, the fierce battle between humans and insectoids raged on. One man screamed in agony as he was bitten on the shoulder. Tae immediately rushed to his aid, driving the insectoid back. He swung his club, taking down a few more nearby. But one man's strength has its limits. Sweat poured down Tae's face as he stared at the three insectoids still snarling before him. He couldn't help but wonder, why? Won't these things die? Sam, unloading clip after clip, saw it too. Headshots were useless. They'd fall, only to rise again. Suddenly, a shadow blurred past with lightning speed. Three of the monsters were instantly obliterated right before Tae's eyes. The one responsible was none other than Mindung. He then opened his palm, and golden creatures swarmed from his neck, purging the parasitic larvae. Then, after commanding his ants to retrieve the parasites, he shoved them all into his mouth. Tae stared in absolute horror at the sudden, savage act. With the larva still clenched between his teeth, Mindung's gaze shot in another direction. Jane gritted her teeth, straining to maintain her web of threads. She groaned. I can't hold on much longer. Finally, her strength gave out and she let go. The horde of monsters surged forward like a tidal wave, but the lead creature's face suddenly twisted in shock as countless blue threads erupted from Jane, piercing through their ranks and stringing up their corpses like gruesome puppets. She had now successfully evolved into her silkworm butterfly form. The scene shifts to their car, now cruising steadily down the road, leaving the chaotic battlefield far behind. After a while, the vehicle pulled up to a luxurious high-rise complex. Vicky stared out the window, a hint of surprise on her face. As the car rolled into the building's parking area, the whole group looked up. One of them asked in disbelief, "This is the place?" Nan hesitated beside him. It just looked like a normal apartment complex. Occam introduced it cheerfully. "That's right, this is my home." The elderly security guard greeted her with a warm smile. "Hello." Occam replied just as kindly, "Hello to you, too." But it wasn't just him. Every resident they passed welcomed her warmly. "Good afternoon, ma'am. Welcome back." Occam returned each greeting with a constant stream of hello, hello, hello. Then, she calmly announced, "Everyone has worked very hard. You can all rest for today." Immediately, the crowd's friendly demeanor vanished, replaced by an unsettling seriousness. In perfect unison, they all bowed. "Yes, ma'am. We'll be on our way." Occam simply waved them off. The rest of the team was completely stunned by the display. Ivy blurted out, "Are they all just pretending to be civilians? What is going on?" Occam finally got to the point. "We're here." Ivy looked around, skeptical. "There's nothing here." Occam calmly reassured her, "Just wait a moment." She held up her hand, revealing a strange emblem. Chairman Kim produced a matching one from his breast pocket. Yes. Together, they placed the emblems on a pre-marked spot on the ground. Instantly, a line of light blazed to life between them, revealing a secret passage. Elsewhere, a brilliant golden light tore through the misty dawn sky. Seijin carried Kijima's severed arm as she headed toward a cave carved into the face of a cliff. At the entrance, she found a swarm of monsters tearing their prey to shreds. Seijin's expression hardened, her body tense. The feasting creatures abruptly stopped, their heads snapping up to stare at the newcomer. Even the ones caged behind bars looked on with ravenous eyes, but she walked safely into the main chamber. There, Kijima was waiting to receive the item he desired. The moment she arrived, Seijin dropped to one knee, respectfully offering up the severed arm. She kept her head bowed, hiding the fear in her eyes. "I have returned with your left arm, Lord Kijima, and have also located Cage." Kijima slowly approached, his voice utterly devoid of warmth. "This will have to do." His body began to reconnect with the severed limb. "Give it to me," he commanded. Once the process was complete, Kijima tested the arm, clenching his fist tightly. Then, he reached out and gently touched Seijin's head, an act that sent shivers of pure terror down her spine. Her pupils dilated in shock as he granted his mercy. "I shall spare your life." But her relief turned to horror as gruesome sounds erupted from behind her. A monster with grotesque teeth lunged forward, its jaw unhinged and dripping with dark blood. The creatures had descended into a frenzy, tearing each other apart. It was then that Kijima gave a command that made her break out in a cold sweat. "Lead the way." His eyes, cold enough to freeze the soul, bored into her. "Take me to Kage." Meanwhile, on a long, narrow staircase leading deep underground, Okum's group followed Chairman Kim, descending step by step. Vicky couldn't hide her astonishment. "I can't believe a secret bunker was hidden right in the middle of an apartment complex." Nan, however, was much calmer. "I'm starting to get used to this stuff." Okum seemed apologetic. "This is also my first time visiting in person. I'm sorry for all the trouble." But one of the women quickly replied, "Chairman, please don't say that." Okum began to explain. This building was constructed on the very site of the old Ant Nest Project Research Facility after it was burned to the ground. The memory of holding Min Sung's hand flashed in her mind, stirring deep emotions. The Nemin apartment complex. She remembered smiling gently at the young boy back then. "This is where Min Sung and I live." Okum's voice suddenly grew heavy with sorrow. "And it's also the place where Min Tran is being held captive." Soon, they arrived at an elevator at the end of a long hallway. Without a word, Chairman Kim pressed the button, opening the doors. Only then did he turn to report, "We just need to take this elevator down, and we'll be there." He then ushered the other three inside ahead of him. "I'll come down later, once young Master Min Sung arrives." Okay, Jum respected their decision. "We'll meet again shortly." Down the silent corridor, the sharp click of her heels echoed. It seemed someone had already been tipped off and was waiting for them by the elevator. As the doors slid open, a towering figure in a white lab coat filled the frame. The three of them froze, stunned by his greeting. "It's been a while." It was none other than Dr. Cian's former assistant, Dr. Yugon. "Chairwoman, have you been well?" Okay, Jum offered a warm handshake. "I should be the one asking you that." He insisted, "It's truly a pleasure to see you again, Chairwoman." But Yugon's smile seemed strained. "I've been living quite comfortably, thanks to your unlimited provisions." His words only deepened her guilt. "I will never forget what you did for us." He quickly looked away. "Please, think nothing of it. We can discuss that later." His gaze shifted to a door marked with a grim X. "He's in here." Vic and Nan exchanged a look. "We should probably hang back." Agreed. Meanwhile, OK Jum's heart pounded with anxiety. "I wonder, what's become of him?" The moment the door opened, she froze, paralyzed by the sight before her. There, on a lone chair in the center of the room, Min Chan was bound tightly. His frail and broken state shattered her heart. Min Chan. Meanwhile, back on the surface, the battle raged on. So's threads had the insectoids completely entangled, but she suddenly noticed something terrifying. The ant nest. It's vanishing. Countless webs now hung uselessly in the air, but the creatures had no time to escape as Manta descended upon them. Watching the chaos from below, So screamed Jinnun. On Minsung's command, Manta began devouring the larvae one by one. He, too, focused on the larvae, raising his arm high and issuing a silent command to assemble. The Manta obeyed, swarming and merging with Minsung's body. The fusion was agonizing. He roared in pain as his features began to warp, and in the depths of his consciousness, his entire being glowed a fiery red, an insectoid crushed under his feet. He gritted his teeth, forcing the new insectoid mask into existence. When the transformation was finally complete, waves of raw power pulsed from where he stood. So watched the entire spectacle, completely baffled. What in the world is that form? But Minsung's voice was filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Lin." Then, his command was sharp and absolute. "Follow me." This left So completely thrown. Huh? He offered no explanation, launching himself into the air with breathtaking speed. She couldn't help but curse as she watched him disappear. That idiot. How am I supposed to keep up with that kind of speed? Still, So had no choice but to follow, cleverly grabbing the unconscious Qidong on her way. The remaining staff watched in awe as the two vanished. Who in the world were they? They wiped out those monsters in the blink of an eye, and then just left. One man whispered, just as a terrified scream cut through the air. "They're getting back up." Tay's face went pale. "What?" he yelled out. "Sam, what's going on?" Sam was just as shaken, his hands trembling. I don't know." Tay froze in place as the horrifying truth was confirmed. "But they are reviving." The insectoid corpses began to shed their gray, lifeless skin, revealing the human forms hidden beneath. Back in the room, OK Jum stared at Min Chan, her face filled with unbearable guilt. But Min Chan just kept his head down, refusing to even look at her. Finally, he spoke, his voice raspy and raw. "I missed you." Hearing those words, her eyes widened in shock. Min Chan. He finally looked up, his gaze filled with accusation. "What took you so long?" She stammered, unable to meet his eyes. I'm so sorry. I could never bring myself past the gate." Vic was taken aback, thinking, what is he talking about? Nan's eyes shot wide open as he got a better look. This kid was the spitting image of Min Sung. Their quiet exchange drew Min Chan's cold attention. "Who did you bring with you?" His gaze fell upon the sword on Vic's back, and his conclusion was instant and chilling. "Are they here to dispose of me?" His words left them speechless. OK Jum quickly gestured towards Vic, desperate to explain. No, that's not it. Min Chan." Her voice grew frantic with every word. "They work for the company I established. They're not here to hurt you, I swear." She fell silent under his icy interrogation. "Then why?" His eyes were cold and vacant, staring straight ahead. "Why did you even bother coming for me now?" OK Jum's answer was simple. "Min Sung is on his way." The boy's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" She tried to reason with him, her voice pleading. "Maybe Min Sung can help you." But her words only fueled his deep-seated rage. He growled through clenched teeth. "What did you just say?" A sudden, chilling laugh escaped his lips, unnerving OK Jum. His laughter grew louder, more unhinged, his expression twisting into something uncontrollable. Then, he unleashed a torrent of bitter words. "Have you finally lost your mind, old woman? It's been a long time since I've heard anyone mention that bastard's name." Vic and Nam were shocked by his utter contempt. What could that pathetic ant farmer possibly do to help? Min Chan then turned his rage on Yugon, who stood nearby pretending to be calm, blaming him for trying to remove this cursed power. "Hey, that old man tried every trick in the book, but no matter what he did, it wouldn't disappear. I've been chained in this room for 11 years. Min Chan finally declared with an icy voice that even if he could help, I don't need it. I refuse to accept help from someone born at the finish line. He stubbornly rejected any assistance from Mi Sung. I'd rather die of failure." This statement crushed OK Jum's heart. Min Chan. Just then, an earth-shattering explosion erupted behind them. Vic and Nan immediately spun around to see what was happening. What was that? They saw Chairman Kim being hurled from the elevator, sent flying across the floor by Kijima. Boss Vic was horrified. A wave of panic washed over them all. "Driver Kim, Chairman, don't come any closer." Chairman Kim screamed. Before they could even guess, the figure announced his own name, Kijima. Yugon couldn't believe his eyes at the sight of him. No way. Is that? Meanwhile, Min Chan was frozen in place, his eyes wide as he stared intently at Kijima. The man was trying to speak to him, gathering energy in his palm, preparing to strike. The master of this perfected form. Not letting Kijima have his way, Vic charged forward with his sword, shouting, "Protect the chairman." But the enemy showed no hesitation, casually swinging his arm in Vic's direction. "My hero." A blast of purple light slammed directly into Vic, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure the impact. An explosion immediately followed, blanketing the area in black smoke. Vic's entire body trembled from the brutal attack. Nan was screaming from behind him. He whipped his head around to see her desperately trying to call out to OK Jum. Chairman. Vic's face went blank as Nan's voice grew more and more desperate. "Chairman, please wake up." OK Jum had been pierced through the chest by the attack. Now, she lay motionless on the floor, no matter how many times Nan called her name. At the same time, Mi Sung was flying as fast as he possibly could. He muttered to himself, sensing that something was terribly wrong. A deep anxiety churned within him, a colossal and overwhelming power he had never felt before. Mi Sung's eyes hardened as if he'd already figured out the cause. It can't be. Can it? This realization only forced him to move even faster. "Grandma." Nan looked absolutely terrified as she stared forward, her eyes locking onto the towering figure in the doorway. She recognized him with a jolt. Kijima. Then, she jumped as OK Jum let out a faint, weak sound. Seeing this, Nan cried out with joy, "Chairman, you're still alive." Kijima, seeing this, moved to strike again, but Vic expertly intercepted the blow with his sword. Still, The force of the attack was so immense he had to clench his jaw just to withstand it. Kijima closed the distance in an instant, swinging a fist straight for Vic's head, but he narrowly dodged the devastating blow. Crash! The wall right next to Min Chan exploded into pieces. A look of pure shock was still plastered on Vic's face. Wasn't he aiming for me? At that moment, two robotic arms shot down from the ceiling, clamping down hard on Kijima. For a moment, his entire body was completely immobilized. Someone's voice urged Vic on, "Move it, now." It turned out Yugon had secretly activated the defense robots to hold Kijima down. But before Vic could act, Nan had already leaped toward their enemy. Unleashing a thunderous punch, she stared at her foe with chilling eyes, then attacked in unison with Vic. Activate electric detonator, disinfecting fist. Kijima's body was engulfed in crackling energy, arcs of lightning lashing out all around him. After the attack, they both jumped back to assess the damage. Yugon then shouted at them, "You two, get the chairman out of here first." But Vic hesitated. "But what about Min Chan?" The old man then revealed something that made Min Chan freeze on the spot. Min Chan once tried to escape during an emergency, but a system error kept the doors from opening. This memory only made Yugon's plea more urgent. "Leave the rest to me, just run." Nan didn't waste another second, immediately grabbing OK Jum and bolting. Vic followed right behind her. They raced towards the wide-open elevator doors. As planned, Yugon's robot began dragging Kijima in the opposite direction. While controlling the robot, the old man muttered to himself, "I never thought I'd have to resort to this." Min Chan, who hadn't yet recovered from the shock, heard Yugon's voice. "Min Chan, before I take my final action," Yugon advised him sincerely, "if you stay in there, you at least won't die." These words took him completely by surprise. Yugon turned back to the control panel, his voice filled with sorrow as he said farewell to his deceased mentor. "Dr. Cass-chan, I suppose it's time for me to join you." With those words, he aimed for the red control button, shouting, "Please forgive this unworthy student." But Yugon's hand strangely stopped, suspended in midair. Even though he strained so hard his whole body shook, his arm wouldn't budge. It turned out Kun Hana had stopped him just in time with her control ability. She sneered. Self-destruction is a very bad habit. On the other side of the room, Min Chan slowly rose from his chair, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "I'm not falling into that trap a second time." The sight left Yugon utterly speechless. He wondered, how did he get out? Kun Hana boasted with immense pride, "I was the one who let him out." Min Chan took a slow, deliberate step forward. He advanced slowly. His face was an icy mask, radiating pure killing intent. "You can't stop me." Min Chan had a few words for the man who imprisoned him. "You've worked so hard all this time." Yugon screamed in desperation, "Don't do it." Ignoring his desperate cries, Min Chan coldly unleashed his cursed ability. A terrifying power instantly paralyzed Yugon's entire body. His form began to twist and transform. Meanwhile, Hana leaped back, narrowly avoiding the blast radius. Watching him morph into a monster in the blink of an eye, she finally understood. Is this the power an insectoid can create? Now I get it. Her eyes darted toward Kijima and Minhan nearby, her resolve hardening like steel. This is why Master Kijima refuses to acknowledge me. A hidden door in the courtyard creaked open. Vic and Nan's team rushed out, carrying Chairman Kim and Miss OK. With no time to waste, they planned their next move. Vic commanded, "Get them in the car and head to the hospital, now." Nan asked worriedly, "What about you?" Vic's voice was firm. "In case the worst happens, I'll stay and fight Kijima." But at that exact moment, Hana's unmistakable wings appeared in the sky. She was dragging Yugon, now a colossal monster soaring high above their heads. Behind them was Minhan, looking ecstatic to finally be in the light. He took a deep breath. "It's been so long since I've seen the sky." His appearance made Vic and Nan stare in utter shock. They thought he had rotted away in that basement long ago. Min Chan cheerfully turned to Kijima. "Thank you." He was like a curious child discovering the outside world for the first time, trapped in that apartment basement for 11 long years. This feeling of freedom was absolutely incredible. His bizarre attitude sent a chill down Nan's spine. "What the? Why does he look so thrilled?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey." Min Chan turned to her, his tone deceptively innocent, yet full of malice. "Are you badly injured?" "No? That's too bad." Then his gaze shifted to Miss OK. "The chairman has lost so much blood. Let me lend a hand." They thought he was offering help, but Min Chan's next words were utterly twisted. "She's not going to live much longer anyway. She should spread her wings and fly, don't you think?" Without a moment's hesitation, Min Chan unleashed his power straight at his own grandmother. "You have to give me a chance to get my revenge, right? Move." Vic screamed, diving to the side. The powerful blast missed its target and struck a pigeon perched nearby. The bird's form began to warp and twist into a monstrous insect. In a flash, it spread its new wings and let out a vicious roar right in front of them. But Minchin just watched with a look of pure innocence. It was a success. While Nan and Vic were still reeling in shock, Nan cried out, "What in the world is that? A pigeon. It can't be." The monster bird lunged between them. Its razor-sharp wings instantly slashed their shoulders. Nan cried out in panic as the shockwaves set Miss OK flying. "Chairman." The bird seized the opening, diving to attack her with its sharp beak. But just in time, someone intervened, destroying it to save her. Crash! It was Min Sung, who stood triumphantly, crushing the head of the newly made insectoid. Its severed head rolled across the ground. A look of both fascination and bitter hatred flashed in Kijima and Minchin's eyes. Minchin muttered, "Mother's blood." Min Sung ignored him completely, rushing to his grandmother's side. "Grandma, are you all right?" Nan calmly explained the situation. "Min Sung, the chairman, is in critical condition. We need to get her to a hospital immediately." Min Sung knew this all too well, blaming himself. "I'm sorry. I couldn't protect the chairman." Min Sung turned to Nan. "Please, take her to the hospital." Then, he turned back to face Minchan and Kijima. After a moment's hesitation, he made a powerful declaration. "I will destroy Minchan." His words only fueled the hatred in Minchan's heart. Min Sung. Without another word, Kijima charged forward. He threw a direct punch to test his opponent's strength. The impact point crackled with intense energy. Kijima offered a twisted smile. "It's been a while." Number 1. As Min Sung struggled to block the blow, he instantly recognized his foe, Kijima. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, neither giving an inch. They clashed again and again, the shockwaves shattering the windows of nearby buildings. Clad in his new armor, Min Sung's confidence surged as he unleashed his skill. He focused all his power into a direct punch aimed at Kijima's face. "Take this." But one hit wasn't enough. Min Sung followed up with a furious barrage of kicks, striking his enemy's entire body. And yet, to Kijima, it felt like nothing more than a tickle. He praised him with a sneer, "Quick with the counterattack, aren't you?" Then, Kijima casually pivoted and threw a devastating punch of his own. The terrifying force sent Min Sung flying backward. The resulting shockwave sliced a nearby skyscraper clean and Min Sung switched tactics, beginning to circle Kijima at high speed, searching for an opening. Kijima looked slightly amused. "The power of a fire ant, is it?" Before he could finish his sentence, Min Sung struck. Ming soon shot forward in a blur, driving his knee straight into the monster's face. He grabbed the horns on its head and began slamming it down relentlessly. But Kijima was completely unfazed, his expression filled with contempt. "To think you possess such power, yet you're still no match for me." Now it was Kijima's turn to counterattack. No matter what Ming soon tried, it was useless. The creature scoffed. How utterly disappointing. Its arms shot out, effortlessly seizing him by the throat. Then, its voice dropped to a low growl. Number 1. Holding Ming's son in place, Kijima shifted his target to his opponent's stomach. A single blow sent him rocketing backward into a skyscraper with terrifying force. His body tore through floor after floor of the building, creating a series of thunderous booms that shook the city. But Kijima refused to let up. In the blink of an eye, he was on him again, raising his fist to finish what he started. Ming soon lay crushed on a pile of concrete. The monster brought its fist down hard, smashing his body so deep that the very ground caved in. At this point, all Ming's son could do was grit his teeth and endure the beating, completely unable to fight back. Kijima switched his assault, hammering his fist directly into Ming Soon's face, mocking the very way the boy had attacked him moments before. After pummeling him into a deep crater, Kijima's voice turned grim. I admired her so much. Every time I saw her, the dream of becoming a hero would ignite within me. And with that, he dove down at light speed to continue his brutal attack. Smoke and dust filled the air around the chaotic mountain of rubble. Kijima stood over him, a look of fake pity on his face. "Too bad I could never become a hero, which means you can't be allowed to become one either." As pure hatred consumed him, Kijima made a ruthless decision. Die. The fatal blow landed, and Ming's son's body was torn to pieces. The head of the Ant Archmaster went flying. Just when it seemed like the fight was finally over, it turned out to be nothing more than a decoy shell. The real Ming Zun appeared, his true form revealed. Standing right behind Kijima, he stared at him with cold, emotionless eyes. Not a chance. This only infuriated Kijima more. He spun around, readying a punch. "You dare play games with me?" The expression hidden behind Kijima's mask was a complete mystery. Suddenly, the sharp point of a blade appeared from nowhere. It pierced straight through the monster's body, swarming with countless tiny black ants. It was a sneak attack from Ming Soon. Kijima's entire body froze for a beat. A stinging sensation began to spread as Ming's son poured all of his power into his ant nest gauntlets. Losing all composure, Ming Soon roared, "Destroy him for me." Immediately, a swarm of vicious ants materialized behind Kijima. While the monster was still paralyzed from the fatal blow, the horde descended upon him, tearing into his flesh again and again. And yet, Kijima stood his ground, defiant amidst the dense cloud of black ants. Ming Soon, on the other hand, finally collapsed from exhaustion. He could only let his pets continue the assault, his face vacant and his eyes completely glazed over. His exhausted, ragged breaths filled the air. Then, his pupils contracted as a familiar voice whispered in his ear. Ming Soon immediately shot his head up, his eyes locking on Kijima as the monster's disguise began to peel away. The face of Choi Owen flickered into view, his expression utterly pathetic and broken. Ming Soon sat frozen before him, unable to move a muscle, his mind reeling from a shock that struck him to his very soul. Half of Kijima's face began to groan, repeating the same words over and over. "Don't mess with me, don't mess with me." Ming Soon hesitated, his voice trembling. "But you're supposed to be dead." The creature's arm shot into the air as it continued to mindlessly chant the phrase, "Don't mess with me." Danger was right in front of him, but his body wouldn't respond. He was completely and utterly paralyzed. A massive fist hung in the air, ready to deliver the final, game-changing blow. But then, Min Chan appeared out of thin air, stepping in front of Ming Zun and commanding, "Stop." Ming Zun couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. "Hey." Min Chan paused for a moment when he heard him mumbling. "I didn't even get the chance to greet my brother." With nothing but his bare hands, Min Chan had stopped that devastating attack cold. Ming Sun's eyes widened in disbelief as he heard Min Chan's request to the monster. "It's time for you to go now." A brilliant light radiated from Min Chan, instantly dissolving the creature's outer shell. He said his farewells. "Thank you for all this time." Choi Owen's body began to collapse as Min Chan whispered, "You will always be my hero." He pulled the sword from the body, pretending to examine it with curiosity. "Tiger Man's sword. You made this for me when I was a kid, didn't you? This is amazing. We had so much fun back then." This strange act left Ming's son completely baffled. "What is wrong with you?" Then, Min Chan revealed the chilling truth. "What's wrong?" "After the research lab exploded, he became me, and I became him." He glared at his brother with ice in his veins. "I am Kijima." The words struck Ming Zun like a bolt of lightning. But before he could even process the horrifying truth, Min Chan thrust the sword straight through his body. Min Sung could only stare in utter disbelief. "I'll take everything." Min roared, a crazed smile on his face, his eyes blazing with fury as he seized his brother's throat. Even the ant nest. He squeezed his fist with terrifying force, ignoring the fire ants swarming over his hand, gritting his teeth to absorb more power to consume his brother. As the protective shell around Min Sung began to disintegrate, a powerful cry erupted from deep within him. "Don't be the prey. Become the predator." Instantly, the fire ants swarmed over Min An. The faces of both brothers twisted in agony from the excruciating pain. High in the vast sky, Swin flew with Chi Dong, scanning the area below, searching. She muttered, "Where could Min Sung have gone? The thread was severed right here." Then she froze, recognizing a familiar sight below. "This place is?" At first, Swin was calm, but a second later, sheer panic set in. "This is Min Sung's apartment complex." That flash of light, it was from their battle. It grew wider and more brilliant, forcing a terrified scream from her lips. A corner of the apartment building suddenly exploded, creating an earth-shattering roar. Not long after, a blurry white ceiling swam into someone's vision. Within seconds, the world sharpened into focus. It was Min Sung, who had just awoken to a body covered in wounds. His pupils trembled, turning toward the source of a voice. "You're finally awake." Min Sung struggled to sit up, his voice barely a whisper. "Where am I?" Victor explained, "This is a hospital. Your friend over there saved you." Across the room, Jane waved cheerfully. "Are you all right?" Suddenly, recalling something vital, he glanced around frantically for his grandmother, only to find Okung wasn't there. Min Sung asked numbly, "Where is my grandma?" But he was met with a heavy, hesitant silence. "About that," Victor began, finally delivering the devastating truth. "The chairman went missing after that day's explosion." Hearing that, Min Sung immediately tried to bolt upright. Jane cried out in alarm, "Don't move." The wound on his shoulder flared with pain, making Min Sung grimace, but it was nothing compared to the fear gripping his heart. "Grandma!" Victor's expression was filled with guilt. "Breeper, the police, and the army have all been mobilized to find the chairman. I am truly sorry." Just then, a news report cut through the tension. The TV was broadcasting an emergency alert as the entire world descended into chaos because of the insectoids. On the television screen, an anchor was reporting the breaking news. Breeper, an organization that eliminates insectoids, has officially received its license from the South Korean government. As society worries about the insectoid threat, this event is attracting widespread public attention. Seeing Min Sung's intense focus on the news, Victor finally broke the silence. Min Sung. After a moment, he slowly explained. In this current situation, I don't want to ask this, but I have to. We need your help. Min Sung bit down on his lower lip as Victor's voice continued, steady and clear. You can probably feel it by now. You no longer possess the power of the Black Ant. Even so, we still need you. His hand clenched into a tight fist as Victor made the offer. Will you agree to join Breeper? Victor and Jean were stunned, speechless when Min Sung's voice, filled with hatred, finally answered. As long as I can exterminate the insectoids. His expression was now nothing but pure hostility as he vowed. I will do it. The fierce battle before had left a strange black mark on Min Sung's neck. Deep beneath the skin, a creature with two brightly glowing eyes lay dormant. It turned out a single fire ant had survived, a presence that Min Sung couldn't even sense. Time passed. In another ruined area, a gaunt man desperately tried to escape. He scrambled into hiding while his companion was captured. Excellent. Number 9. Let me go. Shut your mouth. The man squeezed his eyes shut, trying to ignore the piercing sounds. You damn traitors. From now on, you'll be nothing but food for the bugs. But suddenly, a bald man spotted him. There you are. Number 10. The skinny man begged for his life. Please, just let me go. I've already lost an arm, isn't that enough? But the man just laughed with delight. Are you kidding? Of course it's not. Noticing the ant head insignia on his neck, the man's fear turned to outrage. How can you people do this? We're both human. But the bald man's expression was cold, twisting into a perverse smile. Don't lump us in with inferior species like you. Today, I will consume a man just like you and become an insectoid. The captured man froze, horrified by the fiend's evil intention. Sacrifice your worthless life for my evolution. Soon after, in a deserted corner of the city, the evening sun cast its light upon the silent buildings. Everything began 2 years ago. A massive, tragic explosion in downtown Seoul obliterated a skyscraper in mere seconds. Ever since that day, the city has been nothing but a wasteland. An insect rested on a concrete block, only to be neatly snatched from the air by a black crow. But in the next moment, the crow itself became prey for an even larger creature. Many things had changed, especially the appearance of monsters of all shapes and sizes. Bugs and insects were once at the bottom of the food chain, but now they were hunting humans and other creatures alike. It was an undeniable truth that they were trying to rise to the top, invading every corner of the world, to claim his spot at the top of the food chain. Outside the gloomy church, the sky was darkening to pitch black. The bald man from before dragged his hostages forward to present them to Black Ant. His voice was laced with frantic greed. Here, 10 people, just as I promised. He thrust out his hand, desperately begging. Give me the drug, just like we agreed. Make me an insectoid, he screamed at the massive figure shrouded in the darkness. Black Ant. He watched the man with cold intensity, silently calculating. It turned out he was counting the offering of prey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But when he reached the 10th person, Black Ant paused. Because of the hostage's severed arm, he declared the value at 9.7 people. The bald man's face twisted with rage. What? He sputtered, trying to reason. It's just one arm. What's the big deal? Your kind ate it anyway. I don't care. That's 10 people. He then tried to use force, his voice rising. Now give me the drug. But Black Ant simply moved to collect the missing part. From the bald man himself. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. The man's arm hit the ground with a sickening thud, shocking everyone. As Black Ant calmly spoke, 10 people. Paid in full. Fear finally broke the bald man. He whimpered, You damn insects. I was a fool to trust you. But Black Ant was completely unfazed. Why the short temper? This left the man stunned. Huh. He held out a single blue pill, declaring his honor. This Black Ant always keeps his promises. The battle at Neiman Church. The appearance of a fake Black Ant. The pill arced through the air, tumbling end over end before landing near the bald man. The fake Black Ant turned away, his command echoing coldly. Eat it. His words were a challenge, meant to stoke the man's greed. Experience his power for yourself. The bald man's eyes were glued to the pill on the ground as he roared with excitement. Fine. I'll feel it. Now I'll become an insectoid too. All around them, the other insectoids turned their attention to the terrified human hostages. Their eyes glowed a menacing red as they declared, Time to enjoy our meal, shall we? The grotesque sight of the monsters sent the humans into a screaming panic. They fled in a hopeless scramble. But just then, 2 figures were rocketing through the sky, heading straight for the Neiman Church. It's been half a year, hasn't it? One of them was Yinin. Her voice was calm and steady over the comms. All units, commence the attack. The Black Reaper's intervention. Just as the bald man was about to swallow the pill, a single thread shot past his mouth. A massive stained glass window suddenly shattered into pieces. Then, fine, blue threads instantly wrapped around the hostages. They were yanked high into the air, out of the monster's reach. The bald man was hoisted up too, screaming incoherently, "Wait, my pill." The one responsible for this was Jane. She quickly reported the situation. Blue pill confirmed. 3 insectoid targets identified. Those threads were her special ability. Jane was now a silkworm-type insectoid, codenamed Silk. Right after her report, she received the order, proceed with extermination. The insectoids on the ground panicked. It's the Black Reapers. Just then, Vic leaped right into their midst. He pointed a hand towards them. In a flash, he eliminated 2 insectoids that were about to attack the hostages. He corrected them with annoyance. "Fools. We are the Black Reapers." The fake black ant watched it all in silence. Meanwhile, another insectoid hurled an insult. "You worthless traitors. I've heard stories about you." Its voice dripped with contempt. "Who do you think you are to stand in our way?" With that, it leaped forward to attack. "I'll offer all of you as a sacrifice." But while it was still suspended in midair, a razor-sharp gleam sliced through the atmosphere. In an instant, the creature's body was split in 2 right before Vic's eyes. The one who struck the blow was Minun. He swung his sword, ending the monster's life without hesitation. His insectoid form was the water strider Rena. Minun quickly adjusted his collar with an irritated scowl. "This is so annoying, damn it." He started complaining loudly. "Do I really have to wear this thing? It looks so stupid." He began arguing fiercely with Yanine over the comms. She told him if it bothered him, he should just take it off. Minun shot back. "Didn't you say it would explode if I tried?" Jane egged him on. "Exactly. Go ahead and take it off." He glared at her. "You want to die?" Vic flew over to intervene. "Two hotheads. Are you two fighting again? Guess you're too fired up since you only used 20% of your power." Huh. But his words couldn't stop their war of words. "Jane, don't mess with me," Minun snarled. She didn't back down an inch. "Are you defying your vice captain? Watch your mouth." Vic felt completely helpless. "Come on, you two, stop it. Our team has been together for half a year already." Confronting the fake black ant. Seeing the 3 of them distracted, the imposter charged forward in a blur of motion. Vic noticed, but his face was a mask of panic. Oh, damn it. With a single devastating blow, he sent them all flying. Jane turned to him with an accusation. "Vic, after half a year, you're still abandoning your teammates?" Vic defended himself. "He was too fast. I could barely dodge in time." A cloud of gray smoke suddenly appeared, making Jane freeze. Manon was now locked in a direct confrontation with Black Ant. He said smugly, "I can't believe it. You're supposed to be Black Ant?" The imposter replied with a steely voice. "Everything is going exactly as planned. That person." He said that with his name alone, he could crush every last one of you. He flung an arm out, sending Minun flying. He roared, "You pathetic traitors." Minun dug his heels into the ground to resist the force, veins bulging across his face. "What did you say?" The fake ant tried to look tough, but inside, Minun's heart was pounding. "This bastard is stronger than I thought." The imposter showed off his power by clapping his hands together, creating a storm of sharp projectiles that left his opponent nowhere to run. A searing pain shot through Minun's gut, forcing a scream from his lips. Just then, tiny bullets peppered the imposter's armor, grabbing his attention. Vic rushed in, landing a powerful kick on his body to save his teammate. The fake black ant was still overconfident, dismissing the sticky threads on his body as just a petty trick. Before he knew it, Jae-in had him completely tied up in her threads, perched casually on his back. She leaned in, whispering a taunt into his ear. "I'm not just saying this because he's my friend, but it's a real shame for someone like you to use that name." With the enemy restrained, Minun saw his chance for revenge. A monstrous grin spread across his face. "I don't care about much else, but I can't stand getting bitten by an ant." Suddenly, Jae-in's expression changed as the threads began to snap. The threads, but Minun didn't notice, still charging forward. "You're finished." Jae-in screamed a warning. "Stop. Minun, don't do it." Minun thrust his sword forward at the speed of light as the fake black ant swung a vicious fist to meet him. Right before the 2 attacks collided, Mindung leaped in to intervene. A single strike from him knocked both of their arms high into the air. Minun stared, wide-eyed, demanding an explanation. "What are you doing?" Mindung's reply was short. "Change of plans." He sheathed his sword and took a stance. "We're taking him alive." Hearing this, the fake black ant let out a sneer. "You." But Mindung's gaze was firm as he used his lightning division technique. The imposter's entire body was instantly paralyzed by electricity. Mindung calmly walked right through him, his longsword in hand. Even as the wounds across his body spread in agonizing pain, the fake black ant managed to scream. He was right after all. After the battle at NM, the encounter in the cocoon, before he blacked out, The fake black ant kept muttering something that nobody cared to hear. Everything is going according to his plan. His colossal body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Min Dong stood tall beside the corpse. Only then did he calmly give an order to his teammates. Dr. B gave instructions to capture any valuable specimen alive. Tie him up. I'll meet you all at B Reaper headquarters. I have to go on ahead. In accepted the mission. All right, he's still breathing. It's been a while since I've been back to the Nemen district. Be careful out there. As Min Dong was slowly walking towards the door, Minun called out, irritated that his kill had been stolen. Hey, don't interfere like that next time, or you'll be sorry. Even as the captain of the Reaper team, Min Dong replied humbly, understood. This attitude only enraged Minun more after he left. I can't stand that guy, always acting so high and mighty. And immediately set him straight. Hey, you're the one who's always trying to show off. Do you really think Min Dong did that just to flex his power? Minun was confused. She quickly explained. You just exceeded your awakening limit by 20%. If Min Dong had been a second later, you would have been knocked out flat by the electrical shock. You idiot. Minun could only let out a heavy sigh, muttering, and he's supposed to be the leader. This is so frustrating. In shook her head, helpless. This absolute moron. A strange object in the church. But their thoughts were interrupted by Vic's shout. Hey guys, come look at this. In ran over curiously. What is it? Vic pointed nervously toward the door of a back room. There's something really weird in there. The group quickly gathered around to get a look. What is this? An egg sac? It looks like some kind of cocoon. The strange object was trembling nonstop. In's voice rose in pitch. It's moving. Vic started to panic. What the hell is that thing? Min Dong, who had just returned, stared intently at the object and then spoke. It's an insectoid. His words left everyone speechless. In a flash, the other three had their weapons drawn and aimed directly at the cocoon. However, Min Dong stopped them. His expression suddenly went blank. I can feel a familiar energy from inside it. After a moment of violent shaking, the first crack appeared on the cocoon. Vic was losing it. It's breaking open. Minun's temper flared. We have to destroy it before it hatches. The shell of the cocoon burst open, and a powerful light erupted, blinding everyone. A girl with white hair rose up from inside. Her appearance left Min Dong frozen in place, while In hesitated. Is that? Before she could finish her sentence, Min Dong lunged forward. In screamed, What are you doing? It's dangerous. But Min Dong paid no attention to the risk, running to hold the girl tightly in his arms. It was Aji. Seeing her transform into an insectoid like this, his heart clenched in his chest. He whispered in anguish, Aji, the rage at headquarters. In the B Reaper showers, hot water poured down, filling the bathroom with a thick fog. Min Dong stood motionless, his body covered in wounds, as dark red blood flowed down the drain with the water, melting away onto the floor. His mind flashed back to the moment Yi regained consciousness. Yi, he called out. A soft groan escaped her lips as she stirred. Her unfocused gaze found his, and she whispered weakly, Min? But the reunion shattered in an instant. She lost all control, lunging for Min Zung's throat. In's frantic screams echoed from outside. Min Zung, get away from her, now. The roar of a rescue chopper suddenly tore through the sky. The extraction team had arrived, taking both Yi and the fake black ant to his secret research facility. Seeing Min Zung stumble away, In rushed to his side. Are you all right? She asked, her voice filled with concern. He struggled to reply. I'm fine. I think I was poisoned, he muttered. But we have to check on Yi first. Just then, a familiar voice cut through the air. It's been a while. It was Vic, the director of B Reaper. The sight of him made Min Sung's blood boil, and he stalked forward with newfound urgency. Vic feigned concern, a placid look on his face. You've been through a lot. Crack. Min Sung's fist slammed directly into Vic's jaw. The man's glasses went flying, skittering across the floor. The sudden violence shocked everyone present. Seething with rage, Min Sung grabbed him by the collar. Everything you promised me, he roared. Why didn't you keep your word? His eyes burned with pure fury and betrayal. The promise to find my grandmother. The promise to protect Yi. Vic simply narrowed his eyes, remaining silent in the face of the accusation. Instantly, two security guards aimed their weapons at Min Sung. Back off, now, one of them yelled. Or we will shoot. In a flash, a blade was pressed against the guard's throat. Minun had appeared out of nowhere. He snarled, Put that piece of trash away, while I'm still asking nicely. He and Min Sung rarely saw eye to eye. But right now, Min Un would defend his comrade. Before the situation could explode, Vic finally spoke. Stand down. He looked directly into Min Sung's furious eyes and said in a low voice, I'm sorry. Min Sung didn't say another word. He turned and stormed off, simmering with rage. Jae-in quickly ran after him. Hey, wait up. An assistant rushed to help Vic to his feet. Sir, are you okay? Wiping a trickle of blood from his lip, Vic gave a grim order. Take the male insectoid and the girl to Dr. Baker. Immediately. Rebirth of tragedy. Yi's fading memories. Yugon immediately received his orders from above. Yes, sir, he answered crisply. Seeing his chance, Min-un, who was standing nearby, spoke up. The specimen we just recovered. Is that the insectoid weapon they're always talking about? Is it finally complete? Another agent immediately shot him down. That thing they brought back could wipe us all out. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yi's frantic screams echoed through the facility. Min-sung! Min-sung! Observing the chaos, Vic slowly adjusted his glasses. His eyes were filled with a deep, contemplative regret. He muttered to himself, his voice heavy. I failed him once again. Dr. Baker's diagnosis. Inside the medical office, Ji-in gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief as she heard the devastating news. Min-sung repeated the doctor's words in a daze. Amnesia? Dr. Baker explained methodically. We'll need to run more tests, but that's my professional opinion. He glanced back towards the containment cell where Yi was held. Jae-in pressed on anxiously, but what if it's something else? The answer she received, however, was far more complex. The situation is complicated. You said you found her inside a structure. Like an egg, sac, or a nest, correct? Dr. Baker began to lay out his terrifying scientific theory. If that's the case, she may have undergone a full metamorphosis. Her original human body likely dissolved entirely within that cocoon, only to be reborn as a complete insectoid. She was essentially born a second time, with only fragmented, primal memories of her past life. The color drained from Min-sung's face. He trembled. What are you saying? That's impossible. I've never heard of anything like that. Dr. Baker let out a heavy sigh. I've spent years studying the insectoids, but I've never encountered a case this extreme. In her cell, Yi thrashed against reinforced restraints. The chains only seemed to fuel her rage, and she let out a blood-curdling, feral scream. Min-sung, she shrieked. The doctor explained grimly. It seems your name is the only instinct, the only fragment that remains. She screams your name, yet she has no idea who you are. The crushing pain of being forgotten. Back in the present, Min-sung stood motionless in the shower. The scalding water poured over him, but he felt nothing. After a long while, he finally stepped out, walking like a ghost through the kitchen. His hollow eyes suddenly fixated on an old picture frame. It was a photo of him and his grandmother, okay, from his school days. A wave of sorrow washed over him, and he quickly looked away. Just then, Jae-in poked her head in the doorway. Hey, holding 5 cups of instant noodles, she grinned. Get the water boiling. As they waited, Jae-in poured the hot water. You haven't eaten in 2 days, have you? She quickly tied back her hair, ready to dig in. He didn't have the same ravenous appetite he'd had with the black ants inside him. But Min-sung still managed to finish his entire bowl. He glanced at the leftover noodle cups on the table. Are the others coming by later? But Jae-in protectively snatched them all up. Nope, these are all for me, she declared. Min-sung could only shake his head. Enjoy getting fat, then. Meanwhile, just outside the Bee Reaper headquarters, a lone insectoid was staggering through the sky, heading erratically toward the complex. A flash of blue lightning instantly tore it from the sky. It crashed into the ruins below, its singular mission to find Min ending in failure. After downing 4 bowls of ramen, Jing finally got down to business. It's been half a year since we've seen Addie, hasn't it? A wave of sorrow crashed over Min-sung. He lowered his gaze. Yeah, his mind drifted back to when Addie first joined Bee Reaper, after losing her parents and her younger brother. He had always been by her side whenever she was hurting. Min-sung blamed himself. It's my fault. I couldn't protect her. Jane immediately shot that down. What do you mean you couldn't protect her? This isn't your fault, she sighed. I knew you'd be blaming yourself, so I came to check on you. Suddenly, Min-sung looked up, his eyes burning with resolve. We have to find that bastard, Min. Jane's eyes widened in shock, but Min-sung repeated himself. Once we find him, this will all be over. She gently ruffled his hair and smiled. That's the determined Min-sung I know. It's why we became a team in the first place. Don't give up. After Jane left, she stood outside the door, whispering to herself, You idiot. You look like you're about to burst into tears, but you're still trying to hide it. Secret of the laboratory. Meanwhile, inside Dr. Baker's lab, agonizing screams echoed through the halls. A syringe filled with a purple liquid aimed straight for Addie. Dr. Baker calmly tried to soothe her. My, so feisty. No need to scream. I'm only checking your genetic code. Although Addie remained completely uncooperative, the doctor continued his persuasion. You're in an incomplete state of awakening. I need to determine exactly what species you belong to. The final test tube was placed into the analyzer. Dr. Baker watched with feverish excitement as the results appeared on the screen. When the last lines of data materialized, a twisted, bizarre smile spread across his face. Chapter: The Trap on Mount Bian Kang. The appearance of a colossal genome within the sample left Dr. Baker utterly stunned. He gasped in disbelief. Could this be real? The corners of his mouth crept upwards, revealing a gap-toothed grin of pure ecstasy. The doctor couldn't contain his joy, shouting, "This is beyond all my expectations." The hunt in the jungle. In a remote and gloomy corner of Mount Bian Kang, the crack of a dry twig shattered the deathly silence. A government agent was running for his life, as if a monstrous nightmare was hot on his heels. His ragged breaths echoed through the dense forest. Though exhausted, he pushed himself to get as far away as possible. But from behind, two grotesque insectoids were closing in fast. The agent's face twisted in terror as he saw them looming right over him. Knowing he couldn't run forever, he spun around, weapon raised. He screamed as he unleashed a hail of bullets. "Get away from me!" Purple fluid splattered from the creatures' bodies. When he saw their bodies collapse, the agent finally stopped firing, a smug smirk forming on his lips. He tilted his head back, sneering at the sky. "See that? You damned insects. You're nothing special." He backed away slowly, his taunts unending. "Come on, try me again. You bastards. I'm with B. Reaper. I'm not afraid of any of you." His cursing stopped abruptly as his back hit something cold. He whipped around, furious. What the hell? The sight before him froze him in place. His unconscious teammates were hanging from the trees, wrapped in silky cocoons. He stammered in horror as he recognized them. Agent Geo, Agent Kang Chan, even Agent Burr. The agent collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by fear. Another insectoid had crept up right behind him. A chilling gurgle from its throat made his blood run cold. It opened its pointed maw and swung a devastating blow downwards. The agent squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for death. Crash! A massive crater had been punched into the ground right next to his head. He trembled, opening his eyes. Wait, I'm alive? But the space before him was completely empty. The insectoid was gone, and so were the cocoons holding his comrades. He slammed his fists on the ground in a fit of rage. Damn it. You bastards. Son of a. Suddenly, a massive purple pincer shot up from beneath the earth. The ground gave way, plunging him into darkness where a monster with a jagged maw was waiting. Training and interrogation at B. Reaper HQ. Min Sung was training like a man possessed. The rhythmic clang of iron echoed as he lifted and lowered a bar loaded with 20 kilograms on each side, pushing his body to its limits. He sat up, drenched in sweat. Through his disheveled hair, his eyes glinted with calculation. A few hours earlier, Min Sung had been in Dr. Baker's research lab. "Ah, Mr. Min Sung, you're here," the doctor said as he entered. Min Sung reported calmly. "The interrogation is ready to begin." The imposter ant was now bound tightly to a wooden frame with reinforced chains. Min Sung asked, "Has there been any unusual reaction?" Dr. Baker replied with a sigh, "He's been completely silent. Why don't you try talking to him?" Min Sung stepped in front of the prisoner. He got straight to the point. "Can you hear me? Just answer my questions. Kijima, where is Minen? And how did you create the blue pill?" In response, he received nothing but a series of menacing growls. Finally, the fake ant changed the subject, a look of amusement on its face. "Have you received the fruit yet?" from that little girl. Min Sung exploded with rage, slamming his fist into the reinforced glass and cracking it. "What did you bastards do to Addie?" The creature remained calm. "I am merely a messenger, conveying his will. Once you lose the power of the ant, you're just a useless human. Do you understand now? Then there would be no heroes left." An emergency deployment order. Back in the present, Min Sun seethed with hatred, his thoughts fixed on one name. Min Tran. Just then, alarms blared through the facility. Emergency situation, emergency situation. Dean burst into the training room, his voice urgent. "Ming Soon, we have an emergency deployment order. The special agent team at Bien Ong Kang Mountain went completely dark. We have to move out now." Ming Sun shot to his feet. "Got it. I'm on my way." In the hallway, Dr. Bo suddenly called out to him. "Agent Ming Sun, wait, are you all right?" The doctor's mysterious gaze gave him a moment's pause, but he quickly shook it off and continued on his way. Soon, their chopper sliced through the air above the Bien Ong Kang Mountains. Minon, Jane, and Minzon sat in the back, while Sei-Hai scouted ahead with his drone. Minon spoke into his comms. "Sei-Hai, what's the situation?" As Sei-Hai flew over the dense jungle canopy, he could only gasp in shock. "What in the world is this?" "Ming-sun, you have to see this for yourself." Before them, the entire mountain forest was shrouded in colossal, web-like strands. Min-sun laid out the plan. We need to create an opening. Sei-hai, can you do it? Let me give it a shot. Sei-hai clenched his fists, aimed his weapon downward, and unleashed a relentless barrage. 5 streams of energy fire tore through the air, slicing cleanly through the thick strands. Sei-hai's voice was triumphant. Nice, I broken through. But his victory was short-lived. The severed strands immediately retracted and fused back together in the blink of an eye. He quickly reported back. It's regenerating. I'll have to hit it with something stronger this time. The battle at Bien Ong Kang Mountain. The VIPs rise. At that critical moment, a massive glob of webbing shot out of nowhere, ensnaring Sei-hai's legs and immobilizing him completely. Seeing a horde of insectoids swarming him, he could only scream in terror. Insectoids? Where did they all come from? No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. I can't move an inch. Seeing his teammate in peril, Minun let out a cynical scoff. How pathetic. He looks just like an insect caught in a trap. With that, he leaped from the helicopter. In a flash, his sword was drawn, unleashing arcs of light that shredded the webbing. Minun landed gracefully after rescuing his comrade. He stood and offered a taunt. Well, if it wasn't for me, our little dragonfly would have been in big trouble. The other 3 had also arrived on the scene. Sei-hai managed a weak laugh and replied, thanks. Only then did he feel safe enough to touch down and continue the mission. Ming-sun immediately began issuing tactical commands. We're on site. Everyone, stay alert and watch all directions. Find the missing agents. We'll split up. Minun, his back still turned to them, spoke in a low, grim voice. Wait, there's no need to split up. He had already spotted the cocoons hanging ominously from the trees. He narrowed his eyes. Look what they've done to our comrades. After a quick assessment, Ming-sun changed the plan on the fly. Our first priority is to rescue the agents. Sei-hai, you stand guard. Sei-hai quickly responded. Roger that. The appearance of the VIP giant deer. Suddenly, the massive foot of a strange creature slammed into the ground. The bizarre action made Minun wonder aloud. What's with this guy? But he had no idea it was a distress signal, sent to a monster lurking deep within the earth. A shift in the air warned Min-sun of an approaching danger, but Minun remained completely oblivious. Ming-sun yelled out a warning. Everyone, move. Seeing his teammates still frozen in place, he urged them again. Now, just as he finished speaking, a massive purple claw erupted from the ground. Its colossal body burst from below, letting out a deafening roar that shook the very ground. You damned bee reapers. You won't be leaving here alive today. Instantly, all 4 of them readied their weapons. Minun's voice rang with authority. Bee reapers, unleash 20% of your maximum potential. The moment the order was given, the 3 moved like a perfectly programmed fighting machine. Sei-hai activated his transformation, becoming the dragonfly with a long-range weapon mounted on his arm. Min-sun was overflowing with killing intent. She transformed into Rina, the water strider, her twin blades glowing with a deadly blue light. Dean took the form of the silkworm, shimmering threads beginning to coil around his palms. Dean roared and charged straight for the enemy, his movements decisive. Take this. Closing the distance in an instant, Dean unleashes threads, binding the target and pinning it to the ground like an insect in a web. Minun charged in, shouting with excitement. Hold him tight, silkworm. Immediately after, he unleashed a flurry of slashes, leaving a series of deep gashes across the enemy's body. Finishing his assault, Minun slid across the ground and yelled, Dragonfly. On cue, Sei-hai raised his integrated cannon, his voice sharp. I'm on it. He fired, and a brilliant flash of light erupted from the barrel. Leaving a searing trail through the air, the blinding energy beam slammed into the monster. The incredible force sent dirt and rock flying everywhere. Min-sun watched the spectacle, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Impressive. Kijima's plan, hidden within the billowing dust. The monster suddenly swung its giant claw, smashing it down right where Min-sun and Jane were standing. Sei-hai froze when he realized it was still alive, shouting a desperate warning. Look out, the claw. A razor-sharp pincer shot straight towards Sai. The attack was so sudden, he was frozen in place. Just then, Ming-sun vaulted over the rocks, his grip tightening on his sword. He gritted his teeth and charged like a tempest, his steel blade deflecting the pincer and saving his comrade from a fatal blow. He landed amidst the cloud of dust, shielding the other 2 from harm. Minun stared in disbelief, wondering, what in the world is that thing? Jane couldn't hide the shock in her voice. Our attacks, they didn't even scratch it. The monster glared at them and laughed with contempt. A bunch of fools. Your pathetic attacks are completely useless against me. He flexed his massive arms, showing off his rippling muscles as his voice boomed with arrogance. I am DEVOUR. He proudly mentioned his creator. This perfect body was chosen by Lord Kijima. Sai was stunned. It's clearly a scorpion. Aren't bugmen supposed to be just insects? Minun shook his head, his eyes still locked on the enemy. Not exactly. That's just a general term because the insectoid forms are more common, Ming-sung reasoned. If this is the Minhan Kojima of today, he could probably create beings many times stronger than this one. Hearing this, Veer snorted. Nonsense. He slammed his fist into the ground in fury. No one is stronger than me. Minnan flew into the air, taunting. You moron. You're all brawn and no speed. You'll never keep up with us. In that very instant, Veer's tail shot upward, whipping straight through the air. The colossal body spun around, smashing its tail down towards the two of them. Jane and Ming-sung were struck by the venomous blow. Both cried out in gut-wrenching agony before collapsing to the ground. The final battle on Mount Bong-on-gang. The dual blades awaken. On the other side of the field, Sa-ae desperately yelled, Jane, Minnan. Veer turned, tilting his head with a sickeningly sweet smile. Was that fast enough for you? Jane, lying on his side, struggled to push himself up. No, he rasped. Minnan used his broken sword to prop himself up, cursing, damn it. If we were fully awakened, you'd be nothing. You want to know what it feels like to be completely annihilated. Let me show you the true meaning of power. But before he could finish, his body convulsed in excruciating pain as he coughed up blood. Seeing this, Veer joyfully wiggled his scorpion tail. It seemed the poison was working perfectly. Just a tiny scratch is all it takes to poison you, he hissed, gathering energy towards them. You'll all be sent to the afterlife soon enough. Suddenly, a hail of bullets rained down on him from the distance. Sa-ae roared, firing relentlessly to protect his teammates. Veer muttered, pathetic little tricks. He swung his pincer dismissively. That's not even enough to tickle me. At that moment, So and Rena, who had silently woven a trap, bound his arms tightly with silk threads. Veer struggled and growled, You wretched pests. Rena poured all her strength into it and yelled, Ming-sung, attack now. The sword in Ming-sung's hand blazed to life, surging with an overwhelming amount of energy. He plunged the blade into Veer, unleashing a powerful electric current and initiating his thunder prison technique. He tried to follow up with another move, but his ordinary sword couldn't withstand the immense pressure of the electricity. With a loud crack, the blade snapped in two, leaving him stunned. At that same moment, Veer swung his massive pincer directly at him. Sa-ae lunged in front of Ming-sung, shouting, You little brat. The brutal impact sent Sa-ae flying. His back slammed hard into the ground, and he tumbled through the rubble before skidding to a halt. Ming-sung was also thrown back, crashing onto the cold, hard earth. He rolled to absorb the impact, then looked up in utter shock. Sa-ae, he cried out, his gaze locked on the man who had just taken a fatal blow for him. He had risked his own life to protect him. Ming-sung looked left and saw So clutching a wound, then looked over at Rena, writhing from the deadly poison. Everyone was in critical condition. Sweat poured down Ming-sung's face as his mind raced. I have to do something, but without a sword, I'm useless. Just then, a glowing object hanging at his hip caught his attention. Veer sighed and advanced, his enormous shadow falling over the exhausted warriors. You pathetic traitors, he roared, raising one pincer like a sledgehammer. I will offer you as a sacrifice to Lord Kijima and ascend to the rank of Hagen. In that life-or-death moment, Ming-sung shot forward, a streak of crimson lightning across the battlefield. A series of blindingly fast attacks rang out, followed by the monster's ear-piercing scream. Veer staggered backward, staring in disbelief as his pincer arm shattered into pieces. He shrieked, his voice a mix of rage and pain. It hurts. What was that? You bastard. What did you just do? Two crimson blades hovered in midair, so sharp they seemed to warp space itself. Ming-sung landed, a deadly aura radiating from the dual blades gripped tightly in his hands. An icy glint flashed in his eyes as he hissed through his teeth. I'm going to tear you to pieces. A memory. Dr. Baker's new weapons. Before the mission, Ming-sung stood in the office, staring at a pair of vibrant red blades lying still inside a glass case. Dr. Baker's voice echoed, I made them for you. Take them. Ming-sung clenched his fists, trying to suppress his anger. Why would you do this on your own? We could have gotten more information from him. Dr. Baker shook his head. I couldn't just wait around. How could I possibly leave the amp bullets inside you? A cunning smile spread across his face. So, I took them out. Min-dung gritted his teeth, rage boiling in his throat. Dr. Baker casually cut him off. Now, don't get so heated. You know this better than anyone. He pictured the now sealed structure inside Ming-dung. The ants can no longer reproduce inside your body. All you have left is a body slightly stronger than a normal human's. Glancing at the distracted young man, he lowered his voice. Do you really think that's enough to fight the insectoids? That body is useless against their remains now. As he finished speaking, his aged hands slowly sheathed the crimson weapon. The only way you can fight now is with this. I hope you understand. Now, take it. The reality of it all. The wrath of the twin blades. Back in the present, Viper exploded with fury. You bastard. What kind of trick was that? Min Dong gripped the twin blades hovering in midair. He dove from above, a black thunderbolt tearing through the atmosphere. He roared, "I'll rip you to shreds." Power surged through his tense body, converging into the crimson blades as his scream shattered the silence. A clean, sharp slice severed Viper's remaining arm, sending a shock of pure agony through him. Staring at his severed limb, he shrieked, "You worthless scum! How dare you!" Without a moment's hesitation, Viper spun toward Min Dong, unleashing his venomous spore attack. His massive, poison-laced tail whipped forward like a dagger. With lightning-fast reflexes, Min Dong instantly leaped back. Before he could even recover, Viper's tail was diced into pieces, disintegrating in midair. Min Dong moved like a whirlwind, his blades carving beautiful arcs as they tore through the monster's body. Viper stood frozen, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. It all happened in a flash. Min Dong's weapon pierced his body, pinning him to the ground. As Min Dong pulled the blade free, shards of dark energy erupted from the wound. His eyes glowed with a cold, red light fixed on the creature before him. He lowered his hand, resting it gently on his opponent's flesh, then suddenly plunged the blade deep into its chest, forcing a scream of agony from Viper. Min Dong tightened his grip on the weapon, spitting out each word, "Listen carefully. No matter how strong you are, you will never defeat us." In the aftermath of the storm, as the last of the enemy clung to life at the bottom of the chasm, Min Dong furiously demanded answers. "So spit it out. Where is Kijima?" The monster let out a hoarse, mocking laugh. "What could you possibly do even if you knew where he was? You are nothing compared to him. You don't have nearly enough power." Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracked open, revealing a gaping abyss filled with sharp spikes, like the maw of a shark. Min Dong's eyes widened, stunned by the sudden turn of events. He could only gasp. What the hell is this? Staring down at the massive creature roaring for its prey, he realized it was a trap. Just as the monster was about to snap Min Dong out of the air, a figure swooped in, grabbing him and soaring upwards. Min Dong was shocked. "Say hi." He frantically looked around for the others. "Say hi," quickly explained as they landed in a safe spot. "While you were fighting that thing, our team and the captured agents were moved to safety." Say hi then hovered in the air, looking down at the massive pit. More importantly, what the hell have they done here? Conflict at the Reaper headquarters. Time passed. A deep purple dusk settled over the Reaper base, beyond a stark metal door in the silent hallway. After finishing her work, a nurse stepped out. "Treatment is complete. You can all get some rest now." Min Dong, Jane, and Say Hi stood with their heads bowed, not a single word passing between them. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the room. Suddenly, Min Dong's harsh voice shattered the silence. "Did he have to use it? That damned weapon. They treat us like we're nothing." Jane immediately cut him off with a frown. "Hey, knock it off. If you hadn't done that, we'd all be dead by now." He touched the control collar on his neck, his face twisting with frustration. "Damn it. If I wasn't being treated like this, I would have finished them off myself." He paced back and forth, muttering under his breath. "Son of a bitch. I was so close to getting my revenge on those damned celestial insects. To think I'd be chained up like this." Min Dong slammed his foot into the wall, trying to vent his own rage. "The Reapers. This is all their fault." Say Hi stood between them, murmuring sadly, "It's because we could be dangerous." He hesitated for a moment before continuing in a resigned tone, "I think. We just have to accept it." Hearing those weak words, Min Dong's brow furrowed. "Huh?" He stormed over to Say Hi, glaring at him with contempt. "Hey, Dragonfly. You think it's natural for us to be controlled like this?" Say Hi slowly replied, "That's not what I meant." A mocking sneer formed on Min Dong's lips. "Or what? You've been working with humans for so long, you actually think you can become one of them again?" Then he dug up Saw's bloody past to attack him, saying, "Don't forget what you did to end up here. You wiped out an entire high school class, 2 Marine squads, and a whole platoon." Minan leaned in close to his teammate. "Stop trying to act like a normal person." Standing on the side, Dean couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "Hey, shut your mouth." But the man just tilted his chin up, his voice dripping with provocation. "I'm actually impressed. Just how many people did you send to their graves back then? Oh my. Let's see now. You've killed even more people than me. You deserve to be restrained." Diane exploded with rage, lunging forward to grab him by the collar. He growled through clenched teeth. "Hey, I told you to stop." Minan just smirked, retorting, "Did I say something wrong? If you think about it, he's the reason we're all being restrained." She shot back at him. "That's going too far, you psycho." Owen's arrival. Just as the tension between the members was about to explode, a booming voice cut through their argument. Well, look at all the energy my little bugs still have." Owen casually strolled in, exclaiming with excitement, "Insectoids are something else. Your recovery speed is insane." This was Owen, the general team leader of Bee Reaper, and the wielder of a powerful insect relic. He leaned against the wall with a hand on his hip and a wide grin. It makes me a little jealous, you know. Minun shot him a sarcastic look. Never see your face around here, and now you show up acting like a big shot. Owen covered his forehead with his hand, muttering, "That's right. I forgot your nickname." Suddenly, the temperature in the room plummeted. Owen's eyes shifted, flipping into combat mode. He growled, "Wasn't it, the insolent one? That name suits you." Owen provoked. "If you want to fight, I'm not backing down. It's been a while. You dare look down on your team leader?" Owen instantly transformed into his upgraded insect form, saying excitedly, "Today, I'm going to have to teach you a lesson." Dying coldly shattered his dramatic display, saying, "Team leader, stop trying so hard. You're not scary at all." Minun was speechless, pouting. "What's with the sudden tough guy act, old man?" Owen winced, pretending to be too fragile for their teasing. Seeing this, Owen reverted to his normal form, raising an eyebrow. "Seriously, you guys, do you even know why I came all the way here?" Minun's choice and the hexagon meeting. Seeing their confused faces, Owen explained with a grin, "Why am I here? I'm here because of the issue you're all so upset about, the instinct limiter. I don't think it's reasonable either." He grinned, proudly pointing a thumb at himself. "So I came to negotiate with the director about this issue personally. Aren't I amazing?" Without hesitation, Minun rushed to his side and whispered with clear intent, "Is that so? Good. While you're at it, tell them to get rid of that damn limiter altogether." Owen immediately held up both hands to stop him. "Now you're just getting greedy. First, I'll just try to negotiate. Nothing is guaranteed yet." After chatting for a moment, he suddenly remembered something important. Team leaders have to participate in the high-level executive meetings. "Where's your leader?" Min Sung's decision. At that very moment, Min Sung was sitting alone in a deserted hallway. He was completely silent, his gaze fixed on the isolation glass in front of him. On the other side of that cold glass was Yeon, her hands tightly cuffed. Even in her unconscious state, she was faintly calling his name. Min Sung's eyes widened as he stared at her dazed, soulless expression. Suddenly, the rhythmic tapping of a cane echoed on the floor, followed by an exclamation. With that tiny body, she devoured an entire pig. "Terrifying, isn't it?" Dr. Berlozzo approached with a deliberate pace. Without looking back, Min Sung muttered, "You came here to tell me something." He asked directly, "What are you going to do with Yeon?" The doctor burst out laughing, as if he'd just heard a terrible joke. "You mean turn her into an insectoid weapon?" "That's not happening. She's an exception." But his expression faltered as his eyes fell upon the crimson blade in the boy's hand. "It seems you've had a change of heart after using it, haven't you?" Seeing Min Sung's silence, Dr. Berlozzo asked, "Are you here to return it?" He gripped the weapon tightly, answering with a heavy breath, "No." His next words made the doctor let out an intrigued, "Oh, I will use it." Without hesitating, he shot to his feet, gripping both blades with absolute determination. "I need power." At the same time, Minun looked down at his arm, where a single ant was crawling leisurely across his skin. But just beneath the surface, swarms of tiny creatures writhed and pulsed. And then, there was that mysterious white-haired man, Kijima, who carried an overwhelming presence. He was the very target that Min Sung was desperately trying to reach. The hexagon meeting. Elsewhere, a narrow path led to a door in the trunk of an ancient tree, surrounded by stone pillars that rose from a thick fog. A small figure darted forward, never hesitating for a second. It was an insectoid creature that resembled a bee. It was frantically trying to escape. Its eyes darted from side to side, filled with a terror as if it were fleeing something horrifying. Atop the towering pillars, silent figures stood perfectly still. Among them, a pair of long, glowing legs shimmered, posed as if they weren't touching the ground at all. The insectoid creature looked up, its eyes fixed on those figures, its mouth agape. She gasped for the thin air around her, then screamed with every fiber of her being, "Hag!" Instantly, all eyes from above snapped towards the sound. Each face wore a different expression, no two alike. And in that exact moment, the tiny insect's life was extinguished by an invisible slash. Its body split in two, the head flying off to the side, its journey ending in absolute silence. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the man beside Sejin. "It's obvious only Team Hag is near the rendezvous point." The stone bracelet on Sejin's wrist glowed faintly as she clenched her fist. She was the guardian of Pillar 6. Sejin's face remained an icy mask, refusing to react to the taunt. So how did a different species sneak in? But the other man was undeterred, drawing his sword with a chilling whistle of steel cutting through the air. He was Roy Kang, the guardian of Pillar 4. He immediately aimed his weapon directly at her, his voice dripping with menace. "A pillar this high isn't a place for someone like you to be standing. Get down." Sejin remained perfectly still, not uttering a word, merely glancing at the gleaming blade beside her. Without warning, a blazing red fist shot forward, unleashing a shockwave of force that ripped through the air. The impact violently knocked Roy Kang's sword arm aside. Roy Kang gritted his teeth and whipped his head around, his voice sharp. "You bastard." Senta, the one who had just retracted his fists, spoke with a calm tone. "Watch your mouth." Roy Kang, holder of the fifth pillar, didn't bother to hide his irritation. This was Lord Kijima's choice. Stop complaining and accept it. This time, Roy Kang turned and pointed his weapon straight at Senta, his voice heavy with threat. "Senta, have you forgotten your place again?" He let out a contemptuous snort. "Don't get cocky. I'm always ready to fight my way up the pillars." In another corner, Jolie was chugging water from a strange flask while spewing commentary. "Just as I thought, this place is truly horrifying." He was a subordinate of Genyu, the guardian of the third pillar. Jolie continued to ramble. "The air here is so terrifying, I can't even taste the sweetness of human brains anymore." He winked, surveying the other pillars with a probing gaze. "I wonder if a lowly creature like me has a place in this fight." Before he could finish, a blinding flash of light tore through the air, severing his hands as if they were never there, sending blood spraying everywhere. Jolie stammered in panic, his eyes wide as he stared down at his two fresh stumps. "Huh, my brain, my hands." Cyan stared down at him with cold eyes, a mocking smirk on his lips. "You've got guts? Want to fight me?" Genyu's errand boy, the current guardian of the second pillar. Cyan lifted one leg, revealing a row of razor-sharp horns on his knee, a clear invitation. "Let's see what you've got." Chaos and Hagon. The truth about the illusion. Jolie was sweating bullets, his face pale with fear. "No, how could I dare fight Lord Cyan? I still value my life. Now, if it were Genyu, who vanished into thin air, maybe." The words had barely left his mouth when a sharp horn shot past his face with blinding speed and terrifying power. It had sliced off one of Jolie's ears. Jolie fell silent instantly, secretly glancing at the horn, now embedded deep in the wall before swallowing hard. Cyan's voice was laced with murderous intent. "Hey, errand boy." A vein bulged on his temple. "Say that again. If you fought Genyu, you think you win for sure?" Jolie looked fearfully at Cyan, who was now leaping towards him, and began to babble. I'm the guy, Dale Lee, who killed that Genyu kid." He gauged Cyan's reaction, then continued trembling. He wasn't that strong. This made Cyan's brow furrow in doubt. "What?" Jolie seemed to hit rewind on his memory, launching into his story. 3 years ago, I fought him in the underground arena of Daejin's club. Back then, he was only as strong as me." He then connected the dots to what happened to Genyu. To think he met his end at the hands of someone like that. He tried to force a grim smile. "So I think I could beat him." "Oh." In that same instant, Cyan's horned knee slammed directly into Jolie's stomach. Jolie's mouth flew open in agony, spitting out saliva and the straw he was still chewing on. One hand gripped Jolie's head as Cyan hissed through clenched teeth. "The more I let you off, the more you think Hagon is some kind of joke, huh? There's no glory in beating a gopher like you anyway." Jolie winced, one eye squeezed shut and bleeding, but he listened intently. "Carve my words into your skull. Hagen is Lord Kijima's ultimate weapon. To touch Hagen is to declare war on Lord Kijima himself." His eyes blazed with murderous rage. To look down on Hagen is to look down on Lord Kijima. Immediately, Cyan pictured the one who had started this entire tragedy. "That's why I will not let the one who made Jinnu disappear get away with it. I will make an example of him for all the others to see." Cyan released Jolie and turned to walk away, muttering to himself, "The fate of those who dare touch Hagen, who dare touch Lord Kijima." A brawl between the pillars. Elsewhere, Senta was unleashing a relentless assault, his blazing red fist flying straight for Roy Kang. Roy Kang pursed his lips and dodged swiftly. The punch only grazed his shoulder. He drew his sword, its sharp aura compressing the very air around him. Senta tightened his fists, his energy surging as he prepared a decisive blow. Nearby, Nogu stood with tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling. "Stop." But the two warriors charged forward like a hurricane, completely ignoring his plea. Old Nogu tensed his entire body, growling out a single word, "No," couldn't hold back any longer. He opened his mouth, tearing the air apart with a ferocious shockwave. The sonic blast shot towards the two, threatening to pulverize everything in its path. Senta and Roy Kang immediately split apart, narrowly escaping with their lives. The piercing sound echoed through the sky, forcing everyone to grimace and cover their ears. Jolie squeezed her eyes shut in terror, gasping for air before quickly shielding her face with both hands. Senta braced himself against the assault, grinding his teeth in defiance. Roy Kang also crouched down, clutching his head as his body swayed under the immense pressure. Unable to contain his fury, Cyan let out a furious roar. "Now, that damn fool told you not to open your mouth so carelessly." Hearing this, the old man panicked and slapped both hands over his own mouth. No, the first pillar of Hagen, stammered. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I told you to stop. You too, Sejin. At that moment, the stone pillars beneath them began to show cracks. Cyan watched the fragments crumble before him, muttering in frustration, "This is complete chaos." He scratched his face, then turned to give a command. "Hey, Genven's subordinate, you clean up this mess." But suddenly his gaze froze, locked onto a bizarre sight. Jolie stared wide-eyed at her own hand, which had just completely regenerated. "Huh, clean up, but my hand?" Cyan wondered aloud. "You damn bastard, you recovered already?" Senta looked at his own body in shock. "The wound on my left arm from Roy Kang. It's healed too." Roy Kang glanced at the old injury on his body. It was as if it had never been there. The small yellow creature from before suddenly scurried forward. It stopped in its tracks and shouted, "Hexagon! All units assemble." He was stunned. "What is this?" A figure beside him spoke up. "What's wrong?" "It's still me." Sejin, in her beast-like form with glowing eyes, murmured, "You guys got way too into it." She used her morpho butterfly technique to create the entire scene. It was all just my hypnosis. Roy Kang stood frozen like a statue, completely bewildered. "Since when?" At the same time, a burst of wild laughter echoed. Cyan was roaring with delight. "We were fooled by that fake little girl. What a headache." Senta's eyes went wide, his face a mask of disbelief. "I didn't realize it at all." Beside him, No nodded in agreement. "The hunt order is." Suddenly, a colossal foot appeared, slamming down on the cold ground. A deep voice boomed, freezing everyone in terror. "What's so funny?" Instantly, all laughter and arguments ceased, as everyone snapped to attention. From the darkness, a gigantic creature emerged with razor-sharp teeth and blazing red eyes. The stern voice continued to echo in the heavy silence. "Are you threatening the human race? I'm beginning to doubt your capabilities." An imposing figure slowly came into view, sitting comfortably on the massive beast's back. "I think it's more accurate to say humanity is fighting the insectoids. As if you are all equals. How ridiculous." Min-chan Kijima bowed his head slightly, reminding them, "Remember, we are the hunters." Perched firmly on the giant creature, he emphasized every single word. "To us, humans are nothing but prey. Using the word fight is a luxury. Carve that into your souls. The time for the hunt has come." His empty gaze swept over the entire team before he issued a steely command. "Leave none of them alive. Annihilate every last one." At that very moment, dawn was breaking over the Bee Reaper base. Inside, everyone had gathered around a long table in the command room, preparing for the life-or-death battle ahead. The DP plan and the champion's refusal. In the strategy room, the air was thick with a heavy silence and simmering tension. Dane rested his head on his hand, his eyes glazed over from lack of sleep, seemingly uninterested in his surroundings. Minon was glued to his phone screen, his fingers swiping endlessly without even looking up. Sam sat in complete silence. His focus was solely on the team captain, his expression deep in thought. Owen, on the other hand, was visibly excited, a smirk playing on his lips. His eyes sparkled as if he was waiting for something thrilling to happen. Min Dung sat beside him, as quiet as a shadow. His cold expression revealed no emotion whatsoever. Tae stood in the center of the hall, his calm voice breaking the silence. "If there are no objections, I will begin the briefing." Vi, seated at the head of the table, gave a slight nod of approval, her hands resting on a file in front of her. That file contained the critical plan for adjusting the instinctual limits of the Dark Reapers. Tae began his presentation. The Bee Reaper organization is a specialized alliance that brings together the most powerful and carefully selected warriors. Within it, the Dark Reaper is a special project team formed to combat the high-ranking insectoid group known as Hagen Hexagon. He gestured towards those seated at the table. The team includes General Manager Owen, ACF, #1 leader Gaminung, and warriors who are all insectoids themselves. Tae pointed a hand toward the projection screen, which displayed the profile of each member, and spoke with grim authority. "The 3 individuals you see here are the insectoid warriors currently active in the Dark Reaper unit." He paused for a beat, driving home the core issue. "These 3 have a history of causing immense damage to humanity in the past." Owen let out a soft cough, interjecting in their defense. "As far as I know, one of them isn't on that list." Tae offered no direct response, simply continuing his presentation. "First, I will introduce Lane. According to our investigation, she is an active insectoid. For her crucial role in the last battle, fighting alongside Minsung for humanity." The monitor then switched to a photo of Jane. Tae continued. "In recognition of her achievements, she has been inducted into the Dark Reaper squad. However, she herself has disclosed some critical information." The mood in the room instantly grew heavy. Tae announced. According to the initial plan, she was to have no power limiters during missions, But upon the formation of the Dark Reaper squad, she confessed to a criminal record involving human trafficking. Tae's voice turned cold. For that very reason, her training regimen will be pushed to a much higher intensity, and a power limiter has been installed for control purposes. But then, Tae said something that made Min Sung's expression harden. Furthermore, despite being an insectoid, her social skills are vastly superior to team leader Gaminung. He stated definitively, "She is the only candidate we are considering for a future increase to her power limit." Hearing this, Owen puffed his chest out with pride. "See, she might look cold, but she's a good kid." Sam quickly jotted it down in his notes. Understood. Tae turned back to the screen. "Allow me to introduce the next operative." As soon as he spoke, a weary sigh filled the room. Might as well get this over with. An image of Minjun's arrogant face filled the screen. "Back Minjun," Tae began, "also known as Rina. This individual needs little introduction. He is evil, pure, and simple." Tae began listing his crimes. He's operated an underground deathmatch arena, manufactured the insectoid creation drug, and has sent countless people to their graves. However, Tae had to concede. This gives him the most combat experience against the very monsters we fight. He was betrayed by his former allies. The only reason he joined the Dark Reaper squad is to get revenge on Hagen, the ones who abandoned him. Tae warned. Once he gets his revenge, it's highly probable he'll turn on our entire organization. Meanwhile, Minjun himself was sprawled out in his seat, doodling in a notebook, casually scratching his ear as if it were ringing from being talked about. He was gleefully writing out his own personal hit list. Sean, Nanhan. Next is Jae-ren and Roy Kang, followed by Senta. He numbered them from 1 to 6, muttering to himself, "I have to take out that bastard Genyu too. But he's already a ghost." At that thought, he angrily scribbled out Genyu's name and cursed under his breath. "Damn it. Maybe I should just start from the bottom of the list." Owen cleared his throat, defending his subordinate. In any case, since joining the team, he has performed well. He hasn't caused any trouble. I believe we should consider lowering his power limiter to maximize his potential. He glanced over at Minjun, a troubled look on his face. Then again, "I still don't get it. Why did we recruit Minjun in the first place?" Minsung's reply was simple, his gaze unwavering. "We needed his strength." Suddenly, a familiar name came up in the discussion. The name made Minsung pause for a beat. Chi Dong. If only, he thought, we had that champion on our side. His mind drifted back to a memory, an unfinished construction site where Minsung had first asked Chi Dong to join him. "If you're still around, then fight with me." But Chi Dong's response had been blunt. "I refuse." Minsung tried to press him. "Chi Dong, without you." His gaze flickered past Minsung to the comrades waiting behind him. He let out a faint smirk. This kid, he really knows how to pull at your heartstrings. Chi Dong then pointed a thumb at his own chest, declaring proudly, "You know exactly who I am. I am a fighter." He slowly clenched his hand into a fist, staring at it intently. This fist. Then, in a flash, he threw a punch right at Minsung's face, but it stopped dead in its tracks, just millimeters away. He lowered his arm, declaring, "This fist wasn't made for noble causes, like taking responsibility for other people's lives." Chi Dong passionately declared his philosophy, "To fight the strong, to win, to destroy everything in my path. All I want is to win for myself." His hand relaxed, as if casting off a heavy burden. He continued, "That's all this fist is for." He then placed a hand firmly on Minsung's shoulder. "So from now on, I'm going to enjoy my own battles." A smile spread across Chi Dong's face, a farewell that closed a chapter of their lives. "I have absolutely no intention of losing to anyone. I will hold onto my title no matter what. So, I'll see you around." Chi Dong turned his back and began to walk away, calling over his shoulder in a tone that was both arrogant and familiar. "Next time we meet, you better show me some respect, kid." Later, Tae's commanding voice snapped Minsung back to the present. "Next operative." The screen immediately switched to an image of the most dangerous insectoid of all, its wings dripping with blood. In just 2 short days, this one sent 256 people to their graves. The figure was clad in solid, crimson armor. This was the man known as the Dragonfly. But his profile showed a gentle face, completely devoid of any killing intent. And Seihei, also known as Dragonfly, Tae continued. He was captured and sent directly to the Gun OB medical station. Captured by Minsung and branch manager Nan. A memory flashes before his eyes. The battle erupted while Seihei was trapped. But everything went wrong. Because of something no one saw coming. Amid the chaos, a broken and battered Seihei moved like a ghost. He slipped through the mangled steel door with blinding speed. This was his chance to escape. At the same time, a nurse was frantically trying to evacuate the wounded. "Everyone, get to the shelter now." She urged them on, her voice filled with anxiety. Suddenly, her eyes widened in terror, glued to the hazy emptiness before her. Like a specter from a nightmare, Seihai materialized, right behind the dozens of patients fleeing for the bunker. From outside, winged monstrosities shattered the glass, swarming in like a plague, their mouths stretched grotesquely from ear to ear. Rows of needle-like teeth lunged forward with pure killing intent. His mask shattered into pieces as Seihai calmly gazed upon the swarm. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the floor, making the nurse's face go pale. In a single instant, he had annihilated every last monster. The patients and medical staff had just been saved by a prisoner. But after the incident, Seihai was thrown right back in his cell. However, while serving the rest of his sentence, he was recruited by the one and only leader Min-sung. The once haggard face and empty eyes were gone, replaced by a hardened resolve, brimming with life. Seihai now lives with his family inside the shelter. He is happy and an active member of the Dark Reaper team. The screen goes dark. That concludes the personal briefing for all members. This meeting has been called to gather your opinions on raising the instinctual limiters placed on them. An objection comes from Min, the head of science and technology, as he pulls a lollipop from his mouth. His casual words make Owen click his tongue in frustration. I object. Min states his case plainly. They're plenty strong, even with the current limiters. I believe that is more than enough. He then adds a biting comparison, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You don't just take the muzzle off a pet when you take it for a walk. You never know when it might turn and bite someone. That's just the rule of the dog pit, isn't it? Min-sung's brow furrows as he stares intently at him. Owen grinds his teeth in rage. That arrogant little punk. But another voice chimes in, at least dogs know how to listen. It's Ren, the head of shelter security, stretching with a lazy yawn. Her voice is filled with contempt. They're nothing but insects. How could we possibly trust them? Owen snaps back, seething. Ren, you're going too far. I agree, we need a pack to keep them in check. But then, images of 3 fallen comrades, lying broken on the battlefield, flash in his mind. The anger surges through him once more. But the current pact is too restrictive. They can't unleash their true power. It happened again this mission. The entire team released their basic limiters, and they still barely made it out alive. Roy, the head of the tactical team, who had been silent this whole time, finally speaks up. It's true, the Dark Reapers need a power boost. Hearing this, Owen's face lights up. Roy, I knew I could count on you. But Roy crosses his arms, not even sparing Owen a glance. But that power won't come from prisoners. Owen is stunned. What? Roy brings up a painful memory. We lost 2 branch directors in the battle 2 years ago. I myself barely escaped the clutches of the Hagen. The memory only strengthens his resolve. We absolutely need more power, but we cannot trust a power they once used to commit such atrocities. Owen's hands clench into tight, furious fists. Sam, sitting beside them, leans in and agrees. I share some of those concerns. Unable to listen anymore, Min-sung's cold voice cuts through the tension. Are you all afraid? Afraid the Dark Reapers will betray you and you'll die by their hands. His piercing gaze shoots across at the 3 of them. He finishes with one crystal-clear statement. Frankly, I think that would be a better outcome. The moment the words leave his lips, his aura explodes like a shockwave. A crushing pressure fills the room. Because at least that would only happen after all the skybugs have been annihilated. The entire meeting room falls deathly silent. Not a single person dares to speak. Suddenly, the one man who had been quietly observing breaks into a smile. He taps the table a few times, his voice firm and decisive. This meeting is now over. Before they leave, he adds one last thing. This meeting was meant to find a way for us to grow stronger. I expect you all to reflect on that. The meeting ends. Seihai's family secret. Outside, night has gently fallen over the shelter. Seihai's parents stand near the door to see their son off. His mother asks hesitantly, Are you leaving already? Why not stay the night? He quickly turns his head. I can't. The deployment order could come at any time, so I have to get back. As he speaks, a pair of wings unfurls gracefully from his back. Below, his parents can only watch him go, their eyes filled with longing. Seihai launches himself into the night sky, soaring straight toward the base. He playfully weaves through the air, muttering to himself, This feels amazing. The cool night air rushes against his face. The wind whipping through his hair is refreshing. But then, he realizes something is wrong. As his hand reaches up to touch his head, Shoot! I forgot my helmet. Without a moment's hesitation, Seihai banks hard, turning back toward his parents' home. But an unexpected sight below stops him dead in his tracks. 2 familiar figures are down there, each carrying a large backpack. They're walking silently through the dead of night. Where are my parents going at this hour? His eyes widen in complete disbelief. As he gets a better view of the scene below, he sees them carefully pushing aside a patch of tall grass, their movements quiet and secretive. He moved with practiced ease, as if this wasn't his first time. A gaping hole was revealed, so cleverly hidden that no one would ever notice it. A lump formed in Seihai's throat, freezing him in place. He watched every single movement as his parents disappeared through that opening, one after the other. Where? Where are you two going? Later that night, Min-sung trudged into the room, the weight of the world on his shoulders. He hung his head and let out a heavy sigh, exhaustion etched into his very posture. A sudden voice made him jump. Why the long sigh? Jean, fresh from a shower and drying her hair, offered a gentle word of comfort. I can tell just by looking at you how the meeting went. You've worked hard. Seeing her, Min-sung couldn't help but ask, why are you always in my room? The water pressure in my room is terrible, she replied casually. Then, her expression turned curious. So, were you able to persuade them? The higher-ups really don't like us, do they? Min-sung nodded, a hint of worry in his eyes. They're dead set against it. I tried to get a few more words in, he added, but I'm not sure if it just made things worse. Seeing his spirits sink, Jane stepped closer. She reached out and gently pinched both his cheeks. Hey, she said, giving them a little shake. You did a great job. Her hands kept playfully squishing his face as she chirped. I don't know exactly what you told them, but even if it didn't turn out how we hoped, all that matters is that we tried. He mumbled. Can you let go now? Her eyes sparkled with encouragement. We just need to boost that 20% of our strength back to 100%, right? So don't you worry. A small laugh escaped Min-sung as he nodded, his expression finally brightening. Right. He then wondered aloud, where is everyone else? She answered nonchalantly, I think Min-jun is asleep in his room. And sure enough, in the next room, Min-jun was hugging a pillow, muttering in his sleep. Increased limit stats. Heavenly fiends, you're all dead meat. Jane thought for another moment, then guessed. And Sei-hee probably went to stay with his parents for the night. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a furious Sei-hee was scrambling through that very secret tunnel his parents had made. As he pushed forward, questions raced through his mind. But why? When did they even dig this thing? Sei-hee cursed himself, realizing his parents were getting further away. He should have screamed. Should have done something to stop them. But the shock had stolen his voice. A new resolve hardened within him. I have to bring them back. Now. And I need to know why they left the shelter. Then, a sudden, chilling thought stopped him dead in his tracks. The reason they left. Could it have been because of me? An old memory flooded his mind, pulling Sei-hei back to a time before the chaos. Back then, his parents were both veterinarians at the animal hospital, and he was an elite soldier. The son of two people who dedicated their lives to saving small creatures, had become a key part of the catastrophe that decimated the human population. But his parents didn't find out the truth right after the incident. It was a full year later, when he resurfaced as a member of the Dark Reapers, that the horrifying truth was finally exposed. The moment they saw Sei-hei in his monstrous new form, they broke down completely. Until that point, they believed their son had died during the insectoid attack on the marine corpse. They had thanked the heavens when he returned, miraculously alive. Their reunion was filled with tears and choked sobs, even though he was the very cause of that tragic incident. When Sei-hei returned, his body was no longer human. But still, they opened their arms and embraced him. Those trembling moments were what fueled his will to live. Sei-hei shook his head, pushing the memories away. Nothing else matters. I have to find them first. It's too dangerous out here. He was about to move on when something stopped him cold. There, in the damp earth, a series of fresh footprints. They went this way. The moment he had a trail, Sei-hei unleashed his wings and rocketed forward. He followed the tracks through a chaotic battlefield, littered with the corpses of old insectoids. The footprints led deeper and deeper into the forest. A fierce light ignited in his eyes, veins bulging on his strained face. Where are they? His gaze pierced through the dense canopy, a sharp, desperate look that tore through the tangled leaves. And then, two familiar figures came into view. Found them. But in that same instant, another shadow stepped between them. It was a girl with fiery red hair and a face as emotionless as a wax statue. Anjun. Sei-hei's brow furrowed, a jolt running down his spine. Without a second's hesitation, he dove for cover, hiding himself behind the trunk of a massive tree. Sei-hei tilted his head, a new thought surfacing. There's someone else. Another girl. Who is she? Before he could figure it out, a scream ripped through the darkness, putting him instantly on high alert. But his parents didn't panic. Instead, they calmly tried to soothe the person. Settle down now. There's no need to scream. Sei-hei narrowed his eyes, watching the scene unfold, his face a mask of confusion. His mother leaned down to examine the wound on the red-haired girl's leg. This is badly infected, she said softly. It has to be scraped clean. Honey, hand me the scalpel. His father quickly passed her the tool, holding the girl down as best he could. Just try to bear with the pain. After the exhausting work was done, his mother looked up. How do you feel now? The girl managed to smile. It's much better now. The father gently reassured her, we'll bandage it up and you'll be fine in a few days. Only then did Sei let out a quiet sigh of relief. All his worries seemed to vanish into thin air. The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. Seriously, he thought with disgust. They risked leaving the shelter just to treat some stranger's wounds. He bit his lip, his eyes stinging as the scene unfolded. His elderly parents were caring for a girl they didn't even know, and he had actually suspected them. Sei lowered his head, quickly wiping a tear away. Suddenly, a monstrous foot slammed down, making the ground tremble. The bizarre sound shattered the forest's silence, jolting him. His pupils contracted, a golden light flashing within them. As a horrifying roar echoed, his combat instincts flared to life. The moment a piercing scream came from his father's direction, Sei shot forward like an arrow. A haircutter insectoid appeared, a hideous creature with jagged, rough skin, letting out an ear-splitting shriek. The monster grinned, delighted by its prey. It never expected to find humans out here. This was a gift from the heavens. But before it could finish its thought, a flying kick from Sei smashed right into its face. Anjuni froze solid, her eyes so wide it looked like they might pop out. Her gaze followed Sei's fiery eyes, her expression intense as if she could read the pure rage burning within him. Her eyes then dropped to the stark black symbol emblazoned on his chest, the mark of the bee, Reaper. The haircutter stumbled back from the surprise attack. It frantically looked around for its attacker, its face twisting. Which bastard was that? You dare roam around here? Sei didn't answer, coldly focusing power into his hands before lunging forward. Seeing this, the monster's eyes bulged as it roared in fury, you damned fly. It then swung a murderous fist, intending to land a fatal counterblow. But Sei was faster, closing the distance in a blur and landing a punch before it could even react. Sei poured his strength into a devastating kick, sending the creature crashing to the ground. His parents cried out in terror, Sei. Before the insectoid could rise, the barrel of Sei's weapon was shoved into its mouth. What the? It sputtered. Sei's voice was a low growl, his face contorted with fury as his body began to emit the low hum of a combat engine. You bastard! You dared to touch my family. Gritting his teeth, Sei's eyes burned with rage. He roared, go to hell and repent. Without waiting for a response, Sei pulled the trigger, sending a shot straight through the monster's head. Smoke and dust billowed into the sky, obscuring everything. As the smoke cleared, his figure came into view, returned to his normal human form. He turned to his family, worried. Is everyone all right? But before anyone could feel relieved, another insectoid lunged from the shadows, grabbing his father with a scream. Honey, his mother shrieked. Sei froze, uttering in disbelief. Dad. There was another one. The monster sneered, its sharp fangs sinking deep into his father's shoulder as blood gushed out. It taunted Sei, daring him to take a shot. His father cried out in pain, everyone, just run. His parents were pale with terror. Honey, Sei shook his head frantically, his voice choked with fear. No. Overwhelming dread washed over him and he screamed desperately. No, don't do it. But the insectoid paid no attention to his pleas. It opened its massive jaws with glee. It's been a while since I had such a quality meal. His father yelled, close your eyes. Don't look. Sei's mother sobbed, her eyes squeezed shut. No, please. He too screamed frantically. Dad. At that very moment, a swarm of long, dark shadows shot out from behind the insectoid. They pierced its tough, leathery hide, embedding themselves like roots in the earth. As the sharp tendrils were ripped out, black blood sprayed everywhere. The monster's screech echoed, as if tearing the forest apart. The poison insectoid collapsed, convulsed, and then went still. His mother rushed to her husband. Honey, are you okay? His father clutched his wound, trying to reassure her. I'm fine. Sei stood frozen, his mind in turmoil, when his father spoke hesitantly. Sei, actually, that girl's identity. His father's face was pale, sweat dripping from his forehead as he struggled to get the words out. She is. Right before their eyes, a massive pink insectoid suddenly materialized. Its head was nothing but a tangled web of fibers, with a single, tripupil eye peering from within. It crossed its arms, radiating an aura of absolute arrogance. Sei raised his hand, the Bee Reaper logo on his glove on full display as he formed a finger gun, ready to fire a warning shot. He aimed forward and yelled, stay back. Their eyes met. Neither moved. The tension hung in the air like a bomb about to explode. Suddenly, he paused when he heard his father's familiar voice call out, Sei. His father held out a hand to stop him, speaking gently, it's okay, son. He then gestured toward the creature as it began to transform back into a person. This child isn't a bad insectoid. As her form completely reverted to a red-haired girl, he softly called her name, Junie. The mysterious insectoid was none other than Anjuni. He added, "She's one of the good ones, just like you." Seihai was speechless, his face a mask of doubt. "It's okay. Junie, Mom, Dad, you know her?" His father began recounting the long journey that led him back to his son. While wandering for a safe place, they had helped anyone they found wounded. "You understand that much, don't you?" The memory surfaced. They were trudging through a deserted alley when they froze, spotting a figure gasping on the ground. He continued, "It was on that path that we found Junie." Sai's mother, her voice trembling, pointed at the bizarre pool of crimson blood. "This girl's blood." The father had hesitated, telling his wife, "We have to go." But in that instant, a monstrous insectoid erupted from the shadows behind them. Its maw gaped wide with a guttural roar, ready to devour the easy prey before it. But before it could strike, a volley of sharp quills slammed directly into its head. Junie's hair exploded outwards in a deadly assault, saving the couple in the nick of time. The beast shrieked, then crashed to the ground like a fallen tree. But the attack had drained all her strength. Junie's consciousness faded as she collapsed, all signs of life gone, lying motionless on the cold earth between them. His father's story came to a close. From that day forward, she traveled with us. She was our eyes, our protector. It's only because of Junie that we made it to the Bee Reaper shelter safely. He cast a meaningful glance in Junie's direction. After parting with her near the shelter, we went through the Bee Reaper identity checks. And that's when we learned you were here. He stated with absolute certainty. "It's because of her that we found you again." His mother touched her stunned son's shoulder. "Junie is a good person." Sai practically exploded, his shout making her flinch. "Good or not, she's still an insectoid." He stopped short. His lips barely moved as the final word escaped him. "Human." His gaze then dropped to his own altered legs, standing on that same ground. "You're not entirely human anymore, either." Her soft words made him look up, startled. "Sai." They both spoke at once, their voices filled with remorse. "We're sorry for causing you more trouble." The security breach. He ignored the insectoid issue, seizing on the more critical point. "Did you break through the outer wall yourselves?" His mother waved her hands frantically. "Of course not," his father jumped in. "How could we possibly break through a wall that's 5 meters thick?" She began to recall the moment. "We were just looking for a way out and stumbled upon the hole by accident. Plus, we were worried about Junie, so we took the risk." Sai's brow furrowed, a cold dread rising in his stomach. If what they were saying was true, this was a catastrophe. "So the shelter's defensive wall has been compromised for some time," he pressed on. "How are you contacting her?" Sai's father hesitated, his hand fumbling inside his pocket. "About that." He pulled out a small device to explain. "Before we left Junie, we gave her the walkie-talkie your mother used to carry. It can connect with my own unit at close range." Before his father could finish, Sai snatched the device. "I'm confiscating this," he urged them on, the danger feeling closer by the second. "Let's go. We have to get back right now." His father gave a nervous laugh as he shouldered his pack. "Just give me a second." Sai said nothing in return. He just stood silently, his gaze following his parents' every move. His mother handed Junie a food pouch with careful instructions. "Here's some food. Make sure you dispose of the trash where no one will find it." His father also pressed a medical kit into her hands with a final piece of advice. "If you get hurt, use this. You remember how, don't you?" Junie simply nodded, accepting the gifts. "Yes." With heavy hearts, his parents followed Sai, looking back at her until she vanished from sight. Junie stood motionless, bowing her head, her heart overflowing with gratitude for everything they had done. Dark Reaper training session. Dawn was breaking over the Bee Reaper base. A heavy iron door stood sealed, a silent fixture in the quiet morning. But the scene unfolding behind it was anything but calm. Diane unleashed a storm of silk threads, instantly weaponized, as she launched herself at Sai. He shot forward like a tempest, closing the gap to counter. She twisted in midair, her legs swinging in a clean arc, like a dancer in a deadly arena. He dodged the first kick, but the second one from her other leg slammed into his gut, sending Sai flying. His back cracked against the hard wall. He groaned internally. "Did I push myself too hard yesterday?" Diane approached him, her expression quizzical. "Sai, are you tired?" He adjusted his glasses, forcing a compliment. "Diane, your training is really paying off. Your skill has jumped to a whole new level. I can't keep up." At his words, her eyes went wide with delight. "So all that hard work meant something, huh?" He confirmed it. "Absolutely." She began hopping with excitement, while he just tilted his head back, letting out a long, weary sigh. Across the training grounds, Minung and Minun were locked in a vicious spar, their twin blades clashing in a shower of brilliant sparks. They charged each other with gritted teeth, their killing intent pouring off them in waves. Steel screamed against steel as they locked blades, the tension thick enough to snap. The moment Minung finished a swing to launch a counter, Minhwa exploded upward with blinding speed. In the next instant, the ice-cold edge of his blade was pressed against Minhwa's throat. He let out a condescending sneer. Should I end you now, or give you a chance to start over? Your technique is still pathetic. Then, the man leaned in close, whispering a warning in his ear. Hey kid, you need to try a lot harder than that. You're not the superpowered black ant you used to be. In a flash, Min-jun spun around, swinging his blade in a reverse arc. Min-jun leaped back, dodging the blow in a split second. The man landed as light as a feather, probing with a question, should we stop here? He casually slung his sword onto his back, half joking. If we keep going, I'm afraid I might kill you by accident. Min-jun didn't flinch, shifting into a new battle stance as he shot back. Shut up, let's finish this. Gripping his twin blades tightly, he growled out each word. Get ready for the next round. But then, a strange, dark energy suddenly erupted from his weapons. It slithered like a living creature, crawling up his arm before piercing directly into his flesh. A bizarre sensation shot up his spine, causing him to freeze involuntarily. At that moment, the blades in his hands fell to the cold ground with a thud. The crimson dagger continued to emit a strange, unsettlingly hazy aura. Min-jun clutched his stomach, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. What's wrong? The man taunted with a smirk. Lost all the strength in your hands? I told you we should have stopped. Min-jun didn't bother to answer, merely looking down at his hands, his mind a tangled mess. What was this feeling? Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, someone was intently absorbing some kind of unknown substance. Min-jun's head snapped up, his face filled with suspicion as if he just noticed something was wrong. He whipped his head around, desperately trying to find the source, but his opponent just kept smirking, even shaking his head. What? You don't want to admit I defeated you? Min-jun lowered himself into a ready stance, whispering, the master's energy. He narrowed his eyes, his heart in turmoil. It can't be. The source of this energy was June. From the side, a worried ally ran over. June, are you okay? Outside, the hexagon facility remained as peaceful and silent as ever. But from the distance, 3 dark silhouettes began to take shape. They floated closer at a terrifying speed. On the back of each monstrous beast sat a silent figure, their legs clutching gray, opaque containers. Min-jun's eyes suddenly flashed a brilliant red. He knew. They're here. Without hesitation, he shot forward like a bullet, but not before shouting a command over his shoulder. Dapper, prepare for battle. In another corner, the creature that had been ravenously inhaling the air began to make its move. Jolly stood perched on the back of a giant hummingbird, its belly swollen as if filled with compressed air. Time to make my move, I guess. The moment the thought crossed its mind, it unleashed a blazing torrent of energy that shot forward. The stream of green fire twisted into a blazing tornado, tearing through the air with suffocating speed. It immediately descended upon the shelter's residential buildings, as if trying to wipe the entire map clean in a single breath. The creature stood firm like a living statue, raising one hand to its brow to get a better look. A perfect shot. Alarms blared in the control room. Metal doors sealed shut, with faint blue light seeping through the cracks. A man in a Black Reaper uniform sat before a monitor, his face tense as he tracked the signals. The screen flashed relentlessly, with dense clusters of pink dots appearing on the right-hand side. He turned around, quickly reporting, "We have 6 insectoid-type hostiles approaching from the 3 o'clock position, approximately 1 kilometer out." Ren, sitting beside him with her legs crossed, narrowed her eyes and demanded, "What? Zoom in on that." On the screen, 3 dark shapes soared silently through the tranquil clouds. The interface slowly zoomed in. The blurry outlines gradually sharpened, becoming clearer with every passing second. As the distance closed, 3 distinct figures were revealed. They were riding on the backs of monstrous, speeding beasts. She immediately gave the order. "This is bad. Target them now." "We're going to intercept." The technician complied instantly. "Roger that." 2 anti-air cannons slowly aimed upwards, tracking the dark shapes advancing against the blue sky. As the giant insectoid creature charged forward, the rider on its back continued to inhale the air with unnerving focus, preparing for its next devastating attack. Chapter: The Attack on the Shelter. The technician froze, his face a mask of disbelief. Ren turned to him, questioning, "What's wrong?" He yelled in a panic, "They're attacking first." She was stunned. From that distance, after inhaling its fill of the mysterious air to charge his power, Jolly unleashed it all through a long, metallic tube. A river of brilliant blue fire erupted from the tube's mouth, surging forward like a fire dragon. It roared as it tore through the sky before slamming into the defensive wall, causing a massive shockwave like a cannon blast. From its high vantage point, the creature raised a hand to its brow and laughed heartily. A perfect shot. After the heaven-sent blow, a massive hole was torn through the fortified wall. The technician whipped around, his face pale as he frantically reported, The sector wall has been breached. 5131八小时46分56秒398大于8小时47 A massive shield slammed into existence, shattering the shockwave turrets and warping the very space before it. The remaining cannons unleashed a simultaneous volley, tearing through the air with blazing streams of energy. But their target didn't flinch. Instead, he charged forward, a cornered beast launching a desperate counterattack. In a flash, every machine gun erupted in a deafening roar, spraying fire in all directions. The giant shield in his hand spun like a whirlwind, a furious storm of steel grinding everything to dust. Thick smoke and dust blanketed the city walls, now ripped to shreds as towering flames licked the sky. From their high perch, they watched in silence as broken shards of steel armor rained down, embedding themselves in the ground. The scene was a hellscape of utter devastation. Jolly blinked with satisfaction, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Dear Hegan's squad, allow me, Jai, to sink the Bee Reaper." He smirked, imagining his master giving him a thumbs up as a reward. Master Jai Ren will be so proud of me. Suddenly, a voice from beside him made him jump. "Don't even dream of it. I'm the one who's going to sink the Bee Reaper." She gave a playful wink and announced her own name, Gong Diam. She was one of Sin's underlings, crossing her arms with a haughty tilt of her chin. "Hey, hit it again like you did before. It's still making that buzzing sound. I hate walking through noisy places like this." Jai scratched his head in embarrassment. "But I already threw away the straw." She scoffed. "You're pathetic. Seriously disappointing." He quickly replied, "I'll go get it right now." The arrival of the insectoid assassin was interrupted by another annoyed voice. "Stop posing and get a move on." She shot him a glare. Sen, scowling, just jerked his head forward. "Let's just charge in." He was the second pillar's subordinate. He declared, "I'll lead the way." Gong Duim blushed slightly, stealing a glance at his sturdy back before murmuring, "Okay." He glanced back, waving to the group behind them. "All right, let's move in." Sen frowned, his senses on high alert, unaware of the strange object hurtling down from above. He said, "I'll go first." Suddenly, an immense pressure crashed down, forcing Sen to snap his head upwards instinctively. Before he could process it, a gigantic steel foot slammed down, pinning him violently to the ground. The others around him screamed in unison. "What the hell is that?" Inside the cockpit of the giant machine, Min muttered calmly, "Insectoid assassin, activate." As he finished, the robot's eyes flared with a brilliant golden light, its steel frame shuddering to life with a deafening groan. Immediately, the machine lowered its center of gravity, raising its arms into a battle stance, ready for a fight. Jolly racked his brain. Insectoid assassin. That massive hunk of metal. Could it be? Gong Duim trembled, her hand gripping the weapon on her back. She knew for certain this was the one who fought Master Jai Ren 2 years ago. Without a second's hesitation, she drew her weapon and charged. "I'll smash it to pieces." But before she could even get close, a devastating punch landed squarely on her face. Roy had appeared out of nowhere, delivering the blow just as she screamed the 4 words, "In the name of love." The violent impact sent her flying, her body spinning through the air before crashing hard onto the ground. Her face was planted directly into the unforgiving concrete. Roy dusted off his hands and said angrily, "Love? The love of you insects only brings ruin to this country and its people." As the team leader's battle raged, the one crushed beneath the robot's foot struggled to rise, growling, "You lowly humans." Min flinched, his eyes wide in disbelief as he watched the bizarre scene from his cockpit. "What the?" the man roared, throwing the steel foot off him. "You dare to step on me?" In the next moment, his body completely transformed into a monstrous dub beetle insectoid. "You all pay for this," he bellowed. Elsewhere, Roy was still taunting his opponent. "Get up, you insectoid scum." Suddenly, a faint green mist drifted lazily through the air, carrying a pungent odor. The old man frowned, unintentionally inhaling the strange scent lingering in the air. He immediately clamped a hand over his nose, his face scrunching up in disgust. "What is that horrible smell coming from her?" Gong Duim, mid-transformation, shrieked, "How dare you say a young lady like me stinks? You bastard!" She contorted her body, finishing her transformation into a harlequin stink bug insectoid. "You can't even tell the difference between fragrance and stench. I'll have to teach you a lesson." On joined the battle, riding on the back of a hummingbird. Jolly let out a weary sigh. He was supposed to be the most dangerous one here. He took a sip of water, grumbling to himself. "Why is no one paying attention to me? Should I just rush in? This feels so awkward." His lost gaze scanned the area. "Let's see now. Time for a little warm-up." Jay shot up, whispering with delight. "Yes, this is more like it." His arm twisted and extended, veins glowing brightly as they formed a razor-sharp golden blade. He smirked, taking a leisurely step forward. "Let's see now. Time for a little warm-up." Jay shot up, whispering with delight. Yes, this is more like it. He wiped a streak of blood from his lip, his face radiant. I was starting to get bored after wiping out all those humans before I could even transform. He then narrowed his eyes, questioning his opponent. But what is that form of yours? Owen's steady approach made him slightly uneasy. I've heard rumors that among the 100 Reapers, there are monsters even stronger than the insectoids. July imagined different insects merging together, realizing it was a chimera. So you're that monster? Owen snarled in disgust. You talk too much. Whose fault do you think it is that I became a monster? He gritted his teeth, a twisted smile creeping across his face. You all must take responsibility for this. He quickly adjusted his glasses, declaring boldly, and naturally, I will use my full power to do the same. Then he looked up excitedly, his eyes wide. Watch closely now. I'm about to show you the power of a general. But before he could finish his dramatic pose, Owen was already behind him. A flash of pure speed. Jay's head whipped around in shock. This bastard. When did he move? Wasting no words, Owen swung his leg straight at Jay's face, shouting out his attack, grasshopper kick. Caught completely by surprise, Jay had no time to react and was sent flying backward. Jay clutched his stinging cheek and let out a laugh, just like a human. Attacking me during my transformation? You like to play dirty, don't you? The moment he finished speaking, Owen appeared right in front of him again, making him flinch. Again, Owen replied nonchalantly, Of course. You didn't expect me to just stand here and wait for your power-up, did you? As he spoke, his hand was already a blur of motion. I'm not an idiot. He immediately unleashed another skill, Mantis Slash. A wave of energy shot forward, sharp as a razor, slicing deep into July's shoulder. The creature roared in agony as the slash tore his shoulder open, blood gushing from the wound. Giving his enemy no time to recover, Owen charged in like a whirlwind and drove a fist straight into his gut. A direct hit. July clenched his jaw, his whole body tensing to endure the pain. Suddenly, he threw his head back and screamed to the heavens. Chimera. At his call, a colossal creature lunged forward, spewing a stream of venom. Owen frowned at the sound, instinctively looking up. With lightning-fast reflexes, he dodged just in the nick of time. The ground where he'd stood was instantly melted into a deep, jagged crater, reeking of acid. Owen grabbed the creature's head and squeezed hard, making it screech like a grinder full of rocks. He then casually tossed it into another creature nearby, which simply vanished on impact. The leg that had been holding a container immediately let go, as if its task was done. The vial tumbled through the air in a chaotic arc before plummeting to the ground, shattering into 1,000 pieces. Owen stood perfectly still, his eyes fixed on the scene, his expression growing grim. His gaze deepened, his face tensed, and the veins on his cheekbones began to pulse with power. He scanned the water below, looking puzzled. Where did that bastard go? Then, clusters of bubbles began to rise from the depths. A smirk touched his lips. Hiding underwater? Are we? He tilted his head, his tone a mix of warning and mockery. You'd better be careful not to drown down there. Show yourself while I'm still asking nicely. When there was no response, Owen unleashed his attack without hesitation. Mantis Slash. A razor-sharp beam of light shot out, repeatedly slicing across the surface of the lake and sending water exploding into the air. When it was over, he narrowed his eyes, surveying the damage. Did I get him? Well, this is no fun at all. Owen glanced at his own hand, muttering to himself. Saying something like that in this situation is just asking for trouble, isn't it? Of course. I know that. A pro always does. Damn. I'm smart. Just as the scent of death and Min's defeat began to fade, a different, pungent odor drifted by, making him want to gag. He immediately covered his nose and yelled at the sky. Who the hell farts in the middle of a fight? Before Owen could finish grumbling, these guys are unbelievable. A massive pincer shot out, grabbed him, and dragged him away like a sack of yesterday's garbage. In an instant, his entire body was slammed into the lake, sending up a massive splash like a firework display. From within the dark water, a pitch-black aquatic monster with glowing red eyes waited in silence. Meanwhile, Roy was bent over, clutching his stomach, coughing violently from the biological toxin in the air. Suddenly, a sharp pain made him grimace and cry out. Looking down at his arm, he saw a red liquid trickling down. Roy let out a low growl. That's my blood, a voice suddenly said, making him jump. So, how is it? The woman struck a gleeful pose and tilted her head. A critical hit, wouldn't you say? My special fragrance. Roy immediately yanked his arm back and charged forward. Do you even need to ask? That rotten stench is unbearable. Her eyes widened as she shrieked. You can still move after inhaling my scent? Roy threw a powerful uppercut. Of course I can. Gongju Im hissed through her teeth as pieces of her armor shattered and flew in every direction. The old man roared with fury, his eyes completely bloodshot. My lungs have been forged in chemical warfare. Giving her no room to breathe, he unleashed a furious assault. No mountain high, no valley low. She was speechless. Is this geezer actually singing right now? Roy charged forward, humming the tune with a deep growl. Getting scared, she could only think one thing. Is this guy completely insane? But the old man was unfazed, his face a cold, emotionless mask as he delivered the blow. The impact, like a hammer from the heavens, launched Gong Du from the ground and into the air. A red glint flared in the old man's eyes as he charged forward through the falling snow. Gong Du clutched her weapon in a panic. Damn it, I don't know the first thing about fighting. She swung her club in a desperate, wild arc. It connected with the old man's iron armor. The moment it struck, his entire body erupted into a raging inferno, like a festival of fireworks. Standing amidst the crimson flames, the old man remained perfectly still, his lips murmuring in confusion. We still march on. She stared at the scene, both thrilled and baffled. Well, wasn't that a surprise? She thought, though I have no idea how I made fire. I heard something about poison gas making things more flammable. Or whatever. Point is, I'm clueless. Then, with a mischievous wink, she declared, let's just call it magic. The downfall of the insectoid assassin. On the giant mechanical beast, thick smoke billowed out. Electricity arced across its frame, one hand completely mangled, with cables spilling from its oily fingers. Julika slung his nearly severed arm over his shoulder, his steps slow but heavy. With a cold light in his eyes, he moved silently through the dust toward the assassin's cockpit. The weapon that once spread terror was now nothing but a heap of crushed metal. Inside, Min sat motionless, hearing only the blare of sirens. He hung his head as the warning alarms screamed in his ears, his sunken eyes completely empty, devoid of any will to live. The lollipop that was always at his lips now lay shattered on the cold metal floor. Julika let the heavy machine part fall. He slowly approached the war machine, now just a metal corpse. He raised his steely arm high. Into the air, the armor plates instantly shifted, transforming its defensive capabilities into a purely offensive weapon. The downfall of the insectoid assassin. As he brought his arm down, rows of curved steel spikes burst from its surface, his attack power surging to its absolute peak. He raised both supercharged hands into the air, gathering all his strength. Julika launched himself forward, leaping high before crashing directly onto the robot. The machine remained utterly still, offering no resistance, showing no signs of life. Its joints buckled and flew apart. Its body was torn to shreds, no longer recognizable. Julika vaulted from the wreckage and landed on the ground, the shockwave kicking up a cloud of dust. In that very instant, the head of the insectoid assassin shot into the sky, vanishing from sight. Owen's aquatic battle. Owen gritted his teeth, his face contorting in pain as he was dragged mercilessly through the water. Jolie had him in a death grip. Held fast by two grotesque pincers, he was being pulled closer. Owen scowled, cursing inwardly, this bastard. He's in his water strider form. He looks so grotesque. He's probably enjoying this, isn't he? Suddenly, a sharp metal proboscis shot forward. It pierced the water, creating a swirling vortex of bubbles. In a split second, it stabbed into his body before he could even react. Owen's face twisted in agony from the sudden attack, completely clueless as to what the hell was happening. A jolt of searing pain shot up his spine, forcing an uncontrollable scream from his lips. He bit down hard on his lip, staring at the tentacle buried deep in his side, his mind racing. What is this thing doing? This was no ordinary attack. Owen's entire body went limp, all his strength to resist gone. He could feel the energy being drained from his body. Jolie, in the middle of feeding, suddenly paused. Something about the taste was very, very wrong. He immediately slammed a fist into Owen's face, sending him flying. Disgusting. Owen's body hit the pool floor with a thud, a trail of pale blue blood spreading in the water. Sprawled out on the bottom, Owen managed a triumphant groan. How do you like the taste of a low-quality meal, huh? Before he could finish his taunt, he took another sharp blow to the face. Jolie was furious. He unleashed a storm of attacks on Owen's battered body. That's the most repulsive blood I have ever tasted, you miserable monster. Owen clenched his jaw, enduring the beating. Who's the real monster here? He shot back. Before him, the massive figure attacked with machine-like precision. How can he move this fast underwater? Owen shuddered as a strike shot straight for his forehead, his heart pounding in his chest. At this rate, one more hit, and it was over. Without a second thought, Owen twisted his body, dodging just in time as the blow slammed into the pool floor. He used the chance to swim upward, his mind racing. He's a water strider insectoid. In the water, I have no chance of winning. As he swam, he muttered to himself, damn it, I'm out of air. I should have taken the biomass of an aquatic insect. Suddenly, an image of Dr. Baker flashed in his mind. He remembered him asking, how about we inject you with an aquatic insect's DNA? too. Owen had shaken his head. No, I hate the water. The doctor frowned. That's all the more reason to get the injection, my boy. He stretched his hand toward the edge, reassuring himself. It's okay, this pool is shallow. I just have to get out. Before he could even exhale, Jolie's two limbs appeared right in front of him. And where do you think you're going? He purred, his eyes gleaming strangely. You wanted me to take responsibility, after all. With that, he excitedly pushed his proboscis toward Owen's neck. The taste of your blood is disgusting, but it's also quite addicting. Like the smell of stinky feet. Let me just have another taste. And without waiting for a reply, Jolie gently pressed his stinger against Owen's neck with a fake tenderness. This will only sting a little. Owen thrashed and roared. Get off me, you freak. The sharp stinger plunged into his throat, sending a jolt through his body. But suddenly, Jolie began to convulse violently. His bones locking up, he stared down in shock at his own mutating form. What's happening to my body? He stammered in a panic. What in the world? Watching silently, Owen's mind raced. The insect DNA in his blood. It was triggering a side effect in his enemy. This was his chance. With an explosive kick, he launched himself backward, cleanly breaking free from the monster's grasp. He used the momentum to rocket forward like an arrow. Owen burst through the surface of the water, propelled by that single, powerful kick. He could finally breathe. His dragonfly wings had fully deployed. Glaring down at the lake below, he thought with cold fury. We're in my domain now, you psycho. Just you wait. Before he could finish the thought, another figure erupted from the water. Jolie shot towards him with a furious beat of his wings, his face a mask of rage. You are dead. But Owen stood his ground, perfectly calm and unfazed. The creature surged forward, its twisted body shuddering with fury. There's nowhere left to run. Just then, Owen slowly unfurled his own wings, whispering, Insect DNA, full release. His joints shifted as sleek armor materialized and his wings expanded to their full glory. The golden weapon was drawn from his arm, transforming and assembling into a colossal greatsword that grew to a towering height. A wide grin spread across Owen's face as he tightened his grip. Let the insect war begin. A blinding flash of light sliced clean through Jolie's limbs and torso. Owen had moved at full speed, a blur of pale blue light. The creature shrieked, writhing in agony. Owen simply turned his back as its body crashed heavily to the ground below. He left him with a single, chilling warning. Remember this. A smirk played on Owen's lips, his killing intent rolling off him like a dense fog. Eat junk, he taunted, and you'll pay the price. Meanwhile, Roy was still standing, engulfed in a raging inferno. Gong Duim dragged her weapon across the ground, muttering to herself, Maybe I really did cross the line. She sighed, walking towards Roy with a frown. Using a tactic like this is beneath a princess. I really thought this would be enough to finish you. Suddenly, Roy's deep, hollow voice cut through the flames, stopping her cold. A young soul has been lost. She looked up, the firelight glinting off her mask. Roy stood perfectly still as the sea of flames devoured his body. His mouth repeated the same phrase. The pine tree is broken. Roy slowly tilted his head, his chilling voice dragging out every word. Have you already forgotten my warning? He then looked over his shoulder, his voice ringing with power. Comrade, do you hear me? Gong Duim's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. How is this possible? Roy continued to chant his cryptic words, completely ignoring the fire consuming him. She snapped, bringing her weapon down on his head with a furious roar. Go meet your ancestors. But she froze, watching Roy repeat the same word, comrade. He turned his entire body to face her, his next words sending a chill down her spine. Can you see it? Roy drew back his fist, seething with raw fury. In that instant, Gong Duim's weapon shattered into two pieces, clattering uselessly to the ground. A lock of green hair and a single badge lay abandoned nearby. Though his own body was charred beyond recognition, Roy's murmuring never ceased. His eyes were filled with an ocean of grief and rage. He finally collapsed onto the cold floor, falling directly in front of her as his life came to an end forever. A beam of light cut through the rubble, falling on Min. He still looked completely shell-shocked, the lollipop in his mouth no longer whole. It lay in shattered pieces on the ground. The arm of the insectoid assassin was blown clean off, sent flying into the air by the enemy's attack. Machine parts rained down, utterly destroyed. Julika slammed into the ground with a thunderous impact. The shockwave shook the very earth. The robot's head was torn from its body, rolling across the ground like a useless ball. He strode confidently through the swirling dust with a smirk. 100 Reaper. How utterly disappointing. If I'd known this was the best you could do, I would have crushed you ages ago. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed, followed by a brilliant blue flash. Julika frowned, glancing to the side as a streak of light zipped past. High in the air, massive projectiles whistled as they began to circle. Debuk glanced over his shoulder, his eyes tracking the strange objects spinning slowly behind him, as if mocking him. Two cylindrical units shot forward with a metallic clang. A synthetic voice announced, "Killer Unit 1 and Unit 2. From the right, a third unit sliced through the air. They looked just like artillery shells. A moment later, Unit 4 launched forward, kicking up a vortex of dust and debris. Finally, a head bearing the 100 Reaper emblem emerged, instantly connecting to a central frame. An indicator light flashed. Unit 5. They closed in, orbiting each other with perfect precision before aligning into a new formation. Insect killer, aerosol type. Julika smirked. Putting on quite a show, aren't we? He narrowed his eyes, his expression dripping with contempt. What kind of parlor trick is this? Don't think you can beat me with pathetic human technology. Min popped a fresh lollipop into his mouth. Let's see how tough you talk after a taste of this. You damn debuck freak. His fighting spirit reignited, and he yelled, "Laser." The two steel units flashed with light, unleashing a torrent of energy that ripped through the air. Insectoid division mode. Activate. In an instant, they unleashed their full power against his defensive barrier. Standing firm in the heart of the energy storm, Julika gritted his teeth. Such pathetic little tricks. Hey now. The man spun, creating a shockwave of force that blasted everything in the opposite direction. That has no effect on me. The force of the counterattack slammed right into Min. He was thrown backward as the first metal projectile clattered to the ground, bouncing once before lying still and useless. One by one, the other objects met the same fate, scattering across the ground like defeated soldiers. The man closed in, step by menacing step, his voice dripping with killing intent. "Stop trying to get yourself killed. I'll give you a taste of my power." Suddenly, the man's legs twisted at an unnatural angle, revealing a horrific fracture. His foot then snapped clean off from the ankle, as if the joint had been brutally shattered. He roared in a furious rage. "Just lie down and die." But before he could finish his threat, his head dropped with a thud, rolling across the ground like an uncontrolled ball. Min Dung lowered his head and muttered, "Insect mode targets the body's most vulnerable joints and completely destroys them. No matter how much you boast about your strength, in the end, you're still just a bug. When modern technology gets involved, taking you down is over in a flash." He looked up, his face beaded with sweat, a triumphant look in his eyes. Never underestimate humans. The arrival of Genren. High in the sky, a hummingbird circled, gazing down at the desolate, dust-covered scene below. It remained silent, its eyes fixed on the ground, its solemn expression cloaked in deep thought. After a brief moment of hesitation, it suddenly released the container dangling from its talons. The massive, heavy object plummeted through the air, spinning wildly as the wind shrieked around it. It slammed into the earth, shattering into a million pieces amidst a cloud of dust. From within the thick, swirling smoke, a pair of legs in faded yellow pants slowly emerged. A face covered in tattoos, with dark, sun-scorched skin, slowly became visible through the dense mist. Minun stepped forward, his eyes filled with doubt. "Is that him? The humanoid you were talking about?" Mindung nodded grimly. "He's on a completely different level." The entire team held their breath, watching the man emerge from the chaos. Minun shifted the sword on his shoulder, scowling. "Idiot, what do you mean a different level?" He squinted, focusing on the tattoo on the man's back, and hissed through his teeth. "The Black Assassins of the Heavenly Insect. He's the third pillar." This powerful, tattooed man with sun-scorched skin was Genren. He clenched his fists, staring down Mindung's team of 4. Sehai frowned in disbelief. "So that's really him?" He furrowed his brow, veins pulsing as the tattoos on his cheeks twitched with every breath. He instantly recognized them as members of Hagen's faction, the third pillar. Flying above, Jaein was horrified. "Look at that physique. And he hasn't even transformed yet, right?" Minun glanced up. "Hey, try not to stand there with your mouth hanging open." A contemptuous smirk spread across his face. "Today, we're going to show them what we're really made of. The damn Black Assassins, even a swarm of ladybugs could take them down." Ji glanced down from the side, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Maybe if you were the Supreme One." "Getting scared, are we?" Minun jabbed a thumb at his own chest and laughed. "Scared? Why would I be scared? Do you know who you're talking to? You're right. I've fought Hagen before. We can win this." Mindung tightened his grip on his weapon, saying nothing as he turned to his comrades. Then, he gave a sharp, decisive nod the signal. Jian's words still echoed in his mind. Instantly, the collars on the entire team began to glow, activating their transformation mode. Jian transformed first, her body morphing into a powerful insectoid form. Beside her, Seihi immediately began his own transformation. His entire body was enveloped in gleaming green armor. Minun just smirked, his face a mask of pure confidence. The transformation process began, restoring them to their full power. Jae-in and Seihe completed their metamorphosis. One became a silkworm moth, the other a dragonfly. As for Minun, he returned to his ultimate form, unleashing 100% of his explosive power 30 minutes earlier. As warning alarms blared, footsteps echoed through the halls. Everyone was scrambling, rushing to their posts. Mindung and Jae-in led the charge, racing forward like arrows. Just then, Minun appeared, only to stop short. Vic and Dr. Burr were blocking his path. Minun tilted his head. "What are you two trying to do?" His expression soured when they didn't move aside. "Get out of our way." Vic remained silent, looking as if he wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. Seeing his hesitation, Minun's brow furrowed in annoyance. "You got something to say or what? If we don't deploy now, we're in big trouble." Vic finally spoke up. "Owen, Jolly, and Min. The three captains have already been deployed. Furthermore, Captain Roy and Captain Min have refused your assistance." Ji-in stared blankly. "What are you talking about, model?" Min Dung blocked their path. "Refuse? Are you trying to get yourselves killed?" He stood his ground, his gaze unwavering. "The three captains can't handle them alone. One of them radiates an immense power. Let us go." Vic's voice was heavy. "From what I saw during Dark Reaper's last operation, even if you had been there, the outcome would have been the same." Jae-in's brow furrowed in suspicion. "So you want us to just sit here?" Vic shook his head. "No, that's not it." Vic's expression turned serious as he called for Dr. Burr. The doctor nodded, pulling a remote from his pocket, the very device used to disable their team. Mindung quickly raised a hand to stop Jae-in, but as for Minun, his hackles were raised. "What's that, old man? Looks pretty suspicious. You press that button, and you'll regret it." Instantly, the collars on their necks began to beep. Minun tensed up. Is it going to detonate? But the next announcement left them stunned. "Limiters disengaged," Vic explained. "During our last meeting, after hearing what you said, Minun, I came to understand a few things. We made a mistake in our judgment." He bowed his head, his voice sincere. "On behalf of B. Reaper, I apologize. Please, help us protect humanity and this shelter." Hearing this, the entire squad froze, as if someone had just hit the pause button. Min Zoon casually jogged past, patting the director's shoulder. "Don't worry, director. Just leave them to us." Sahi, however, was a nervous wreck. "Am I going to be okay?" Having our limiters suddenly removed. Jane ran ahead, reassuring him, "Don't worry. If anything happens, we've got your back." Dr. Becker raised a hand, stopping Min Sung. "Min Sung, wait a moment." Dr. Becker quickly pressed a small item into Min Sung's hand. "This is for you." Min Sung glanced down at the object, his brows slightly furrowed. "What is this?" The doctor cut him off. "I'll explain over the comms later. You need to go." As he rushed past, Becker's voice was filled with trust. "Protect the other members for me." Without looking back, Min Sung gave a sharp reply. "Understood." The battle at the city wall began. Jen Ren let out a furious roar, sending a violent tremor through the ground. Jane was instantly on guard, shouting a warning. "He's coming." Minun charged forward, taking the lead. "I'll go first." But in that instant, something unexpected happened, stopping all three of them in their tracks. Min Sung shot forward like a blur, swinging his weapon straight for the enemy's neck at blinding speed. Minun was frozen, his eyes wide with shock. He gritted his teeth, a chilling killing intent radiating from him. The blade was a breath away from Jen Ren's neck, yet the man didn't even flinch. Min Sung poured more power into his attack, the sharp blade slicing towards its target. But in that split second, a shield suddenly materialized, blocking the path and startling him. Jen Ren had fully transformed into his insectoid state, using his steel-hard pincers to effortlessly block the blow. Before Min Sung could even react, he swung an arm, unleashing a thunderous counterattack. A powerful shockwave sent Min Sung flying. He clenched his jaw, letting out a pained groan. Minun dashed in just in time, catching Min Sung from behind. Minun questioned him. "What's the big rush?" Min Sung angrily shoved his hand away. "Let go of me." From above, Jine shouted a warning. "He's about to unleash his power." Sahi immediately raised his gun, aimed at Jen Ren, and opened fire with a relentless barrage. Jane didn't hold back either, using her threads to trap the opponent's feet before launching herself into a devastating kick. While firing, Sahi wondered aloud, "But why is he so suspiciously calm?" Jane confirmed his thoughts. "I know. It's like he's just a mindless, roaring beast." Suddenly, two vicious shockwaves shot out from the thick smoke, tearing through the air, aimed directly at Sahi and Jane. A deafening explosion ripped through the sky, sending out powerful shockwaves. As the dust settled, a golden pincer lined with sharp, dark red spikes was revealed. Jen Ren stood there, now fully transformed into the insectoid creature. "Sha Fi Jiaun." Minun screamed in panic, "A Dark Reaper." But in that very moment, two aggressive beams of light shot down from above, piercing through the smoke. Sahi barely managed to dodge, sighing in relief. That was too close. Jane nodded. Before, that would have been a fatal hit. Minun glanced over at Min Zong with a confused look. Huh? What's with that face? Aren't you happy the team is safe? He didn't stop there, continuing to taunt him. You must be regretting that reckless move you pulled earlier, the one that put the whole team at risk. Min Zong raised his weapon defensively. Stop talking nonsense and get ready to fight. Min Zong casually walked away, still muttering under his breath. Yeah, I'll take care of the rest. Our leader can just hide somewhere and watch. Minun crouched, getting ready to launch, then glanced back at Min Sung with a provocative smirk. Now watch closely and see how strong we are without any restraints. With that, he shot off the ground. Min Zung stood motionless, watching him go, his teeth grinding audibly. His fingers tightened around his weapon, his lips a thin line. Damn it, blood wind form. Through the swirling dust, Xia Fei Zhao's round, pink eyes gleamed. He slowly drew his arm back, his muscles pulsing as he gathered a terrifying amount of killing intent. Then, he whipped his arm forward with all his might. A wave of explosive force erupted, blasting Sahi's wings and making him scream out. My wings. Jane gave him a doubtful look. It just grazed you. Sahi yelled as he flew erratically. Jane, cover me from behind. Hearing his plea, she shot out her threads, wrapping them tightly around his leg. All right, now let's do this. The two dodged and weaved, perfectly synchronized. Sahi's blue armor shattered again and again, triggering its second phase deployment. The old layer peeled away, revealing a crimson body beneath. He had molted, now clad in his new S-Class Bloodwind armor. Sahi aimed his weaponized arm at the enemy and opened fire. A stream of metallic slugs tore through the air, blocking Jen Ren's advance. A blinding halo of light exploded across the sky. A deafening impact shattered the ground. From the dust and smoke, Xia Fei Jaxo's massive form lunged forward. A chilling hiss that made their skin crawl ripped through the air as it shot past Sahi. Sahi stood frozen, stunned into inaction. Jane launched herself forward. Seeing the creature's jaws clamped on Sahi's arm, she unleashed her second release. Molting, the dance of wild silk. Her cold steel descended like a bolt of lightning. With a perfect counter, she severed Xia Fei Jaxo's leg, sending a spray of blood into the air that made Jane shudder. But the monster didn't even flinch. It immediately sank its fangs into her body and slammed her into the earth, sending rocks and debris flying. Xia Fei Jaxo then rocketed high into the sky. Jane screamed a warning. Watch out. The monster was hurtling straight for the two of them, still suspended in midair. Its massive hand clamped over Sahi's face, dragging Jane along with him, before hurling them both like ragdolls toward the towering city gate. Electricity from the defensive barrier surged violently through their bodies, making them both cry out in agony. Jane gritted her teeth, enduring the torment. She countered by launching sharp spikes from her hair, piercing the enemy's body to channel the current into it. You damned monster. Yet, it seemed completely unfazed. She screamed for her partner, Sahi. He immediately responded, I know. Sahi unleashed a volley of explosive rounds that blasted Xia Fei Jaxo away, sending its body plunging into the lake below. The Water Strider's stage. The surface of the lake erupted violently from the impact, as a massive, spike-covered arm burst from the water. Xia Fei Jaxo dragged itself ashore, dripping. At that exact moment, a piercing sound echoed from behind. Minun's voice dripped with contempt. Where do you think you're going? You think you can escape that easily? Some fool sprayed water all over the ground. He cheered with sadistic glee. And now, this is my stage. Allow me to begin Phase 2. He crossed his two weapons into an X shape as his colossal pincers spread wide, activating his second release, molting. At the same time, Jane and Sahi broke free from their opponent's grasp and went into a freefall. Min Sung rushed in from a distance, shouting, Dark Reaper. He skidded to a halt, panting heavily, his eyes widening in shock at the chaotic battlefield before him. Seeing them both back in human form, collapsed on the ground, Min Sung stammered, breathless. You guys. Jane wiped a streak of blood from her lips and urgently asked, Sahi, is your arm all right? He shook his head. I'm fine. Jane was the one who was seriously injured. She suddenly spoke up. A startled Min Sung whispered her name, Jane. Lying on the ground, she clutched her stomach and rolled to her side, her voice a faint whisper. What are you even doing here? Jane winced in pain, then dismissed him with an exhausted sigh. Go away. Min Sung's face went pale as he watched her struggle to sit up. What are you doing? Don't move. Jane scoffed through the pain. Your job isn't to play medic for us. She stared at him, her eyes blazing with resolve. You need to fight. It's still alive. Min Sung, you have to kill him. Min Sung hesitated for a moment. But right now, I. Jane raised her scratched and bloody arm, forced a bright smile, and pinched his cheek. You can do this. Because you're you. Min Sung smiled and nodded, accepting his duty without another shred of doubt. In the next instant, he shot off like an arrow, never once looking back. Jane and Sahai stood together, silently watching his retreating form disappear from view. Sahai turned to her anxiously. Is this really okay? In our condition. Jane replied bluntly. Of course it's not okay. He was stunned. Huh? She lowered her voice, deadly serious. It's going to be incredibly difficult, but Min Sung has always managed to overcome. This time will be no different, because he's a hero. He's Dr. Burr's secret weapon. Right then, a voice crackled through his earpiece. Min Sung, do you copy? He replied while on the move. I hear you loud and clear. Dr. Burr instructed. Take out the item I gave you earlier. Min Sung pulled a tiny object from his pocket. From this point on, listen very carefully. The doctor's voice grew heavy, each word laced with hidden meaning. I'm going to explain how to use that. After Dr. Burr rattled off a stream of technical instructions, Min Sung asked doubtfully, with this little thing. The doctor paused, then sighed in confession. I'm sorry for giving it to you untested. I can only hope it performs as my research predicts. Still running, he replied quickly. Understood. Soon, he entered an area shimmering with light reflected from the lakes. Min Sung finally reached his destination, drenched in sweat from the blistering pace. Min Zin's betrayal. Suddenly, a harsh clang echoed out the sharp sound of metal striking metal. He flinched, squinting into the distance. There stood Minnan, radiating an overwhelming aura, yet looking as casual as if he were just out for a stroll. At his feet lay the battered and wounded body of Xiefi Jaxo. He looked up, and upon seeing Min Sung, his eyes widened in feigned surprise. What's this? I thought I told you to go hide somewhere. Minnan burst into a triumphant laugh, his eyes gleaming with wicked delight. Oh well, your timing is perfect. Take a look. I'm the one who took this thing down. He then arrogantly reverted to his human form. Humph. A bunch of pathetic trash. He shoved his hands in his pockets, slowly stepping off the monster's corpse. Or perhaps, I've just become overwhelmingly powerful. How strange. It's been a while since I've gotten to stretch my legs. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly placed a hand on Min Sung's shoulder without any warning. Come on, my friend. Let's head back to headquarters. But before his laughter could fade, Min Sung's blade was at his throat. As cold and sudden as a slap to the face. Min Sung immediately swung his arm, the blade tearing through the air in a single, powerful and decisive arc aimed right at the man. In the next instant, without a second of hesitation, he leaped backward to create a safe distance. Min Jun tilted his head, blood trickling from his neck, the corners of his mouth lifting in a slight, surprised smirk. Hey, what the hell was that for? He brought his blade up defensively, his expression one of annoyed confusion. Min Sung's voice was ice-cold, betraying no emotion and freezing the man in his tracks. Since when were we friends? Genren parasite. Suddenly, from Min Jun's neck, something horrific began to slither out. Damn you, you've got a big mouth. His eyes widened as he watched the creature slowly emerge from his teammate's body. It was clear the damn thing truly thought they were comrades. Min Jun's face was now completely vacant, an empty shell. The one controlling the corpse continued. Am I wrong? That's why I told you to talk less. Min Sung stood in a ready stance, his eyes locked on his enemy without blinking. How did you get inside his body? Who are you? The creature laughed as if watching a terrible circus act. You can't tell just by looking? What an idiot. I thought you would have realized immediately. From the shadows behind Min Jun, a pale white object slowly began to take shape. It looked like a living cord, long and serpentine, twisting through the air just like a snake. And that thing was crawling out of a dried-up cricket corpse. The creature proudly introduced itself. I am the parasite, Hagen, the third pillar, Genren. Giving him no chance to spout any more nonsense, Min Sung gripped his weapon and charged forward like a whirlwind. Genren opened his mouth in a gleeful smile as two sharp blades clamped down on his face. Min Sung didn't hesitate. He launched himself into the air, bringing his blade down hard on the writhing, pale white body. It slithered to the side, dodging like a water snake, its voice dripping with contempt. Don't even dream of it. Then it shrieked and flew past his waist. I won't be taken down that easily. Genren now bore deep red gashes on its body, yet it carried itself with utter arrogance. It hovered in the air with a taunting posture. Why should I hide my wounds? Afraid I'll parasitize you through them. Seizing the moment, it lunged forward, slamming a fist straight into his face. I have no desire for a human body. The only thing I crave is a powerful species. Genren's eyes darted toward the corpse lying nearby. That Sifei Jiak cricket was ridiculously strong, but it was still nothing compared to this thing. That's why I had to invade its body immediately. It's a perfect match for me. Vile and a loudmouth. Genrin slipped back inside Minjun's body. I will use this vessel to wipe out all the humans in the shelter. As soon as it finished speaking, it began to transform. In the blink of an eye, long, hairy spider-like arms burst forth. Minjun's body was now completely under its control. But then, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from that very same mouth. Who told you to disobey me? I told you to hide, so why did you come here? The idiotic Genrin froze in utter confusion. Huh? It sputtered in shock, quickly trying to explain. Hey, that wasn't me just now. It was this guy speaking. The Minjun inside spoke again. You fool, can't you just stay put? After a moment of silence, Min Sung's voice cut through, stopping them both. I don't want to run away anymore, he declared with grim determination. I refuse to be left behind ever again. Raising a hand to his neck, he hesitated for just a second. Min Sung ripped the patch off his skin, his other hand holding Dr. Baker's evolution device. With his resolve set, he plunged the device directly into the scar on his neck without a shred of hesitation. Minjun, still controlled by Genran, was stunned, motionless, his eyes wide with shock. As the item activated, veins bulged across Min Sung's face in agony. His hand tightened around his weapon, continuously absorbing the sinister energy from the blade. In his memory, when Dr. Baker had contacted him, he had asked a question. Mr. Min Sung, have you noticed anything strange when using your insectoid weapon recently? He had answered quickly. Yes, it was during training, right before we deployed. At that moment, a strange energy from the blade entered my skin. It felt like my body was absorbing the power radiating from this weapon. The doctor looked at his double helix data on the system and explained. Actually, after your fight with the scorpion insectoid, I found something suspicious in your test results. It was a large amount of bullet ant DNA. Hearing this, he was stunned into silence. What? The doctor theorized. Perhaps during your previous battle, while you and your brother were fighting, a part of his power was absorbed into your body. That's my guess. Min Sung pressed. What are you trying to say? Dr. Baker, sweating, tried to calm him down. Just calm down and listen to me. Min Sung immediately fell silent, waiting. He continued, I have amplified this power source, and I'm giving it back to you by embedding its data into this device. In other words, this is evolution. The intense surge of energy coursing through his body made him scream in pain. Genren, regaining control, immediately rushed forward, screaming, You bastard! You're not pulling any tricks on me. But as Genren closed the distance, a ferocious aura exploded outwards, blasting him with a powerful shockwave. He was forced to leap backward. After the impact, a thick cloud of dust billowed into the air. Genren turned his head, staring in shock. You absolute bastard. Looking at the strange new form after the transformation, he began to speculate. An insectoid? A shimmering crimson ant radiated powerful sonic waves. Min Sung rose to his feet, clad in brand new armor. He coldly announced the launch of Ant Nest Operation Number 1. Meanwhile, Dai was still inside a containment chamber, her wrists bound tight. She was held by ice-cold shackles. A sudden jolt of electricity shot through her head, making her twitch unconsciously. Every nerve ending fired at once. She shot her eyes open and sat bolt upright. A familiar name, etched deep in her memory, escaped her lips. Mi raised her head high, repeating that name over and over, as if she could sense he was very close. Min Sung. The sharp, metallic clicks of Min Sung's feet echoed across the ground. Genren rested his weapon on his shoulder. A look of amusement spread across his face. His eyes widened, watching Min Sung's every move, but after a long wait, nothing happened. He wondered, why aren't you attacking? Min Sung held his defensive stance, not uttering a single word in response. Genren spun completely around, raising his leg in a theatrical flourish. Then I'll make the first move. It looked like a devastating kick was coming, but instead, two sharp pincers stabbed straight for Min Sung. What happened next, however, completely stunned Genren. Min Sung met the attack head-on. His arm, steady as a rock, blocked the cold, sharp thrust. He gritted his teeth, his hand tightening as if to crush his opponent's armor. Now, it's my turn. The moment he finished speaking, he threw a powerful punch that sent Genren flying backward. The man corrected his posture, crossing his weapons over his chest with a gleeful laugh. Min Sung could feel every ounce of energy flowing through his body. So this is my new power? Without wasting a second, he shot forward like a bullet, leaving nothing but a red streak in the air. His entire body, powered by a mighty fist, rocketed toward Genren, but his opponent was no pushover. He instantly accelerated, launching himself forward with savage intent. The two fighters tore past each other, creating a dry crackle of an explosion. Then silence, as if no blow was ever struck. Not a word was said. Each fighter watched the other over his shoulder, wary of a counterattack. As if by some unspoken agreement, they both charged in again. Their immense pressure shook the very ground beneath them. Genren swung his blade, but Min Sung dodged and unleashed a flurry of counterattacks. The two were locked in a fierce, brutal exchange. With a horizontal slash, the blade sent a piece of Min Sung's shoulder armor flying. Min Sung answered with a powerful punch of his own. The vortex of force from his fist blew away half of Genren's hair. They both retreated, eyes locked, their fighting spirit blazing hotter than ever. The landscape trembled as Genren unleashed his energy. His battle armor awakened, erupting in a torrent of blue flames. He gathered his power, unleashing his ultimate technique and bathing the world in a brilliant azure light. But Min Sung didn't falter. He charged forward like a cyclone, ready for a fight to the death. A clean, sharp cut whistled through the air, piercing the defensive line. Genren roared like a madman as he lunged. "You arrogant punk!" His eyes darted around, and he was shocked to find Min Sung fighting with only his bare fists. His own sword had been knocked from his hand. Now, floating in midair, he swatted it away, his mind filled with doubt. What in the world is going on? His gaze hardened for a moment, then dissolved into confusion. More importantly, the host's memories contained no information about Min Sung's new form or these skills. Genren clenched his jaw, tightening his grip on his weapon. He's not an ally, and he's not an insectoid. So what the hell is he? This useless host. Across from him, Min Sung had already gathered his power and launched a punch from behind. A thunderous boom echoed as the strike slammed into the steel blade. The impact bent his weapon as if it were about to snap. Pressing his advantage, Min Sung closed the distance. Genren thought to himself, I have no choice. I have to. A sinister smile spread across his face. I'll just have to take him over. He leaped back to dodge, but Min Sung still managed to slice his leg. Min Sung spun, his feet sliding across the ground before he launched himself forward again. He left a trail of torn air in his wake. He was startled as countless tentacles shot out, surrounding him from all sides. Yet he didn't stop, instead weaving through them with carefully calculated movements. Genren stood still, watching him. He then launched another series of writhing tendrils forward. He laughed with excitement. Come on, let me take you over, my friend. The tendrils coiled around his limbs, stopping him mid-air for a split second. But quick as a flash, Min Sung grabbed them and turned the tables. He held one end tight while forcefully throwing the other in the opposite direction. With his hands now free, he immediately shot forward like a blazing red arrow. Genren remained motionless, an indifferent look on his face, not even bothering to move an inch. Without a hint of hesitation, Min Sung clenched his fist and threw a punch straight at his target. But in that very instant, something strange happened that made him freeze. Minun's faint voice called out, trying to warn him. Behind the flag, Genren narrowed his eyes and snarled, "Idiot." Min Sung froze, but before he could react, Genren lunged. His entire body dissolved into parasitic tendrils, burrowing straight into the boy. Min Sung's former body was cast aside, falling to the cold stone like an empty husk. As he collapsed, Genren slithered in, his tendrils worming their way under the armor and deep into his flesh. They even invaded his eye sockets, piercing his nervous system and paralyzing him completely. Genren hissed with glee, victory seemingly in his grasp. His arrogant laughter echoed. This body is mine now. But suddenly, Min Sung's hand twitched. His fingers dug into the burrowing tendrils, and with a violent jerk, he ripped the disgusting creature aside. Genren was yanked free, sent spinning through the air in utter disbelief. Refusing to give up, he righted himself midair. Trying to pull me out of this body? Dream on, kid. Min Sung wasted no time on words, landing a decisive punch square in Genren's body. The blow made him choke, his face twisting in pain. Without losing momentum, he unleashed a relentless barrage of powerful blows. But Genren just laughed mockingly. You blockhead. You think these pathetic tricks can stop me? Instantly, a cold, sharp blade materialized from Min Sung's hand. Genren threw his head back and roared with laughter. You'll never finish me. He couldn't even finish the sentence before his body was neatly diced into pieces. Genren stared in shock at the cross-shaped slashes across his form. What in the world? Min Sung's twin blades had moved like lightning, turning him into perfectly sliced chunks of flesh. He spun around, ending the drawn-out battle, his powerful aura still radiating outwards. The two crimson weapons in his hands thrummed violently in the desolate space. Min Sung lowered his head, his body still. Then, as the wind swept by, his battle form dissolved, returning him to his familiar shape. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground. In the distance, two figures rushed towards him. Sahi and Zane stopped dead in their tracks, stunned. Their gazes were locked on him. They broke into a sprint, shouting his name. Min Sung. Min Sung. Sahi glanced away, spotting Min Sung's motionless form on the ground. Meanwhile, Zane anxiously supported his shoulders. Are you okay? But he unexpectedly uttered words that made her eyes widen. Zine, I saw my mother. A dream about my mom. In his subconscious, Min Sung trudged through a crimson stream. At the end of the path, 5 shimmering crystals loomed before him. His eyes widened as he murmured, "This is an insectoid armor set," revealed inside transparent crystal. He looked up, studying every detail intently. A new power? Just as the thought crossed his mind, his eyes fell upon a strange device held by the figure inside. It radiated a powerful and familiar energy. He recognized it as the power originating from Gam Tran. Min Sung muttered with a distant gaze, "It will become my strength." At that very moment, Jen Ren began to invade his body once more. Tendrils shot out, wrapping around Min Sung's arm, tightening around every single knuckle. His entire body was ensnared in a tangled web of parasitic vines. Min Sung gritted his teeth, fighting back. The parasite. Was I too late to stop it? A searing pain shot through him as Jen Ren burrowed into his eye sockets, causing absolute agony. Just then, a giant pincer descended from the sky. A fire ant materialized, ferociously lunging forward to sever every parasite clinging to him. Jen Ren screamed as he was flung far away, completely immobilized. The fire ant watched him with a silent, somber gaze. Freed from the parasite, Min Sung's body swayed, his breathing ragged. He turned his head and stared in amazement. "You're still here, fire ant." A transformation began, a brown armor set materializing in a hazy light. A glowing red hand rested gently on his shoulder, conveying a wave of silent emotion. Min Sung's eyes shot open in shock as the red ant shell began to crack and dissolve. He looked up, his lips trembling as he whispered, "Mom." The fire ant vanished, replaced by Kijima, to his utter astonishment. Min Sung was frozen, his pupils trembling in disbelief. Finally, he surged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around her. "Mom," he cried out, his voice thick with emotion. Min Sung broke down, sobbing. "It was you. You were protecting me all this time. Thank you, Mom." But she gently pushed him back a little, leaving him slightly confused. Her warm hand rested on his messy hair, Kijima stroking it with gentle affection. He looked up and saw tears streaming down her face. "Mom, why are you crying?" He froze, paralyzed by the sight before him. Her entire body dissolved into a red mist, vanishing as if she had never existed. Min Sung stood there, stunned, a single word escaping his lips. "Mom." The crimson mark on his neck pulsed with a faint light, and then went dark. Recovery at the infirmary. Min Sung's eyes slowly opened as he whispered, "That dream again." He found himself in a medical bed when Sa-hai called out, "Zine." Min Sung is awake. She pushed the door open, holding flowers, and asked cheerfully, "Hey, you're finally up?" He nodded slowly, confused. "But why am I here?" Zane explained that they had to move him when he wouldn't wake up. "You've been unconscious for 3 days. Sa-hai pointed, asking, "Are you all right now? I was so worried about you." She turned and shot back, "I'm the one who told him to fight. Of course I was worried." Min Sung just smiled. "I'm fine, thanks." Just then, a curtain was yanked aside, and an indignant voice boomed through the room. "You kids," the man complained, his face a mask of misery. "You're making me so sad." Jae-in glanced over. "What is it now?" Owen adjusted his glasses, a pained pout on his lips. "You have to worry about me too." Min Sung just stared, bewildered. The man pushed his glasses up, declaring, "I'm your general manager." Min Sung let out a soft ah. Owen rubbed his brow, moaning in his official capacity, "Seeing you all clean up this mess, it makes me so proud. Were you always so pressured, so belittled that you nearly fainted?" Jae-in completely ignored him and asked Min Sung, "Do you need anything?" He nodded. "I'm a little hungry." Owen sputtered, Is anyone listening to me?" Se-hee immediately volunteered, "I'll go find some food." Jae-in cheered him on, telling him to bring everything back. But as he walked down the corridor, Se-hee suddenly froze. He saw Min Sung leaning against a nearby wall. Se-hee asked, "What are you doing out here? Min Sung is awake now. Aren't you going in to see him?" Min Sung just scowled. "So what? Is waking up from a nap something to be proud of?" Se-hee walked past, unable to resist a jab. "You're friends, aren't you? You should go see him." Min Sung's face turned beet red, twitching with humiliation. You damn dragonfly. How did you know?" Se-hee said casually. "I heard you talking in your sleep." Earlier, when Se-hee had visited the injured Min Sung, he witnessed something completely unexpected. Lost in a fever dream, Min Sung had mumbled, "Hey, can I be your friend, you jerk?" Se-hee could barely hold back his laughter as he recounted the story. Min Sung's voice had sounded so desperate. Fueled by pure shame, Min Sung whipped out a weapon from nowhere and chased after a terrified Se-hee. "Get back here. I'm gonna kill you." Se-hee shrieked as he ran for his life. "Wait, aren't your legs still injured?" Meanwhile, Dr. Baker was lost in thought, staring at a large monitor. He gazed at the complex data charts before him, No matter how he ran the calculations, the results were far outside any normal parameters. Something truly special had awakened inside Min-sung's body. He thought to himself with excitement, I have to run some tests the moment he wakes up. Suddenly, the phone on his desk lit up and began to ring insistently. Dr. Baker answered. Yes, this is Baker. Oh, Min-sung, I see. This is perfect timing. He glanced over his shoulder, hesitating for a moment. There's something I need to discuss with you. Beyond the lab's reinforced glass, a shadowy figure was waiting. At that same moment, the clinking of iron chains mixed with a clear, innocent voice. Sir, can you please tell me, where am I? She pressed her face against the glass, her eyes wide with curiosity. Dr. Baker approached with his cane, his gaze analytical. Now, should I really tell you that? The girl pleaded, her voice filled with despair. Please, just let me out of here. A glint flashed across the doctor's glasses, his tone teasing and cruel. Then again, maybe I shouldn't. A secret at the corpse disposal plant. Just outside the city walls, two figures were hard at work. They were busy collecting the remains of the insectoids from the last battle, loading them onto a cart. Broken parts and monstrous carcasses were piled high in one spot. An older worker stretched his back with a groan. My back isn't going to last much longer. I don't know what they do with these monster corpses, but they always make us collect them. He then turned to the young man beside him, scratching his head gratefully. I'm sure glad you're here to help. You look like a scholar, but you're surprisingly strong. A small smile appeared on the young man's lips as he replied. Ah, well, I guess I look weaker than I am. The old man joked. What was your name again? The young man grinned. A smile so wide it could outshine the sun. He answered politely, I'm Shudong. No Shudong. In another part of the city, Noah stood leisurely by a window, holding a cup of hot tea. He let out a long, slow sigh. So lonely. Behind him, cheerful voices chattered away, but none of their concern was for him. Hey, eat this one too. Min-sung, have you ever had combat rations before? Se-hee asked curiously as he offered him a bite. How is it? Is it good? Jae-in jumped in on the fun. Another bite for you. Open wide. Min-sung's mouth was stuffed so full he could only make muffled sounds. All right, that's enough. After a good laugh, Owen pouted, turning to see that Jae-in had already passed out asleep. Se-hee was busy checking his own muscles, while Min-sung was putting his jacket back on. Se-hee was startled when he saw Min-sung getting ready to move. Where are you going? Min-sung glanced back and answered quickly. I'm just going to see Dr. Baker. I'll be right back. Se-hee shot up like a spring. Really? Then I'll go with you. The two walked silently down the long corridor. Se-hee suddenly spoke up, his voice hesitant. Min-sung, there's something I want to ask you. But when they arrived, a sign on Dr. Baker's door read, Away. The door was locked tight. Se-hee shoved his hands in his pockets, disappointed. Where could he be? He almost never leaves his lab. Let's see. Where else would he go? Oh, I know. Maybe we should check that place. An unexpected encounter. The sky in the distance was casting a deep golden glow over the roof of the insectoid corpse disposal center. The roar of machinery filled the air as workers in hazmat suits bustled about. Surrounded by bodies that were not yet cold, their hands moved swiftly, sorting the parts. Se-hee explained, I heard this is where they process materials to create insectoid weapons. I think he might be here. A trolley rolled past them, and Se-hee stepped aside. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Min-sung asked with a hint of worry. Are you okay being in a place like this? Se-hee. He nodded. I'm fine. Suddenly, a voice from behind made them both turn at once. Huh, what was that? A container of freshly collected bodies came to a halt. A staff member announced that Dr. Bose said to leave the designated hybrid corpses here. That's all for today. Everyone can go home. The older worker from before looked puzzled. Just leave them here without sorting them. We're still getting paid the same, right? The other man smiled. Of course. You two can head out. Hearing that, the old worker turned eagerly. Guess I'll go for a drink tonight. But Dong remained frozen, his expression grim as he stared at the pile of bodies. Seeing him rooted to the spot, the older man called out, What's wrong? Let's get going. Min-sung sensed something was off and fixed his gaze on the young man. Hearing his name, Sudong nodded in reply. Yeah, I'm coming. But as he turned to leave, he suddenly froze. Min-sung and Sudong stared at each other so intently that even Sa-hai grew curious. All of a sudden, Min-sung began to stride forward, catching Sa-hai completely by surprise. He calmly walked right up to Sudong. Min-sung closed the distance, his voice as heavy as lead. You! A chilling, murderous aura poured from him. He growled, What do you want? The man blinked innocently. Huh? Is something wrong? Instantly, Min-sung's hand shot out and engulfed the man's face. Without a second thought, he lifted Sudong clean off the ground, his fingers squeezing so hard that veins bulged on the back of his hand. "How dare you bring your kind here?" Min Sung snarled, his teeth clenched tight. The older worker cried out in shock. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Let him go." Sahai also rushed over to intervene. "Min Sung, what has gotten into you? Let go of him." Sudong grabbed his wrist, trying to pry it off. "Let go of me." Unexpectedly, Sudong's grip tightened with bone-crushing force. Min Sung froze, stunned by the searing pain that shot up his arm. His instincts screamed danger. He immediately unleashed his power, violently throwing Sudong into the distance. The old worker watched him fly through the air and yelled, "Sudong." Gritting his teeth, Min Sung charged forward. Sudong lay motionless on the ground, not even twitching. Sahai instantly spread her wings, blocking Min Sung's path. "What is wrong with you?" she yelled. "Don't stop me, that bastard." Suddenly, the man on the ground screamed in protest. "I'm human." Fresh blood began to pour from Sudong's nose and mouth, streaming down his chin. Min Sung stopped dead in his tracks, his entire body frozen solid. He and Sahai stared in disbelief at the pool of blood on the ground. His blood, it's red. A flood of old memories rushed back, visions of that disgusting creature devouring people alive. Back then, Sudong was definitely one of them, a hybrid. Min Sung stood there, completely stunned, until a voice finally broke through. "Min Sung." Sahai looked at him, her voice low with worry. "I don't know what just happened, but you should go back to the dorms first. I'll handle things here." The manager came rushing over frantically. "What happened here?" He went to check on the injured man, asking, "Excuse me, are you okay?" The older worker instantly flew into a rage. "Are you blind? Can't you see what happened and you're still asking?" Sudong turned, his face covered in blood, and mumbled, "Sir, I'm okay." Min Sung remained motionless, completely ignoring the old man's angry shouts. He thought to himself, "But I'm sure I saw him spread his wings, those damned hybrids." Sahai said hurriedly, "I'm so sorry. My apologies. Let me take him to the infirmary." Time crawled by as darkness silently draped itself over the quiet rooftops. The old worker walked slowly down an empty road, still grumbling under his breath. "How did they manage to sneak in here?" Sudong replied quickly, "I'm not sure." The older man glanced at him sideways. "That guy who attacked you, you know him?" He shook his head sadly. "No, sir. You know I have amnesia. I really don't know." The old man waved it off dismissively. "Forget it. He's not worth your time." After a moment, Sudong bowed his head to say goodbye. "Take care on your way home, sir." The man raised a hand and nodded. "Yeah, see you tomorrow." He turned down another path, his footsteps heavy on the deserted street. He muttered as if asking himself, "I wonder who he was. Why?" Sudong stopped, bending over slightly. For what reason? His hand went to his neck as a tightening sensation spread down into his chest. Suddenly, he raked his fingers across his own chest, drawing blood again and again. "Those bastards, they just keep coming after me." He looked up at the sky, his entire body beginning to transform in a fit of rage. "Am I the only one?" A dark path led to a massive gate, surrounded by cold stone pillars. Figures stood atop the tall columns, silently observing a single point in the distance. A blue-haired person sat huddled in a dark corner, listening to an icy voice echo from above. "Well now, you brought the body back all by yourself?" Gongduim trembled in fear as the voice continued. "Speak. Let me see just how pathetic you all are." High on his throne, Kijima sat with his legs crossed, his gaze of pure wrath sweeping below. The terrified insectoid stammered, fighting to keep her composure. I am Gongduim, a subordinate of Lord Sejin, the sixth pillar." San's brow furrowed, his sharp gaze cutting towards her as Doom pressed on with her report. "Myself, along with Jolie of the third pillar and Sen of the second pillar, were defeated by a high-ranking officer from B Reaper. Both of them were killed in action." She trembled, her eyes darting to the empty high pillars. The third pillar, Lord Jen, was also annihilated after revealing his true form. Roy's face went pale, his eyes flashing with disbelief. Hearing this, Ren and San could only stand frozen in shock. Just who could have done this? Gongduim turned her gaze back to Kijima. "The culprit is the one who calls himself number 1 of Operation Ant Hill." At those words, a sudden, mocking laugh echoed through the hall, startling even the dozing tiger at the foot of the throne. Kijima erupted into scornful laughter as swarms of insects poured from behind his stone throne. A cruel smirk played on his lips. "So he still calls himself that, does he? To take down even Jen? He must have found some new method." The swarms of insects converged into shadowy figures around him. What an interesting, arrogant fool. Instantly, they morphed into the form of insectoids. Another group materialized opposite them, their eyes filled with defiance. Kijima snorted in derision. Truly a worthless bunch of trash. They immediately fell into perfect formation, lining up like an honor guard. Kijima praised her with a click of his tongue. Well done. You will be rewarded. Gong Duim asked uncertainly. Lord Kijima? He whispered. From now on, you will become a part of me. Duim froze. Yes. With a single wave of his hand, Kijima gave a curt command. Assemble. The insects instantly obeyed, leaping into the air. As she watched in utter horror, he gave the final order. Devour her for me. An agonizing scream tore through the air as the swarm descended. In less than a breath, her body vanished completely, leaving only a single bracelet to fall to the ground. Kijima's eyes narrowed, seeing that Seijin had saved Duim at the last second. His glare was venomous as he spat out the words. Sixth pillar. Seijin flinched. From above, Roy Kang muttered, That foolish woman. Seijin immediately dropped to her knees, her forehead pressed against the cold stone floor. My deepest apologies, Lord Kijima. This girl is my only subordinate. I will sacrifice one of my own arms if you will please spare her. Kijima stroked his chin, a glint of wicked amusement in his eyes. I have no objections. Then, he gestured to the starving swarm behind him, but it seems the others are not quite so satisfied. Seijin bowed her head lower, pleading, Please, grant me one chance. If I return empty-handed, I swear I will deliver results. I will offer my entire being to you, Lord Kijima. Gong Duim cried out in worry, Lord Seijin. Kijima's excitement was palpable. Excellent. Now that's the spirit. Instantly, a vile, black tendril shot out, wrapping around Seijin's neck and yanking her into the air, ignoring Duim's desperate pleas. Her body was bound from neck to arm, suspended like a puppet in the middle of the hall. Kijima spoke calmly. If I were the one who made such a bold promise and then failed, I would never dare to show my face again. Seijin hesitated, but he cut her off. Whatever the result, you will return here. We'll decide what to do then. You've made your promise. Meanwhile, at the processing station, a crane was hoisting a colossal corpse from the depths as everyone below watched in awe. Shudong gazed upward. I'd never seen an insectoid this massive. An older man, sweating and stunned, replied, Me neither. As the two marveled at the sight, they were unaware of a figure watching them from the shadows. We now return to an earlier time. Outside the steel gate of the control room, Min Sung asked, Who did you say you were looking for? The information panel displayed a name, No Dong, a resident who joined the shelter not long after its completion. Min Sung was suspicious. Are you sure this person is even human? Ren turned, surprised. Huh? Of course they are. There's absolutely no way an insectoid could pass the shelter's entry protocols. The screening process is incredibly strict. The monitor clearly displayed the test results. 100% human. Ren asked curiously, An acquaintance of yours? He gave a brief reply, and she continued. There's a special note in the hospital's examination results. Data indicates severe burns covering the entire body. Subject also has no memories from the past 2 years. Back in the present, Min Sung stared through the barrier, lost in thought. He no longer knew what to believe as he watched Shudong celebrating. Lost in his thoughts, he was broken from his trance by a voice. An insectoid, you say? Dr. Bake was standing beside him, observing the giant monster. This one is both large and powerful. How could we best make use of it? Min Sung was startled. Dr. Bake, where have you been? The doctor turned slowly. I had some business to attend to. Min Sung, how is your evolution progressing? The young man nodded. Yes. Before, the ant swarm would surround and protect my body. But now, after evolving, I feel like I am transforming myself. Dr. Bake closed his eyes, falling into a deep, unnerving silence. Min Sung was taken aback. Is there a problem? The doctor beckoned. Come with me. Min Sung followed him to a rusted iron gate. They both stood still before the pitch-black void that lay beyond it. Dr. Bake remained silent, his gaze lost in the depths. From deep within the dark corridor, strange, faint sounds began to echo. He entered cautiously, his gaze sweeping across the grim room. Without warning, the heavy door slammed shut, making him flinch. He whipped his head around, confusion in his eyes. He froze on the spot, watching as Dr. Bitch methodically locked the heavy door from the inside. Then, the doctor spoke, his voice chillingly soft. Ming Sun, my apologies. A twisted smile spread across his face. I want to witness your evolution with my own 2 eyes. A terrifying realization struck Ming Sun like a bolt of lightning. He spun around, sensing a familiar yet terrifying presence. From the deepest shadows, a blood-curdling screech echoed out. A chilling wind swept through, and a long, coiling tail slithered out from the darkness. Dr. Beck watched, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Show me, he urged, as the massive beast stepped forward. Show me how far you've evolved. A multi-legged creature with a round, glistening pink head revealed itself. Min Sung glanced back toward the pitch-black hallway, the place where Dr. Beck's voice was still echoing. "Show me." The doctor finished his sentence, and from that inky void, the colossal monster lumbered out, step by step. Min Sung's brow furrowed in confusion. "What are you doing? Isn't there another way to test me?" The doctor replied nonchalantly. "What better stage is there than the Insect King's battleground?" Min Sung stared, curious about the creature before him. "What is that insectoid?" Dr. Beck let out a triumphant laugh. "Magnificent," he said, turning to the grotesque beast. With a grin, he introduced it as Janti. Then he slowly added, "The strongest killing-type insectoid. It's almost a waste to use it for a simple test." Min Sung's face twisted in confusion. "I don't understand why there's an insectoid here." The doctor brushed it off. "There's no time to explain." At that very moment, a giant claw shot out like a bolt of lightning. The doctor screamed in alarm. "Here it comes." The creature's long tail slammed against the frozen ground, shaking the entire floor. A deformed arm shot out like an iron whip, lashing violently towards Min Sung. But then, Janti froze for half a second. It seemed confused by an invisible pressure radiating from its opponent. Min Sung stood his ground, catching the blow as his armored hand easily blocked the strike. Dr. Beck smiled with thrilling excitement. Inside Min Sung, a crystal shard began to glow brightly. A new form had been chosen. He recognized the form Min Sung was taking, the evolution of the bullet ant. A gleeful smile spread across the doctor's face. "Min Sung, you're just as magnificent." Standing on the sidelines, he shouted with manic energy. "It's incredibly strong. Show me everything you've got." Fight. A brutal battle and a painful truth. In the next instant, Min Sung swung his arm, deflecting his opponent's sharp limb. The decisive movement created a harsh whistling sound in the air. A thick, viscous liquid covering Janti's pincer launched toward him like a spear, reeking of a foul stench. Min Sung simply tilted his head to the side. The attack scraped against his hard armor with a piercing screech. The blow glanced off in another direction as Dr. Beck's cold voice urged him on. Attack. Min Sung instantly shot from his position, lunging forward without a hint of hesitation. As Janti retracted its arm, a deep crater was left in the ground behind it. It was filled with slime. Immediately after, the giant limb swelled in size before crashing down from above. Min Sung was stunned. His eyes widened as he witnessed the monstrous display before him. Dr. Beck's eyes were wide as well, as he muttered in pure astonishment. From toxins to physical enhancement, the massive arms swung down hard. The ground shook violently, sending debris flying in every direction. However, the giant hand suddenly began to tremble, unable to maintain its force. A deep gash had appeared on it from out of nowhere. Just then, a razor-sharp claw extended like a vertical spearhead. Min Sung had used it to deliver a devastating horizontal slash. Right at the exact moment the blow was about to land, Janti shrieked in agony as thick blood spewed from the wound. Min Sung landed lightly, observing his opponent, who was staggering back and sputtering in pain. As expected, he thought, "It's incredibly strong." But based on its movements so far, Min Sung realized it was far too clumsy. He raised his weaponized arm. "One more hit should be enough to take it down," Min Sung told himself. The thought barely formed before he shot forward with all his strength. His blade was just inches from its target when the creature suddenly let out a raspy, guttural sound. Min Sung. He never expected to hear his own name come from that monstrous mouth. He instantly changed his trajectory, swinging his blade through the air. He avoided a direct hit by a hair's breadth. The force of his attack shattered the wall behind him, leaving a massive hole. Facing Min Sung's resistance, Janti cautiously retreated, keeping a safe distance. Dr. Beck stared, stammering in disbelief at what he just saw. "Huh, Min Sung, did you miss on purpose? Why?" He continued to ramble. "That was the perfect chance to see the bullet ant's venom. Do it again." Before he could finish, a sharp flash of light shot past him, forcing him to duck in a panic. The steel door behind him was sliced in two, making his eyes bulge. Min Sung roared, "Shut up." His voice was filled with fury. "What did you do to Adi?" Sweat poured down Dr. Beck's forehead. It was over. He'd been found out. Min Sung's blood boiled as he bellowed like thunder. "You wretched old man." But before he could charge, Janti unleashed a devastating blow. Min Sung took the full force of the attack. His body was sent flying like a cannonball, his back slamming hard into the wall. He created a massive crater as a cloud of dust billowed up. He slid down into a sitting position as Janti roared and charged forward. The ground trembled beneath its furious footsteps. The creature rushed toward him, calling his name amidst the chaotic echoes. Min Sung lifted his head and saw the faint image of Adi behind the monster's shell. But instead of a warm embrace, he was met with a fist. A vicious blow shatters the mask he wears. Dr. Beck gasps in pure shock. "Mingxiang." And yet, the boy doesn't even flinch. He endures every single attack, offering absolutely no resistance. Horrified, the doctor screams in terror, "Why are you just standing there? You'll actually die at this rate. Is this how you choose to defy me?" Mingxiang offers no reply, only a cold, furious glare. Dr. Beck's mind reels in confusion. That look, it's like he's blaming this old man for everything. Is he trying to use his own death to make me feel regret? Watching Mingxiang get beaten to a pulp, he mutters regretfully, "The 100 Reapers are my strongest army, my life's greatest research. This can't happen." Pulling a controller from his pocket, he silently admits that his own curiosity made him wonder what Adi would become as an insectoid. After waking up, Adi had become more docile, but her insectoid index kept dropping, forcing him to amplify it with the device. Just then, Janti raises both hands for the finishing blow, her voice still chanting Mingxiang's name. The doctor screams out at once, "Forgive me." Janti's body instantly freezes in midair, completely still. He was the one who hit the button to cancel the experiment. He bows his head without another word, as a heavy silence fills the suffocating room. Mingxiang, his body torn and battered, just sits in silence. Then, a desperate voice calls out to him. Adi has returned to her human form, pieces of her armor flaking away. Her eyes are brimming with tears. "Mingxiang, are you okay?" Mingxiang gives a slight nod, his gaze softening just a little in response. He slumps against the cold wall, his voice steady as he tries to reassure her. "Adi, you're okay." Later, at the research facility on a far from peaceful day, a surprise conversation echoes through the control room. "Just a warning?" Jay exclaims in disbelief. "It's a miracle that crazy old geezer didn't die at your hands." But Mingxiang replies calmly, "Regardless, he's someone we need." At that moment, Dr. Beck is impatiently banging on his cell door, demanding, "Let me back to my research lab. I still have so much to do." But a guard simply calls back from the outside. "You're staying here for the time being. Those are Chairman Vai's orders." Back in the research area, a clinician's robotic voice announces the start of personality test number 2. Ji In stares intently at the monitor, observing. Let's forget about that old man for a minute. On the other side of the glass, Ah Dai is being questioned. The researcher asks what food she wants to eat most. Ah Di answers softly, "Hot pot." Outside, Jie In asks Mingxiang, "So what's the plan for Ah Di?" Inside, the researcher continues, "Who is the person you want to see most right now?" Adi replies without a second of hesitation, "My little sister." The young woman has no clue she's being watched. Jane asks worriedly, "Is she going to join the Dark Reapers?" Mingxiang doesn't have a clear answer. "We'll have to wait and see." Ah Dai still can't fully control her instincts. If she runs into Sahi or Sudong, people she clashed with in the past, it could trigger something. Hearing this, Jay hesitates, then will need to reconsider. A new thought surfaces. Sudong's secret. Jie suddenly remembers something. "I just ran into Sudong." This sparks Mingxiang's curiosity. And how did that go? Ji recalls bumping into Sudong in the hallway. It seems like he really has lost his memory. At the time, I faked being hurt, clutching my arm and groaning. He immediately started panicking, apologizing over and over. I'm so sorry." According to Jae-in, Sudong showed no sign of recognizing her. "I was the one who bumped into him first, but he was the one freaking out and saying sorry. Then I saw the old guy from Insectoid Disposal ask why his face was beet red, which just made Sudong even more flustered." "It is not." Ji-in laughs. He was blushing because he met a beauty. The kid clearly has good taste. Her expression, however, quickly turns serious again. Let's assume he really does have amnesia. The real question is, what human ability is he using to survive here, right? If you ask me, he's the one who really needs to be locked up in the doctor's lab. The scene cuts. Instincts awaken. The sun begins its descent, casting the last warm light of day behind the shelter's thick, imposing walls. Sudong struggles to drag a cart loaded with insectoid corpses to the disposal site. The moment he arrives, the pile of bodies tumbles down into a massive pit. Sudong just stands there, staring down at the monster carcasses. A strange urge rises from deep within him, forcing him to swallow hard, unable to look away. Just as Sudong reaches out to grab one of the dead creature's hands, his older colleague calls out sharply, "Sudong, what are you doing? Let's get going." Sudong quickly turns and says, "Yes, sir. You can go on ahead." But the man disagrees. "Why would I do that? We're going the same way. Let's get some dinner, then we'll head home." Sudong has no other choice but to agree. Okay. Night has fallen. At a small diner, Sudong lifts his bowl and practically inhales the contents. Seeing his huge appetite, the old man smiles cheerfully. "You really know how to eat, Sudong." Just watching you makes me feel full. Here, have another bowl. The old man is a bit surprised when Sudong suddenly complains, "Hey, old man, this is so frustrating. It's like this every single time." Sudong grins and asks, "Why didn't you just order 2 bowls to begin with? Make it a special," the old man laughed. "You got it, kid. Eat as much as you want." And so they feasted until the restaurant finally closed for the night. Sudong bowed his head. "Thank you so much for the meal, sir. Get home safe." But the moment the old man's silhouette vanished, Sudong froze in his tracks. His eyes darted around cautiously, scanning the empty street behind him. Once he confirmed he was alone, in a flash, Sudong vanished from the spot. He sprinted towards the edge of the city, a desperate hunger driving him forward. He couldn't hold back any longer. 10 bowls of rice and soup hadn't even made a dent. Soon, he reached a towering partition wall. Overwhelmed by an intense craving, he muttered, "I'm starving. I have to eat right now." Like a man possessed, Sudong began tearing at the wall. "That thing. I have to eat it. I need it." In a mere instant, a gaping hole appeared in the thick barricade, leading straight outside the city walls. Not far off, in a desolate clearing, Sudong savagely devoured something. He chomped down on the corpse of a bug human and praised it with delight. "So damn good. Since when did I start liking this stuff?" A wave of satisfaction washed over him as the hunger finally subsided. "Ever since I started working corpse disposal, I've been craving this taste constantly. It's amazing I held out for so long." Suddenly, rage flared inside him as he recalled the morning's events. If it wasn't for that bitch. He remembered the moment he accidentally ran into Shin. Back then, his older coworker had asked him, "Do you know who that is? Your face is completely red." But the truth was, when Sudong saw Shin, the only thought in his head was, "She looks delicious." After gorging himself, he lay on the ground, using a bug human's hand as a toothpick. His stomach was full, the craving finally satisfied. It was only an electro-fried bug human, but it still tasted amazing. Then Sudong wondered to himself, just how much better would a fresh one taste? The meeting on the field of corpses. "Was it you?" A sudden voice startled Sudong. Anjuni approached, her gaze fixed on the hole in the wall. "Did you make that hole?" Utterly terrified, Sudong threw the bug human hand he was holding and screamed, "Who's there?" Anjuni looked skeptical. "No." She tilted her head and asked, "Are you a bug human?" Sudong stammered out of denial. No, I'm human. I didn't make that hole. I work at the shelter. I just fell asleep here. I was about to head back when." Anjuni calmly cut him off. "Don't worry. I'm a bug human, too." Sudong was even more stunned. Seeing his reaction, Anjuni grew puzzled. Is that supposed to be scarier? Sudong trembled, only one thought racing through his mind. "I'm so dead. Why would I run into a bug human outside the shelter?" Anjuni stepped closer. "Don't be afraid. I'm not going to eat you." Before she could finish, Sudong snapped, "Stay back." Driven by pure desperation, he lunged at her. "Don't come any closer." But Anjuni effortlessly blocked his attack using strands of her red hair. "You're the one who should watch out." Only then did Sudong realize he had completely lost control. "Oh crap, what have I done?" He stared in shock at his own transformed arm. Anjuni gave him no time to react and sent him flying with a single whip of her hair. Sudong panicked and begged for his life. "I'm sorry. My hand just swells up like this sometimes. I wasn't trying to pick a fight, I swear. Please spare me." Hearing this, Anjuni's hair bristled with annoyance. "I told you I'm not going to eat you." Seeing her reaction, Sudong pleaded, "Then please, call off that ferocious thing." Anjuni slowly retracted her hair and said, "I just wanted to thank whoever made that hole." Sudong asked again, confused. "Thank them?" Chapter: The Azure Nightmare and the Rise of Chaos. Anjuni stared intently at Sudong's arms, speculating, "With that kind of power, could you be a member of the Dark Reaper?" The question left him completely bewildered. Anjuni took out her signal device and explained, "Someone from the Dark Reaper was supposed to meet me here. Are you an acquaintance of theirs?" But when she turned back, Sudong was already gone. She sighed. "I guess he wasn't who I was waiting for." Just then, another figure arrived. Sai-A landed gracefully and spoke up. "Sorry I'm late. I had to patrol the opposite side." "It's all right," Anjuni replied. "I just got here myself." Sai-A then got straight to the point. "What are your thoughts on my earlier proposal? About protecting the humans?" She responded immediately. "Yes, I'd like to give it a try." Hearing Anjuni agree to join the Dark Reaper, Sai was overjoyed. "Really?" he continued excitedly. "In that case, I have a favor to ask." While the two of them spoke on one side of the wall, they were completely unaware that Sudong was hiding nearby. He was sweating bullets, thinking to himself, that was way too close. So the Dark Reaper squad even has secret meetings outside the shelter now. Just then, a strange blue speck of light appeared before him. Staring at the glowing dot resting in his palm, he was completely confused. What is this? High above, a giant blue butterfly soared through the sky, continuously scattering that same eerie light down to the ground. Shudong stood there, dazed, watching the shimmering blue lights rain down from above. He looked up, squinting in disbelief. A butterfly, madness within the shelter. In another part of the shelter, a citizen was running for their life, screaming, "Help me!" Their desperate cries echoed through the area, screaming in pure despair. The bugmen are here. They're here. In his mind, a grotesque monster was taking shape. It was shrieking, chasing right behind him, sending the man into a deeper panic. "Help me!" The patrol officer, giving chase, was completely baffled, yelling, "Hey, what the hell is going on here?" Nearby, another man was, relentlessly beating someone on the ground with a baseball bat. He swung with all his might, cursing with every blow. "Die, die, you damn bug." The patrol officer's horror grew as he witnessed the scene. In his eyes, a monstrous bugman was viciously crushing an innocent citizen's head. A young woman, not yet hypnotized, stared at the chaos in disbelief. She screamed, "Hey, why are you doing that?" The officer, bearing the emblem of the 100 Reapers, immediately radioed his superior. "This is shelter number 2. We spotted bugmen during our patrol." By now, the officer was completely mesmerized by the strange green powder. He aimed his gun at the citizen and declared coldly, "I have to eliminate it now." The city streets descended into utter chaos. A house was suddenly torn apart, sending the women nearby into a terrified frenzy. Just then, Min Jun appeared, his voice booming with authority. "What are you doing in front of someone else's house?" The 100 Reapers officer spun around, startled. "You're..." He suddenly recognized Min Jun of the Dark Reapers. Min Jun stood protectively in front of the girl, repeating sternly, "I asked you what the hell you think you're doing." The officer, his eyes glowing from the hypnosis, shot back, "I should be the one asking you that. Can't you see? The bugman behind you?" Just as he was about to fire, Min Jun struck like lightning, knocking him out cold with a single blow. He was out instantly. Min Jun sighed, looking around at the madness. What in the world is going on? He stood in the street, watching, the brawl between two men swinging bats wildly. Are these lunatics all insane? Bugmen? What bugmen? The control room was tense. Inside the monitoring station, V was stunned by the violent riots erupting all over the city. 94 casualties. Why are the citizens killing each other? She demanded. It's not just the citizens, Jenna reported urgently. Members of the 100 Reapers are attacking each other. 2. V pressed him. Have you found the cause yet? His colleague responded. All incidents originated from outside. We suspect it's caused by a green powder falling from the sky. We've currently restricted all residents from going outdoors. Captain Min and the Dark Reapers are already on site investigating. The more V heard, the angrier she became. How could this happen without a direct attack? The bugmen were getting stronger and craftier. The piercing sound of an alarm blared continuously with an announcement. All residents are ordered to remain indoors. I repeat, do not go outside. At Sahi's house, his mother was frantic. I've locked all the doors. I don't understand what's happening out there. His father couldn't hide his concern either, wondering if Sahi was all right. Meanwhile, outside the city, Anjani was still asking questions. Fight? She replied, yes. To protect humans? She was confused. But fight who? He simply smiled and waved his hand. I'm not saying you have to fight right now. Controlling your bugman instincts isn't easy. I mean, you have to learn to control those instincts and fight to protect people. Can you do that? Anjani, without a second thought, replied, yes. Just then, they both heard the city's alarm bells ringing in the distance. Sahi was puzzled. What's going on? Anjani urged him, you should go check it out. Sahi nodded. Okay, I'll go on ahead. The moment he spoke, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Sahi was shocked. The ground is shaking. Is it an earthquake? Anjani suddenly spotted something rushing towards them from the horizon. Although they couldn't see the enemy, they felt an immense pressure rocketing in their direction. In the sky, the aerial patrol was underway. Jean, soaring above, was observing the situation. Where's Sahi? His movement speed is much better, Min replied, arrogantly over the comms. Don't worry, I'm stronger than that piece of scrap metal. She just scoffed. You've got a big mouth. Jean, flying ahead, suddenly asked, see anything? Where is this powder coming from? Min denied it. I don't sense anything at all. Hearing that, she sneered, seriously, and here I thought you were so skilled. At that exact moment, on Min's radar, the heat signatures of 2 unknown objects appeared. He exclaimed, wait a second, I see them. Min couldn't believe what his screen was showing. Two individuals with extremely high heat signatures. Jean looked around, confused. Where? I don't see anything. Min immediately gave an order. Turn right and follow me. Min's machine headed straight for Sejin and Kang Hana. As they approached, Sejin seemed unfazed. She said calmly, "Looks like they've noticed us." Kang Hana, standing beside her, smiled brightly. "Leave things here to me." But before she left, Sejin suddenly called out, "Sister," about that. Kang Han looked back, confused by the question. But Sejin's words were filled with sincerity. "Thank you for healing my arm," she added with deep gratitude. "And for coming here with me." Kang Han glanced at their approaching enemy and urged, "Go, before my clairvoyance wears off." But as they parted, Kang Han couldn't stop the tears from flowing. "Don't you dare get hurt," she pleaded. "You little brat." Sejin felt a bit overwhelmed by her sister's intense worry. "I know," she replied. Just as Min and Jane arrived on the scene, the two sisters said their goodbyes. Min's radar clearly showed the two targets splitting up. One of them was already leaving the original position. In a rush, Min opened fire, trying to chase down the fleeing target. "Trying to run?" he yelled. But then, a blade materialized from thin air, piercing straight through the head of Min's robot. The machine exploded right in front of Jane. A sharp warning echoed. "Don't even think about touching her." Jane thought she recognized the silhouette of Kang Han. The figure perfectly matched a memory from her past. Realizing her identity was exposed, Kang Han admitted it. "That's right. It's me." In another part of the city, Minna knocked a crazed citizen unconscious with one blow, then turned and did the same to another one nearby. He effortlessly broke up the brawl between the mesmerized civilians. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure up ahead. Min Hyung was tying a group of hallucinating people to a telephone pole to stop them from killing each other. Suddenly, Min Hyung noticed Minun's presence as well. But Minun didn't seem to care and just walked past, forcing Min Hyung to quickly chase after him. Min Hyung pulled out a gas mask he had prepared and said, "Inhaling this green powder causes hallucinations. Put this on." Minun's steps suddenly halted when he heard the question. "You want to get hit again?" He was getting incredibly annoyed by Min Hyung's constant nagging. "Are you listening?" Finally, Minun snatched the mask from his hand and yelled, "Fine, I'll wear it." Happy now? Even with the mask on, Min Hyung kept rambling next to him. "Let's just skip the pleasantries. We're friends, after all." Minun bristled with rage and screamed in his ear. That was the parasite talking nonsense. "I don't want to be friends with you. And besides, I'm 3 years older than you." Minun grumbled to himself as he walked, not noticing someone blocking his path. "Damn it, why did I get stuck with this disrespectful punk?" Suddenly, the sharp glint of a sword flashed before his eyes. Min Hyung heard the commotion and turned, only to witness Roy Kang deliver a fatal slash to Minun. Contempt filled the attacker's eyes as he gave a cold command. "Get out of my way, you lowly filth." Meanwhile, Sudong was desperately sprinting along the city wall. He ran, gritting his teeth and screaming internally, Don't look at me." Sudong's eyes revealed he was already deep in a powerful hallucination. He saw the suspicious faces of his friends, which filled him with terror. "Don't look at me like that." Min Young's disappointed gaze appeared before him. Then came a look of bone-chilling hatred, followed by the familiar back of Sejin. It was her cold, distant stare as she suffered a deep wound to the back of her head. The terrifying memory of Sejin's first transformation into an insectoid plunged Sudong into a state of absolute horror. His shoes tore apart as his muscles suddenly and violently contorted. Finally, Sudong completely lost his sanity, transforming into a hideous insectoid and roaring, "Stop looking at me with such hatred." Back at the fight with Roy Kang, the knight noticed the unusual color of Minun's blood on his blade and guessed, an insectoid. Min Young cried out in a panic, "Dr. Minun." He quickly pulled the black ant's dagger from his own body and charged, launching a direct assault on Roy Kang. As he parried the blow, the knight coldly deduced, "You must be the traitors from Dark Creeper." The moment Min Hyung was distracted, another sword appeared, attacking from the side. Min Hyung was stunned as Roy Kang deflected the blade just inches from his face, knocking him backward. By using the friction of his feet, Min Hyung stopped himself from flying further, but the gas mask had been sliced in half. He thought to himself, "He's too strong. Is he from Hexagon?" Roy Kang, the fourth knight of Hexagon, now recognized his opponent. "So, it's you." Observing his face and eyes, he remarked, "The resemblance is uncanny." At this point, Minun was too weak to do anything but watch Min Hyung battle Roy Kang. His insectoid form became more visible in the darkness. Roy Kang declared, "I should use my full power. I will offer your head to my lord." He began to shift into his awakened form, his immense power easily shredding a part of Min Hyung's armor. In the desolate city below, two insectoids faced off in a fierce showdown, an evolved black ant against a shield mantis, each determined to annihilate the other. Meanwhile, in a district ravaged by hallucinatory riots, Seijin descended gracefully, completely unopposed. Just then, a civilian scream pierced the chaos. It's a variant. This only annoyed her. Has the barrier already failed? A squad of Bai Reaper soldiers charged forward. Capture it. We have to protect the civilians. Seijin channeled power through her wings, issuing a challenge. If you think you can, then come and get me. She plunged the soldiers into an even deeper illusion, forcing them to turn on one another as she walked past them, unfazed. Seijin calmly approached the most secure room, flanked by 2 elite guards. Inside, Vic stared intently at the surveillance feed, his hand gripping a strange device. Vic gritted his teeth, desperate for a solution. Suddenly, he heard screams from his men outside, followed by the sharp crack of gunfire. Seijin strolled into the room, completely unscathed. But as she moved to advance, Vic donned a gas mask and leveled a razor-sharp scythe at her throat. So, you're human after all. Vic's eyes narrowed. He knew she was the architect of this chaos. He got straight to the point. You came all this way for me. There has to be a reason. What do you want? Even with the sharp blade against her neck, Seijin offered a faint compliment. Impressive reflexes. But first, there's something you need to understand. A spiritual labyrinth and a battle of wills. Seijin calmly unleashed the power from her wings, catching Vic completely off guard with a hypnotic wave. In the blink of an eye, he was dragged into her personal mindscape. Inside this new reality, Vic's mask and scythe dissolved into thin air, making him suspicious. What is this place? The look in Vic's eyes hardened as Seijin made a bold declaration. From this moment on, everything you are belongs to me. Meanwhile, in the heart of the ruined city, a battle between 2 high-level variants was about to explode. Roy Kang, the shield mantis, concealed his caution behind thick armor, thinking, I can feel the immense power radiating from him. But Ming Sun, the black ant, remained perfectly still, indifferent to his opponent's assessment. He might have looked like any other variant, but the energy he emitted was on another level entirely. Without warning, Ming Sun dropped into a combat stance, the sudden movement startling Roy Kang. Before his foe could react, the black ant exploded forward. He launched into the air for a devastating strike, but Roy Kang countered it with ease. The mantis swung a powerful arm, sending Ming Sun flying backward, but he landed perfectly, stabilizing himself before he could slide too far. Roy Kang charged forward again at full speed, channeling the power of the shield mantis. Ming Xun met the charge head-on. The 2 forces collided violently, unleashing a shockwave that obliterated their surroundings. They stood their ground, perfectly matched in power. Roy Kang suddenly sneered. A sneak attack? That's not your style. Ming Xun answered with another powerful strike, which Roy Kang managed to block. Only then did he retort, is there anything I can't do? Seizing an opening, Ming Xun unleashed a ground-shattering blow, but Roy Kang was quick enough to evade it. He saw right through the attack. So this is the power that took down Jian Ren? A massive pincer materialized from Roy Kang's arm, swatting the black ant's hand away. It spun through the air like a deadly propeller. He boasted, I'm not a pushover like that parasite. The wild card, Sudong, and the truth about Hexon. Roy Kang activated a skill, levitating high above his opponent. Down below, Ming Xun was forced onto the defensive. Seizing the opportunity, he dove down, unleashing a devastating attack. But just as the blow was about to land, a massive, sinewy foot appeared out of nowhere. Before Roy Kang's attack could connect, a gigantic hand snatched Ming Sun by the head. It was Zhu Dong, completely out of control. He charged forward, screaming, Don't look at me. His massive hand clamped down on the black ant's head, and he simply carried him off, fleeing right before Roy Kang's eyes. He stood frozen in disbelief. There's another one? Shaken. Roy Kang quickly departed, leaving only devastation in his wake. Elsewhere, across the vast, dark sky, a sudden explosion of light tore through the air. Jae-in was being relentlessly pursued by a variant from the Ha-Gun clan. Her pursuer laughed mockingly. Getting tired already? I'm just getting warmed up. Fed up with the harassment, Ji-in launched a powerful kick and vanished. But her opponent dodged it with ease. Just then, the female variant noticed the green powder had stopped falling. Did Seijin succeed? Realizing this, she decided it was time to retreat. Get out of my way. I don't have time for this. Jae-in froze, suddenly realizing the attacker was Seijin. The insectoid creature replied, That's right, this is Ha-Gun. She lunged again, but Jae-in swiftly shot out a web, ensnaring her opponent's weapon. Ha-Gun? Hey, what the hell did you do to her? The creature answered coldly, I did nothing. She simply evolved. Get rid of this disgusting insect barrier now. The command only fueled Ji-in's fury. You dare give me orders. You are no match for me. Get lost if you value your life. Wake up. Jae-in's threads tightened like a noose around her opponent's neck, yanking them back for a fatal kick. I'll give you a clean death. But in an instant, all of Jaehyun's movements came to a halt as her enemy spoke. We will become human again. Every muscle in Jaehyun's body seized up. What do you mean by that? The insectoid stared her down, emphasizing each word. That is the reason we came here. The key to becoming human again. It's right here. The clash at the construction site. At a site still under construction, a beam of light shot down from the sky, piercing through the unfinished structures and kicking up a storm of dust. By this point, the armor on Min Sung's body was almost completely destroyed. He cursed under his breath. What the hell is this? Just as he tried to stand, Sudong found him. He grabbed Black Ant by the face with one hand and effortlessly hoisted him into the air. Min Sung's gaze bored into his opponent, which only drove Sudong further into madness. I told you not to look at me with those eyes. At this peak moment of tension, Roy Kang arrived. Surveying the scene, he wondered aloud, isn't he supposed to be your comrade? However, Roy Kang didn't dwell on it for long. He came to a decision. Even that monster was radiating a truly unique energy. I'll just have to deal with you both at once. The moment he finished speaking, Roy Kang unleashed a devastating slash, aimed at both Min Sung and Sudong, the pride of an Avenger. Blessing of Rina. Roy Kang swatted away the incoming short sword and scoffed with disdain. Wasn't that the same guy from before? Min Jun, in his new form, Blessing of Rina, appeared with a pair of brilliant golden greatswords and roared, I'm right here, you bastard. Roy Kang was stunned when he saw the weapon. Forged from the carapace of an elephant stag beetle, he sneered with contempt. How disgusting. I knew humans use insectoids to craft weapons, but I never expected to see an insectoid using one. A weapon made from your own kind. Don't you feel any guilt? This all started 2 days ago, when Sahai brought this item to Min Jun. He was busy reading a book when Sahai timidly presented a black-wrapped bundle and explained, the doctor told me to let you see this. We've all been through so much lately. The moment he saw the 2 swords made from the elephant stag beetle, Min Jun erupted in a furious rage. Damn it, get that cursed thing out of here or I'll kill you. Sahai hesitantly warned him, but without this, won't you be the one to die first? Before she could finish her sentence, he hurled a chained chair at her face and kicked her straight out of a window while screaming, Get out, you bastard. But even as he screamed curses after Sahai had flown away, Min Jun quietly secured the swords at his feet. Back in the present, Min Jun shot back at his opponent. Enough talk. Or would you rather I cut you down and use you for parts? Their 2 swords collided, creating a shower of electric sparks and a violent shockwave that cracked the surrounding walls. While parrying the blow, Min Jun pressed his assault. If you care so much about your own kind, then why did you abandon Red Soat? Roy Kang looked back in confusion. Red Soat? What the hell is that? His ignorance sent Min Jun into a blind fury as he roared. You bastard, remember this. This is the birthplace of the avenging demon, Rina. He charged forward, pouring all of his strength into the attack, determined to crush the enemy before him. The truth about the key to humanity. Meanwhile, Min Sung was still pinned, his face crushed by Sudong's giant hand. Sudong shrieked in a fit of madness. Don't look at me with those eyes. He tried to channel his power into a decisive punch, but Min Sung stopped the blow with a single hand and coldly snarled. Get out of the way. Min Sung gripped his opponent's massive hand tightly, then slammed a devastating blow into Sudong's face, making him howl in agony. In another area, Jae still had the mosquito insectoid trapped within a dense web of her threads. She warned him loudly, Listen here. If you think a few nonsense words will work on me, dream on. You're not getting out of here. However, Jae froze when her opponent stated with conviction, We will become human again. That's why we came here. The key to becoming human again. It's here. An image of Sudong flashed through Jaehyun's mind, and she was paralyzed with shock. She realized the hidden meaning behind his words. At the construction site, Min Sung and Sudong were still locked in a desperate struggle. Min Sung channeled all his power into a flurry of kicks, causing Sudong's colossal body to collapse. In a final moment, Sudong revealed a smaller mouth inside his own, launching a sneak attack. But Min Sung managed to evade it, and he swiftly cut off his opponent's grotesque tongue. Min Sung declared coldly, It's over. No Sudong. As he raised his sword for the final blow, Sudong suddenly shrank back to his original form, collapsed to his knees, and whispered, I'm sorry, you guys. The thunderous noise from Min Jun's fight snapped Min Sung back to reality. Over there, Roy Kang had been utterly defeated. After a powerful horizontal slash from the Blessing of Rina, he was critically injured and lay crumpled on the cold ground. Min Jun looked down at his defeated foe, gave a cold smile, and announced, That's my win. However, he too was completely drained of energy and had to lean on his sword for support amidst the city's ruins. Noticing that the Blessing of Rina was fading, Min Sung, the Black Ant, approached him and wondered if he needed a hand. But Min Jun, He immediately shot back a blunt refusal. Stay out of this. Let me enjoy my victory. The master of the shield mantis, Roy Kang, still stood calmly with his back to them, causing Minun to realize with shock that this monster was only Hagen's fourth pillar. The water spider raised his blade, forged from an elephant stag beetle, and noted that without this weapon, the situation would have been far worse. But he was stunned into silence when Roy Kang replied with chilling calm, "It's not over yet." The power of a second metamorphosis. The two overheard Roy Kang muttering that he hadn't even unleashed his second form. The water spider, Rena, was completely shaken by this revelation. What? The fourth pillar rose silently to his feet, declaring he would show them the true power of metamorphosis. Witnessing the explosion of energy, Minsung again offered to help, but Minun just gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it all." Despite the odds, the water spider stubbornly took a battle stance and warned Minsung, "Don't blame me if you get in my way." Minsung quickly prepared himself and shot back, "I should be the one saying that to you." Meanwhile, Shu Dong began to regain consciousness, groaning as he clutched his heavily injured body. It hurt so much. The sounds of the nearby battle drew his attention, and he recognized Minsung's face. He was about to ask what was happening when a hand suddenly clamped over his mouth. Shu Dong warily turned his head to see the unfamiliar woman. "Who are you?" Kana put a finger to her lips, and in the blink of an eye, they both vanished from the battlefield. The battle officially entered its most brutal phase as Roy Kang completed his second transformation, becoming the sword-shield mantis insectoid. His very bone structure had twisted and reformed to accommodate his power, which had broken past its limits. Minun roared in fury. "Insolent bastard. You think shitting your skin makes you a big shot?" He charged head-on, unleashing the full force of his elephant stag sword. "Don't you dare underestimate my power." But this fight was hopelessly one-sided. Minun unleashed a torrent of blades with his equipment transformation technique, but Roy Kang effortlessly dodged every single strike, infuriating the water spider even more. As he raised both his swords to finish it with a single downward slash, Roy Kang's armor unleashed a powerful counterattack. He remarked coldly, "A puddle trying to challenge the ocean." Roy Kang swung his arm with expert precision. "You are still far too weak." The water spider, Mainen, was thrown completely on the defensive, and only escaped death by a hair's breadth when Minsung grabbed his head and yanked him backward. Minun furiously snapped at him, "You damn bastard, let me go." But Minsung used the momentum from the pull to launch himself into the attack. "I'm here to give him a proper welcome." Together they blocked Roy Kang's next blow, but the immense power behind it sent them both flying. Minsung realized their opponent had grown exponentially stronger. He was on a completely different level than before. Roy Kang instantly closed the distance like a rocket. "Still have time for a chat?" His primary target was Minsung. "You all look down on me too much." Just as the tip of the blade was about to pierce Minsung, Minun appeared in a flash, knocking him backward to save his life. Minsung watched in horror as his comrade's blood sprayed past him, a deep gash carved into his body by Roy Kang's sword. Consumed by pure rage, he charged forward, but Roy Kang unleashed a vicious combo that shattered every single one of Minsung's weapons. He was knocked backward, landing right next to the fallen elephant stag's sword. Minsung heard Roy Kang declare, "I'll send you on your way." He gritted his teeth and swung for his neck with all his might, but the blow had no effect on Roy Kang at all. The villain even mused aloud, as expected of his brother. "But your swordsmanship is just too clumsy." Suddenly, Minun stabbed him from behind, snarling, "You like cheap shots, huh? Let's see how you handle two at once. Now, how about you critique my swordsmanship?" Minun poured every ounce of his strength into the attack, causing a purple fluid to gush from Roy Kang's neck. Minsung joined the coordinated attack. "It's our turn." Together, they both roared, "We'll be the ones to send you off." Cornered, Roy Kang uttered a single cold word, "Zin." A brilliant flash of light erupted, completely engulfing the entire structure. Back at the shelter, the situation was descending into pure chaos. Hypnotized soldiers were rampaging, attacking civilians indiscriminately. Sam reported over the radio, "The hallway to the chairman's office is inaccessible. We're being constantly blocked by the hypnotized soldiers." Owen angrily held back one of the soldiers. "Don't you recognize your general manager? Snap out of it, kid." In the control room, a frantic Geno ordered a subordinate to report on the Dark Reaper team's status, but the answer was grim. "We currently have no contact with Minzung or Dr. Minzun." The disaster at the shelter and her awakening, an officer urgently reported to his superior. Sai is fighting the giant insectoid outside. He transformed into an S-class and is fighting in the form of an ancient dragonfly. Meanwhile, Sei was completely focused, locked in a desperate confrontation. Her opponent was a mysterious insectoid, one unregistered in the Reaper system. That foe was none other than Anjuni. Just as his subordinate was about to report, Jenin noticed Lin speaking with Minzoon and silently signaled him to wait. Lin's voice crackled through the comms. "This is Lin. Is Captain Minsung all right?" Minun's reply was short. "Yeah, he's fine." At the same time, Jenin and his soldiers were evacuating civilians and the injured, getting them out of the hot zone. She reported, "We've broken the hypnosis spell. We've rescued the civilians and are heading to the shelter." Genoa cut in, surprised. What? What are you talking about? Why are you going there?" But after hearing the detailed explanation from the other end, Genoa was completely frozen in shock. "Wait, is that true?" Seeing her hesitation, Jean's patience snapped. "I believe it is. We don't have time for explanations. We need to move, now." Suddenly, piercing alarms began to blare, the deafening sound tearing through the facility, echoing into a room deep within the research labs. The noise stirred Addie from her hospital bed. Her curiosity piqued. She looked around, confused. What's going on? She could sense the chaos outside, but the hallway was completely empty. She rushed to the door, pounding on it. "Hello, what's happening out there?" Without warning, the door swung open, making Addie's blood run cold. She stumbled back, trying to explain. "You're not supposed to open that. I'm classified as a dangerous subject." But the soldier's eyes glinted with a threatening light as he coldly declared, "Target acquired." Addie, completely unaware, tried to cooperate. "Yes, that's me." But he cut her off, leveling his weapon directly at her. His order was chilling. "Terminate on sight." Just as sheer terror consumed Addie, the soldier was suddenly struck down from behind. Dr. Beck roared in fury. "How dare you? You will not touch my precious Ganti." Addie couldn't believe it was him. She stared as the doctor waved urgently. "Get out of here, now." Worried for everyone's safety, Addie hesitated. "No, I can't. The doctor's face twisted with impatience. He roared, "Follow me, now." The final battle and the absorption of power. Elsewhere, in a desolate ruin, Roy Kang stood alone, his body a canvas of gruesome injuries. His sword had been shattered in the last clash. He muttered, his voice laced with venom. "I followed that brat, the sixth pillar, all the way here, only to run straight into you fools." Nearby, Minun had reverted from his Rena state, lying motionless amidst the rubble, covered in wounds. He gazed at the destruction with regret. Is this really how it ends? Minsung, too, was back in his human form, lying deathly still. Roy Kang raised the jagged shard of his sword, intending to eliminate any future threats. "In that case, I'll just take your head back as my prize," he advanced menacingly. But Minsung, despite his weakness, forced his eyes open, his hand closing around a shard of his own broken blade. He thought to himself, is this really the limit of the bullet ant's power? He squeezed the sharp metal, digging it into his palm. Just then, Minun staggered to his feet, his voice full of arrogant defiance. "Hey, am I not even worth your time, you bastard? If you've got the guts, come at me. This isn't over yet." With Roy Kang distracted, Minsung lunged from behind. Roy Kang sensed the attack, spinning with a deadly slash, but Minun was quick enough to duck out of the way. Enraged, he prepared to finish Minun for the cheap sneak attack, but Minun rushed forward, locking his arm in a tight grip. Minun just smirked. "Hey, a win is a win. I'm not afraid to play dirty." Roy Kang roared in frustration. "You damn pests." Seizing the opening, Minsung charged forward and slammed a devastating punch into his gut. Even in agony, Roy Kang sneered at the cheap shot, but Minsung's eyes suddenly blazed with killing intent as he roared, "Jin." Roy Kang knew something was horribly wrong, as his own cyclone technique began to twist his body from the inside out. He stared in horror at Minsung's transformed arm. That arm? How is that possible? Before he could finish, Minsung coldly gripped his face. "By the way, I'll be taking the rest of what's yours." And with his mutated hand, he pierced straight through Roy Kang's body. Minsung let out a frenzied scream as he began to violently absorb his opponent's power. Only then did Roy Kang realize the horrifying truth, but it was far too late. He could vaguely see the silhouette of Kijima overlaying Minsung's form. In a flash, his entire body became ethereal before being completely devoured. After witnessing that unbelievable spectacle, Minun could only look on with caution. Minsung's arms suddenly twisted, transforming into a grotesque shape, a species unknown to man. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain, as a new power raged within his very cells, fighting for control. In the deepest reaches of his consciousness, next to the crystal of the black ant, a new form had appeared. The frozen image of the shield mantis insectoid. This was the consequence of his evolution. Once he regained control and shifted back to his human form, Minsung immediately unleashed his frustration. "Damn it. If you had a trump card like that, why didn't you use it sooner? I should be calling you the Mantis from now on." Seeing Minsung reach out, Minun recoiled in terror. "Enough. Don't you dare touch me." Minsung looked at his own hand blankly and explained, I took a gamble. I just threw myself at it to see what would happen. I never imagined I could absorb not just weapons, but the insectoids themselves. Hearing this, Minun quietly backed away to create a safer distance. Suddenly, Minsung coughed up a huge spray of blood, his body convulsing violently. Seeing Minun's worried face, he weakly replied, "It's raging inside of me." Deep within his mind, Roy was wildly rampaging, trying to break free. This sight filled Minun with even greater dread. He asked frantically, "Hey, are you okay?" Despite the blood still trickling from his mouth, Minsung just smirked nonchalantly. "I'm used to this." Slowly, an ecstatic expression spread across his face, as if he was relishing the agony of something tearing him apart from the inside. He thought to himself, "It's been a while since I've felt this sensation, so it's a bit of a shock." This grotesque display made Minun's face drain of all color. The guy's insane, he thought. How can he be smiling while coughing up blood? Just then, Minun finally noticed the sound echoing all around them. What is that? Why is the warning alarm blaring again? Minun clutched his wounded body, growling through clenched teeth. "Let's move. It's not over yet." But just then, a shadowy figure appeared behind them. They both whipped their heads around as the figure advised, "It would be best if you didn't go anywhere." When he realized who stood before them, Minun's face darkened. That bastard. Minsung was just as stunned to see who it was. The warning siren, which had been blaring incessantly, suddenly cut out without a single warning. A strange sound echoed through the halls, making Jen wonder where it was coming from. Her subordinate reported, "The sound. It's coming from the director's office." Owen and Roy, struggling to carry away unconscious soldiers, also received the message. Black Reaper sent out a broadcast to all members. Meanwhile, T and Sam were already racing toward the source. Vic stood before his desk, speaking into the intercom. With a grim voice, he issued a command to everyone. "Activate Protocol Yodo." On the main screen, an image suddenly flickered to life, an insectoid's head severed clean from its body. Nearby, Seijin stood listening in silence. She watched his every move, her expression unreadable. In a space within his mind, Vic found himself with Seijin in a field of flowers. Bewildered by the dreamscape, he roared, "What is this? What the hell are you doing?" She only responded coldly, emphasizing the protocol for human extinction. In a worst-case scenario, the last resort to protect humanity is to detonate the entire Reaper headquarters. Vic asked, full of suspicion, "How could you possibly know that?" Seijin simply stated, "I read it in your consciousness." She then coldly declared that her plan was to destroy Reaper today. He ground his teeth, trembling with pure rage. "Don't spout such nonsense. I don't give a damn what your plan is. As long as I'm here, that will never happen." Back in the present, fresh blood began to pour from Vic's mouth, shocking even Seijin, who had never anticipated this. The blood streamed down, soaking his chin, and began to drip onto his formal suit. Vic suddenly shot up from his chair and lunged forward, sending a single drop of blood splattering onto the desk. Gripping his scythe tightly, he charged from behind the desk to attack. Seijin was still reeling, shocked that he had escaped her mental world. She quickly unfurled her wings, preparing a counterattack. A red targeting circle rapidly locked onto Vic's face, but he expertly used his scythe to block and shatter the attack. Vic's eyes blazed with fury. He pressed forward, his mouth overflowing with blood as he roared, "I will never let humanity fall." It was then that Seijin realized with a jolt he had bitten his own tongue to break her hypnosis. In an instant, Vic closed the distance and swung his scythe. Seijin couldn't react in time, and the blade ripped through her wing. He gripped his weapon, his killing intent radiating off him as he declared, "I am the embodiment of humanity." Her own battle lust ignited. She unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks at Vic. But no matter how furious her assault, he effortlessly parried every blow. He continued his assault, his scythe carving arcs through the air. Everywhere the scythe passed, Seijin's butterfly wings were shredded to pieces. She looked utterly defeated as Vic landed gracefully behind her. Her eyes slowly went vacant, her body on the verge of collapse. Elsewhere, Adi seemed to sense something was wrong. She stopped in her tracks, staring intently down a nearby corridor. Dr. Baker, carrying a soldier on his back, was completely oblivious to her reaction. He just muttered to himself, "Activate. Yodo." "Right. If that happens, all systems are going offline. We have to move. Now." The doctor, with a heavy heart, finally spoke, his voice strained. "By the way, I need to apologize for what I've done to you. Can you find it in yourself to forgive this old man?" The soldier on his back slowly regained consciousness. Confused, he just gave a half-hearted reply, "Yes, sir." But the person the doctor wanted to speak to was already gone. Adi was now focused, moving toward an unknown destination, guided only by his instincts. A blinding light suddenly erupted inside the room. The floor was a battlefield, littered with a severed wing and a lone scythe. Vic pulled out a small box, shaped like a cigarette case. From inside, he carefully removed a seal he had hidden away. Vi pressed the seal against the emergency symbol. A golden light flared where they made contact. The system recognized the seal, activating the Yodo protocol. But Vi felt no relief, only a heavy dread. "I'm sorry, everyone," he thought, his voice a whisper in his own mind. But his thoughts were not his own. Sejin had complete control. Her voice echoed in his head, cold as ice. "I've done my part as planned. Now, remember your promise." She heard Vi's final, silent apology and sneered. Then, with a single, brutal strike, she sent him to his death. Meanwhile, Jane and the soldiers desperately yelled at the refugees, "Move faster, hurry up." Panic filled the air as the people scrambled to escape, the entire base a ticking time bomb. From a distance, 3 shadowy figures watched the chaos unfold. Minun, still reeling, broke the silence. "Is this really happening?" A stunned Min Sung turned to the silent figure behind them. "Are you sure everything is still okay? I'm talking to you, Chi-dong." But Chi-dong remained silent, his gaze fixed on the destruction, ignoring their desperate calls. Emerging from the flames of the base, Sejin carried Vi's lifeless body, but her escape was not unseen. The cunning Ji watched from the shadows, taking it all in. Sejin never expected to run into her here. Despite the tears welling in her eyes, her gaze hardened, power glinting as she prepared to strike. From his vantage point, Min Sung also saw it. A strange, brilliant flash of light. He stared, bewildered, wondering what it could be. Then, a figure descended from the sky. It was Sejin, carrying an unconscious Ji, flanked by a monstrous mosquito clutching Vi's body. Both Ji and Vi were completely unresponsive. Sejin landed softly on the ground. She gently laid Ji down in a safe spot. Minun stared in shock. "It's the girl from the basement." Min Sung rushed to Ji's side, cradling her head. He glared at Sejin, demanding answers. Bang Sejin. "What happened to Director Victor?" Journeying to the land of symbiosis, Sejin ignored him, her fist clenching tightly. She rose into the air, her voice devoid of emotion. "It's time, let's go." As Chi-dong watched her and her monstrous subordinate fly away with Vi, a grim realization began to dawn on him. Then, he overheard Min Sung muttering to himself, "To think we'd meet again like this." He scooped Ji into his arms, then shot a sharp look at Chi-dong. "You are going to explain everything to me." Just then, a giant grasshopper descended before them. Chi-dong moved to Minun's side, his voice urgent. "For now, just follow my lead." A while later, Ji slowly drifted back to consciousness. Her eyes fluttered open to see Min Sung sitting beside her. She weakly called his name. He immediately looked over as Ji began to speak, her face etched with exhaustion. I dreamed about Sejin." As the grasshopper continued to speed through the air, she looked around in disbelief. Or, am I still dreaming now? From the front, Chi-dong took the lead, calling back to them. "Get ready. We're almost there." Their destination was a vast, barren mountain range. But as they approached, unseen eyes were already tracking their every move. Minun seemed to recognize who was approaching. He quickly alerted the other masters. They have arrived. Suddenly, a massive chasm opened in the earth below. The grasshopper dove straight into the darkness, carrying Minun's group with it. Chi-dong was the first to leap from its back. "We're here," he announced. "Everyone off." Minun followed, complaining as usual. "Ugh, it's so damp." "What's the plan?" "Hiding out in some cave. We're not bugs, you know." They were surrounded by insectoids, all staring with wary eyes. Minun looked up at the cavern's high ceiling and wondered aloud, "What is this place? Some kind of god-forsaken land?" "Don't be ridiculous," someone snapped back. As they walked, Min Sung issued a warning. "Stay alert. There are humans here, but it's mostly insectoids." Ji chirped happily from behind him, "Don't worry, I'm one of them now." A comment that left him completely speechless. Just then, a familiar voice called out. It was Jane, waving enthusiastically. "What took you guys so long? You gotta be punctual, you know." Seeing her, Chi-dong's tense expression finally softened. "Hello, Jane." Jane's attention finally landed on Chi-dong. Well, long time no see." Her greeting was a series of playful kicks as she scolded him. "Long time my foot. You're the one who ghosted me." Chi-dong dodged her attacks, laughing. "Hey, we're seeing each other now, aren't we?" "You need a good smack on the head," she retorted. Min Sung cut in curiously. "Jane, what are you doing here? What about the people from the shelter?" Chi-dong found himself tangled in a mess of silk threads. "All right, kid, let me go." Ignoring him completely, Jane answered Min Sung. "Don't worry about the residents." She recalled leaving the survivors with Shi just minutes before. He had insisted it was fine, especially with their new friend there to help. That's why she was able to follow. Hearing this, Something clicked for Minnan. He pointed at the prisoner. Wait, the new friend you followed. Was it her? An unlikely alliance and the wrath of K. Kang Hana approached, dragging a tightly bound prisoner with a hooded face. Min Sung was completely stunned to see her. He lunged forward, grabbing Kang Hana by the throat. What the hell are you doing here? But she just stared back with an infuriatingly innocent expression. In response to Min Sung's aggression, the surrounding insectoids instantly raised their weapons. Min Sung, stop! Jine and the others cried out in alarm. He stood frozen as a voice demanded they back down, while Min responded by drawing her bow, a clear warning. We're not backing down either. Minnan tried to rush forward, but Chi-dong gripped his shoulder, holding him in place. Hey, are you going to let go? Chi-dong tried to de-escalate. These guys are hotheads, just be patient. Min Sung shot a cold glare over his shoulder. What's going on here? He demanded. But just then, a new figure appeared, ordering everyone to stand down. Allow me to explain. Many of the masters present listened intently as the man made a bold declaration. We want to return to being human. We wish to coexist with humanity. All eyes turned to the one who now introduced his group. We are the symbiotes. Min Sung couldn't hide his shock when the man mentioned his younger brother. Min Tran. Yugon finally revealed his true face, a monstrous butterfly wing sprouting from his back, his sights set on destroying Kijima. Meanwhile, in another location, Sejin had returned to her territory, only to be met by Xian Ho's look of utter disgust. Sejin immediately knelt in reverence, a giant mosquito behind her carrying Vic's body. She quickly gave her report. Lord Kijima, I have successfully destroyed the Breeper headquarters and have returned. Kijima did not hold back his praise. Excellent. A job well done. Vic hung suspended, forced to listen as she introduced him. This is Vic, the director of Breeper. Kijima's eyes widened in recognition, and he roared with fury. I've met him once before. Where did you hide my grandmother to steal her position, you scum? But Vic remained completely silent, even as Kijima erupted in maniacal laughter. How could she possibly have survived that explosion? And here I thought you'd fail. Truly impressive, unlike that useless spy who returned with nothing. Sejin lowered her head. I simply did my best. When Kijima asked why, she replied that she wanted to save her subordinate. She remembered taking the blame back then. It wasn't to protect Gonduim. That was just the perfect excuse. Kijima seemed to understand something. Ah, that's right. You wanted to save your subordinate, didn't you? She quickly looked up, her voice urgent. Yes, that's right. Please, I beg you, spare Gong Diem. But Kijima only offered a chilling smirk. He raised a hand, summoning Gong Duim's tattered soul like a mindless puppet. Now, say hello to your prince. The sight made Sejin's blood boil as she prepared to attack. Kijima, you monster. But before she could move, he grabbed her face and slammed her head into the floor. His voice was pure madness as he issued a warning. Did you really think you could deceive me? These pathetic games won't work. Kijima then destroyed one of Sejin's eyes. She screamed in agony, cursing him. Just die. Suddenly, he froze, realizing something was terribly wrong. A long blade was being drawn from the mosquito's body. Vic leaped down from above, aiming for a clean strike while Kijima was still dazed. Powerful green lightning rained down from above. Vic brought his weapon down hard on Mi-chan's head. The lightning-infused blade slid down his enemy's back. But what shocked Vic to his core was the twisted laugh that followed. Mi-chan could still taunt him. As expected, humans are nothing but idiots. Seeing this, Sejin lunged forward to rescue Lord Kijima, but a powerful force from Xian Ho blocked her path, making it impossible to get any closer. From behind her, Xian Ho's voice was cold. Stand down. Hey, what do you mean by that? She fell silent when she met his gaze. In his eyes, Lord Kijima was someone who could not be easily defeated. Though clearly agitated, Xian Ho restrained himself and told her to stay put and wait. Meanwhile, Mi-chan slowly pulled his fingers from Sejin's ruined eye. Then he coldly declared, I don't know what deal he made with her, but it's completely hopeless. Whether you're human, insectoid, or any other being, no one can destroy me. He then spun around, delivering a devastating blow to Vic's body. As Vic coughed up a spray of blood, he choked out, Is that what you think? He then exhaled a cloud of black smoke directly into Mi-chan's face. Feeling the strange smoke invading his senses, Mi-chan furiously threw Vic away. Vic's entire body slammed hard against the cavern wall. Blood streamed down, but it was Mi-chan who started coughing and cursing. Damn it, you bastards. The insectoids within his body were going haywire, causing him to scream in a maddened rage. He demanded to know what kind of trick Vic had just pulled. From behind, Sejin provided the answer. That is a gas created from the combined poisons of every species that wants to see you fall. We have been planning this for a very long time. Her eyes burned with pure hatred, the one who turned my precious friends into monsters and threatened humanity. You will die. Her words only fueled Mi-chan's rage. He gathered his dark power and roared, "Who do you think you are? You're all just wretched insects." A massive surge of dark energy formed into a monstrous beast and lunged forward. But Vic appeared just in time, shoving her aside and taking the full force of the attack. Sejin burst into tears. Vic tried to comfort her. "Stay calm. You have to keep your promise." Her mind flashed back to that day in the flower field, to the requests Sejin had made. He offered himself as bait, a perfect distraction for Mijin. In that moment, he finally understood her plan and made a calm proposal. "Leave the rest to me. I am a representative of humanity. Though we are enemies, I will do anything for the future of our kind. You must survive and create a better world. Promise me." Back in the present, the black energy completely devoured him. After his body disintegrated entirely, all that remained was a pair of shattered glasses the ant swarm couldn't destroy. Mijin was shocked to see the ants suddenly dying off, wondering if another toxin was hidden inside his body. Sejin gripped his sword, charging toward his opponent. While Mijin was distracted, he was met with the full force of her blade. She quickly grabbed Sejin's head to stop him, then asked, "Do you know the one reason you people can never kill me?" Sejin, lost in absolute despair, screamed back, "I will destroy you." Mijin's voice was cold as ice. "Hoping to become human again? Did you really think I didn't know your pathetic little plans? It's because you chase that foolish hope that you will never be able to kill me. I threw all my hope away long ago. I abandoned my humanity for revenge." Then, with a single flame, she incinerated Sejin. With nothing left before her, Mijin stared at the sky and laughed. A subordinate rushed to her side as she called for Na Hung and gave an order. "Go where the ants lead." When asked if it was their nest, Mijin simply gave a crazed, affirmative smile. "I will go there myself." In a barren, desert-like land, the dawn finally broke. Kang Hannah sat at a lab table, praying, "I hope you return safely." Suddenly, she heard Mijin's voice call out, "Hey, you." He leaned against a rock wall and asked, "I never expected to see you here." Min Jun stepped closer, inquiring what she did after their great leader, Gong Jun, died. "And when the Red faction collapsed, what did you do?" Kang Hannah replied, "Obviously, I took the 50 Nodung larvae and made a run for it." He threw an arm over her shoulder, asking what she was plotting by creating all those fake insectoids. Kang Hannah's reply was chilling. "It's better than a certain someone who sided with the humans in the last battle." Annoyed, Minjun turned away, telling her to be quiet. "I only did that for my own personal revenge." She gently swirled a purple vial and asked, "Our current form and our deployed form, which one do you think is our true self?" He glanced at his reflection and declared, "If we're insectoids, then obviously it's our deployed form. We're just transforming so we can live inside human society." Kang Hannah placed the test tube back on the rack and confirmed he was right. Then she asked a question. "What if you can't transform anymore?" The question made Minjun imagine himself covered in sharp spikes, and he groaned. "That would be incredibly annoying. My whole body would be covered in spikes. I'd be poking holes in everything I touched. Damn it. How could I even sleep on a bed?" Kang Hannah was speechless at his priorities, then explained that symbiosis is comprised mostly of insectoids who can no longer maintain their human shape. Minjun was a little shocked when she revealed that according to her research, the insectoid cells eventually consume all human cells. She took off her glasses and declared, "I have no intention of losing this beautiful face." For some reason, Minjun suddenly blushed. Elsewhere, Ren nudged Qidong's arm with a complaint. "Hey, I thought you wanted to be some lone warrior who only cares about his own victory." He simply replied, "When you hear a number that big, how can you refuse?" She was disgusted. "What? You're doing this for money? Are you a mercenary or something? You're absolute trash." Qidong could only try to defend himself. "None of you offered to pay me. What's with the attitude?" Adi watched them intently. She figured it must have been a long time since they had all seen each other. Just then, Kang Hannah pulled off Sudong's hood. His memories had been completely erased after he relentlessly demanded to kill Sejin while captured. Sudong trembled uncontrollably, begging her to put it back. Standing outside, Dai overheard everything and realized Kijima was the one who made Sejin's friend lose his human form. Kang Hannah suddenly made a request. "I need the special serum centrifuge from the Research Institute. Go get it for me." In a room with 2 sealed doors, Minjun sat across from Dr. Igon. "Dr. Igon, it's been a while." The doctor replied, "We should have met sooner, but some things came up." Minjun asked for information about his grandmother, but the doctor just sadly shook his head. "I'm very sorry." Minjun seemed to have expected as much and simply changed the subject. "Tell me, was it Kijima who did this to you?" Igon looked down, recalling the incident that happened in a flash. Kijima must have hated me for keeping him in prison for so long. He looked at his own ruined wing and said mournfully, "It's getting harder and harder for me to maintain my human form. I'm just glad I could still see you like this. Minjun never expected to receive such a heart-wrenching answer. Much later, under the bright moonlight, the team of 5 prepared to depart. Ren was already annoyed with Minjun's posturing, while Adi was determined to go along and help, despite Minjun advising against it. Shidong was still only concerned with his payment, causing Ren to click her tongue and call him trash again. A research assistant named Min bowed respectfully. "I'm Min, Dr. Hannah's assistant," she said. "The path ahead is treacherous, so please stay close to me." Min Sung led the team deep into the forest. When 2 hulking beetles dared to block their path, claiming the territory, Min silenced them instantly with an arrow to each of their heads. Jae whistled in appreciation. "Not bad. She's got skills." Shidong just smirked, boasting. "Of course, her abilities are second only to mine." Suddenly, Min Sung's hand shot up, sensing an immense danger approaching. "Hold it. Everyone, stop. It's an insectoid reaction," he declared. "There's a powerful one close by." Min looked doubtful. "Are you sure? This entire forest is crawling with them." But Shidong's expression turned grim as he too sensed the anomaly. "This energy, it's different," he murmured. "I feel it too." Now it was Jaehyun's turn to cast a skeptical glance his way. You can sense it. Their eyes all turned in the same direction, toward Hannah's research facility, where an overwhelming aura was pouring out. Without warning, a section of the lab's wall erupted in a massive explosion, and from the smoke and debris, 2 figures emerged. It was Na Hyung, alongside Mitran's fully transformed black ant. From a distance, they spotted the familiar faces of Min's team. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by a wicked grin. Well, he sneered. "Look who came to offer themselves up." Min Sung's team stared back, their eyes burning with the sting of betrayal. While he remained silent, his gaze as cold as ice. The black ant watched Min Sung with a calculating stare. Just then, an arrow sliced through the air, aimed for the kill. But before it could find its mark, the black ant intercepted it. Na Hung turned to his companion. "Black ant, you can return now." The moment they separated, Jaehyun exploded into action, launching a powerful kick straight at Na Hyung's face. But he caught it effortlessly with one hand. "Perfect," Na Hyung smirked. "This saves me the trouble of hunting you down. How would you even know where to look for us?" Jaehyun roared in fury. But suddenly, her attack faltered as her body began to feel unstable. With a mere flick of his wrist, Na Hung sent her spinning uncontrollably, as if she were trapped in the heart of a vortex. Her eyes widened in shock as a foot descended from above, ready to crush her. Na Hyung stared down with absolute indifference at the woman he was about to obliterate, as Jae-in hung suspended and helpless in midair. In the nick of time, Chidong charged in, slamming into Na Hyung's knee and throwing off the attack. A flash of fury crossed Na Hyung's face at being interrupted. He spun around, unleashing a vicious kick at Chidong, but the man stood his ground, blocking the blow. "You're Patter, aren't you?" he demanded. Na Hyung's response was chillingly casual. "That's right." Hearing this, Chidong's excitement flared. A wide grin spread across his face. Finally, he laughed. "A real fight is getting my blood pumping." The name clicked for Min. Na Hyung, the 5th pillar of Hesagon. Her mind raced. What is someone like him doing here? Adi, confused, turned to ask, "What's Hesagon?" But before she could get an answer, the black ant suddenly descended before them. She stared at it, bewildered. "Wait, that's Min Sung." Then, realization dawned on Min. It can't be. Is this a clone? She thought. A green-tipped arrow suddenly streaked toward the black ant. As she fired, Min shouted her deduction. "You're here for the antidote. All of it." He must have gotten what he came for, and now he's trying to escape. It's clear that Owen's strategy is working. Dee's eyes hardened with resolve. If that's the case, we can't let him get away. The black ant crouched low and shot off like a bullet, fleeing the forest. Its only goal was to escape, running with all its might. But just then, a figure appeared, blocking its path. Min Sung. He stared at the creature with an ice-cold gaze. The black ant raised a fist to strike, but Min Sung didn't even flinch. Before the fist could even connect, it suddenly disintegrated into nothing. In the next instant, the creature's entire body nearly exploded. Though Min Sung hadn't moved an inch, Min Sung stood impassively, watching the cloud of black ants drift to the ground. But the moment his attention wavered, the ants swarmed back together, reforming and making a run for it. Min Sung's cold gaze snapped back. He saw the creature had stopped, turning to face him once more. The black ant taunted. "Why the hesitation? Are you holding back because of our past?" Min Sung's response was sharp and direct. "You want to devour me, just like before." He didn't back down, challenging it. "Well, come and get me." At his words, the creature's eyes narrowed with rage as it let out a deafening roar. In response, Min Sung began to unleash his own power, preparing to evolve. Its foot twitched with hesitation. Then, the black ant abruptly turned tail and fled. Just then, Adi lunged forward, her centipede hand striking at the creature. Min-sung, she yelled. Don't let it get away. Seeing this, Mi-song cried out in panic. Adi, get back. But it was too late. Countless black ants were already swarming up her centipede arm. Adi was horrified as the ants crawled onto her face, but she refused to let go, screaming, No. Her centipede hand clamped down on the black ant with immense force. I won't let you escape, she declared. But no matter what they did, the swarm couldn't pry the vials from her grasp. Finally, they fled in a hurry. Min-sung watched them go, murmuring, Black ants? Suddenly, Adi cried out, What are we going to do? Tears streamed down her face as she looked at the few vials she managed to save. In my hands. Is this all of the antidote? He knelt beside her, his voice soft. It probably is. You did well. She finally calmed down a bit, whispering, Yeah. At Hannah's research lab, Na-hung blocked Siu's attack with one hand while choking Jane with the other, effortlessly. Trapped in his grip, she was completely helpless. Siu muttered in disbelief. He's taking on two of us, and he hasn't even transformed. Yet he still stopped my punch cold. You dare. The monster's centipede-like body pulsed with power as it roared. You really know how to get under my skin. But Na-hyung simply looked amused, because what could be more thrilling than a fight about to reach its grand finale? However, in a sudden flash of movement, he unleashed a single blow that sent both of them flying. Na-hyung's body began to twist and change as he snarled. If you're really that eager to die, I'll gladly oblige. They stood frozen, watching him. As his form shifted into something new, he stressed, Just don't you dare die a meaningless death. He had officially become the Apostle Titan. Siu cracked his neck, challenging him. Enough talk. Let's do this. Jane stepped up beside him. Agreed. In perfect sync, they activated their second stage, their bodies erupting with power. High above the battle, Min took aim. But her targets this time were Jane and Siu. She whispered, Please forgive me. Squeezing her eyes shut, she screamed, I am so sorry. Then, Min released the bowstring, letting 2 arrows fly. Down below, her allies had no idea what was coming for them. The arrows screamed through the air toward their targets. In the heart of the research facility, one of them slammed directly into Siu's body. The other arrow plunged deep into Rhett's back, leaving both of them stunned as a strange sensation washed over them. Even the Apostle Titan paused, completely baffled by what was happening. Siu slowly recognized the arrow as Min's, while Rit angrily ripped the shaft from his own back. I told you to stop using these stupid tricks on me. With a roar, he hurled the arrow into a nearby wall. Finally, they sensed another presence right above them. Looking up, they saw Min, panting heavily as someone screamed her name. The young girl heard them and quickly tried to explain, I'm sorry for acting on my own, but this is my mission. Siu couldn't contain his fury, yelling back, Your mission is to shoot your own comrades. He was completely speechless. Suddenly, he felt a change coming from the arrow embedded in his body. Strangely, there was no pain. Instead, his whole body began to glow, brimming with more vitality than ever before. He asked, confused, Is this supposed to happen? As Rhett transformed his own armor, he explained, Don't worry, it's called a buff. Your body will adapt soon enough. As he finished, he declared, Until then, I'll handle him. But at that moment, a devastating attack tore through the air where Min was perched, ripping the entire ceiling apart. The Apostle Titan had lost his patience. How dare you ruin my fun, he roared. Die. As the words left his mouth, he fired another sphere of light. The blast sent Min plummeting toward the ground. But then, a single thread sliced the orb in two, saving the young girl's life by a hair's breadth. The two halves of the orb destroyed the walls of the research facility. The Apostle Titan's gaze followed the shimmering thread as it danced in the air before him. Siu had caught the falling Min, but she unexpectedly shouted, Why did you let your guard down? Taking advantage of the distraction, Rit slammed a fist straight into the monster's face. The powerful blow sent the Apostle Titan flying backward. Rhett roared in fury. Where are you looking? Seeing his opponent raise a hand to block, he pressed his attack without hesitation. Rhett's first punch shattered his opponent's guard. Then, he landed a powerful, direct blow to the Apostle Titan's face. Enraged, the monster swung its arm in a wide arc, creating a shockwave and firing a flare of energy toward him. Rhett's ladybug summon took the full force of the attack. Seeing his creature defeated in a single hit, Rhett muttered, Now that's top-tier power. He swung his arm, enveloping his fist and the bug in blazing red energy. The battle raged on as Ret charged forward. He threw a devastating punch toward his opponent, who retaliated with an attack of equal destructive force. The two immense powers clashed, causing a massive explosion. In an instant, the entire area was reduced to a desolate wasteland. From within the thick smoke, a lone ladybug gradually appeared, lying motionless on the ground. Soon after, Rhett emerged from the dust. "Let's end this here, shall we?" The Apostle Titan had almost lost the will to fight, but he stubbornly resisted. "Who gave you permission to end this?" Even with one side of his face shattered, he insisted the duel wasn't over. Rhett couldn't help but admire his opponent's tenacity. "I commend your warrior spirit." He clenched his fist once more. "I'm sorry, but while this may be a duel for you, for us, this is a war." Just then, Black Ant and Siu appeared, charging forward to attack together. The three of them moved as one, blocking their path from behind. He left them with absolutely no escape. "Sorry about this." But his voice boomed with defiance. "If you've got the guts, come at me all at once. I'll take you all on. Let's see who's truly the strongest here." He slammed a devastating blow downwards, creating a shockwave that blinded everyone. In an instant, Hannah's entire lab erupted into fragments. Outside, Dai was tending to Min when she heard the massive explosion. She stared in horror, crying out, "Guys!" The blast left nothing but a sea of floating wreckage. Amidst the debris, the figures of Black Ant, Rhett, and Siu emerged from the chaos. Min Dung asked, bewildered, "Where did he go?" Rhett speculated, "He must have dived into the water. He's probably molted." Siu immediately started complaining. "Why did you let him get away? You were more than strong enough to finish him." But Rhett flatly denied it. "The truth is, I didn't have the power to destroy him. Even my ultimate bone armor couldn't withstand his assault. His attack power is the strongest I've ever faced." Rhett recalled their last battle. He wasn't the same person he was 2 years ago. Just then, Black Ant's eyes sharpened. "He's coming." The water below began to churn violently. A colossal sphere of water surged upwards, and inside, a figure stared back with glowing, predatory eyes. "Do you all remember what I said?" He raised a fist, his voice echoing, "Do not die a pointless death." He unleashed a barrage of water projectiles, each one packed with devastating force. They had no time to dodge, only to endure the onslaught. Seeing this, Shu quickly pulled out countless silk threads, instantly unleashing her iron severance technique to attack. His water sphere was instantly sliced in two. Siu then heard him mutter under his breath, "It's that noisy brat from before again." He had now transformed into his peerless mantis shrimp insectoid form. Realizing how dire the situation was, she immediately turned to flee. "At this rate, I'm gonna get hit for real." Seeing her run, the mantis shrimp lord unleashed an attack. "You're not getting away." The attack slammed into Siu, injuring her badly. Roaring in defiance, she whipped around, unleashing silk from all 5 fingers to counterattack. A storm of threads shot towards him, but the mantis shrimp insectoid swatted them aside with ease. But he couldn't block everything. One thread pierced straight through his shoulder. The end of the thread instantly coiled and tightened, forming a powerful knot to restrain his opponent. Black Ant seized the opening, rushing in with a relentless assault. With one arm trapped, the mantis shrimp could only fight back with his free hand. But while he dodged the fatal blow with ease, Black Ant wasn't so lucky. His opponent shattered one of his arms. As they both plunged towards the water, the mantis shrimp lord's eyes widened in pure rage at the sight of what was emerging. "Why?" he roared. "How did you get the form of Roy Kang?" The thorny, golden blade representing the shield mantis form materialized on Black Ant's rapidly transforming arm. He shot back with a smirk. "So, you're an acquaintance." At that moment, blood trickled from his nose and mouth from the power's backlash. He could feel his shield mantis spirit screaming within his body. Now was the perfect time. Gripping the arrow, he aimed it at himself to harness its power. Watching from a distance, Rhett gasped in disbelief. "Gami Min Sung. When did he get that?" Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged the arrow deep into his own chest, feeling a tidal wave of energy surge through him. Seeing him transform, the mantis shrimp lord threw his head back and laughed with excitement. "I get it now. This is getting interesting. Besides, I've been wanting to settle the score with that Roy Kang from the 4th pillar for a while now." By then, Minung's transformation was complete. He had become the shield mantis, armed with razor-sharp scythes. The mantis shrimp charged forward instantly. They crashed into one another. Blade and fist collided, sending sparks lighting up the sky. In that moment, their power was perfectly matched. They moved at blinding speeds, trading blows in an instant. As he unleashed a flurry of punches, the mantis shrimp lord roared, "To think I get to fight you in this form. This is exhilarating." But then his tone turned deadly serious. "However, if you dare tarnish his name, I will show you no mercy." He replied calmly, "Don't waste your breath." With those words, they both leaped back. The mantis shrimp unleashed a volley of projectiles, demanding, "Then prove it to me." The shield mantis spun his twin scythes, destroying the incoming barrage of bullets. Under the cover of the smoke, he charged straight through. He closed the distance, slashing straight for his neck. But in return, he He took a devastating uppercut from below. The mantis shrimp's counter sent them both flying. The battle raged on as the shield mantis threw his scythes forward, slicing the warheads in two. Seeing him unarmed, the mantis shrimp sneered. "What's the matter? Did you just throw away your only weapons?" He then appeared instantly behind him, locking him in a hold as another projectile closed in fast. "Did you think this through?" He took the full force of the attack. His body was completely trapped. The mantis shrimp arched back, then slammed the shield mantis's head into the ground, shattering his armor. He then hurled him forward violently. Turning to Rhett, he clicked his tongue. How boring. Yet, Rhett simply watched in silence. He gestured forward, drawing a hand across his throat in a slitting motion. So focused on the signal, Sun Tit never noticed. The shield mantis appearing right behind him. Without hesitation, he swung this scythe, tearing away the side of his enemy's face, while his opponent was still reeling from the devastating blow. Min Sung, in his shield mantis form, quickly clamped down on the scythe's handle. At the same time, he used his free hand to begin absorbing his enemy's body. Sun Tit roared in disbelief. "How dare you? Even if you are Lord Kijima's brother, I will never forgive this. This body wasn't meant to be offered to someone like you." He went berserk, slamming his fist into the water. The impact created thunderous explosions, trying to push Min Sung back. A ferocious power surged, but Min Sung seemed to have lost all control. He successfully combined the two scythes, forging them into a single, terrifying weapon. Before the horrified eyes of the insectoid Sun Tit, his head was sliced clean from his neck by the razor-sharp, double-headed scythe. Min Sung coldly caught the severed head, his eyes blazing with killing intent. He stared it down and challenged. "If you've got the guts, then come on." Then, he began using his energy to break down and absorb the entire head. Sue flew over, asking in shock as their power signatures faded. "Is it over?" Ren clutched the wound in his stomach and remarked, "What do you think? Pretty incredible, right? That's Min Sung's new power." Ji-dong replied, "I've witnessed it once before." Across the battlefield, Min Sung was still struggling, enduring immense pain. He fought to absorb the terrifying power raging inside him. Finally, the first light of dawn broke over the horizon. Its rays illuminated the ruins left behind by the brutal battle. Ji-dong let out a heavy sigh and said, "I'm so sick of running errands." Jae-in, who was supporting Min Sung, heard him and asked, "Are you really in a position to be picky right now?" Just then, Min suddenly appeared behind them and reassured them. "If you're worried about the centrifuge, don't be." The young girl smiled, pulling the device out. "Right before I shot them, I managed to grab it during the chaos." Everyone cheered with relief. "You did great, kid." Worried about Min Sung, Adi rushed to his side. "Min Sung, you're bleeding," he answered nonchalantly. "It's nothing." Ji-dong looked at the rising sun and urged them on. "It's morning. The dawn light is gentle. Let's go home." The scene shifts to the symbiosis base. The morning sun cast a brilliant light, but Minan found it irritating. He walked on, shielding his face with both hands and groaning. "It's too bright." He let out a huge yawn, and the chain around his neck suddenly snapped. Minan looked at the chain, confused. "Huh? Why did this dog collar come off?" He pushed aside a curtain, entering a room to ask for help. "Hey, can you help me get this thing off?" But before he could finish, he heard Kang Hannah shouting into her phone in horror. "What? You ran into Hesegun?" She sounded reluctant as she spoke. "Oh, is that so? The target is the antidote. I understand. You all worked hard." Hearing that name, Minan shouted, "Hesegun? Who? Where did you see them?" Kang Hannah turned and replied, "It's already been handled. They said we won." Minan cried out in astonishment. "What? I was supposed to be there." But Kang Hannah didn't seem to care. She mocked him for being useless when it mattered and told him, "Let's go." Annoyed, he asked, "Go where?" Walking away, she replied, "They fought so hard. We need to prepare a meal and bring them back." Minan laughed. "What? You're going to make them breakfast? Now I've seen everything." Kang Hannah suddenly stopped and asked, "Did you just say breakfast?" Confused, Minan shot back, "Yeah. So what?" They both looked up in bewilderment at the base's exit. It had suddenly been plunged into pitch-black darkness. Dinner? But it was just bright outside. The other insectoids rushed out to see, confused and panicked. "What's going on? Why did it suddenly go dark like this?" Dr. Oo wondered suspiciously what could be happening. A ladybug insectoid volunteered to investigate. "Let me check it out." He took flight towards the entrance, oblivious to a strange sound. Then, something black slammed directly into his face. Dr. Oo stood frozen in horror, hearing the ladybug's blood-curdling scream. His body was swarmed by an army of ants, which tore him to pieces in seconds. Minan screamed in terror, "Get back. Everyone, run from here now." The swarm of black ants grew denser, and from within their ranks, Kijima began to emerge. He wore a crazed expression on his face. So this is the place. The tomb for you, pathetic dregs. The massive swarm of black ants charged forward to attack. The insectoids below could only scream for help in utter despair. From above, Kijima controlled the swarm, intending to wipe them all out. A stick-bug insectoid, a poison-spine insectoid, and one with a drill for a mouth launched a simultaneous attack. But Kijima remained completely unharmed, protected by his ant shield. Even as blood poured from his nose and mouth, a side effect of his own toxic power. Just then, the ant nest returned with the antidote. Kijima smirked, complaining, "Took you long enough." As the other insectoids charged, Kijima unleashed his claws, driving them back and crippling the three strongest. He glanced down at his handiwork. "Looks like you might be useful after all." Then he commanded their spirits, "Come to me." Meanwhile, Kang Hana quickly unlocked the chains and ripped the mask off Shu Dong, asking, "What happened? What was that all of a sudden?" As she let me go, she gave a dire warning, "You have to run." Kijima has absorbed Sejin, so he knows everything about us. He knows about you, too, so get out of here. Elsewhere, an insectoid fought desperately to save a boy from an ant nest, but it was a losing battle. But just in time, Eon appeared, unleashing his power to protect them. He turned his head and called out, "Doctor." The doctor urged them, "All non-combatants, evacuate immediately." But then, Eon froze as he heard Machan's chillingly familiar voice. He was approaching, flanked by the soulless husks of three fallen insectoids. "Warriors, are you perhaps talking about these guys?" He smiled and waved as if they were old friends. "Hey there, old man, long time no see." Dr. Eon's eyes filled with utter shock and disbelief at this cruel sight. But Michin simply raised a hand, ordering his three puppets to attack. Now nothing more than empty shells, the three fallen insectoids lunged relentlessly at Eon. He was forced onto the defensive, barely blocking the barrage of treacherous strikes. Enraged, Eon roared his name. Michin's hand shot out, stopping just inches from the doctor's face. He didn't attack, but instead asked with a mocking tone, "Did you really build this little faction in this pathetic place? All this, just to kill someone like me?" Michin's eyes were filled with venom as his hand closed around Eon's throat. Eon could only stare back, his gaze a mix of horror and despair. You're a calamity," Eon choked out. Michin simply let out a cold laugh, as if it were an obvious compliment. "You didn't need to tell me that. I already know. This calamity is one that all of you created." He stared deep into the doctor's eyes, his voice a low growl. "So you better watch closely as I burn this entire world to the ground." In that exact moment, Minjin appeared out of nowhere, his blade slicing down decisively on Michin's arm. Michin stared in shock at the deep gash on his arm, while Minjun cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I missed." He quickly leaped back out of Michin's reach, shielding Eon as he clutched his chest. "Man, those damn ants are a real pain. At this rate, I'm gonna get PTSD." Michin eyed him with suspicion, asking, "And what kind of bug are you?" Minjun replied with a cocky grin. Allow me to introduce myself. I was once loyal to the divine insect, but after a nasty betrayal, I'm now more of a vengeful demon." He pointed his sword forward and added another taunt. "And right now, I'm your older brother's new best friend. I was always curious what you look like, and it turns out to be that same old face. To be precise, you're even uglier than Gammi Minung." The mention of his brother only made Michin more excited. It seems he has terrible taste in friends. "Don't expect to leave here in one piece." Minjun scraped his two swords together, challenging him. "Tough talk. Just what I was hoping for." The scene shifts to a forest, where Rain is running at the back of the group. Addy carries Min just ahead, while Chidong leads them all, carrying Minung on his back. Utterly exhausted, Minung had fallen into a deep dream. In his hazy state, he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling out to him. "Big brother, wake up." A younger version of Minung opened his eyes to see a childlike Michin jumping with excitement. "Come play with me. Hurry up." He smiled gently and replied, "I'm coming." He walked over and asked, "What game are we playing today?" Michin thought for a moment, then replied, Let's play tag." Minung agreed. "Okay." Michin then made a request. "You can be the Tiger Man." Minung asked, a little confused, "Why do I always have to be the Tiger Man?" The moment he spoke, the cold steel of a blade pressed against his neck. Michin had suddenly returned to his adult form, and he made a declaration. "From now on, I'm going to be the villain." The adult Minung was silent for a moment before he finally agreed. "All right." And with that, he snapped awake from the nightmare. Chidong noticed his distress and asked, "Hey, what's wrong? Should I slow down?" Panting, Minung shook his head. "No, it's fine. We have to go faster. I have a really bad feeling." Soon, they saw the base up ahead. But as their group returned, they found only a desolate wasteland and the sound of the howling wind. Countless insectoid soldiers lay dead on the ground. Adi looked around in disbelief. What in the world happened here? Rain's voice trembled. What's going on? Don't tell me. Chi Dong's reply was grim. There's no mistake. An absolute horror washed over Minung. He saw the swarm of black ants. Chi Dong offered to go down first and scout the area, but Minung was already stepping forward. No, you all stay here. Nearby, Min was checking on a wounded soldier, but the moment she touched him, his arm disintegrated into dust. The horrifying sight made the little girl scream in terror. Without a second of hesitation, Minung leaped straight into the massive crater. Small wings sprouted from his back, slowing his descent for a safe landing. He stood frozen, witnessing the scene of utter devastation below. Not far off, a battered Minjun was standing, one of his eyes now gone. He turned to Minung and rasped, "What took you so long?" "This is as far as I could hold on." Minung rushed forward frantically. No, but Minjun's body was already being sucked into a swirling vortex of energy. Then, the mastermind behind it all finally revealed himself. A delighted smile spread across Michin's face, sending Minung into a blind rage as he charged. "You bastard!" Bursting with excitement, Michin lunged forward to meet his attack, calling out a single word, "Brother." Both of them blocked the other's attack, locked in a stalemate of equal power. Mi-chan asked with a twisted grin, "What's this?" "You have it too." Though he despised this cursed power, Min Sung shot back, "It's nothing like yours." They both yelled in unison, "Switch." Their hands clasped together, unleashing a massive shockwave that blasted them both backward. Mi-chan was enraged. "How are we supposed to fight if we're stuck together, you moron?" Min Sung roared back, raising his free hand in fury. Their two attacks crossed in a flash. Ming Zung took a fist to the eye while Mi-chan ate a vicious uppercut. They then charged at each other again, trading a relentless flurry of blows, neither giving an inch. Min Zung poured all his strength into his fist. At the same time, Mi-chan braced himself for a devastating counter. Their fists collided with cataclysmic force, sending both of them flying. The impact momentarily freed their other arms. Mi-chan gritted his teeth as soldier ants swarmed from his body, ordering them to charge. "Devour him for me." The ant nest watched the ferocious ant warriors swarm forward. Min Sung remained calm. "Ants won't work on me." Sure enough, just a few steps away, the tiny soldiers suddenly froze, then split their ranks, parting to either side of him. Mi-chan went ballistic, screaming, "You foolish ants, I am your master. Carry out my order immediately." Hearing his command, the ants quickly turned, swarming Min Sung all at once and creating a massive shockwave that engulfed the area. Min Sung was thrown back, severely injured. Still, he grit his teeth. "I'm used to being torn apart by bugs." With that, he transformed into his shield mantis form. Seeing this, Mi-chan scoffed. "What's this? What's with that ridiculous appearance?" He refused to transform, instead using his other insectoids to attack. Min Sung drew his scythe, charging forward and slicing the other insectoids clean in two, catching Mi-chan completely by surprise. Min Sung closed the distance in a flash, delivering two clean slashes across his body, leaving Mi-chan gravely injured and spitting up blood. Chi-dong's group of four was waiting patiently outside when Ajia happened to see a familiar silhouette running for its life. She recognized him. It was no Sudong. Sudong froze when a giant centipede leg blocked his path. He looked up in shock, calling out, "Ajia?" Ajia asked angrily, "And where do you think you're going?" Chi-dong was confused. "A friend of yours?" Rio Dian replied, "Oh, we go way back." Min was also bewildered. Even his expression is exactly the same. Sudong stammered, "Well, of course it is." Ajia cut him off. "You were trying to run away, weren't you?" He became flustered. "It's because of you all that I had to find a way to survive." Ajia was cold. "I don't care. Tell us what we need to know, then go wherever you want." Sudong could only say, "Huh." Ajia continued to interrogate him. "How did you climb up here so safely?" He pointed toward the pit. "You want to go down there? That's a death sentence. Even if you make it down, the ants will tear you to pieces. Everyone else is already dead." Ajia shrugged. "Since when did you start caring about other people? Whether we live or die is none of your business." She frowned, her voice low. "I just don't want to lose another friend." Ajia demanded he lead the way. Sudong reluctantly agreed. The group followed him down into a mysterious area. At the bottom of the staircase, a doorway appeared. Ajia's group marveled. "So there was a path here all along? I had no idea this passage existed either." Sudong pointed ahead. "Hannah, she was the one who made it. We don't know when the wings will disappear, so just follow the stairs down and you'll get there." Ajia walked past him. "Thanks. Now get lost." Sudong adjusted his glasses. "Got it." Min asked, curiously, "Is Hannah still there?" Sudong waved his hand. "She vanished suddenly, so I'm not sure." Rio Dien pushed Chi-dong to hurry up. He grumbled, "Hey, stop shoving me." She shot back, "Don't try to change the subject." Just then, Qidong felt something was wrong. Rio Dian didn't notice she and Ho's poisonous leg stinger striking at her. Are you just going to stand there? I told you to hurry up. He lunged forward, shielding her from the attack. The powerful blow sent Qidong flying. The loud crash drew everyone's attention. Rio Dian screamed in horror. Qidong. He was badly hurt, his voice weak. Don't just stand there. Run. But suddenly, Xian Ho clutched his own ears in pain. Just then, No Gu appeared, clearing his throat as he covered his mouth. Rio Dian was stunned as the old man spoke. Pardon the intrusion. The sonic force of his voice ripped through the area, turning it into a wasteland. Qidong glared up at Xian Ho with pure hatred. No Gu, still covering his mouth, looked down at the unconscious Rio Dian. Back in the fight below, Min Zheng slowly turned his head. Did you really have to take it this far? Mi Chan had now transformed into a different form. He turned back furiously. I'm going to make you see the truth. Ming soon faltered, Mi Chan. You. Gritting her teeth, Mi Chan declared, Ant Nest Operation. Number 3. This is my ultimate form. Forgive my rudeness. No Gu roared. A powerful shockwave slammed into Rio Dian. Min and Su Dong were also caught in the devastating blast. Just then, a centipede-like hand seized Su Dong's shoulder. The shockwave sent rubble flying behind them. Utterly defeated, No Gu collapsed to his knees before Rio Dian. Covering his mouth, he began to sob. Another one dead. A sweet girl like her. We never even got to say hello. Damn it all. The heavenly insect hag appeared near the first pillar. Nu Gu turned towards Rio Dian, letting out a soul-crushing scream. Another one of his shockwaves blasted forward, tearing into her shoulder. Nu Gu let out another agonizing roar. The sound was so powerful, it seemed to shatter the distant mountains. But in that very instant, Rio Dian's body, held in his grasp, suddenly dissolved into thousands of thin threads. They swarmed him without a single warning. The razor-sharp threads converged, wrapping tightly around Nu Gu's mouth. In a flash, his beak was completely sealed shut. The threads then yanked him straight down towards the ground. Just as Nu Gu was about to crash face first, something suddenly erupted from below. He was met with a brutal kick right to the jaw from Insiu. She had shot up from beneath the earth, striking with absolute, ruthless precision. With his mouth bound shut by the threads, all he could do was listen to her curse. Shut that filthy mouth of yours. Jang shot him a murderous glare, her voice filled with rage. Nu Gu's anger began to boil as she cursed him for being a disgusting freak. Meanwhile, on the other side, Min slowly pushed herself up from the rubble. Dazed, she covered her ears, feeling like her eardrums were about to burst. Then, she turned her head, realizing she managed to avoid a fatal blow. Hey, is everyone okay? But the sight before her left her completely stunned. On the ground lay nothing but the severed centipede arm of Dai, and behind her was just a barren wasteland. Just then, another barrage of shockwaves erupted, the intense sonic blast forcing Min to clutch her head in pain. Nu Gu was unleashing a continuous assault of shockwaves, while Jane desperately dodged the attacks. He had just obliterated another mountain range. Seizing the opening, she unleashed her web technique again. Instantly, a spiderweb materialized, covering his mouth. While the cicada insect human was distracted, Jane charged straight for his back. But just as she was about to strike, No Gu suddenly raised his fully charged sonic cannon. She couldn't evade in time and took a direct hit. The powerful wave sent Jane flying through 2 stone pillars, leaving her critically injured. Witnessing this, the blue triangle butterfly insect human called out to her. He hovered in the air, looking into the distance. Can you hear me now? The heavenly insect hag near the first pillar. Now Gu, the cicada insect human, had finally revealed his true form. His face was partially hidden behind a monstrous insectoid head, and his cry echoed through the heavens. The scene shifts to Xian Ho and Shi Dong. He was a bit confused when the other man suddenly called out, "Red hair, so it was you." At the heavenly insect hag near the second pillar, Xian Ho glared down coldly. The one who killed Du Genu. Hearing this, Shi Dong just scoffed. So what? You want my autograph or something? Xian Ho's eyes lit up with excitement. How about you use your last bit of strength to sign your own tombstone? Only then did Shi Dong begin to stand up, replying, Fine by me. He too was now in a state of absolute excitement. Let me sign yours instead. The two immediately transformed into their ladybug and wasp insect human forms and lunged at each other in a battle to the death. Elsewhere, Su Dong was lying motionless on the ground. After a long moment, he slowly began to regain consciousness. Giant boulders were blocking the exit, startling him. He wondered to himself, damn, am I really still alive? But then, Su Dong sensed something and turned his head. He saw fresh blood splatter at the bottom of the stairs. He was shocked to see Dai, her back bandaged and her body covered in wounds. She was tightly wrapping what was left of her own severed arm. He remembered what had happened. It was Dai's centipede arm that had grabbed him in time, pulling him from the collapsing debris. She had also used it to block the attack aimed at him. As these memories flooded back, Sudong suddenly broke down in tears. He recalled how, in his attempt to flee, he had pushed Shin Jin, causing her to hit her head on a rock. Devastated, Sudong fell to his knees. "Why would you save someone like me?" She remained silent for a moment, perhaps annoyed by his crying, before calmly replying, "I don't know either." She continued walking away. "I don't understand why I did it myself." Behind her, he continued to cry out in guilt. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Meanwhile, Min Sung, the shield mantis, was facing off against Michin Kijima. He realized the number of ants was rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was swarming with them. Michin laughed. "Watch closely now. This is how you truly command an army of ants." In an instant, the superorganisms swarmed behind him. Then, a mass of ants erupted from the ground, piercing straight through Min Sung's body, making him scream in agony. Torn by the excruciating pain, he quickly transformed into his mantis shrimp form, crushing the anthill and lunging forward to attack. Michin just stood there calmly as the punch flew toward him. But even as his fist made contact, it was Min Sung's own mantis shrimp armor that shattered. The last of his armor was corroded away by the swarm. Before the wrath of the superorganism, Min Sung was finally forced back into his human form. He could only lie there helplessly, listening to Kijima's victorious words. "It's useless to struggle, big brother. The superorganism can devour anything and everything." He tilted his head slightly, his voice filled with bitter resentment. "It can swallow anything and everything whole." He leaned in, his voice laced with pure hatred. The hatred. "After obtaining these ants, I finally understood. I know why they treated me like I was worthless." Instantly, countless razor-sharp ant spires erupted and pierced straight through Ming Sun's body, plunging him into absolute agony. All of Ming Zun's power was siphoned from his body, flowing directly into Kijima. One by one, his powers were stripped away. The shield mantis, the bullet ant, even the sun-tit entity was torn from his very soul. Kijima reached out, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Bullet ant, Royang, and you, Patter, come to your new master." But as he absorbed the final vestiges of power, Kijima felt a sudden, chilling rawness. His hand clenched tight for a moment. But then he erupted into a maniacal laugh. "It's all mine. Finally. Clever boy. Holding on to them like that." But then, Kijima himself suddenly coughed up blood. The immense, conflicting energies were tearing him apart from the inside. He glared down at the unconscious Ming Sun and sneered. "That's right, brother. You truly are the unluckiest man alive. Did you think you could defeat me with this empty husk? I won't let you stand in my way ever again." A vicious ambush. Adi and the tiger mosquito. Just as Kijima moved to deliver the final blow, his hand sliced through empty air. Kijima looked around in confusion. Where did he go? Just then, an invisible fist slammed into him, the vicious blow striking true. He looked down, a cold shock running through him. His armor was cracked. What the hell was that? Before he could even react, another blow struck him from behind. Then another. His black ants swarmed uselessly, unable to sense their target. Who is it? Kijima roared in fury. Flashback. Not long before, Adi and Shudong were heading down when they ran into Dr. Igon and Kang Hana on their way up. Kang Hana tried to stop them. "Are you too insane? It's a living hell down there." But Adi stood firm. "I can't let Ming Zun fight by himself. I won't lose another friend." Faced with such resolve, Kang Hana finally relented. "Fine. If you're that determined to die, I'll help you become completely invisible." Back in the present, Adi, in her Janti form, was pouring every last ounce of her strength into shattering Kijima's armor. The ants finally pinpointed her location, but it was too late. She landed one final, devastating blow, and his armor completely crumbled. "Do it now." In her tiger mosquito form, Kang Hana appeared in a flash. She clutched a vial of poison and plunged it deep into Kijima's body. "I'll take it from here." Surprised to see me, she began pumping a lethal toxin into his system, a dose 10 times stronger than anything used before. Kijima howled in agony as the deadly poison ravaged his body. Shudong's sacrifice, and the final key. As the furious battle raged on, Shudong was racing down the stairs, gasping for breath. Flashback. A short while earlier, as Dr. Igon cleared away debris, Shudong found a familiar device Adi had recovered. He brought it to the doctor. "With this, we can do something with my blood, can't we?" Dr. Igon explained they needed more time for testing. But Shudong knew they didn't have any. He smashed his own tooth without hesitation. He let his blood pour into the device and held it out. "This has to be enough, right?" He had given the doctor the most precious key of all, one forged from his own body. Now, Shudong flew down the stairs, his heart hammering against his ribs. He paused for just a second, calling back to Dr. Igon. I'm going on ahead to see what's happening. I'm leaving the rest to you, Doctor. Before Igon could even reply, Shu Dong bolted forward with every last bit of his strength. Shu Dong made a silent vow to himself. He couldn't live as a pathetic coward for 1 second longer. This time, he would act. He would protect his friends. But as he burst from the tunnel and looked down, the sight of the tiger mosquito insectoid amidst the ruins made his blood run cold. Kang Hana was absolutely ecstatic. She turned to the person beside her, her voice filled with glee. We did it. It was a success. Standing beside her, Ah-Di clapped innocently. That was amazing. All the while, Kijima stood frozen in place, his face a ghastly white from the lethal poison coursing through him. But their moment of triumph was instantly shattered by Shu Dong's soul-shattering scream. Hana, what in God's name are you doing? Look, just look at who you've been injecting. His words struck her like a bolt of lightning. In that single instant, Kijima's hypnotic control over Kang Hana completely vanished. The image of Kijima blurred before her eyes, reforming into the shape of her ally, Ah-Di, who was now staggering from the poison. Kang Hana froze, paralyzed by horror. She couldn't believe it. All this time, she had been pumping a deadly toxin directly into her own friend. Ah-Di's eyes were glazed with pain, but he looked at Kang Hana and managed to ask innocently, Did we do it? Kijima finally reverted to his true form. He glanced coldly at his severed arm, then casually remarked, Looks like I'm missing a hand. The pounding of footsteps echoed, as Yudong rushed in just in time to catch Ah-Di's collapsing body. Tears streaming down his face, he screamed, Ah-Di, wake up. With a faint, weak breath, Ah-Di whispered back, Don't leave me behind. A single, hopeless sound of anguish escaped Shu Dong's lips. Kang Han furiously demanded to know why Kijima would use Sejin's power against his own friends, but he just shot back with a cold, mocking sneer. Don't get it twisted. You're the one who ran her through. She lunged at him in a frenzy, but with a contemptuous flick, Kijima scoffed, Why do insects insist on flying into the flame? He then grabbed her face and began absorbing Kang Han into his body, just like the others. You're not afraid of death, are you? He asked coldly. Shu Dong struggled to carry her over to where Min Sung lay motionless. With the last of her fading strength, her bruised hand reached out, intertwining with Min Sung's fingers to transfer all the power and emotion she had left. Kijima watched, his expression filled with boredom. I am so sick of this sentimental garbage. Suddenly, a massive centipede erupted from thin air. It tore off one of Kijima's arms, leaving him completely stunned. Min Sung appeared in his Janti form, his eyes glowing red with killing intent. Kijima gritted his teeth and roared, Damn you. Min Sung threw his head back and let out a thunderous roar, officially unleashing the immense power of Ganti. High above, Jane hovered in the sky, completely exhausted from her grievous wounds. No, the cicada insectoid appeared right behind her, ready to end it. Farewell. But as he unleashed a barrage of sonic waves, Min swooped in, saving Jane from the fatal blow. As No watched Min fly away, he remarked, She's ridiculously fast, isn't she? Before he could even react, Min coldly declared, You're fast, I'll give you that. But your flight is over. An arrow screamed through the air, piercing his body in an instant. While No Gu was still reeling in shock, Min fired again and again, pinning his limbs to the cliffside. Enraged, he shattered the incoming arrows with a sonic blast and roared, Who in the hell are you? No Gu unleashed a frantic barrage of sonic waves toward Min, but she effortlessly dodged each one. This left him bewildered. How can my sound not reach you? My attacks move at the speed of sound. How is this possible? In a blind rage, he decided to unleash his second stage, an amplified form capable of destroying everything around him. Min had no choice but to retreat to the cave where Jane lay unconscious to figure out how to face this terrifying transformation. Seeing Jane's horrific state sent a cold chill down Min's spine. Her heart clenched with absolute dread for her sister, lying motionless in the rubble. Trembling, Min reached out to check the wounds, desperately wondering how she could possibly save her. Jane was almost completely destroyed. Her right eyeball was shattered and her eardrums ruptured by the enemy's terrifying sonic blast. While her unique feathers had protected her bones from shattering under the immense pressure, her entire muscular system was so severely damaged that she was paralyzed, leaving her nothing but a broken shell. The blue triangle butterfly insectoid began to focus all her spiritual energy. From deep within her shimmering wings, she summoned the golden arrow. A soft, yellow light began to glow, like a final glimmer of hope in the darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, Min plunged the arrow directly into Jane, feeling the current of life energy flowing from her own body to revive the dead cells. As Jane's body began to absorb the power, Min thought to herself, the golden arrow was an incredible tool for healing, capable of transferring and enhancing another's physical condition. But she knew the truth. This could only restore a fraction of her basic functions. It couldn't possibly heal the catastrophic damage Jane had suffered. The cicada insectoid's rampage. Jane suddenly awoke, crying out from the searing pain. Min rushed to her side, frantically asking how she felt. Tears welled up in the young girl's eyes as she looked at her sister, just brought back from the brink of death. Outside the cave, the very air was being torn apart by a storm of sonic waves as No Gu relentlessly destroyed everything in his path to find his prey. He had leveled countless mountains, turning majestic ranges into flat earth in the blink of an eye. He scanned the horizon with a murderous glare, growling, "Where did those little pests scurry off to?" Min finally realized it. The enemy was coming back for them. Her mind raced. He had to be Hagen's first pillar, a being with enough destructive power to shatter the world. And right now, Sir Rhett was fighting alone against another powerful foe, believed to be the second pillar. Min understood. At this moment, she was the only one left who could fight, the only one who could protect Jane. Even after unleashing her second form, a chilling truth echoed in her soul. She was still not strong enough to fell this monstrous cicada behemoth. Her only hope now was her absolute, godlike speed. Everything hinged on Jane's insane gamble. Just then, Jane gave the girl's hand a gentle tap. The signal. In a strained whisper, she pleaded, "Give it to me," causing a confused Min to ask, "What?" She lay there, her gaze filled with an icy, unbreakable will. She repeated her demand, her voice leaving no room for argument. "Give me all the arrows. Now," she ordered, her voice cutting through the air, startling her sister with its chilling intent. Outside, No Gu was in a frenzy, slamming his palms together to unleash colossal shockwaves. With every clap, the very ground trembled, and another mountain peak was pulverized into dust. As his sonic waves turned a vast area into nothing but rubble, his eyes suddenly locked onto the green triangle butterfly insectoid flying past. "There you are," he roared. With a sadistic grin, he immediately tracked her flight path with his hands. But just as he clapped for the finishing blow, he realized his target was completely unharmed. Instead, a dense web of threads had materialized before him, weaving into a giant cocoon that trapped him inside. This was her soundproof membrane, an invention born from Jane's sheer desperation. Through a connecting thread, she taunted him. "You were making too much noise, so I made you a private soundproof room. Feel free to scream your lungs out in there." She didn't forget to add that he had no hope of escaping, a remark that deeply wounded No Gu's pride. "How dare you look down on me?" he bellowed. The web of threads began to vibrate violently, and in the next instant, he burst free in a fit of absolute rage. Death's fireworks festival. He glanced at the torn threads clinging to him and scoffed, wondering if she really thought such pathetic tricks could silence his voice. He declared, "The concert of death will now officially begin." But as he was gloating, the threads wrapped around his arms began to move strangely, annoying him enough to try and tear them off. But he suddenly froze when he saw Jane standing right before him. "Is this your final, desperate struggle?" he asked with contempt. After all, her current condition was truly pathetic and unsightly. In response, Jane simply tightened her grip on the arrow, her silence saying everything. A fire of pure resentment blazed in her eyes. No Gu continued his mockery. "Don't tell me you plan to fight me in that crippled state." But she suddenly slammed the arrow against a rock, the immense friction creating a shower of sparks as she replied, "Not at all," she declared with a chilling tone. "From this moment, the fireworks festival truly begins." Then, without hesitation, she plunged the flaming arrow into her own body. Searing flames engulfed her, forcing a stunned No Gu to shield his face from the blinding light. Was she committing suicide to escape? He wondered. But the flames suddenly transformed into a coat of long, brilliant fur. This was the proof of her evolution into the super form of the domestic silk moth insectoid, Vien's tiger moth. She emerged from a sea of crimson flames, declaring, "As long as this fire burns, my life is far from over." Her fur coat blazed with an intense scarlet hue. Jane confirmed she would continuously spin silk to fuel the flames. She was using her own body as kindling, setting the very air on fire until the cicada monster was reduced to ash. The inferno radiating from Jane's body was no mere attack. It had become a miniature natural disaster. It scorched every corner of the surrounding space, making the atmosphere thick and suffocating with its extreme heat. The cicada insectoid, No Gu, who was once so conceited about his steel shell and sonic waves, was now struggling to defend himself as the overwhelming heat seeped through every crack in his armor. He stared at Jane's magnificent, transformed state, his eyes filled with absolute terror. "How can an insectoid wield flames with such oppressive power?" he cried out in utter confusion. This defied every law of biology he knew. As the colossal heat continued to expand, No Gu realized if he stayed any longer, he would be baked alive in this inescapable furnace. His only choice was to flee frantically, thinking only of getting as far away from her as possible. However, he soon realized a bitter truth. The delicate threads still clinging to his body were actually cruel, hidden fuses. They ignited violently, burning away a part of his body before he could even react. Nugu roared in agony. He unleashed a powerful, explosive sonic boom. He destroyed a nearby mountain peak, hoping the aftershock would douse the flames. But Jane stood there, heroic and unwavering. She absorbed the full force of the shockwave without flinching, her blazing eyes locked directly on her enemy. The dance of the flame, nymph, and the fall of the first pillar. The cicada insectoid had completely lost his initial arrogance. He kept screaming that it was too hot, then spread his arms wide, ordering the air to extinguish the flames with his vacuum slash technique. With a terrifyingly powerful clap, a sonic wave ripped through the air. But quick as lightning, Jean wove her threads into a blazing whip of fire. She lashed out without hesitation, slicing his attack clean in two and sending Nugu into a state of absolute horror. He watched as the flames tore one of his arms to shreds. His scream of pain was cut short as Jane lunged forward. The whip danced in her hand, performing the dance of the flame nymph, leaving long, deadly ribbons of fire hanging in the air. He tried to use supersonic speed to stop her, but Jane's whip descended in a relentless, blinding flurry, shattering the protective glass over his head. He was forced to admit that if he didn't do something drastic, his reign would end right here. In a frenzy, Nugu opened his mouth wide, generating an ultra-high frequency sound field meant to disintegrate his opponent's body. He screamed that he'd wipe her and this entire land off the map. But suddenly, everything fell into a chilling, eerie silence. Jane had already deployed her signature move, the firewall, canceling out all of his sonic waves. She calmly challenged him to unleash his full power, declaring that his cruelty only fueled the intensity of her flames. Her wings, now as sharp as the blades of a grim reaper, pinned Nugu's body, leaving him completely paralyzed. In utter desperation, the man known as Hagen's ace began to beg pathetically, promising anything if she would spare his life. But Jane simply replied with ice in her voice, "My ears can no longer hear you." Then, she allowed the Crimson Inferno to swallow them both whole. The thermal explosion echoed across the sky, sending Nugu's charred corpse plummeting to the cold earth below, ending the legend of a prideful warrior. When the last flame flickered out, Jane reverted to her human form, utterly exhausted. But a serene smile graced her face, a burden finally lifted. She whispered, "I did it," before losing consciousness and beginning to fall. Meanwhile, the battle between Qidong, Rhett, and the hornet insectoid was still locked in a desperate stalemate. Despite Qidong's ferocious attacks, his opponent was simply on another level. He stomped on his face, mocking his weakness. But Qidong calmly pointed out that Nugu's screams had fallen silent, which meant his comrade had won. The enemy just laughed coldly, threatening to kill him before settling the score with Jane. But Qidong used the last of his strength, not to fight, but to surrender, roaring in his enemy's face that he wouldn't let him leave so easily. Qidong let out a heavy sigh, then asked if his opponent planned to stay in that form forever, because this fight needed to end right now. The hornet insectoid, believing he had reached his absolute limit, scoffed at the challenge, but then froze as countless cracks began to spiderweb across Qidong's armor. A blazing red light emanated from the fractures. Each piece of Rhett's armor began to glow like superheated metal. A scorching heat rose in waves, signaling the start of a transformation. His energy boiled as his cold eyes began to burn with fire. He was incinerating his own weakness to reach for ultimate power. The hornet insectoid flinched, unable to hide his shock at this declaration. He stared, wide-eyed, as the cracks spread rapidly across Rhett's armor, leaking a crimson light like magma about to erupt. This was the true potential of an insectoid. Phase 3. Metamorphosis. Though his body was heavily damaged and his wings were tattered and torn, Rhett's fighting spirit pushed him higher, far beyond his normal limits. The hornet could only stand frozen to the spot, stunned by this terrifying evolution unfolding before him. The ladybug's shell shattered into pieces, accompanied by a haunting series of cracks and snaps. A third deployment, he gritted his teeth, a wave of anger overwhelming his fear. "Don't try to fool me. Something like that is impossible." But Rhett, now in a completely new form, just smirked arrogantly. In the face of his enemy's disbelief, he replied coldly, "Then let me show you." The hornet continued to deny reality. "A third deployment? Don't be ridiculous. You look almost human now." Behind Rhett's back, a pair of brilliant energy wings began to materialize. This wasn't just for show. It was the crystallization of pure rage. It was the endless insectoid desire to evolve toward humanity. He emphasized each word about this final level. Hearing this, the monster burst out laughing. A desire to evolve? How pathetic. He recalled the giant insectoids, the superior beings chosen by the gods, and compared them to the man before him, screaming with contempt. "Stop degrading the insectoid race. You're only making yourself look more pathetic. But before he could finish his sentence, Rhett's figure vanished, reappearing right beside him in an instant. Where are you looking? A furious shout was followed by a devastating punch. The Hornet frantically leaned back to dodge. Rhett's fist missed, but its terrifying power caused the very space around it to tremble. The Hornet turned to follow the punch's trajectory, his pupils shrinking in horror. The aftershock alone had seemingly punched a massive hole through the distant sky. Rhett clicked his tongue and shook his head in dissatisfaction. As he thought, he still couldn't control this new power properly. His body felt too light, making his strikes inaccurate. He told himself to focus more next time. Seeing his opponent begin to transform, Rhett let out a mocking taunt. What's wrong? Scared now? Are we? The beast tried to act tough, growling in response. I'll show you the difference in our power levels. Watch closely. The Hornet's body began to twist as its old shell cracked open to reveal a new form. Second deployment. Ecdysis. In a flash, he had shed his bulky exterior. Seeing this, Rhett couldn't help but smile. He scoffed, pointing a mocking finger. What's the matter? You look ridiculous. Did the gods screw up when they made you? Ignoring the taunt, the wasp spread its wings wide, revealing a teeming hive packed within its body. Rhett nodded as if it all made sense. Ah, so that's why you never used your shedding technique. Instantly, the monster lunged in a surprise attack. Rhett deftly tilted his head, dodging the razor-sharp drill. Next, a swarm of smaller bees shot out like poisoned arrows. Rhett accelerated, moving like the wind and leaving the pursuers in his dust. Heh, that's child's play. When I shed my skin, I get reinforcements too. Rhett activated his skill, and a pair of combat gauntlets instantly materialized. Facing overwhelming numbers, he didn't even flinch. A single punch shattered a stinger, while a spinning kick crushed another drone. Rhett moved with the grace of a dancer in a pack of wolves. Every strike he unleashed meant another enemy destroyed. While he was busy cleaning up the minions, the wasp suddenly charged forward, unleashing a powerful kick at Rhett's side. Though it was easily blocked, he kept up the pressure relentlessly. Rhett parried the blows while commenting with amusement. That's more like it. The queen bee should have come out to play sooner. The taunt was like fuel on a fire, sending the wasp into a furious rage. I'll rip that filthy mouth right off your face and see if you can still run it. Rhett raised a fist, his eyes filled with defiance. If you've got the guts, then come and get me. However, Rhett's counterattack was easily neutralized. The wasp dodged aside, causing Rhett's punch to hit nothing but air. As he pulled his hand back, he was shocked to find it covered in a strange liquid. What the hell is this? Honey. Seizing the opportunity, his enemy spun around, his hand morphing into a sharp drill that pierced straight through Rhett. Gritting his teeth, Rhett glared at the dirty fighter. So you like to play dirty, huh? But strangely, the wasp was just staring at empty space. He was stunned, unable to process what had just happened. In the next instant, Rhett had reappeared in a different location. The wasp spread his wings once more, summoning all of his underlings. The umbrellas beneath its cloak transformed into a series of deadly drills. From high above, it waved a hand and gave the order. Full-scale assault. The swarm received the command, diving down in unison like a meteor shower. Their only target was Rhett's body, and the sky-piercing pain made him scream. Taking advantage of Rhett's vulnerability, the wasp stomped down hard on his head, crushing it without mercy as blood splattered everywhere. He looked down with pure arrogance, asking gleefully, "Do you get it now?" He pressed his foot down harder, his voice dripping with contempt. "Your power is a joke compared to mine." With that, he kicked Rhett's mangled head away, a triumphant smile on his face. He was dead before he even knew what happened. But just as the wasp turned to leave, a familiar voice sent a chill down his spine. "That filthy mouth of yours." The wasp's pupils dilated in absolute terror. Could it be an illusion? Rhett was standing there, completely unharmed and brimming with energy. He charged forward, roaring. "If you've got the guts, then come on." Rhett unleashed his ultimate technique. An energy-clad fist slammed directly into his opponent's head. With a single blow, the wasp's head was torn clean from its neck. It flew high into the air, trailing a long arc of blood. Just then, Rhett reverted to his human form, Qi Dong, and coolly brushed back his hair. He coldly mimicked his fallen enemy's words. "Do you get it now? Your power is a joke compared to mine." With the battle over, Qi Dong dragged his heavy feet forward, when suddenly a familiar voice called out to him. "Sir Rhett." It was Min, carrying Ryo-Jin on her back as she ran over, breathing a sigh of relief. "I knew it. You're safe after all." Qi Dong quickly asked about his teammate's condition. "Ryo-Jin, is she all right?" Min answered quickly, "Not really. She fought and defeated the first pillar." Ryo-Jin groggily came to. Despite her eardrums being severely damaged, she still managed to raise a hand in greeting. "So you made it, huh?" Her casual attitude infuriated Qi Dong. "You idiot. How can you still be smiling?" Min quickly tried to calm him down. "Sir, Don't worry, I will definitely heal her. Qidong nodded. All right, I'm counting on you. Since her hearing hadn't recovered, Ryogen asked, blankly. He's cursing at me, isn't he? Suddenly, all three of them whipped their heads toward the horizon. There, a colossal pillar of black smoke was billowing into the sky. A giant black centipede writhed in mid-air, letting out terrifying screeches. Qidong's jaw dropped in astonishment. Is that? He was speechless at the sight of the monster, Janti, screaming in a frenzy. Facing off against it was Kijima, nicknamed Kaiju, who was laughing maniacally despite having lost an arm. He stood tall, his eyes overflowing with madness. How much longer are you going to keep this game going? He growled, making an ice-cold declaration. It's time for this to end. Unable to contain his rage, Kijima charged at Janti. Die! He unleashed a blinding flash of light. Instantly, the insectoid mantis shrimp appeared to provide support, attacking the centipede's head as Kijima continued his assault. Purple energy beams fired repeatedly from his hand. Bullet Ant and Shield Mantis were also summoned to join their master in battle. Janti's reflexes were inhumanly fast, batting away Shield Mantis's blade with its hand. Seeing the attack neutralized, Kijima swore under his breath. Damn it, he snarled, opening his hand again to summon the chained Water Strider. Well then, how about you deal with this friend of mine? The appearance of the Water Strider startled Janti. Seizing that moment of hesitation, the Water Strider's blade pierced through its body. Kijima screamed, "Give it back to me." However, Janti, he still had time to slam a fist into Kijima's face, then sent him flying with a powerful kick. The giant centipede saw its chance. It coiled tightly around Kijima, its crushing grip intensifying, before slamming him into the ground. Janti then dove from above, driving his knee down hard on his foe. But suddenly, Janti threw his head back and roared, activating his ultimate technique of destruction. Super Colony. The ground instantly turned pitch black, swarming with tens of thousands of ants. Qidong screamed in absolute terror. What in the world is that? Kijima gave a frantic command. My nest. Devour him for me. But before he was completely overwhelmed, Janti let out a final roar. He unleashed a decisive strike that shattered the ant swarm and blew Kijima away. Kijima coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. Janti stared down coldly as he slowly transformed back into Mi-song. Even though he was badly injured, his expression remained ice-cold. Around Kijima, fractures in space began to appear. The swarm of black ants started to disappear. Qidong could only watch in stunned silence as the entire colony crawled back into Mi-song's body, healing his wounds. Lying on the ground, Kijima coughed violently, muttering in pure rage, "You damn nest. After all the insectoids I brought you, don't tell me. Even you are abandoning me now." Mi-song was shocked to hear Kijima call out to him. He just burst out laughing like a complete lunatic. What's so funny? Kijima cut him off, his voice dripping with challenge. In your dreams, you can never do it. A human like you, trying to kill your own little brother. Mi-song was enraged by his rambling words. Kijima just repeated, "You absolutely can't do it." Kijima's eyes went blank as he whispered, "You were born to be the hero, and I, the villain. I want this ending to be absolutely perfect." He raised a hand to his face, mumbling, "I'm so tired of these games. This will be the ultimate final battle." Mi-song yelled in a panic, "What do you think you're doing?" Kijima didn't answer. He just roared a single name, Ba-chan. The power inside him erupted. From the nest, a monstrous worm with a maw full of jagged teeth burst forth, sending Qidong and his group into a state of absolute terror. What in the world is that thing? The giant worm turned towards them and charged forward, and from within its gullet, Kijima emerged, revealing a brand new form. He now had long horns on his head and majestic wings on his back. He declared with absolute confidence, "That's right. To become the true lord of all insects, one must at least reach this stage. I am the king of the insectoids. I am Kijima." Mi-song shouted desperately. "What have you done? There's no coming back from this. Don't you understand?" Kijima shot back with a sneer. "Why the sudden concern? Stop pretending you're so powerful." With a wave of his hand, countless green worms swarmed towards Mi-song. The black ants instantly formed a shield to protect their master. Kijima just laughed. "I am your king. Do not entertain even the smallest thought of defying me." Though heavily wounded, Mi-song managed to counter, driving a fist of black ants right into Kijima's face. The two rivals clashed in a world-shaking battle to the death. In the end, a massive explosion erupted, blowing everything away. As the smoke and dust finally settled, the ruins of the city were all that remained. Kijima stood amidst the rubble, staring off into the distance. "You know, I always wanted to come back to this place with you." Mi-song followed his gaze, and his blood ran cold. He saw Mrs. Okage tied tightly to a pillar. Kijima announced with a cold smile, "Our dear Mrs. Okage is here to join us." Mi-song desperately rushed forward, shouting, "Grandma." He tried to shake her awake. "Grandma, it's me." Mrs. Okage's eyes fluttered open. "My little puppy." But before relief could set in, Kijima sent Mi-song flying with one of his bugs. He looked down from on high, his voice calling out, "Did you think you were the only one who missed her? I missed her so much too, our beloved grandma." Mi-song roared in fury. "Explain yourself. Why does she look exactly the same as she did 2 years ago?" Kijima clutched his head in mock despair. My brother, who's usually so quiet, becomes such a chatterbox the moment he sees his grandmother. But does any of that really matter? He glanced at the old woman, continuing nonchalantly. "She's merely existing. And that's the real issue. She's only being kept alive by the nutrients from these bugs. It's all thanks to me, you see." Just as Mi-song was about to protest, he was cut off. "Let me finish. I had a reason for saving her." He pointed towards a colossal queen insect emerging from the earth. "Now, why don't you guess what I'm about to do? I'm going to use this power to turn all of humanity into insectoids." Mi-song was frozen in shock. "What did you just say?" Then Kijima offered him a cruel choice.
So, make your choice. Will you save all of humanity? Or will you save your dying grandmother? Mi-song screamed in pure despair.
"Stop this nonsense. Just stop," Kijima declared coldly. "If you can't choose, then fine. I'll just have to destroy them both." He raised his hand to deliver the final blow to Mrs. Okage. "Farewell, my dearest grandmother." In that one critical moment, Shidong charged forward. He used his own body to block the queen's attack. His sacrifice created the one opening Mi-song needed. He charged forward and drove a fist filled with all his pain and fury right through Kijima's chest. Kijima collapsed. But a smile of relief spread across his face. "I had to push things this far so that you would finally kill me. This is the ending I've always wanted." Model. Mi-song fell to his knees, screaming in pure anguish. "You plunged the world into this chaos, and now you plan to just throw your life away. You can't die. You have to fix this." Kian whispered his final words. "Mom, and you too. I'm so glad I got to see you all again." Kian's body dissolved into brilliant motes of light, ascending to the heavens. The spirits of A and Minna materialized, offering one last, peaceful smile before departing together. Slowly, the world began to heal. The dark swarms vanished, and warm sunlight finally bathed the world once more. Time passed. Myson had returned to a normal life. He stood silently before the memorial stone, honoring the names of the fallen. Ryo Jen placed a hand on his shoulder. "It's time to go." "Yeah," Myson replied softly. They stopped before a small, quaint house. A woman stepped out with a warm smile. "I'm sorry it took me so long to get here." "Go on in," she urged. "She's waiting for you." Myson pushed the door open, and brilliant light flooded the room. And there, with arms open wide, was Grandma Okage. "You're home, aren't you?" she said lovingly. "My little puppy." Tears streamed down Myson's face as he choked out a reply, his heart bursting with overwhelming joy. "Grandma, I'm home." And with that, the saga of the insect people comes to its epic conclusion.